Alternative for Germany. Are Martin Sellner and Maximilian Krah driven by a longing for the Bonn Republic or for the Fourth Reich? By Frederik Glas. In the 2016 presidential election in Austria, 85% of workers voted for the right-wing populist Norbert Hofer, while in the German state elections in 2016-17, an above-average proportion of workers voted for the AfD. This also applies to trade union members. In Saxony-Anhalt, for example, 25.1% of them voted for the AfD. The newspaper has then asked whether the AfD would develop into a new workers' party in the Federal Republic. The educationalist and former director of the Fritz Bauer Institute, Mika Brumlik, answered this question in the affirmative in an article with the telling title, From Proletariat to Rabble. The new reactionary subject in the January issue of Blätter für Deutsche und Internationale Politik. The right-wing populists are the real workers' party everywhere today. What is being sold here as a new type of scandal is not a contemporary phenomenon. As early as the 1960s, the social group of blue-collar workers showed an above-average tendency in most polls towards not the right-wing populist, but the radical right-wing NPD more strongly than white-collar workers and civil servants, for example. And even in the early 1990s, workers and people with a low level of education and low incomes in general made up the majority of Republican and DVU voters. Contrary to the myth of the NSDAP as a middle-class party, the electoral success of the National Socialists in the early 1930s as a veritable people's party was also based to a large extent on the votes of workers. The question of how it could come about that not only the proletariat fell victim to the allegedly ongoing reactionary regression, Brumlik, is explored in an anthology that was announced with some fanfare and published in 13 languages simultaneously by Schurkamp in April 2017. The Great Regression. An international debate on the intellectual situation of our time. The internationally renowned intellectuals, blurb, set out to examine the causes of the global regression and identify strategies against the international of nationalists, including intellectual greats such as Zygmunt Bauman, Oliver Nactwey, Wolfgang Streeck, and Slavoj Zizek. The initial finding is, the world seems to be coming apart at the seams. For some time now, we have been confronted with developments that many have considered to be phenomena of a bygone era. The speed at which we are falling behind standards we thought were secure is frightening. End quote. Donald Trump, Narendra Modi and the Identitarian Movement, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, Rodrigo Duterte and Islamophobia, Israel's right-wing government, the AfD and spin-offs of our time, from Islamic State, IS, to Brexit. They are all seen as symptoms of the Great Regression. Using the term regression, which originates from psychoanalysis, political phenomena are not only pathologized across the board, but completely disparate things are thrown together, which makes an appropriate analysis highly problematic, if not impossible, for methodological reasons alone. However, regression does not immediately mean reaction and thus fascism and malice. The term has also been used positively in critical psychoanalysis, for example by Herbert Marcuse. The various forms of regression are an unconscious protest against the inadequacy of civilization, against the predominance of toil over pleasure, of achievement over reward. Because civilization cannot be understood as mere progress based on historical experience, holding on to an earlier, psychoanalytically speaking, stage of development does not have to be unreasonable per se. However, the intellectuals in the anthology do not even ask the question of whether it is possible to speak of regression and reaction in the above-mentioned cases in a generalized way. They drive any ambivalence out of the concept of regression. As opponents of turbo-capitalism, Caesar and Wales, the authors ask how the impoverishment of large sections of society came about and why those affected have little hope of their situation improving. Quote, by the end of the 1980s, at the latest, neoliberalism had become a pensée unique. The old political issues were considered settled. Now it was all about reforms to increase national competitiveness. And the same ones everywhere. More flexible labor markets, improved incentives, privatization, marketization as a weapon in location and cost competition, and as a moral acid test. The technocratic determination of what was economically necessary and at the same time only possible took the place of struggles over distribution. Institutions, policies, and lifestyles had to be adapted to this. End quote. The authors are not afraid to criticize their own camp. For example, Nancy Fraser writes with regard to the U.S. Democrats, the representatives of the emancipation movements allied themselves with the partisans of financial capitalism to attack the social security systems. The result of their team-up was progressive neoliberalism. It unites restricted emancipation ideals and man-eating financial capitalism. It is precisely this combination that Trump's voters rejected in toto. End quote. Donatella Della Porta also states, above all, research into the protests against austerity policies in Latin America has revealed that the most destabilizing waves of protest occurred where party politics provided no channels for opposition to neoliberalism, because all the major parties stood for neoliberal policies. A similar situation seems to be emerging in Europe, where the consequences of the repositioning of the right with regard to exclusive visions of social security are all the more dramatic when the left is perceived as a proponent of free trade with no real alternative to offer. End quote. It is not as if Fraser et al. Were wrong in their diagnosis of the postmodern transformation of industrial society and its social consequences. The upheavals of the 1970s, which marked the end of the post-war boom, not only led to mass unemployment, social cutbacks, and new poverty, but also to a reorientation of the left. The economic transformation process from a static industrial society to a flexibilized service and consumer society prompted large sections of the left to no longer focus their political efforts primarily on improving the situation of the working class. Their place was gradually taken by marginalized social groups and minority collectives, a reorientation that had already been heralded in 1968 FF. As is so often the case, the left acted as a cultural avant-garde by taking up the cause of the new virtues of post-industrial society. Instead of critically understanding developments such as flexibilization, personal responsibility, the dismantling of hierarchies and permanent availability, not only in the economic sphere as the contemporary mode of exploitation of the commodity of labor power, the left progressively celebrated these supposed freedoms as opportunities for self-realization. Minorities of all stripes acted as the ideal projection surface. Nonconformist and diverse as they appeared to be, they increasingly became the symbol and aspiration of a new colorful and anti-authoritarian state and social culture that mirrored the political economy. Being progressive no longer meant showing solidarity with bourgeois and bourgeois working-class people and their demands for higher wages and less drudgery, which were no longer feasible anyway. Progressive now meant standing up for the alleged concerns of minorities and identifying with them. Just as they seemed to be permanently self-actualizing, any non-bourgeois Western lifestyle was now not only permitted but considered positive, so too did the leftists, who were in the process of freeing themselves from the dusty Bonn Republic with all its constraints and restrictions. However, there were still workers because of course industrial production continued and continues to take place in the West, where the structural break described above took place after 1973. The alienation process of the former working-class voters from their parties manifested itself in the fact that the remaining rump proletariat could no longer feel represented by the social democratic or socialist parties. Now that large sections of the U.S. industrial workforce have voted for Donald Trump, it is also increasingly dawning on the left what their third-way policies, which at best regard the indigenous working class as a mere minority among others, have led to. In this sense, the authors of the anthology point out that not only the intellectual and economic elites, but also the social democratic and socialist parties created the conditions for the rise of the right-wing parties by abandoning their dependent clientele. However, their demands remain ideologically rooted in the identity and minority politics of the subsidiary society. Paul Mason writes, instead, in a networked and individualistic world, we need to restore the social democratic plebeian identity. End quote. Robert Missick. So, make yourself useful to your fellow citizens. Ensure that the most diverse groups are empowered, that they can organize themselves and articulate and assert their interests. End quote. Anyone who wants to empower the most diverse groups, including the group of workers, to do anything, however, continues to rely on the ideological framework of post-industrial society, namely multiculturalism, communitarianism, and identity alliance. What goes by the name of critique of neoliberalism is itself an expression of the decay of bourgeois society. The call for empowerment, responsibility, and engagement corresponds to the dismantling of the formerly centralized hierarchical bourgeois state in favor of the postmodern anti-bourgeois multitude, the ostensibly singular, yet always collectively conceived individual, and advocates the total dissolution of boundaries and the multiplication of authority into smaller, subsidiary units. In other words, immediate gang rule. Since the authors basically affirm the conditions of post-bourgeois misery, but cannot deny it themselves due to its omnipresent obviousness, their explanations end in conspiracy theory delusions. They blame vindictive measures, Paul Mason, by neoliberal strategists and the penetration of the government apparatus by former and future Goldman Sachs managers Wolfgang Streeck, i.e. the great attack by dark forces that have, if not infiltrated, at least taken over the good state. The regressive right-wing voters, who were allegedly betrayed in cold blood, Bruno Latour, then logically function as victims of the manipulated system, who can and must be recruited for the anti-neoliberal project of a rejuvenated left, Nancy Fraser. Since the voters of right-wing parties are thus consistently understood as passive victims whose political positions are merely an expression of economic disadvantages, it is not surprising that none of the authors in the entire volume even addresses the elephant in the room of discourse. What is meant, of course, is Islam. Slavoj Zizek even uses the word Islam fascism at one point, but only to juxtapose it with neoconservatism and discredit the latter as religious fundamentalism. Quote, "Here lies the symptomatic contradiction of the U.S. neoconservatives. While domestically they advocate the fight against liberal secularism, abortion, same-sex marriage, etc., i.e. their fight is one of the so-called culture of life against the culture of death. In foreign policy they advocate the very values of this culture of death." End quote. This is not even talked about when it comes to Israel. Of course, a compendium such as the one on the Great Regression cannot do without a critical contribution on the Jewish state. Israeli sociologist Eva Illes analyzes the shift to the right in Israel, which switched to a backward-looking populist policy at least a decade before the global slide into fundamentalism. End quote. In all seriousness, she speaks of an Israelization of the world, as the Likud party, already after the 2009 elections, shifted to an Israeli alt-right policy with the blunt aim of establishing Jewish supremacy of a territorial and legal nature over Arab Israelis. End quote. The Jerusalem professor describes Menachem Begin's election in 1977 as the Big Bang of Israeli politics, the key event to which the irrevocable decline of the left and the transition to an identitarian, ethnically and racially based policy can be traced back. There is not a word in the entire essay about the Arab threats of annihilation and none about Islam or Islamism. It is not surprising that Illes was chosen by Die Zeit as one of 12 intellectuals who will probably change the way we think in the future. When 16 intellectuals take it upon themselves to deal with global fascization on over 300 pages, there are essays on India and, as mentioned, Israel in the volume and leave Islam out, let alone dedicate an article to the topic, then this is nothing less than an intellectual and political declaration of bankruptcy. In their fixation on the Western right-wing parties, they ignore the Islamization that has been going on for decades, not only in the Arab world but also in sub-Saharan Africa and Southeast Asia. Yet it is precisely the Islamic movement that is the main moment of the worldwide fascist, or rather Nazi, rollback, which contains all the ingredients of such a rollback: collectivism, contempt for all that is weak, repression of instincts, fanaticism, hatred of social mediation, and anti-Semitism. As the authors of the volume are unacknowledged ideologues who accuse others of being ideological, they do not notice the skewed nature of their monocausal, dogmatically anti-neoliberal argumentation. The rise of so-called right-wing populism was a democratic one, i.e. the respective parties were elected. However, if neoliberalism, which is always understood in economic terms, was the cause of the electoral decision of those who voted for the right, the question arises as to why the supposedly left behind and deceived did not vote for the left party, for example, whose program is far clearer, more offensive, and more credibly oriented towards the welfare state than that of the AfD, at least on paper. Although social justice plays a major role for AfD voters as the second most important motive for voting, after the influx of refugees, workers and the unemployed are also the two population groups among whom the party is most popular. It achieved election results of between 24% in Rhineland-Palatinate and 38% in Saxony-Anhalt. Nevertheless, it would be wrong to classify the AfD as a workers' party or a non-voters' party. Its voters are educated on average and earn better than the population average. The AfD is, in terms of income, level of education and age, a party of the center. This also applies to its platform. The AfD's basic platform on economic policy states, "The more competition and the lower the state quota, the better for everyone." This is underpinned by calls for more deregulation and a reduction in bureaucracy. Tax policy is also anything but employee-friendly. The party wants to introduce tax relief for companies and high earners and abolish wealth and inheritance tax. At the same time, the so-called neoliberal reforms date back far longer than one would expect after reading the anthology. In the case of the UK and the USA, and thus at global market level, They were implemented as early as the 1980s. The rise of a German right-wing party did not occur at that time or immediately afterwards, not even after the Schroeder reforms at the beginning of the millennium, but only in the wake of Islamic immigration, the ongoing terrorist attacks on European territory and the hegemonic claim of Islam in the Western world, which is becoming more offensive from year to year. It is therefore no coincidence that the AfD only managed to regain a foothold in September 2015 following the departure of party founder Bernd Lucke in July 2015 and the resulting weeks-long dip in the polls. It is unlikely that the party would have made a significant comeback in such a short space of time without the mass immigration of mainly Muslim men, 80% of immigrants in fall 2015. Pegida, with which the AfD has no official contacts, also saw an increase in the number of participants at the same time. Contrary to what is suggested, the right-wing populist voting behavior of workers and other classes is about more than being socially left behind and having too little income. It can be assumed that a high percentage, if not the majority, of AfD voters vote for the party because all other German parties without exception, with the exception of the CSU, pay almost unconscious homage to the motto of this year's Christopher Street Day in Frankfurt: colorful diversity instead of brown unity. As much as the latter is needed so that diversity can be declared all the more vehemently as a monocratic principle, such and similar slogans make the prevailing maxim clear in an authoritarian manner, which Bernd Steegmann sums up with clear-sightedness. Everything that is not postmodernly multiplied has one foot in fascism, tertium non datur. The impossibility of speaking clearly and consistently about real problems, impositions and threats without being excluded as unworthy of discussion or, in jargon, discourse, cannot help but lead to those who do speak out being elected. As far as Germany is concerned, these are also economic issues, but above all political and cultural ones. Right-wing voters refuse to go along with the postmodern turn, i.e. the final liquefaction and thus prospective abolition of all remaining bourgeois conditions of post-war West Germany. Their end, with no prospect of anything better, simply frightens them, which naturally drives left-wing and postmodern virtuosos who reject any desire for security as pre-modern and fascist to the barricades, as these virtuosos, Steegmann, in their hatred of bourgeois society, would like nothing better than to throw its last and already long anachronistic remnants overboard once and for all. Be it the nation-state with its borders, the Christian religion, compulsory military service, the tripartite school system, or the bourgeois nuclear family, the list could go on in all of these areas which were considered secure for decades not only in value conservative circles. Those who want to hold on to the familiar and the tried and tested went on the defensive within a very short space of time. In this respect, they are indeed narrow-minded, as the accusation would have it. On November 30, 2016, Die Welt published a recorded article entitled Confessions of a Worker by truck driver Johann Hipp, who can be considered a prime example of someone who has been left behind, although he does not feel left behind himself as he is not poor and considers himself to be in the middle of society. Nevertheless, he no longer feels represented in the public debate on many issues and is marginalized due to his political opinion. His positions are conservative. He has nothing against the civil partnership of homosexuals but is against marriage for all and adoption rights. He supports the right to asylum but distinguishes between economic refugees and war refugees, the classic normal German citizen who notoriously triggers Nazi comparisons from left-wingers, although he himself says, "But nothing would be more wrong than putting me in the right-wing corner. I have nothing to do with that, almost nobody in my town has anything to do with that." Even if I occasionally hear sentences like, "We need a little Adolf again. There have always been these idiots, but there are very few of them. I like to tell these people how stupid such a sentence is." End of quote. As he lives in Bavaria, he votes for the CSU, the only party he can vote for. Quote, "But otherwise, the AfD has sensible views on refugee policy. But otherwise they have nothing to offer. For me, it's a protest party that always focuses on the same issue. Once they are in charge, nothing will come of it. Apart from the AfD, only the FDP has put forward sensible arguments in the refugee crisis. But it's a joke that the FDP is the only option left for workers. No, I wouldn't vote for anyone outside of Bavaria. And many others I know are in the same situation. The only question then is whether they don't vote at all, or whether they vote for the AfD in protest. But what if the majority decides to protest?" End of quote. Johann Hipp is a prime example of the many unintelligent and narrow-minded people who do not want to go along when future-oriented soldiers of fortune tell them where to go without argument or willingness to compromise. Quote, For the latter, the future is obviously a concept of value. What will be tomorrow is worth more than what was yesterday. This is the natural sense of time. End quote. The treatment of Islam is symptomatic of the new, i.e. post-material and culturally sensitive German values. The German welcoming culture is inconceivable without the previous years of practicing self-hatred, xenophobia, and Islamopology. With regard to Islam, it becomes clear what the multicultural deconstruction, not abolition, of the categories of bourgeois society should lead to: total self-abandonment, the critique of one's own, and submission to the postmodern proliferating and seemingly alternative-free diversity, which means the destruction of the possibility of reasonable judgment and the associated decision for the better in each case. With this in mind, Aydin Özoguz, the state government's commissioner for integration, stated, "Living together must be renegotiated on a daily basis. Our society will continue to become more diverse, which will also be exhausting and sometimes painful." End of quote. As Islam is at the heart of the diversity ideology, it is only a matter of time before this diversity is abolished again, and by those who will have benefited most from it by then, the Muslims. Workers who vote on the right do not see the point of going along with this. They benefit neither from Islam nor from its revaluation, but are affected negatively by both. Unlike their anti-fascist opponents, an ostentatious understanding of Islam does not bring them any status upgrades or gains in distinction. Not only left-wing intellectuals but also liberal populists, Bernd Steegmann, can keep quiet about the real connection between Islamization, governmental appeasement, and right-wing populism by practicing tried and tested social analysis and denying the regressives any justification from the outset for opposing Islam and its spread within Germany for good reasons. They argue as if the discussion about open borders and immigration could be separated from Islam or Islamization, and this in turn from Islamism and the growing threat of terrorism within Europe. Yet the Western way of life and the values on which it is based are actually under threat, a fact that many people who cannot afford to live in neighborhoods already sealed off by rent prices have to experience on a daily basis. The argument that those who vote right-wing have no foreigners in their neighborhood, which is usually presented in a casual and condescending manner, has been obsolete since the state elections in 2017 at the latest. The AfD performed better than average, especially in constituencies where many migrants live, while the SPD performed worse than average. In this respect, the electoral gains of the right-wing parties are a reaction and defense, i.e. defensive. They are always also directed against a political ideology that appears in the West as a marginalized minority religion, but in large parts of the world has long since aggressively ruled and commanded as a dictatorship of the Islamic majority. However, it is not only autochthonous right-wing voters who notice these connections, but also those who know the Islamic cultural model so well due to their history of origin and or current living situation in Germany that they also reject it. This refers to Turkish and Arabics, or pro forma Muslims and members of minorities persecuted by Islam, as well as non-Muslim migrants, who are regularly and usually much more immediately confronted with the consequences of Islamization than their self-appointed representatives. The fact that quite a few, apparently well-integrated migrants or people with a migration background not only sympathize with the AfD but also vote for it cannot be explained by anything other than the fact that these voters deeply reject the Islam-friendly, anti-racist neglect of entire city districts in the name of multiculturalism, in addition to the fact that low-cost competitors have been forced into the precarious labor market in the course of immigration, in which an above-average number of foreigners are employed. According to a survey by the Badische Zeitung, 34% of AfD voters in the 2016 state election in the green-left multicultural city of Freiburg had a migration background, by far the highest proportion, followed by the Left Party with 12%, with the Greens bringing up the rear with 6%. These figures, which are almost unbelievable for bi-German anti-fascists, are primarily explained by the fact that in November 2015, 40% of Germans with a migration background thought that Germany should take in fewer refugees than at present. Without a migration background, 45%. 24% of immigrants even say that no more refugees should come into the country. Without a migration background, 25%. This means that almost 2/3 of these people want to limit or even stop further immigration. Focus, November 29, 2015. Writer Monica Marin summed up the dilemma of many voters in an article in the NZZ on July 1, 2017. "In my youth, I was on the left. I haven't been on the left for a long time. I always thought I was liberal, but on TV and in the papers they say I'm right-wing. And now I'm racking my brains as to how this could have happened. I imagine I'm as sensible as I used to be when I was no longer on the left but not yet on the right. Which axis has turned so that I find myself on a different side without having changed sides. End of quote. It is, how could it be otherwise, the accusation of Islamophobia that stamps her on the right. Quote, so I have a pathological fear of Islam, say the newspapers and television. The truth is that I really am afraid of Islam. But why is that morbid and not reasonable? The same newspapers that attest to my despicable disposition report daily on bloodthirsty crimes committed in the name of this religion, emphasizing, of course, that this is not because of the religion, but because of its abuse. Almost everything in history has been abused. But while for my critics the abuse of the national only allows the conclusion that the nation-state must be abolished, the abused Islam remains completely unscathed. End quote. When people who voted for the CDU a few years ago, but no longer feel represented by it due to the Green Social Democratic turnaround under Angela Merkel, vote for the AfD, they are neither opting regressively for a fascist system change nor for civil war, but against the Islamization and postmodernization of their society. As the AfD became the only party to take an oppositional stance on the most important political issue of the time during the refugee summer of 2015, it was able to achieve success not only with the small minority of voters with radical right-wing views, but also with those who primarily disagreed with Islamic immigration and saw no other way of expressing this politically. The state election in Saarland confirms that 100% of AfD voters were convinced that immigration should be limited, that too little is being done to counter people's sense of insecurity, 100%, and that the influence of Islam must be limited, 97%, in Freitas. At the same time, 53% of its own supporters believe that the AfD does not distance itself clearly enough from far-right positions and is too divided to be able to help shape policy. The party therefore made it into the Saarland state parliament with 6.2% not because of, but despite its partially folkish nationalist positions. A large proportion of those who voted AfD did not do so out of conviction, but out of disappointment, 71%, Forschungsgruppe, FAZ, March 27, 2017. It is the disappointment that the majority of the established parties do not approach Islam and its proponents in a way that is anything other than tolerant and welcoming. The only major party that unabashedly shares the position of over 60% of Germans that Islam does not belong to Germany is the AfD. If, at the same time, 58% of Germans believe that the established parties do not take the worries and concerns about radical Islam seriously enough, Zeit, December 5, 2016, it is only surprising that the AfD does not receive even greater approval. German consensus politics is seconded by a media consensus that lives up to the accusation of the lying press, a scientific study commissioned by the Otto Brenner Foundation, which evaluated over 30,000 media reports published between February 2015 and March 2016, concluded that, instead of critically accompanying and questioning politics and its executive bodies as neutral observers, information journalism took over the view, including the slogans of the political elite. The media followed a persuasive logic and morally charged the welcome culture. The concerns and fears of the population were barely addressed and dissenters were discursively excluded. Journalists acted more as political actors than as neutral observers. FAZ, July 21, 2017. The results correspond with the findings of a study by Harvard University, according to which ARD, which claims to be committed to balance, reported on Donald Trump in the most negative way of all the media examined. 98% of the coverage was negative. Focus Online, May 22, 2017. The accusation of the lying press is too simplistic because German journalism is more about inveterate innocence in moralistic mendacity, Nietzsche, which the liars themselves believe in. The actual lie, the real resolute honest lie would be something far too strict, too strong for them. It would demand, which one must not demand of them, that they open their eyes to themselves, that they know how to distinguish between true and false in themselves. Anyone who falsifies, conceals, excludes, suggestively moralizes and conceals facts in such a way as the mainstream media should not be surprised if they are no longer taken seriously by many. In Germany today, 42% of the population are convinced that there is at least something to the accusation of the lying press, which was initially propagated here by Pegida FAZ, February 22, 2017. In contrast, the AfD appears to be the party that clearly and unabashedly opposes the Islamic claim to power in its basic program. Quote, Islam does not belong to Germany. The AfD sees its expansion and the presence of a constantly growing number of Muslims as a major threat to our state, our society, and our values. An Islam that does not respect or even opposes our legal system and claims to be the only valid religion is incompatible with our legal system and culture. Many Muslims live law-abiding and integrated lives and are accepted and valued members of our society. However, the AfD wants to prevent Islamic parallel societies with Sharia judges from forming and becoming increasingly segregated. It wants to prevent Muslims from becoming religiously radicalized to the point of violent Salafism and terror. End of quote. In view of the de facto ban on criticism, she states, criticism of religion, including criticism of Islam, is lawful within the framework of the general laws as part of the fundamental right to freedom of expression. Religious satire and caricatures are also protected by freedom of expression and artistic freedom. The AfD opposes the defamation of criticism of Islam as Islamophobia or racism. The party also wants to enforce a ban on Islamist associations, prevent foreign funding of mosques and prohibit minarets, the muezzin call and the headscarf in public service, based on the French model. Burqas and niqabs should be banned in general. It rejects the upgrading of Islamic organizations to corporations under public law due to the ideological positions of these organizations. Despite this Western bourgeois program with regard to Islam, the AfD is hardly electable for liberals, conservatives, and members of minorities threatened by Islam. Apart from problematic political ideas that have been evident since its foundation as a right-wing or national liberal party, the pandering to Russia, the anti-Americanism and the insulting Eastern zonal German posturing, the creeping takeover of the already not particularly likable party by folkish and radical right-wing circles increasingly makes it impossible to speak of the AfD as a bourgeois party. The AfD is a party with two camps. According to a study that examined AfD MPs in 10 state parliaments, almost half of all AfD MPs were previously in the CDU, 12% in the FDP and 10% in the SPD. This in turn contrasts with 21% who were previously members of a far-right or right-wing populist party. FAZ, June 13, 2017. What is currently happening in the AfD is a dispute between these two camps within the so-called New Right. On the one side is the folkish wing around the Institut für Staatspolitik and the magazine Secession. Its protagonists, such as Björn Höcke and André Poggenberg, are close to the conservative revolution of the interwar period and can easily be described as neo-fascists. Representatives of this movement are now strongly represented in the AfD, especially in the new federal states. However, they are currently also gaining increasing influence within the federal party. On the other side is the right-wing conservative or right-wing liberal camp, most clearly represented by Alice Weidel. Behind him are the supporters of the Party Die Freiheit, who joined the AfD in large numbers early on, as well as followers of the blog Politically Incorrect, PI. As this current has determined the political course to date, the President of the Federal Office for the Protection of the Constitution, who still sees no reason to monitor the party, can nevertheless be agreed with. In our view, the AfD is not a right-wing extremist party. NZZ, December 9, 2017. The differences between the two camps could not be greater when it comes to the nature of Islam. At the Zwischentag, a meeting of the political right in Germany initiated by Götz Kubitschek on October 6, 2012, this became apparent during a panel discussion. Under the title Is Islam Our Enemy? Karl-Heinz Weissmann, a regular author for Junge Freiheit, and Michael Sturzenberger from PI, who was also the national chairman of the Party Die Freiheit at the time, discussed the issue. Former CSU press spokesman Sturzenberger compared the Quran to Hitler's Mein Kampf and invoked the German Basic Law, freedom, women's rights, and Western society, arguing that Muslims in Germany should assimilate better and mix with the majority society. In contrast, Weissmann stated, "I have absolutely no desire to liberate people of other cultures from anything, and in no way do I want to do this in the name of a form of civilization that I consider to be deeply decadent." End quote. He does not fear the Quran, but a people's exchange. The Secession author Martin Lichtmes seconded, "Liberalism is what destroys nations, not Islam." End of quote. The conflict in the AfD caused by the radical right takeover threatens to take the party to where consensus Germans have always seen it, beyond the constitution and therefore beyond electability. By lumping together right-wing bourgeois conservatives who are far removed from former CDU and, in some cases, current CSU positions with folkish people such as Björn Höcke, Islam is not my enemy, our greatest enemy is decadence. For example, as NPD light Martin Schulz, the decisive difference falls by the wayside, their position on Islam. The right-wing conservatives are concerned with acculturation, the folkish with separation. While the former want to fight Islam because of its peculiarly negative content, the latter envy it for this content, as they would like to see more of it, especially for organic Germans. The AfD party philosopher Marcel Janssen, for example, says that Germans must give up their moderation and become more like the Islamists so that they can defend themselves against them. The ubiquitous blanket defamation of right-wing voters systematically obscures this differentiation. This conflates the rejection of refugees and the criticism of their sociocultural constitution, the migration system, and the associated ideology. In the emotional moralistic discourse space that the public debate in Germany has become, interested and reflexive bourgeois Enlightenment criticism and actual xenophobic or racist resentment are thus thrown together. One result is that, especially where Islam is concerned, you are not allowed to disagree without jeopardizing your social existence and are forced to sanction the slightest deviation from your own opinion for reasons of self-preservation. The other is the upgrading of genuinely right-wing extremist viewpoints, as formerly bourgeois conservative positions and arguments are being handily attributed to them, and it then supposedly makes no difference whether one advocates compliance with European law and the protection of national borders or approves of arson attacks on refugee shelters and calls the Berlin Holocaust Memorial a monument of shame. It is not just any Nazi backlash, but the deliberate and negligent blurring of the discursive boundaries between bourgeois reason and resentment that has led to the much-lamented historical detabooing, i.e. the new salonability of radical right-wing positions. It is only seemingly paradoxical. The stronger the right-wing parties become, the more doggedly the left-wing majority society clings to the sanctioned denial of reality, and vice versa. The refusal to recognize migration movements as forces of nature, Umberto Eco, to which one must submit is neither xenophobic nor racist, but primarily driven by the idea of being able to control, initiate, and, if necessary, interrupt social processes. The belief that we are still in a position to change anything at all is genuinely bourgeois insofar as it carries the hope optimistic, practical, and worldly-minded that man-made things, society, can be shaped by people according to reasonable standards. This Western common sense of feasibility is contrasted with a post- and anti-bourgeois, deeply realistic and therefore seemingly ideology-free fatalism of left-wing intellectuals who affirmatively proclaim, "The third world is knocking at Europe's gates, and it is coming in even if Europe does not want to let it in." The problem is no longer deciding, as the politicians pretend to believe, whether schoolgirls should be allowed to walk around wearing the chador in Paris or how many mosques should be built in Rome. The problem is that Europe will be a multiracial or, if you prefer, a colored continent. Whether we like it or not is irrelevant. If we like it, so much the better. If we don't, that's how it will turn out anyway. End quote. Zygmunt Bauman confirms Umberto Eco's view that it should not matter per se whether the state, citizens of a society like something or not in his contribution to the Great Regression. Whether we like it or not, life in the city demands that we develop the ability to deal with cultural differences every day anew, and in all probability forever. Now that the centuries-old dream of one-sided assimilation or mutual convergence and the practices resulting from it are over, we are gradually, albeit often hesitantly or with undisguised reluctance, confronted with the prospect of a constant interplay of interaction and friction between the numerous irreducibly diverse identities in neighboring and/or intermingled cultural diasporas. Cultural heterogeneity is increasingly becoming an indelible, even endemic feature of living together in large cities. It is just not easy to become aware of this fact, especially as the first reflex is often denial or emphatic, resolute, militant rejection. End quote. The supposedly alternative-free dystopias proclaimed by Eco and Bauman and pushed through by integration commissioners such as Aiden Ozoga's turn the Western city into an anti-urban cultural jungle and its inhabitants into tribes sorted according to their respective identities. In this respect, emphatic, resolute, and militant rejection is precisely the reaction that should be taken for granted by sensible people for whom the preservation of the liberal features of civil order still plays a role. When Mika Brumlik and other intellectuals are so surprised that not only workers react in this way and vote for right-wing parties such as the AfD, thereby turning themselves into fascists, this points to their deeply ideological view of elections as an articulation of interests. This is not fascist precisely when it selfishly focuses on one's own good life without further impositions. When Gilles Deleuze, for example, claims that being on the left means seeing the world as a whole, finding the problems of the third world more important than those of one's own neighborhood, and being on the right means narrowing one's perception to one's own country, to one's own street, then he is speaking exactly in the spirit of the Schurkamp intellectuals for whom his philosophy paved the way. In contrast, Didier Eribon states, "For workers and people from poor backgrounds, Being on the left consisted above all in pragmatically rejecting what one suffered from in everyday life. End quote. In this sense, Marx and Engels expected the revolution from the workers precisely because they could appeal to their selfishness, which they took for granted, to overthrow the conditions as they were in their own interests. In this respect, the proletarian interest is conceived as a Western one. The general interest, the sublation of the capitalist relationship, is only given negatively, mediated by the particular aspirations for freedom and happiness utopian moments, in other words, which in turn can only be defined in universalist terms. Contrary to this, today's leftists only preach altruistic responsibility, ergo the truly fascist virtue of sacrifice and selflessness, gratefully nodding off any further imposition. The hypocritical astonishment that workers want the best for themselves, i.e. simply vote according to their own proven interests, because they are not so fascist after all, shows how far the critical Schurkamp intellectuals have departed from all reason, which was still latent even in working-class Marxism.
At the beginning of April 2024, the public prosecutor's office in Halle brought charges for the second time against Bjorn Höcke, who is listed on Wikipedia as the most influential politician of the AfD. He is said to have repeatedly and deliberately used the SA slogan Alles für Deutschland, which is considered illegal. Beyond the question of criminal liability, it is symptomatic of the way the AfD is dealt with it not only among those who are civil society activists or civil servants against the right, but also in the so-called quality media. No one even raises the question of what could have prompted Höcke to use the slogan of a terrorist gang operating in the military at the time for the purposes of provocation. Even the officially disbanded wing, the National Rote Right or the Identitarians around Martin Sellner, cannot be accused of working on building a militarily organized thug group that is even remotely comparable, or of adhering to a similar military fetish or militarism, or of speaking out in the same way as the Röhmtrupp did until the Night of the Long Knives in 1934. This fact is not refuted by the bungling preparations for the coup d'etat by a handful of crazed citizens of the Reich, which were blown up into the Russputsch. On the contrary, it proved how isolated the Reichsbürger are in the new right-wing milieu. Neither Bjorn Höcke, Götz Kubitschek nor Martin Sellner see themselves as Reichsbürger, nor do they share their convictions. It is not only since some journalists who claim to be a corrective in the public eye claim to have uncovered a second Wannsee conference, and in doing so differed from the voluntary and largely accurate research Antifa of the 1980s and 1990s in that they provide propaganda instead of facts, that the return of fascism has been invoked in the ongoing battle against the right. We should actually have learned about fascism how central the militaristic moment and stormtrooper terror are for each of its forms. The absence of this element, which is constitutive of fascism, within the new right does not lead to any reflection on the attitude of the middle classes, who are undaunted in recognizing new Nazis, for example in the actors of unusually violent farmers' protests, who were not only defamed as right-wing, but were about to establish a kind of new SA, or in the ugly attacks on local politicians, which were anything but organized or coordinated. It seems puzzling only at first glance why people are unwilling to accept the insight of a handbook published as an overview and introduction to fascism theories as part of the Org book series, which is popular not only among left-wingers and rejects the equation of the new right with National Socialism. The book states that there is no question that these parties lack important characteristics of historical fascisms, such as militia-like male combat units, in terms of their political practice and organizational forms when it comes to new types of right-wing forces that are often referred to as right-wing populist. End quote. So how can it be explained that hundreds of thousands turned up at the eerie mass marches against the right at the beginning of the year, the desolidarization with Israel culminating in the unscrupulous hijacking and appropriation of the 10/7 slogan Never Again is now? It must have been mainly people like the Social Democrat Katrin von Eis from Lahnstein, about whom we read in the FAZ. As a child of the 1980s, she didn't think she had to be political for a long time. But now she reports a queasy feeling. It's madness that people want to openly build a Nazi state again today. End of quote. Or Christian Rosenberger, who was at a demonstration for the first time in his life. He is 43 years old, a native of Frankfurt, and came with his two sons, who are 5 and 10 years old. His older son is holding up a cardboard sign with "Frankfurt is colorful" written on it. "I'm part of a generation that doesn't care so much about things and grew up without problems," says Rosenberger. After the corrective research, however, he had no other choice. He had to do something. So he sat down with his two sons over the past few weeks and told them about National Socialism. He wanted them to understand that the current situation is as dangerous as it was before Hitler came to power. FAZ 28.3. And January 22, 2024. The queasy feeling that has crept over the Eises and Rosenbergers is mainly due to the concern that things will probably not continue as usual without problems in the coming years. However, instead of becoming aware of social reality and facing up to it, It is repressed in the classic projective way. Cause and effect are mixed up, and in a way that relativizes history, a pop dance is erected on which the substitute action can be carried out that combating symptoms always amounts to. The new active citizens are countered by a definition of the enemy against the right that has long since become state propaganda and is driven by the same friend-foe dichotomy dating back to Carl Schmitt that the right is always accused of. Although this is bravely denied and it is pointed out that the aim is to counteract the threat of social division, in reality we are following the instructions of the President of the Federal Office for the Protection of the Constitution, Thomas Haldenwang, who encourages citizens to engage in opinion polls. Let's take a close look and expose them for what they are: enemies of democracy, FAZ. February 14, 2024. The definition of the right-wing enemy goes hand in hand with an increasingly empty fetishization of the concept of democracy, which Adorno had identified in the late 1930s in the USA as a false reaction to fascist propaganda. Here we are dealing with a momentous dynamic. It cannot be denied that formal democracy under the present economic system cannot guarantee the satisfaction of the most elementary desires and needs of the mass of the population in the long run, while at the same time the democratic form of government is presented as coming as close as possible to an ideal society. The resentment generated by such a contradiction turns those who cannot recognize its economic causes against the democratic form of government itself. End quote. Even the FAZ noticed that the fetishization of democracy not only leads to its undermining among people with resentment, but also among those who claim to want to defend democracy. On January 16, 2024, Reinhard Müller, the editor responsible for State and Law, aptly wrote about the people with the queasy feeling, including the Interior Minister, anyone who associates the demand for the deportation of all illegal residents with the Wannsee Conference, lacks any historical understanding, and obviously has no interest in preserving the democratic constitutional and welfare state. End of quote. Those who want to have taken a closer look before pillorying the public enemy are reliably committed to the German culture of remembrance, which is not improved by the fact that Björn Höcke longs for a 180-degree turnaround in remembrance policy, meaning something like what Franz Josef Strauss is said to have once summarized in the sentence: "A people that has made these economic achievements has a right not to want to hear anything more about Auschwitz." End of quote. What is to be criticized about the culture of remembrance is that everything in it is subordinated to the purpose of seeing in Höcke, Kubitschek or Sellner the revenants of Adolf Hitler and in the AfD the new NSDAP. Anyone who wants to establish a vigilant anti-fascist society with these untenable equations must not only be accused of encouraging increasing Islamization, with their paranoid fixation on the right-wing enemy, they are also undermining the conditions for the reasonable establishment of public interests by suspending the fear-free exchange of arguments and replacing it with trigger warnings. The culture of remembrance is particularly rampant, even among the youngest, in places such as the Berlin borough of Steglitz-Zehlendorf, where people are still relatively well-off and well-educated, because instead of getting to the bottom of their queasy feeling, fathers panic their sons with shrill warnings of fascism. When almost 2,000 local schoolchildren took to the streets against the AfD at the end of February this year under the slogan "School against the Right 1933 should stay in history books," the young organizers of the AG Fichte ohne Rassismus, Spruce Without Racism Working Group, at the Fichtenberg Secondary School immediately proved what is going wrong in terms of remembrance policy. If reading the history book on the subject of 1933 leads to the call for demonstrations stating that the so-called secret meeting at Lenitzsee is strongly reminiscent of the Wannsee Conference, then submissive class nerd knowledge must follow. Quote, "We students have to stand up for ourselves and our future, that's what school is for." The first paragraph in the school law reads, "The aim must be the education of personalities who are capable of resolutely opposing the ideology of National Socialism and all other political doctrines that aspire to tyranny." End of quote. The ability to judge what is National Socialist and what is not is steadily declining with a final rededication of the culture of remembrance as the only true form of struggle against the right. Not being able to recognize the difference between past and present is the result of a historical political curriculum that has long been primarily concerned with blurring the differences between National Socialism and fascism, right-wing, radical right-wing and extreme right-wing, conservative and conservative revolutionary, national, nationalist and folkish, and mixing them into a single brown mash. As if it were a matter of expelling critical thought after Auschwitz, the very thing that Leo Lowenthal made the starting point of his studies on fascist agitation via false prophets is prevented. The first task that arises in the investigation of any social movement is to uncover the specific, socially conditioned dissatisfaction to which the political program appeals. An investigation of the phenomenon of agitation is confronted with the task of explicating the state of dissatisfaction to which the agitator refers. End quote. Using the example of the AfD agitator Maximilian Krah, one could ask with Leo Lowenthal to which socially conditioned dissatisfaction his political program appeals, which is published under the title Politik von Rechts. Ein Manifest was published by Gotz Schnellroda Publishing House, and was ennobled with a foreword by Alexander Golan. Golan attested that the book was nothing less than a raison d'etre of the AFD, and a clever and sensible program for the preservation of humanity in manageable units and traditional contexts. End of quote. At first glance, one might think that Krah is quickly finished because in his explanation of why the term conservatism should be saved, and instead declared to be right-wing, the only thing Golan considers to be wrong with Krah's manifesto, by the way, and which he contrasts with the term social conservatism, which is supposed to be what unites him with Sarah Wagenknecht, he speaks in all seriousness of a natural order as a central concept. We should understand nature and tradition normatively, what we have inherited and adopted, what we were born into, what defines us biologically, obliges us. End quote. This is reminiscent of the Greens' concept of nature, who talk about living in harmony with nature as if nature were not both friend and foe, and who recognize the planning of a crime against humanity in every reference to the biblical idea of subduing the earth. Krah moves on from nature to tradition, conjures up the individual's fate, which has fallen into disrepair, and in the jargon of German existentialism, calls on us to accept what we are, to face up to the question of our real self in order to be in harmony with our essence, knowing that all external things have an inner being. End quote. Adorno characterized such thinking succinctly in his defense of the concept of tradition against its false lovers in his studies on the authoritarian character. All fascist movements officially make use of traditional ideas and values, but in reality give them a completely different, anti-human meaning. End quote. If one adds that Krah understands right-wing as not a mentality but a worldview, then all the ingredients of the triad of state, movement, people, which Carl Schmitt understood as political unity in his political theology, are together, which make up the longing for the Volksgemeinschaft movement state. However, his differentiation from the advocates of a libertarian night watchman state just a few pages further on makes us sit up and take notice. Right-wing politics affirms the state as a collective regulatory power, but knows how dangerous it is. Krah's skepticism of the state is by no means a plea for the Nazi state, which developed into a totalitarian unstate, Franz Neumann, but rather warns his comrades in all seriousness against statism from the right. It is too short-sighted to criticize the state only when it has committed itself to a left-wing political agenda. Rather, it is necessary to become aware of the internal institutional mechanisms and to recognize that even a non-leftist state will always strive to expand its power and penetrate into areas of life that are genuinely private. State welfare undermines the traditional family. State economic policy usually benefits the wrong people and is ineffective. State cultural funding flows into politically desired projects instead of culturally valuable ones. End quote. Such sentences neither speak of a Nazi family policy that aimed to largely dissolve the private sphere of the family by integrating it into numerous Volksgemeinschaft mass organizations, nor do they stand for a longing for a new edition of the German labor front, by means of which the antagonism between capital and labor was to be abolished, or for a centrally controlled cultural policy, à la the Reich Ministry for Popular Enlightenment and Propaganda. Rather, Krah's words sound like those of a Hayek fan or FDP voter and at the same time like Catholic social doctrine and its inherent principle of subsidiarity. Upholding the private sphere against the potentially always encroaching state is neither fascist nor national socialist, but historically always its opposite. However, calling Krah an anti-fascist for this reason is out of the question, if only because his plea for the traditional family does not refer to the bourgeois nuclear family, on which the separation of private and public was based. Instead, he himself is targeting the private sphere and thus also the remnants of bourgeois autonomy when, in response to the problem of the increasing disintegration of the bourgeois nuclear family in the West, he upholds a cross-generational concept of the family. In doing so, he suggests that societies, turning to clan and tribe, could put an end to the broken family relationships and the dwindling willingness to start a family at all. Krah's regret that the model of the extended family has generally gone out of fashion may be meant seriously, and there is nothing wrong with maintaining extensive family ties as long as it is neither accompanied by coercion and oppression nor instrumentally pursued for other purposes. But this is precisely what Krah can be accused of. The fact that he really wants to return to a society of blood ties can be ruled out because he would hardly make any friends among his own followers, whose desire to emulate him, who has 8 children by 3 wives, or the father of 7, Gotz Kubitschek, is likely to be very limited. Krah's endorsement of the extended family rather indicates that his criticism of Islam cannot be far off the mark. Rather, there is a tendency towards a kind of Islam envy, which is reinforced by the malice about the failure of the Christian churches in Western Europe. The only thing that fascinates him about Christianity is its Oriental variant, in which unreflective faith, fervently performed rituals and unrestrained adherence to authority coincide, i.e. Russian Orthodoxy. The loss of faith in the West is a burden, not a virtue. We see in the Orthodox countries how valuable an intact traditional church is, writes Krah, for whom the local Christianity is not a partner. End quote. An at least secret admiration for Islam is expressed in particular when Krah talks about his preference for clan and tribe. Since the migrant milieus often have intact family structures, they have an advantage over the autochthones, who have relied purely on the state welfare institutions. End quote. Migrant extended families, which are generally Muslim, are not only characterized by above-average levels of violence and child neglect, but also rely on state transfer payments as a matter of course. Krah, who needs this narrative to celebrate a different migrant reality, knows this too. He looks enviously at what he, as an agitator, attacks at all times: the fusion of extended families with a closed milieu based on religion and countries of origin and hostile to the majority society that makes up the Islamic counter-society. If Krah wants to recognize allies in migrants, then only to illustrate his vision of a natural, contradiction-free society by introducing an apparent paradox. He wants a counter-society, albeit a German one, which, instead of being based on the agreement of citizens to recognize certain rules of coexistence, is supposed to be based on blood ties and community while strictly observing individual isolation from collective impositions. This impression is reinforced by the fact that the complementarity of the sexes upheld by Krah as the key to a healthy society is propagated most strongly not in the right-wing or Christian Orthodox camp, but in the Muslim camp. Instead of seeing a problem in the Muslim clan and the terror of virtue that is almost always inherent to it, he celebrates the intergenerational family that supposedly exists there and propagates a guiding culture in his manifesto, at the heart of which is the extended family as an organizational form. Under such circumstances, it is obvious that Krah's constant demand for the assimilation of Quran followers in particular cannot be far off the mark. Anyone who celebrates forms of self-organization in clan and tribe, which could largely exist freely for themselves and even recognizes in them the prerequisite for a desirable counterworld to the public space shaped by state law and authorities, has nothing to oppose the friends of Sharia and Ummah, because, just like Krah's alleged archenemy, which he calls Western, postmodern left liberalism, he shares their ethnic concept of culture or religion and thus takes the pressure to assimilate off the followers of the only true religion instead of increasing it, as is constantly claimed. As if culture were a kind of life sentence, Krah states quite logically, similar to postmodern anti-racism keyword cultural appropriation, culture cannot be arbitrarily transferred to people with completely different origins. End of quote. In his manifesto, Krah does not present himself as a supporter of a totalitarian dictatorship, for which Franz Neumann has asserted 5 essential moments, not one of which is announced in politics from the right, in the event of a government takeover: the transformation of a constitutional state into a police state, the transition from a division of power to a concentration of power, the rule of a monopolistic state party, the transition from pluralistic to totalitarian, controls over society and terror, the unpredictable use of psychological violence as a permanent threat against everyone. The question remains as to how to summarize what Krah has written and what Elsasser's Compact magazine calls an ideologically sound fundamental treatise. Even if Krah, like Thilo Sarrazin, could not resist making the allegedly considerably lower IQ in Afghanistan, Sub-Saharan Africa and elsewhere compared to ethnic Germans the subject of a demographic debate, because qualifications are linked to biological characteristics, especially intelligence, and these are inherited. Krah is no more a blood-and-soil ideologue than he is a militarist or advocate of a cult of leadership. What Krah puts down on paper in terms of a charismatic founder figure does not sound like a Reichsparteitag, but rather like a dull seminar for employees of a district savings bank in which hackneyed leadership and team-building concepts are taught. Quote, "The dazzling figures often don't last long. It is therefore more important to rely on a team in which one person carries the weight of the other. One person must always be the chairman, but flanked by loyal colleagues, he can develop authority that lasts because it is based on structures, content and networks and not on acting talent." It is only logical that Krah then calls for the broadest possible participation of grassroots members in positioning content, instead of the old spirit of subservience and blind allegiance. End of quote. There is probably no need to explain why a grassroots Democrat cannot be a fascist. As a supporter of Carl Schmitt's spatial organization, Krah is also an avowed ethno-pluralist who understands the idea of the West not as a non-place, but as the culture of ethnic Westerners, as an expression of their particularity. Accordingly, the decisive front line is between universalism and particularism, and in any case, humanity is not a suitable framework for identification. Krah does not hide his delight at the increasing weakness and unattractiveness of the West, as he sees this as the right opportunity. However, he does not attribute weakness and unattractiveness to the West's global retreat from its idea of equality and individual autonomy, Rather, he laments its dissolution of boundaries, its separation from its historical, geographical, and ethnic roots. Such globalism is a culture war that functions as if Leon Trotsky had risen from the grave and taken up residence in Washington, D.C., which is why the rainbow flag has long since replaced the starry banner. Leaving aside his distance from LGBTQ, Krah's allegedly decidedly right-wing critique of globalization only differs from the post-colonial critique in that, unlike the latter, it does not operate with the racial categories of white, colored, or black. Krah's argument only proves that the critique of globalization since the 1990s has made the categorization into left and right largely superfluous, because right-wing ethno-pluralism, which its founder Alain de Benoist not coincidentally called differentialist in contrast to the universalist anti-racism of Martin Luther King, for example, is in truth largely just as anti-racist as post-colonialism is ethnoplural. Which post-colonialist, whether at Columbia University or the Berlin University of the Arts, whether on Sonnenallee in Newcombe or at the ANC in Pretoria, will want to contradict Krah when he states that one must grant other cultural groups the right to their identity in their ancestral territories, which is why Islam irrevocably belongs to Saudi Arabia, Confucianism to China, Hinduism to India, Buddhism to Myanmar, Orthodox Christianity to Russia. The fact that anti-Semitism is inherent in such anti-globalist thinking should not be a new insight. However, the assertion that it would break out as openly with Krah as it does with the left-wing post-colonialists, or that it is even as constitutive of his thinking as it is with them, does not add up. It is precisely the ideas that are not at all decidedly right-wing that instead identify Krah as the type of pseudo-conservative about whom it is said in the studies on authoritarian character that pseudo-conservative can often be replaced by pseudo-liberal or even pseudo-progressive in contrast to the ordinary fascist. However, Adorno by no means considered it a foregone conclusion that the pseudo-conservative could always remain true to himself, as his relationship to conservatism was not static, but could also mean that the pseudo-conservative of today might be the genuine conservative of tomorrow, although Adorno was certainly not anticipating Horkheimer's late talk of the true conservative here. If one sees in Maximilian Krah of today the pseudo-conservative that he is, then Adorno also explains why Krah's concept of the family goes beyond that of the traditional bourgeois nuclear family, whose civilizing significance for the West through the final end of all feudal, patriarchal, idyllic relationships, Marx/Engels, cannot be valued highly enough. This is one of the reasons why Krah is not only concerned with Russia, but also with China. It goes on to say about the pseudo-conservatives, the stubborn energy they expend in adhering to conventional values constantly threatens to shatter these values themselves and turn them into their opposite, just as their fanatical zeal to defend God and country leads them to join extremist rackets and sympathize with their country's enemies. End quote. These words do not mean that the AfD lead candidate for the European elections belongs to an extremist racket, nor does he sympathize with the enemies of his country any more than those who call him a traitor to the fatherland because of his employee, who is a spy for China, while at the same time courting the rulers in Beijing in a submissive attitude. Rather, for Krah, his party, but also for the well-liked Russia and China advocates, it is true that the formation of rackets is necessarily inherent in anti-globalist particularism, which no longer wants to know any universal idea of one humanity. The concept of remigration also appears in Krah's manifesto. For migrants, it is a matter of either assimilating or remigrating. It is one thing that under a concept of culture based on postmodern anti-racism, which is supposed to be irreversibly inherent or attached to the individual, the advocacy of assimilation is not very popular, as long as every migrant is already declared a walking obstacle to assimilation by virtue of their actual existence. It should be noted that not only Krah, but almost the entire neo-right milieu from Schnellrode to Björn Höcke, the identitarians around Martin Sellner to Elsasser's compact cultivates a concept of culture that has more in common with the statement of Recep Tayyip Erdogan, who is strictly committed to Turkish culture and for whom assimilation is a crime against humanity, than the aforementioned champions of assimilation might be aware of. Against this background, the demand for assimilation, which according to the dictionary simply means assimilation or adaptation, should not only be defended against particularist and culturally relativizing supporters of anti-racism and the only true religion, but also against the authors of right-wing manifestos and their supporters, always assuming that assimilation is understood to mean an adaptation or assimilation achievement by people who are not part of the right-wing movement. In his note, The True Conservative, Max Horkheimer described them as self-conscious individuals who, instead of a mindless change from being mere appendages of one, allochthonous culture to mere appendages of another, autochthonous culture, perform an emancipative act of individualization within the framework of what is objectively possible. As a Krah fan, in his book Remigration, Ein Vorschlag, which was also published by Kubitschek Verlag in spring 2024, the self-confessed Heideggerian Martin Sellner is also a fan of Krah. Sellner praised Krah's manifesto for stating clearly and unambiguously that it was about political existential questions. In the corrective publication Secret Plan Against Germany from January 10, 2024, in which he is said to have presented a master plan for remigration, Sellner is simply referred to as a neo-Nazi. Because he and his group of identitarians, which hails itself as a movement, something that interested parties are keen to seize on in order to publicly pretend that we are dealing with a mass movement, cannot be proven to have a militant or even militaristic self-image that is constitutive for Nazis and fascists, corrective is not the only one to rely on lies and rumors. One need only look at the non-violent forms of action poorly adapted from the left by the identitarians, and their other public appearances to know that real neo-Nazis certainly act and stage themselves differently. The question remains as to what Sellner means by remigration and whether this can be called a master plan. To clarify these questions, read the book Remigration, a proposal in which Sellner sets out his ideas in the most detail to date. The first thing that catches the eye is that he makes a revealing point to his opponents right at the beginning. He sings the Federal Agency for Civic Education's own tune with relish, as it also uses the term remigration to describe, in his own words, the return of migrants to their country of origin or to the place where they migrated from. If you also consider the fact that Wikipedia states quite impartially that the term remigration is used in economics and social sciences as well as in exile research, then there must be something wrong with the hysteria against the right that arose in the spring and was particularly fueled from above, and Sellner is at least not completely wrong when he states that the term and idea of remigration are neither new nor particularly radical, and that his proposal merely represents an intensification and deepening of the existing. For him, remigration is part of an identitarian migration policy, Sellner writes, although it takes some getting used to when reading such lines that, contrary to its original meaning, the word identitarian is not used here in a critical but in an affirmative way. It is striking that Sellner only uses the fighting term population exchange very sparingly and instead prefers to speak of replacement migration in reference to the term replacement migration, coined by the UN, and thus, quoting the UN, believes that this would also determine the prevailing population policy as a solution for shrinking and aging populations. If you don't agree with Corrective or the Office for the Protection of the Constitution, then all you can say is that Sellner's statement is not radical or anti-democratic, but just as factually correct as his reference to the fact that numerous studies have shown that diversity in the sense of ethnic diversity is not a source of enrichment, but on the contrary a major burden. It is not known whether it particularly triggers intrepid fighters against the right when Sellner, like the British economist Paul Collier, tells them the truth about existing migration policy, that in many refugee countries no middle class would be created, because the available capital would rather be invested in paying a smuggler. Even Sellner's three factors for migration quotas and remigration potentials: 1. Economic burden; 2. Criminological burden; 3. Cultural burden, can only be condemned across the board by those who, under the conditions of the welfare state and capital, either suffer from some kind of ideological loss of reality or are driven by an anti-state, i.e. revolutionary longing for the senseless destruction of even that which is to be preserved. Nor can Sellner's empirical statement that mainly non-European, Afro-Arab, and Islamic parallel societies are the problem in the three areas mentioned with regard to migration be dismissed. Sellner's statements sound far too much like Chancellor Scholz in the Spiegel interview, in which he spoke of the need for deportation offensive, or after the so-called Repatriation Improvement Act, which has since been passed by the Bundestag. Sellner even tries to differentiate. Quote, "Of course, not all members of a group of origin are equally responsible for certain problems. Remigration therefore also focuses on problematic individuals within the groups of origin, such as criminals, the permanently unemployed, fundamentalists, and others who are a burden on the host society." End of quote. Sellner's idea of remigration does not become problematic when he lumps together Hungary, Denmark, and Israel, declares these three countries to be role models in terms of migration policy, argues for migration quotas, and advocates a lottery a la green card once these have been met. His proposals for de-Islamization, which he calls a special case of assimilation and remigration pressure, and which means a targeted suppression of political Islam in our country and in Europe, can even be followed for long stretches, be it the ban on radical Islamic associations, the prohibition of foreign funding for mosques, the mandatory preaching in German, or an extensive ban on headscarves in public institutions. At times, however, Sellner's de-Islamization proposals also seem naive. For example, the always nice idea that a secular Euro-Islam, adapted to our circumstances, should be established as a legitimate form of expression of Islam. It sounds as if Sellner has not yet realized that the father of Euro-Islam, Bassam Tibi, described this undertaking as unfeasible years ago. If in remigration, a proposal for 3 possible categories for each remigration target group according to the residence title: A. Asylum seekers, B. Other foreigners, C. Non-assimilated naturalized citizens and nationals, then this sounds like the typical ugly bureaucratic German of any foreigner's authority, but to read Sellner's claim to Adolf Eichmann's legacy out of it, as was more than just insinuated at the beginning of the year with the Wannsee Conference comparison, could hardly be more erroneous. The right of asylum for asylum seekers is not to be abolished, but restored to what it should be, temporary protection. By other foreigners as cases of remigration, Sellner refers to all those who live in the country with a title other than the right of asylum and are a permanent burden on the country, thus advocating an ugly utilitarianism that must be rejected. Sellner defines the group that he calls non-assimilated naturalized citizens and nationals, which was the subject of the most rumors and outrage after the corrective unmasking, as naturalized migrants who do not want to or cannot assimilate and are a burden on society. This is not about a lack of German patriotism, which Sellner unsurprisingly also finds lacking in many Germans. Quote, "The problem is that the people concerned have all the rights of a German citizen, in particular the right to vote and stand for election, but on the other hand still identify with a foreign country and its culture." End of quote. It is only logical that the practice of dual citizenship for this group should come to an end. One should recognize the arbitrariness inherent in this statement, because where does too much identification with a foreign country begin and where does it end? However, the fact that Sellner is also putting his finger in the wound of the numerically largest migrant group of Turkish origin in particular can only be reproached by those who talk down or completely ignore the mass commitment to Turkishness, which always includes the devaluation of autochthonous Germans to inferior potatoes or white bread, Christians, Jews, Elvis, Kurds, and even Arabs. It is also the mostly professional glossers of ugly realities who meticulously ensure that Sellner's sentences such as the following are withheld from the public. Under no circumstances should citizenships be withdrawn on a cultural, religious, or ethnic basis. There must not and will not be any second-class citizens. Such measures are not only legally unacceptable, as they are not compatible with the Basic Law. They would irreparably shatter loyalty to the law and trust in isonomy, equality before the law. We should by no means abandon our healthy skepticism in the face of such lofty words. Indeed, we might even consider these statements to be camouflage and theater. Nevertheless, it cannot be dispelled that Sellner, of all people, wrote them down and that the normalization of demographics through remigration does not mean a racial state or Nuremberg laws. Although a reading of his book on remigration offers no evidence to suggest that Sellner is a Nazi nostalgic and therefore a neo-Nazi committed to the doctrine of blood and soil, his remigration policy, which he estimates will take 15 to 30 years to be successfully implemented, is not quite as simple as Sellner makes it out to be when he writes in a cautionary tone that it is only aimed at the question of the loyalty, law-abidingness, and willingness to perform of migrants. In this sentence, Sellner fails to mention that his central concern is ethno-cultural identity, for which he explicitly refers to a land de Benoist and, contrary to what is often reported about his ethno-pluralism, emphasizes that the affirmation of the existence of a people does not mean that collective identity can be ultimately defined and established in perpetuity and beyond time. Nevertheless, Volk is an ethno-cultural community with a cross-generational sense of unity, the preservation and development of which, as an expression of the ethno-cultural diversity of the world, must be fought for. He emphasizes that people do not represent a homogeneous mass, but also include evolved minorities. A realistic concept of the people would necessarily require overcoming the historical guilt cult block. Unsurprisingly, Sellner explicitly refers to Bjorn Höck's talk of a necessary change in the politics of remembrance, so that we no longer have to hear about Auschwitz. Sellner's realistic concept of the people is directed in particular against the ius soli principle, according to which anyone born on the territory of a state automatically becomes a citizen, regardless of the nationality of their parents. In this rejection of the territorial principle, he agrees not only with Maximilian Krah, but with all those who like to be called new rights. To justify the ethno-cultural existence of the people, they unanimously rely on the blood-based descent principle of ius sanguinis, which was characteristic of the Federal Republic until the Red-Green Citizenship Law reform in 1999. Since then, the ius soli principle has applied in a restricted form, which means that at least one parent must have been legally resident in Germany for 8 years and have an unlimited right of residence at the time of the child's birth. The child thus automatically has German citizenship at birth in Germany in addition to the citizenship of its parents. Sellner, Krah et al. Are calling for a return to the principle of descent in order to ensure that, in the words of Maximilian Krah, the national people should not be decoupled from the cultural people, i.e. that the link between demos and ethnos is restored, as it officially existed as constitutive for the definition of the national people until the reform of citizenship law. Before the reform, one was not suspected of being anti-constitutional if one defended the ius sanguinis, but since then this has gradually changed, correlating with the increase in the state anti-fascist struggle against the right. Matthias Brodkorb, who is not considered a sympathizer of the new right, has scandalized this fact with his extensive research into various cases of observation by the Office for the Protection of the Constitution, VS. According to internal VS documents, Gotskubacek-Schnellrode Institute for State Policy was targeted simply because it refers to ethnic cultural criteria when using the term people, which, in the eyes of the VS, is now per se contrary to human dignity, and retroactively makes even Helmut Kohl and his efforts to immigrate Russian Germans an enemy of the Constitution because of their ethnicity, because he too was based on a concept of Germans that was not identical to the mere sum of citizens. In any case, Brodkorb states, the term Volkszugehörigkeit simply makes no sense without an ethno-cultural dimension. You don't have to become a friend of the right of descent and certainly not of unattractive figures such as Sellner and Krah to realize that a longing for the citizenship rights of the Bonn Republic, which, as we all know, did not see itself as a country of immigration, is apparently enough to be considered right-wing extremist today. The AfD fills the conservative void left by the CDU/CSU since it too finally renounced the principle of ius sanguinis. If we know that the increasingly strong new right AfD wing relates to the party as a whole like the Stahlhelm faction did to the rest of the CDU in its day, then we could also know that the fascist Björn Höcke, who was only prevented from joining the party by objective circumstances, relates to party leader Alice Weidel in much the same way as the then chairman of the CDU/CSU parliamentary group and head of the Stahlhelm faction, Alfred Dreger, to his boss and advocate of the unity of Staatsvolk and Kulturvolk, Helmut Kohl, with the decisive difference, however, that the two AfD luminaries certainly lack the statesmanlike stature of the faded CDU grandees, and the AfD is certainly not a new old CDU because of its anti-Western, anti-transatlantic alliance orientation. Soon after the first tentative successes of the Alternative for Germany, AfD, the popular quiz question among political scientists as to whether a political party to the right of the CDU/CSU would be able to remain in parliament in the long term became a hot topic among party and democracy researchers. After the AfD entered 3 East German state parliaments in 2014, the following research question was posed in the Zeitschrift für Politikwissenschaft, Journal of Political Science, under the aptly titled Ein deutsche Angst, or Folgreich Partien rechts von der Union, a German fear successful parties to the right of the CDU/CSU. Will the AfD end up shaking the thesis that has become common sense in political science that Germany's political culture is opposed to the establishment of right-wing populist parties? End quote. A year and a half later, it looks as if it is not only the political science research scene that is having to throw old certainties overboard, but also the fact that German fear of right-wing nest fouling is growing. In the state elections on March 13, 2016, the AfD achieved double-digit results for the first time in the western German states of Baden-Württemberg and Rhineland-Palatinate, and even 24.3% of the vote in Saxony-Anhalt, leading its chairman André Poggenberg to say that this earth-shaking electoral success meant that a genuine German nationalist party had finally entered the political arena. With this success and the accompanying jubilation of the right-wing alternative clientele, the displeasure of those who not only do not vote for the AfD, but consider it to be evil par excellence, is growing. As a result, there is a major alarm among Democrats, with cries of warning about the new German problem party sounding, depending on the mood of the person making them, as an educational warning, impatient voter abuse, or a desperate comparison with Hitler. Despite all the differences in terms of didactics against the right, everyone agrees on the question of who is most threatened by the AfD, Germany of course. In the Süddeutsche Zeitung, readers were told how the AfD wants to abolish the current federal republic, without providing any evidence based on the AfD program, which supposedly speaks volumes. The TAS followed suit and clearly captioned a photo of the party's leadership with the anti-Germans. All this alarmist talk and writing ignores the fact that the AfD is in many respects a party that radicalizes views and slogans that are usually only formulated somewhat less clearly in the other parties, which explains the migration of voters away from the more highly regarded parties. Thus, the AfD's angry separation from the community of Democrats is not only a result of fear of party political competition, but also a rejection of the realization that the voter, who has been rightly lied to as a pro-democracy advocate for the common good, and who, incidentally, represents the strongest possible refutation of the complete works of Jürgen Habermas and Axel Honneth, does not want sensible solutions, but instead votes for whoever is best able to serve their resentments. It is doubtful that the AfD leadership consists entirely of subversives if you take a look at the magazine Die Bund. There, party leader Frau Petri and her new partner Markus Pretzel, who sits in the European Parliament for the AfD, not only demonstrated a great deal of courage to tell the truth, but also an unconditional willingness to be part of the party. Instead of promoting the Fourth Reich, the power couple of the AfD celebrated their second spring, He finds her sexy because she has something so demonically beautiful, she likes his masculine strength, and that she can lean on him. Even as an extremely vigilant constitutional protector, you might get the idea that people who are trolling for Die Bund have other plans, at least in the medium term, than to abolish the FRG and, in the face of such self-representations, come down a bit and gather a few factual arguments against the party. At the same time, the party's name already reflects the harmlessness of a movement that, while spouting new and radical slogans, is willing to play a constructive role. Referring to the green alternatives, which 30 years ago, like the right-wing alternative of today, wanted to return to the home turf, Wolfgang Port wrote at the time, the term alternative already implies that totalitarian pluralism through which every party in politics becomes a faction of the ideal unity party, a subsidiary of the Solidarity of Democrats group. However, even the harmless joking of two politicians from the East had to be turned into a Nazi story. Mealy Kiak, responsible for the anti-fascism section for authoritarian characters in Die Zeit, countered maliciously with the question of whether the prison homostory with Beats shape was coming soon, joked that even the Führer had let it crack more on location, and came to the conclusion that this was right-wing extremism with a humane face. Incidentally, Kiak had already demonstrated her expertise in the field of humanism a few years ago when she described Thilo Sarrazin, whose face was paralyzed on one side, as a lisping, stuttering, twitching human caricature. It did not always look as if the AfD was predestined to be accused of betraying the fatherland. Born out of protest against the Euro policy of the federal governments led by Angela Merkel and set out to push through a monetary reorganization of the Eurozone, the AfD initially made a name for itself as a collection of petulant economics professors and offended taxpayers who could hardly be accused of wanting to abolish the Federal Republic. In response to the lack of alternatives postulated by Chancellor Merkel with regard to financial aid for Greece, a plenum of economists was formed 3 years before the party was founded in 2013, initially under the leadership of Hamburg professor of economics Bernd Lucke, one of the later party chairmen, which merged into the Bündnis Bürgerwille. Even if the focus of the content has changed fundamentally in the meantime, it was already clear at the time what the driving motive of the nascent party was, namely to counter the policies of supposedly corrupt elites, which were denounced as incapable of reform, with the vitalism of the people. However, it was only when the party was founded and shifted from its Eurosceptic focus to a tradition and performance-oriented cultural struggle in family and education policy, as well as its open rejection of the federal government's immigration policy, that the AfD began to appeal to a growing number of Germans as an alternative to the established political establishment. In the East, where the tendency to see one's home threatened by foreign powers is even more pronounced and the need for those responsible for one's own misfortune is greater, more voters and sympathizers could be recruited with the issue of homeland security than in the West. Inspired by their success on their own turf, the East German state associations, led by Saxon state chairwoman Frau Petri, subsequently went on a confrontational course with the liberal-conservative West German professors. Irreconcilable differences emerged in the differing assessments of the Pegida movement, which is being courted by the East German AfD as a target group, while Lucke distanced himself early on. Lucke stated in April 2014, "As a matter of principle, we will not work with any party that is in any way xenophobic or agitates against immigration, is somehow inciting or similar things." However, the liberal-conservative position was no longer capable of winning a majority and was even described as a betrayal of the interests of our country in the Erfurt resolution initiated by the East German state leaders Björn Höcke, Thuringia, and André Poggenburg, Saxony-Anhalt. After losing the power struggle at the AfD's National Party Conference in Essen in July 2015, Lucke and his sympathizers left the AfD and founded a rival project, the Alliance for Progress and Awakening, ALFA. From a party political perspective, the decision to throw Lucke's warnings to the wind and instead act as a kind of booster was the right one. Because while Lucke's alliance is leading a politically shadowy existence, the AfD is still on course for success and recently presented the lead proposal for a comprehensive basic program, which signals that it expects to be allowed to get involved in the political business in the future. The preamble will include the motto Courage for Germany. Free citizens, not subjects. This glorification of the small but rebellious man, typical of the AfD, whose common sense is to be nurtured into a history-making force, characterizes the spirit of the entire program. The aim is to be a people's movement rather than a party in the traditional sense. The people should determine the will of the party, not the other way around, was the slogan in previous election campaigns. Consequently, referendums are called for without restriction on all issues. The rules and institutional forms of the constitutional state should be replaced by genuine needs and the everyday understanding of the perceptive citizen who, unlike the unworldly elites, has a sense of the obvious. In addition to the tendency to advocate the unbridled expression of narrow-mindedness, the draft program focuses on the domestic idol, the retreat into the provincial and familiar. The Germans should rediscover their sense of self and have more children for the purpose of preserving the species, preferably 3 per woman, according to Chairwoman Petrie's campaign recommendation. The glorification of the simple and idyllic life and the ennoblement of village idiocy is unappetizing because it conceals the crudeness of rural life, which can be observed at every village festival, in the constant squabbling between neighbors or on Sundays at the local football pitch. In the kitschy reference to the secretly hated homeland, it is suppressed that the limited life in a region from which one has never emerged represents a defeat in life that leads to gradual stultification. The glorification of the ever-same and the politicization of the living space are by no means aimed at the fresh and cheerful cultivation of rural customs. The fuss about home, which is particularly popular in places that lag far behind international developments, is often just a pretext for hating those who remind us that there could be something other than the village or family community. The flip side of the homeland reference is the lurking readiness to protect the homeland, which is urged by the bearers of common sense who see their little world threatened not only by foreign eaters but also by usurpers of power. These are defined in the draft program as follows. The secret sovereign is a small, powerful political leadership group within the parties. It is a political cartel that holds the levers of state power. Insofar as this has not been transferred to the EU, the entire political education and large parts of the supply of political information to the population in its hands. End quote. Looking beyond the horizon, i.e. the national borders of predominantly eastern zonal clod dwellers, fails so thoroughly that the AfD's foreign policy positions cast doubt on the party's claimed Occidental, i.e. Western, orientation. Instead, love for the former Big Brother and slogans that could just as easily be recited at left-wing Easter marches set the tone. The relationship with Moscow is of crucial importance, and security in and for Europe cannot succeed without Russia's involvement. The AfD is also calling for the renegotiation of the status of Allied troops in Germany. This must be adapted to the regained German sovereignty, which is likely to be directed primarily against the American armed forces and probably functions as election advertising for those who believe Germany is still an occupied country. However, refugee policy is at the forefront of both the AfD's public image and the criticism of its opponents. For several months, the party has been calling for closed borders and a general ban on immigration in direct confrontation with the German government. Meanwhile, the fact that the fears of the chronically worried people who are drawn to the AfD in the refugee debate are often just a pretext for acting out feed envy aggression against the refugees, who are feared as intruders with fundamentally evil intentions, does not mean that there is no cause for concern. The influx of hundreds of thousands of people who have been socialized in Islamic countries and who will not shed their ideological imprints when they cross the border is being met with a haphazard German refugee and integration policy that is characterized by unconditional cultural relativism. Instead of focusing on the question of how meaningful integration is possible, even for people who get into a fighting mood at the sight of obscenely dressed women or gays, immigration is presented as a great opportunity for all-round renewal. Because, in addition to the messed-up politics, a moral rigorism prevails that denounces the justified aversion to many an Islamic custom as xenophobia or racism and the decision about who you want to live with and under what conditions and with whom not, as nationalistic arrogance, it is not surprising that even people who are not ordinary xenophobes feel cheated. However, where no distinction is made between refugees and no reflection is even made on the conditions of their flight, and all those who come here are declared a potential threat as a collective of foreigners, the understandable resentment tips over into xenophobic propaganda. When the view of refugees, who have the misfortune of having to seek refuge in villages such as Klosnitz or Troglitz, is characterized by completely brutalized self-preservation reflexes, petty avarice and an inability to show solidarity hardened by frustration, criticism of Islam degenerates into its valorization. AfD supporters attest to all refugees from Islamic countries that they have long been as indistinguishable as Islam intends them to be, and at the same time admire this religion, with which they have no problem as long as it does not provoke in their own culture, because of its ideological rigorism and a practice of rule in which family ties and traditional authorities, which are considered sacrosanct, successfully manage the subjugation of the individual. The AfD has yet to commit itself to a clear program, instead relying on instinct and emotion, which is incidentally also the reason why it attracts a wide variety of political spinners who are driven by some kind of whim, from doubts about climate change to a heightened interest in where the Bundesbank's gold is stored to hysteria about early sexual education. The central basis of their success is their format, which Siegfried Krah described as a fighting style in his analysis of the German middle class, which is expressed in the movement's language and presentation. The AfD addresses its messages to the social character of the increasingly disinhibited subjectivist, i.e. the quarrelsome politicizing agitator who is increasingly incapable of rational understanding and experience. In doing so, It merely takes up and consequentially completes what the parties represented in the Bundestag have long practiced and encourages citizens to be integrated not by coercion but by permanent encouragement to individuality. While more individual initiative has long been the order of the day in companies, the shrunken state is mobilizing its citizens to become more civically engaged. At the same time, the culture industry motivates people to be themselves, i.e., not only to be ready for anything, but above all to reinvent themselves at any time. Adaptation is no longer enforced, but succeeds best precisely where individuals believe they are pursuing the purest self-realization and, in doing so, find themselves unnoticed in agreement with social imperatives. Having fun on the job, always being goody-goody in a relationship, independent when making purchases, stubborn when arguing, all self-actualization beasts who believe that they are the ones who matter most and who find it increasingly difficult to control themselves in their unabashed expansion, at least to the extent that they do not become a chronic nuisance to others. This subjectivism, which has nothing in common with individuation, is fueled by a social constellation in which there is no rational understanding of how conditions should be arranged for the good of all, in which political categories are psychologized, and in which the political is understood as a space in which it is a matter of expressing one's entire personality and asserting one's point of view, however limited it may be, without restraint. Behind the tendency towards megalomania in the pursuit of self-fulfillment lies social fear, which is acted out as the will to self-preservation. Declassification is also becoming apparent in the increasingly insecure middle classes, which are playing a key role in the AfD's success. Fears of decline are compounded by uncertainty about the right strategies for action, which are increasingly required in the flexibilized world of work. But the well-founded fear in a society in which the subjects are in fact set as potentially superfluous does not appear in the psychologizing whining. Swinging back and forth between delusions of grandeur and repressed real fear, the narcissistic occupation of one's own self provides an apparent way out. Where the self has no real chance to unfold, the ego regresses to ego libido, in which ruthless partial rationality and irrational destructiveness unite. The withdrawal of the ego thus corresponds with an infantilization of experience, the inability to experience and sublimate, as can be observed when political opponents meet in talk shows or commentary columns. The current beneficiary of the social character described above is the AfD, which serves a contemporary need through the consequent emotionalization of politics and its conformist offer of rebellion, which is expressed in its preferred slogans. The message, "Don't change your mind. Change politics," for example, is aimed right at the heart of the needs of the post-bourgeois subject, who is driven to opinionated politicization. For the ultras of freedom of opinion, their own absolute worldview becomes an integral part of their person and, due to the lack of other sources of pleasure in the midst of a joyless existence, becomes the driving economic pivot of narcissistic staging. The effective occupation of one's own views and their triumphant proclamation creates the feeling of belonging to those who know where things are going. Anything that invalidates them, mere facts or contradiction, is registered as a threat and experienced as a narcissistic insult. This dogmatism is vulnerable and malicious at the same time, precisely because it remains beyond the reach of thought and is sealed against experience, which is expressed in the snotty, redundant bragging language of the conformist asocial, which, according to Adorno, is to be understood as the ontology of half-education. This type was also spurred on by the new communication technologies, especially the possibility of being able to add one's 2 cents everywhere on the internet. The success of the AfD is linked to the political talk shows, the burgeoning civil protests of recent years, and the development of so-called social networks, all of which are media in which people can score points with snappy slogans and narrow-minded power-mongering. People who were sitting alone at the bar a few years ago because nobody could listen to their nagging suddenly not only realize that their verbal derailments at least provoke reactions, but also meet like-minded people when commenting manically. But the pub has been abolished, and with it the weak corrective in the form of the entertainment-seeking majority pub-goer against the completely antisocial grumbler. The regulars' table was better than its reputation, which was successfully imposed on it by unsociable characters with a strong need for distinction. By contrast, the solitary bully, whose sole purpose in the commentary column, the arena of the little man, is to take down his opponents in silly mock battles, no longer even has the fun that regulars can have. The post-bourgeois subject constitution benefits the AfD in both parts of Germany. Nevertheless, the zonal border has so far marked the difference in voter favorability. The greater success in the East is guaranteed by the nature of the East zonal consciousness that the East AfD specifically serves, and therefore the impression is not unfounded that in East and West Germany 2 different parties are de facto addressing corresponding target groups under the same label. The fact that the AfD recently made a very clear leap into the state parliaments in the Western German states of Baden-Württemberg and Rhineland-Palatinate can be attributed to the fact that conservative voters no longer feel addressed by the CDU since its modernization, and that resentment towards the government's refugee policy is also growing in the West. It is not only in the East that migrants are perceived as competitors for state transfers by those who have supposedly or actually lost out. The structural change in West Germany, which has been underway since the 1970s, also means deindustrialization and the desolation of entire regions in some areas, as well as the production of superfluous workers. However, while the full focus program is being pursued in the East, the economic liberal positions are more powerful in the old federal states, especially in the regions with almost full employment, which can be seen both in the election programs and in the personnel. In the election manifesto for Baden-Württemberg, where traditions such as inventiveness and industriousness are part of regional folklore, Baden-Württemberg is presented as one of the most prosperous regions in Germany, characterized by economic strength and a high quality of life. If a misguided policy is attacked here, including in relation to refugees, then it is out of the rather prosperous chauvinistic conviction that one really has something to lose. Consequently, liberal ideas can also be found in the AfD's program, for example when it is written that the AfD pursues a consequent liberal image of man and society. The composition of the State Association also reflects the AfD's former profile as a party of professors and academics. The top candidate in Baden-Württemberg, economics professor Jörg Mühlen, stands somewhere between German liberalism and neoliberalism, combining snappy demands for deregulation with a native sense of what is worth preserving, without integrating immediate folkish capitalist tendencies. The situation is similar in Rhineland-Palatinate, where unemployment is also low in many areas and per capita income is high. The election manifestos of both federal associations strive for objectivity and do not project any striking horror scenarios. Instead, they are aimed primarily at voters to the right of the CDU/CSU and middle-class population groups who are calling for a return to tradition, which is explicitly done with reference to humanism and enlightenment. It is therefore no coincidence that the political career of Achille de Magbo, who was born in Benin, was only possible in a West German state association of the AfD. De Magbo is a founding member of the AfD in Kiel and was confirmed in his position as an assessor on the Schleswig-Holstein State Executive Committee in August 2015, where he is responsible for immigration and integration policy. According to his own statement, one of the reasons for his engagement in the AfD is the fact that, as a value conservative, he has noticed that traditional virtues such as respect for the family, diligence, and order are unfortunately increasingly being lost. As this does not really fit in with the left-wing image of the a priori post-national subversive migrant, he was disinvited from a panel discussion on the future of refugee policy, which was to take place at a grammar school, following threats of student protests. It was a completely different story in the East. André Poggenberg was at the forefront of the Saxony-Anhalt election campaign as a craftsman and unsuccessful small businessman who exemplifies East German post-reunification biographies and is considered one of us in the zone. Unlike the majority of his West German counterparts, who have mastered the reserved style of the professional politician, Poggenberg always has the means of incitement and provocation based on escalation in his repertoire. It is therefore not surprising that the election program in Saxony-Anhalt differs significantly from those in the West. In view of the pronounced culture of indignation in the East, the party does not even refer to a humanist tradition for tactical reasons, which could be used to appeal to a well-off conservative middle class that hardly exists in the East. The AfD Landsmannschaft Ost is aggressively playing the folkish anti-liberal, i.e. National Socialist, card, and this is another special feature of the East, is appearing as a movement party that relies on street protests such as participation in actions against planned refugee homes, where the mob gathers, ready to pogrom. The election manifesto for Saxony-Anhalt, for example, which is completely tailored to chronically offended Aussies, states that the land of early risers is rich in vast unspoiled landscapes and inexhaustibly rich in history, and is considered the cradle of Prussia. But our outstanding history is sadly at odds with today's social situation. Saxony-Anhalt suffers from high unemployment. Former centers of industrialization are now regarded as structurally weak problem regions. Rural areas are becoming increasingly deserted. Our beautiful landscapes are being disfigured by wind turbines. Unbridled mass immigration is threatening our modest prosperity and our inner peace. The AfD in Saxony-Anhalt, equally plagued by refugees and wind turbines, immediately presented the traitors to the country. The problem is not the socialist economy of scarcity and the redundancy of the former GDR economy for the world market, but today's politics, which fulfills foreign requirements with a bent back instead of sincerely standing up for the interests of our country. Whereby it remains open whether the Westerners, the American East Coast, or both are to be held responsible for the damage to the attitude. It is fitting that the Cultural Policy Department calls for museums, orchestras, and theaters to be made responsible for promoting a positive relationship to our homeland in future, for example by performing classical German plays and staging them in such a way that they encourage identification with our country. End quote. Apparently, people have at least realized that even in the East, identification with a country has failed and that the euphemistically advertised togetherness of the Germans is far more accurately described as the fight of all against all, which has long since ceased to stop at the people's comrades. With such a program, the East Zone AfD is competing for votes with the Left Party, which operates there as a de facto People's Party. What had already been foreshadowed in the 2014 state elections manifested itself on March 13, 2016 in Saxony-Anhalt. There, the AfD clearly outperformed the Left Party. The voter migration figures in particular speak for themselves. Although all parties, with the exception of the Greens, lost considerable shares of the vote to the AfD, which is hardly surprising given the lack of traditional party loyalty and the tendency to protest vote in the East, the Left Party in particular suffered a huge drain of voters. The AfD also scored primarily among the under 60 age group and achieved above-average results there. In contrast, senior citizens aged 60 and over are a voter group that is firmly tied to the Left Party and will shrink in the future for demographic reasons, which is why the AfD could challenge the Left Party's status as the dominant force in the new federal states in the long term. The voter migration of the Left Party to the AfD in comparison with the CDU in Brandenburg, CDU, minus 18,000, Left Party, minus 20,000, Saxony, CDU, minus 33,000, Left Party, minus 15,000, and Thuringia, CDU, minus 18,000, Left Party, minus 16,000, is documented for the respective federal states here. http://wall-tagesschau.de/Landtag/html. In 2016, this trend was also confirmed in Saxony-Anhalt, where Die Linke, minus 28,000, in particular lost the most votes to the AfD alongside the CDU, minus 38,000. Based on the undeniable figures, the recent statement by party leader Katja Kipping in an interview on MDR Info, when she was asked about the voter migration to the AfD and replied, "That's not true. What we have learned is that a large proportion of AfD voters are made up of former CDU/CSU voters and, of course, non-voters. In this respect, I am always a little annoyed by the portrayal as if these were the voters of the left who are now going to the AfD in droves." End of quote. It is therefore only understandable that resentment is spreading in the Left Party's committees and that ostentatious demarcation is on the cards, when the similarities can no longer be denied. For example, it is firmly claimed that the left is the countermodel to the AfD Bernd Rieksinger, and that none of the AfD's demands have any relation to the left, Katja Kipping. Apart from the fact that the AfD's anti-Zionist adventures are rather unlikely in view of its vehement rejection of Islam, unlike in the Link, there are a number of common demands such as the rejection of sanctions against Russia, the popular emphasis on the priority of security and order or childcare and medical centers based on the GDR model. Unconcerned by the obvious ideological affinity and common clientele, the resolution passed by the party executive of the Link on January 24, 2015, comes across as a call for anti-fascism. It states that the AfD is a political opponent for Die Linke because it is part of the extreme right, which is justified by the proximity of large parts of the party to the racist Pegida movement. What must of course be ignored in the heroic fight against the right is the fact that quite a few Pegida demonstrators are Left Party voters. How this leads to the grotesque assessment that the AfD is driving forward the depoliticization of the population, when the problem is precisely that the AfD stimulates political reflexes, especially in notoriously frustrated people, in which case it would be more pleasant for everyone involved if they remain politically inactive, remains a mystery to the strategists from the Karl Liebknecht house. When the aforementioned resolution of the Left Party Executive Board states that the AfD is particularly successful in areas where the NPD is also strong, and that these are the areas where right-wing ideology and right-wing resentment are already socially acceptable and where an open, modern, multicultural and pluralistic society is not strong, this is only half the truth. It is also the areas in the East, where Die Linke is a popular party, where the AfD is particularly successful. This is because the Left Party is not just the result of East German gloom that has become a party, in which aggressive weepiness, a dull cult of community and bad taste are concentrated. The Left Party is also the central catalyst of these conditions, as it continues to reinforce the delusion that East Germans are an oppressed people. The AfD and Pegida functionaries can build on this. If the Left Party also excludes them from the East German community, as part of the extreme right, in a usual cultivation of enemy stereotypes, this does not mean for the party strategists that all members or supporters can also be described in this way. They share the view that they had to struggle with situations of excessive demands and had to experience, according to Gregor Gysi, how everything in their environment became alienated because other cultures and other people gained influence. This probably refers to the humiliations, in the post-reunification period that Claudia Kipping recently spoke of, while at the same time pointing out the justification for the fears that are also articulated at the Pegida demonstrations. There is, for example, the fear of poverty in old age, or the deep conviction that there needs to be more direct democracy and referendums, or that no war should be started with Russia. Two hostile parties, one program. Reinhard Bingener is therefore wrong when he claims in the FAZ that the elections in Saxony-Anhalt have shifted protest from the left to the right, and that the supposedly harmless nostalgia is being replaced by national resistance. The exact opposite is the case. The defiant nostalgia, which is so stubbornly kept alive by the former PDS, is only fueling the folkish hustle and bustle in parts of the Eastern Zone. The fact that parts of the East German AfD are in cahoots with xenophobes and sometimes provide the mob with cues is proven, and is one of the real dangers posed by the party and its supporters, especially for refugees who are still being housed in East German villages. A patriotic scene is also gathering in the AfD, which is trying to revitalize the folkish consciousness in the country with authoritarian doom-mongering, patho-streaming Heidegger jargon, and anti-capitalist Germanic esotericism. There are lively contacts between the right wing of the AfD and the right-wing intellectual scene, from the weekly magazine Junge Freiheit to the folkish identitarian educational network Institut für Staatspolitik. However, it is doubtful whether these networks are of any relevance whatsoever. The influence of contemporaries who have sentences like the following from a Heidegger book published by representatives of the identitarian movement in the New Right and Teos publishing house is extremely modest, because even the most narrow-minded average German has other concerns than primeval German fever. We plead for the spiritual restlessness, the dormant Führer Teutonicus, the eternally uncivilized, the primeval German fever that radiates towards us from Germanic primeval forests, as from Gothic cathedrals and gathers within us. End quote. The passionate interest in such outpourings is probably less widespread among West German AfD voters than among political scientists specializing in fascism theory, for whom the time has rarely been so favorable to bring the Carl Schmitt basic package with the addition New Right to the people or the next best educational network against the right. Figures like Björn Höcke are therefore also subject to strong criticism within the party. To claim that the AfD is threatening a new fascism is therefore nonsense that is as oblivious to history as it is in denial of reality. In fact, the AfD will only be successful in the long term if it keeps the most confused popular esoterics down or kicks them out. The idea underlying the Nazi pomposity that Germans are secretly just waiting to form a fascist battle group to first kick out foreigners and then invade other countries is nothing more than a fear-mongering legend for people who have been given the idea by left-wing social studies teachers that fascism only threatens where Heil Hitler is shouted. The majority of Germans, and this is the target group of a party that is expected to win 12% or more of the vote nationwide, are neither fundamentally xenophobic, even if they do not want unlimited immigration, and some are even in favor of a complete stop to the influx of refugees, nor do they desire cultural homogeneity and German national aggressiveness. On the contrary, the contemporary German is a dialogue and peace-oriented reappraisal champion, still enjoys other cultures even if they almost invariably offer fear and terror, and prefers local or regional communities to ideological armament against the nation, which is far too abstract for him. Meanwhile, the fascist potential flashes up in the spontaneous mobilization of people who do not have to be so firmly bound ideologically, but who are temporarily fueled by certain keywords, campaigns and crises, whereupon they go on a hunt for enemies for a while, shed all inhibitions and fall back into a depressive normal state after aimlessly draining their drives. This is also the case in the current confrontation between state anti-fascists on the one hand and anti-refugee activists on the other, both of whom are going at each other in a frenzied manner with the help of their preferred weapons of scandalization, denunciation, and political stalking. Undeterred by this, they continue to claim that the AfD poses a tangible fascist threat not only to the reputation but also to the existence of the FRG. A gloomy Gregor Gysi murmurs, "The worst chapter of our history must not be repeated on behalf of a bright Germany," even though he has been sharing the parliamentary bench for years with female comrades who, at the height of their political lives, boarded the women's deck of the Mavi Marmara to declare war on Israel right on its borders. Because the AfD's opponents hallucinate the return of the Nazis in every move the new party makes, no matter how silly, they miss the point. But they are much less interested in the real AfD than in having a welcome Nazi specter in the AfD, onto which they can project everything they need to repress in order to remain at peace with themselves and post-Nazi democracy as better Germans. As if deportations, border security, and morally brutalized thinking were inventions of the AfD. When the other Germany plays the moral card against the right, this in no way means that its protagonists remain as clean in their choice of means as they demand of their opponents. Rather, the same potentially fascist thought patterns and disinhibitions are revealed that are objected to by the right-wing enemy of the people. In any case, the openly misogynistic attacks against the two AfD politicians Beatrix von Storch and Frederik Petry are in no way inferior to the poisonous ranting against Mutti Merkel on blog sites such as PI. While Merkel is accused of being too emotional, it is the AfD women's diagnosed emotional coldness and calculating nature that make them intimate enemies and the subject of sexualized defamation. CDU man Gunther Oettinger, who announced that he would shoot himself tonight if the funny Petry were his wife, is a perfect example of the tendency to be shamelessly antisocial in the current debate with the AfD. When it comes to the enemies of democracy, the ranks are tightly closed and there is only one humor. Concrete magazine doesn't get a chuckle out of thigh-slappers around the marriage bed, but all the more with Hitler, which is why Mrs. Petry logically had to become a he on the cover of the April issue, not just any he of course, but the Führer. The headline reads, "He's back." Next to it is a close-up of Petry with a black microphone under her nose, reminiscent of Hitler's schnurrs. The lousy jokes were not only aimed at the pussy of the month, Carolyn Kebakis on Petry, but also at Beatrix von Storch, whose unfortunate appearance was met with a kind of malice that has nothing to do with skillful exposure, but a lot to do with base instincts. One Welt author, for example, tried his hand at satire, but the result was the following: Laird's jacket, high forehead and shotgun. To protect themselves from sexual assault during Carnival, many Cologne women have resorted to the same costume. The suggestion here is not just that von Storch's physiognomy makes her unattractive to potential perpetrators. In the zeal of the denunciatory clamor, the women who were victims of perpetrators of violence in Cologne are turned into a laughingstock. Another attack took the form of a pie thrown by an activist, who of course went into action in a clown costume. The attack, which was celebrated as the Tortau War and a successful anti-fascist action, resulted in a photo showing von Storch covered in cake cream. This again fired the post-pubescent imagination of the left-wing resistance. The image was tagged with the logo of a porn site to expose von Storch as a dirty cumshot girl. As a result, two right-wing front-wingers are no longer the subject of criticism, but are instead insulted as outsiders who do not meet the demands placed on wank templates. This need for drive dissipation disguised as anti-fascism appears here in a classic projection onto those who step out of line, in this case onto the gymnasts of a party whose family political conservatism is in open contradiction with the hedonism of this society. Right-wing and conservative is already unseemly enough in the Berlin Republic. However, the AfD has only become the cultivated bogeyman of the Germans who have been made good because it does not see Islam as an enriching enrichment, but first and foremost names the abominations that its followers bring into the world. The already tense atmosphere almost boiled over when some AfD politicians refused to join in the collective morning karaoke after the massacre in Brussels. "When will you finally show solidarity with the living?" asked Marcus Pretzel, quite rightly. Beatrix von Storch also spoke out on Facebook and, with a succinct but it's got nothing to do with nothing, took the mickey out of those who actually announce after every new massacre that the whole thing has nothing to do with Islam, for which she was promptly accused of unsurpassable cynicism and tastelessness. In truth, the cynicism lies in the sophisticated mourning celebrated by people who virtually flirt with their horror, in a mixture of compassion and pomposity that only means being intoxicated by their own emotion. The reactions after the latest massacres are nothing more than dutifully performed kitschy consternation that only serves the purpose of conveying a feeling of authentic participation to those involved in the ritual. Those who are well known put on a gloomy face for the camera and condole in a preachy tone. Those who only have Facebook are suddenly je suis XY. The problem here is not grief or anger, but the instrumentalization of the respective emotion for the carefree keep it up, which regularly goes hand in hand with a cynical whitewashing of religion, which provides the perpetrators with ideas and inspires them to wage war. The dead have not yet been recovered, and already the first Islamic expert declares the perpetrators to be déclassés youths. The second warns against general suspicion of Muslims, and the third recommends integrating Muslims with even more Islam to prevent Islamic bombs. One of the new German virtues is that you can complain against the locals for a long time with an affected expression, but parry with complete understanding when members of foreign cultures let off steam. This self-accusatory tendency to make oneself feel good by demonstratively opposing the badness of one's own culture is no longer a unique feature of small anti-German groups. Sheer self-hatred coupled with pride in sin determine the emotional and experiential world of those Germans who set the tone in politics and the media. However, the more timid post-national Democrats can still learn from the radical anti-Germans, who have given the impression in recent months that they are not too unhappy about the temporary rise in right-wing violence because it was associated with the resumption of anti-fascist occupational therapy and the regression to youth anti-fascist sentiment, how to really show their own community, which they are fixated on despite all the demarcation. The future of the AfD is open. Internal bickering within the party and fluctuating poll ratings indicate that it is still a long way from establishing itself in German party politics. What is already clear, however, is that the concerned Democrats of all factions can live much better with Islam than with an AfD in parliament, which is why, driven by the fanaticism of state anti-fascism, they are working on making every criticism of Islam, without exception, subject to the suspicion of racism and fighting it as an attack on the German dominant culture. Heribert Prantl. Such exemplary commitment to Islam and the anti-racist dominant culture is a particular benefit to those professional Muslims who, like the notoriously peaked Ayman Maziek, who embodies Islam as a mixture of highly slimed DGB functionary and Oriental mafiosi, are of the opinion that with the AfD, for the first time since Hitler's Germany, there is a party that is once again discrediting an entire religious community. The purpose of portraying oneself as a Nazi victim in a mixture of obtuseness and audacity, i.e. suggesting that the AfD has set out to prepare a Holocaust of Muslims in the country, is not only to trivialize the extermination of European Jews. The Pity Act also gives them a competitive advantage in the political business, which the Mazieks always have their eyes on when moaning. Anyone branded anti-Muslim is a welcome opportunity to puff themselves up in offense and demand even more respectful special treatment. The European response to this transparent tactic of mendacious professional Muslims is to join in and court Islam wherever it is encountered. This is done not only because this unenlightened religion is appreciated as a fascinating blessing for humanity and an integration measure for déclassés migrants, but also with the intention of appeasing the militant co-religionists, even though they do not accept the tender gestures as an aid to peaceful coexistence simply because they do not want peace. On the contrary, the jihadist murderers and their accomplices interpret the recognition they receive as weakness, which encourages them to continue the war against the infidels, the West and the Jews even more resolutely. The current contribution of the anti-racist German light culture representatives is not to oppose this disaster, but rather to fuel it blindly with pride of sin and cultural sensitivity, thereby doing more for the continuity of German terror than the AfD, which has been declared an enemy of the people. It is rare for Chancellor Angela Merkel to declare the situation in individual federal states a top priority. However, the election of FDP politician Thomas Kemmerich as Minister-President of Thuringia was apparently such an unprecedented event that she intervened directly from Pretoria in the events in eastern Germany, even though she was on a state visit to South Africa. Contrary to all parliamentary conventions and disregarding the sovereignty of the state parliament, Merkel described Kemmerich's election as unforgivable and demanded that the result be reversed immediately. The guardians of the liberal democratic basic order like to refer to Ernst Wolfgang Buchenford's correct dictum: the liberal, secularized state lives on preconditions that it cannot guarantee itself. In the case of the Thuringia election, these preconditions were not even remotely up for discussion, yet almost everyone behaved as if this were precisely the case. Because the result of the previous state election meant that no established governing coalition was possible in Germany, as the AfD and the Left Party together won the majority of seats and the CDU federal executive rejected a coalition with both the Left Party and the AfD, neither the previous red-red-green nor a center-right government could be formed. On February 5, more than 3 months after the state elections, 2 rounds of voting predictably failed to produce a majority for the previous Minister-President Bodo Ramelow, and Kemmerich was finally elected Minister-President by the votes of the FDP, CDU and AfD. The latter had put forward its own candidate, but did not vote for him in the third round of voting, instead voting for the FDP politician for tactical reasons. Finally, the Thuringian AfD parliamentary group leader Bjorn Höcke had already written to the parliamentary group leaders of the FDP and CDU in November to end the political blockade in Thuringia. Despite the actual overlaps, Höcke mentioned the areas of education policy, asylum and immigration policy, internal security and the expansion of wind power. The basic conditions for a coalition are not yet in place at this time. Nevertheless, prudence and the willingness to approach each other for the good of the Free State of Thuringia must be given priority. Despite this offer, nobody spoke to Höcke. In Germany, we know from history that the right-wingers are always keen to outwit the Democrats in the style of the National Socialists. In this case, this means that any offer of cooperation or even just talks from the AfD means the opposite, namely a complete parliamentary refusal. The fact that the left-liberal political public felt immediately reminded of Weimar conditions in view of the election of an FDP politician was shown, among other things, by Ramelow's reaction. He tweeted nothing less than a Hitler quote that read, "We achieved our greatest success in Thuringia. We really are the decisive party there today. The parties in Thuringia that previously formed the government are unable to muster a majority without our participation." Quote, end. There were 2 photos underneath. One shows the then Reich President Paul Hindenburg shaking hands with Adolf Hitler after he had appointed him Reich Chancellor. The other shows the Thuringian leader Björn Höcke congratulating Kemmerich on his election. It was up to the Thuringian anti-Semitism commissioner of the Left Party, Benjamin Emanuel Hoff, to sound even more shrill in the party-politically interested relativization of history. Hoff described Kemmerich as the prime minister by the grace of those who murdered liberals, commoners, leftists and millions more in Buchenwald and elsewhere. Tagesspiegel Online, February 6, 2020. As the Left Party had clearly won the previous state elections, it would have been easy to put forward cogent power political reasons against its exclusion from the government. Instead, the historical moral guns were brought out, as if the election of a liberal MP by right-wing populists resulting in a black-yellow coalition meant a Führer state and concentration camps. However, it was not only the Left Party that spoke in this way, but with the exception of the AfD, almost all German politicians, media representatives and summoned experts. The anti-fascist outbidding contest initiated in the wake of the Thuringian breach of civilization Jan Bomerman showed once again that Germany no longer knows any parties when it comes to fighting the right. All Democrats must stand united against the AfD. Anyone who does not understand this has learned nothing from our history, said Heiko Maas, summarizing the motto that is binding for every German, Frankfurter Rundschau Online, May 2, 2020. In other words, anyone who did not recognize the Nazi seizure of power or its preparation in the democratically achieved Erfurt parliamentary vote has no place among Democrats. The CDU leadership in particular made it clear in the days following the events in Thuringia that this was not just rhetoric. Merkel and Kramp-Karrenbauer immediately removed Christian Hurt, a CDU member of parliament and the federal government's commissioner for Eastern Europe, who had apparently not been able to anticipate such a concentrated reaction. After all, Ursula von der Leyen would not have been elected head of the EU Commission without the votes of right-wing populist MEPs, and had therefore dared to congratulate the FDP politician on his election. This, as well as the demand to reverse Kemmerich's legally flawless election, showed that institutional procedures and democratic processes in Germany are only respected as long as the result is correct, which is why it was not the election of an FDP politician by the votes of right-wing populists, but the pan-German reaction to it that represented the anti-democratic breach of taboo. Despite Kemmerich's assertion immediately after the election that he was anti-Höcke, and despite the fact that no one had even considered a collaboration or even a coalition with the AfD, an anti-fascist alliance of radical left-wing mobs and left-liberal elites mobilized against the FDP, which was dubbed Fascist Friends and AfDP. The fact that Kemmerich announced his resignation just one day later and party leader Christian Lindner apologized several times did not help. After the political media establishment had set the course, their youth associations, i.e. Antifa, Jusos, Left and Green Youth, drummed up their respective followers and called for demonstrations in front of party offices and FDP offices, which were subsequently damaged and smeared with slogans such as Antifa is watching you and traitor. FDP election posters were torn down and party representatives threatened, with their homes sometimes under siege. While Kemmerich's children were no longer able to go to school without police protection due to death threats, his wife was spat on in the street. His house was also besieged several times. The unprecedented wave of hostility towards politicians, Bild E. October 2, 2020, did not cause a major scandal or pressure to distance oneself. When German discourse deals with aggression against public figures or local politicians, the roles are assigned from the outset. Right-wingers can a priori only fill the role of the perpetrator here. The hysterical attempts at self-empowerment by politicized rioters, on the other hand, are predominantly seen as a creative and constructive contribution to the protection of democracy. What's more, patterns of interpretation and strategies that used to circulate without exception in anti-fascist groups have long since made it into the much-invoked colorful and peaceful center of society, whose angry representatives now suddenly concede that Antifa has always been right in its judgment that the center-right parties CDU/CSU and FDP are nothing more than stooges of fascism. It is fitting that one of the main protagonists in the attacks on FDP institutions was the interventionist left, IL, with whom the entire left-wing party youth, including Fridays for Future, demonstrated in unison, not a footstep, together against fascism.
Grüne Jugend, Jusos, Die Linke, HBGR, FFF, DGB Jugend, IL, Seebrücke, Asta Uni, die vielen and many more.
End of quote. In a guest article for the Berliner Zeitung, Raed Sala, leader of the Berlin SPD parliamentary group, clarified who belongs to the new indivisible community of the many and who does not. Referring to the National Socialist Enabling Act of March 1933, Sala not only spoke contrary to the facts of the events in the Thuringian parliament as being against the constitution, but also subsumed the FDP and the CDU under this judgment. It was the SPD politician Otto Wels who courageously confronted Hitler and his henchmen in the Reichstag. Freedom and life can be taken from us, But honor cannot. Only the parties of the center-left, namely the SPD, the Greens and the Left, are unreservedly committed to democracy and the Basic Law. End of quote. The imagined Thuringian seizure of power thus functioned as a projective aptitude test to test the political subjects for their ideological suitability for the Berlin Republic. The general rule was, anyone who did not recite the desired confessions in the fight against the renewed triumph of the Nazis in an affected and well-behaved manner made themselves suspect. For this reason, the FDP and especially the CDU/CSU did everything they could to be part of what Sala called the center-left in the wake of their allegedly pro-fascist fall from grace, Tagesspiegel. Depending on the constellation, cooperation with right-wing populists can also be pursued for the purpose of political demarcation. Accordingly, the CDU/CSU could have tried to signal to conservative and right-wing voters that they were being courted. Lars-Georg Zimmer, deputy leader of the CDU parliamentary group in Thuringia, expressed this in an interview: "Come out of your ivory tower in Berlin or Munich, come to the grassroots and see what it really looks like. I can't just shove 25% of voters in the face and say I won't talk to your representatives. I don't care what you want or what you say. What I achieve with this is one thing: I drive even more people in exactly this direction." End quote. Zimmer was eventually forced to resign for the offense of justifying the actions of the Thuringian state associations of the FDP and CDU with a view to the electorate. His party colleague Kees de Vries had already terminated his office partnership with him. His refusal to sit in the same room with his branded party colleague any longer, reminiscent of the behavior of offended toddlers, corresponds exactly to the way in which those who are too clearly to the right of the mainstream are dealt with in Germany. One should not want to have anything to do with right-wing populists, not even by chance, not even by mistake, said Deputy CDU Chairman Armin Laschet, describing the specifically German strategy of the contact guilt principle. The fact that real and daily political dealings with a right-wing populist enemy, Markus Söder, have not only taken on grotesque forms since Kemmerich election is demonstrated on a daily basis by the conditions in German parliaments, in which the established parties do not agree to AfD motions on principle, even if they have nothing to criticize about their content. The long-standing strategy of Merkel and her fellow campaigners of countering internal party opponents, not with arguments but with imperative references to the zeitgeist, has not only led to the founding and rise of the AfD and the subsequent departure of millions of CDU voters, but also to conservative alliances within the CDU/CSU. The Wertunian Union of Values, founded in 2017, is probably the best-known organization that has emerged in this context. This splinter group has also come into the crosshairs of Christian democratic anti-fascists, particularly after Kramp-Karrenbauer's resignation, who are keen to rid their own party of the unwelcome conservative group. CDU politician Elmar Brok called for the Wertunion to be fought with all ruthlessness so that such a cancer cannot creep into the party. It is clear that in Germany it is not enough to simply distance oneself from right-wing populism, however clearly, which the members of the group have long since done. However, as its most prominent member, former head of the Office for the Protection of the Constitution Hans-Georg Maassen, declared that it cannot be decisive for a candidate who votes for me and whether the voter is a man of honor or only votes for me for tactical reasons. Distancing oneself is not enough for those who identify the Wertunion as an AfD auxiliary force, Christian Baumler, CDU, anyway, and consider the refusal to rule out talks with AfD MPs in principle as aiding the enemy. This shows how the new German left-wing establishment is practicing conscience management, Eichgeisel, in keeping with the times. Political action is not evaluated in terms of its real consequences, but in terms of the convictions guiding the action. In contemporary political campaigns, this fixation on convictions takes on delusional traits, with the fear of poisoning the community pointing to the continued existence of National Socialist tendencies within democracy. Realpolitik in the German consciousness is thus increasingly regressing to the categorical doctrine of principles. Open-ended discussions, political compromises, and partial cooperation, in short, the foundations of day-to-day political business in a democracy, are successively made impossible under the compulsion for moral purity. While almost all other Western countries rely on a calm and sovereign approach to right-wing populism, which allows for clear demarcation lines as well as pragmatic cooperation on factual issues, Germans, who have been deprived of political pettiness, declare the heterogeneous interests of the population articulated in elections to be moral and therefore necessary all-round decisions in the battle of good versus evil, with the corresponding consequences, in the event that the people should vote differently than she imagines. Annegret Kramp-Karrenbauer hinted in her role as defense minister on the occasion of the anniversary of the assassination attempt of July 20, 1944, that a military coup is also an option. We are also experiencing incitement from populists and political arsonists today. As citizens, we are all called upon to stand up to them. Citizens in uniform serve this mission in a special way. The tradition of July 20th obliges us. End of quote. The alleged necessity of anti-fascist resistance makes it possible to appear superior to democratic elections in order not to feel bound by their results in the event of an undesirable outcome. In his remarks on political morality, which involuntarily bring to mind debates from the early Bolshevik period, Marcus Soter spoke in this sense of the misjudgment that a mathematical majority could ultimately also lead to moral legitimacy. A government by the grace of the AfD can never be morally accepted by Democrats. The AfD forces us not only to think mathematically about elections, but also to evaluate them politically and morally. FAZ, December 2, 2020. The anti-fascist condemnation of the Erfurt events was countered by the fact that the AfD Thuringia is a state association that is not only dominated by the Völkisch wing, but also has its most prominent representative, Björn Höcke, as its chairman. With his demonstrative indiscipline and verbal ruthlessness as well as egomaniacal rhetoric that is embarrassingly reminiscent of popular orators of the 1930s, Höcke has repeatedly succeeded in bringing himself into the media spotlight. In fact, the ideas of the loquacious, rambling metapolitical would-be mastermind of the new right can be described as fascist without much ado. What this means for his political program, however, remains largely unclear. When Höcke is supposed to conclude by saying what he specifically wants to change as part of his comprehensive social reconstruction, he produces nothing but hot air. The details of a new construction should not and cannot be decreed from above, but rather determined in a large joint debate. Höcke says, there are many ideas and approaches to be discussed, evaluated and weighed up before a decision crystallizes. Implementation will be based on the trial and error principle. Some things will work, others won't. So it is no wonder that Höcke rejects being called conservative. Because his talk of the need to remain a movement party and to stop the degeneration and ossification of oligarchization reveals that he has not understood the importance of institutions and that his invocation of order is not to be taken seriously. He is an ideological aberration. He explicitly polemicizes against those conservatives who are still defending order, even though it has long been clear that everything must fall before reconstruction can begin. The quotes from the editor of the right-wing conservative magazine Junge Freiheit, Dieter Stein, who, in contrast to the mainstream media, at least made an attempt to take Höcke at his word, show that you don't have to be left-wing to criticize Höcke. In fact, it can be assumed that this is actually an obstacle. Höcke shares with the left not only the rejection of Western civilization, Islam is not my enemy, our greatest enemy is decadence, hostility towards the institutional bourgeois order and the eschatologically based longing for the great upheaval that will overcome the system. In terms of realpolitik, it is above all the interest in the radicalization of the AfD that connects Höcke with his left-wing antipodes. Just like them, Wick does not care that quite a few of the people he himself mentions with expertise, with professional experience in normal middle-class life away from the political scene, have long since left the AfD or, if they are still there, are continuing not because of Höcke, but despite him, and in any case have no desire to take part in an overthrow of the system, even if it comes in the form of a circle of chairs. End of quote. The AfD as a whole is not an extreme right-wing party, despite all the radicalization tendencies of recent years and the fact that some of its representatives maintain contacts with right-wing extremists. Nevertheless, the rest of the party spectrum is doing everything it can to suggest to the population that the AfD is a radical right-wing subversive movement. This ideologically driven and power-politically motivated discursive campaign against the only relevant opposition party, in terms of content, in the political system of the Federal Republic of Germany has been successful for years in that right-wing bourgeois and conservative AfD MPs have long been forced to choose between subordinating themselves to the wing and leaving the party. No other parliamentary group in the Bundestag has recorded as many resignations as the AfD, despite the fact that leaving the party means joining a political void, as there is no other party for right-wingers in Germany to join. It goes without saying that German anti-fascists do not support the call by the Conservative Association within the AfD, the Alternative Mit, AM, to finally throw Björn Höcke out of the party in a wide arc and hope that the majority of Völkisch nationalists will voluntarily accompany him. Press release, Alternative Mit, October 14, 2018. They are in agreement with Höcke and company in their view that Völkisch nationalism expresses nothing other than the essence and consequences of conservatism. In this sense, Alan Posener, for example, backstabbing the bourgeois right-wingers who stand up to fascists, criticized Beatrix von Storch's speech at the AfD's Germany conference. The differences to the nationalists are not that great. When von Storch says that the AfD stands by Germany's responsibility for National Socialism and is therefore in favor of an alliance with Israel, this would appear more credible if she did not link it to the fight against Islamization. This again insinuates that a population group is part of a world conspiracy directed against the Germans. End of quote. Von Storch's sentence, which she used in her speech at the aforementioned conference and to which Posner refers, among other things, right-wingers are as different from right-wing extremists as soccer fans are from hooligans, is largely to be agreed with, however, because there are natural overlaps between soccer fans and hooligans, just as they are different groups and people who should therefore be judged and treated differently. Posner's equation of criticism of Islam with annihilationist anti-Semitism clearly shows the poor level at which the German anti-fascist discourse operates. In contrast to the criticism of Hawk by right-wing conservative Dieter Stein, which is at least worth reading, the criticism of right-wing radicalism by the German left-wing cartel consists of nothing but insubstantial, reflexive formulas of demarcation and condemnation, as well as authoritarian equations with National Socialism. The ban on contact goes so far that even dealing with the ideology of the opponent becomes a social taboo. As Hawk's concrete political ideas are not discussed at all in the mainstream, let alone argued against, it is still not clear to the interested reader or viewer, even after a flood of articles and television reports about Hawk and the Wing, what specifically constitutes the fascist or Nazi content. Instead, people resort to incantations and slogans. The literary scholar Heinrich de Turing seriously accused the AfD of bewitching political discourse, Tagesspiegel Online, February 21, 2020, which reveals more about the discourse milieu than about those who allegedly bewitch it. In fact, the quasi-ritual fight against the right resembles a late medieval exorcism, the organizers of which assume that the mantra-like repetition of the same old phrases causes people to turn away from right-wing populism. In this way, the late modern discourse resembles the culture of National Socialism. In the words of Franz Neumann, the world can be manipulated with techniques and formulas, and if techniques and words are used correctly, things will change automatically. While right-wing populism in Europe and the USA is tending to de-radicalize and move closer to the center, the transformation of the AfD from a Eurosceptic to a right-wing conservative and ultimately largely nationalist party in Germany is also the result of a permanent campaign of exclusion and stigmatization that drives every representative of the party, without exception, into a corner, regardless of their specific positions. Due to the massive external pressure, which facilitates or even forces internal closure processes, a coalition of heterogeneous forces that do not belong together in terms of their ideas, goals, and mentalities has emerged. In this respect, the development of right-wing populism here is specific to Germany. In fact, Germany is the only country in the world to differentiate itself from right-wing populism. Whether or not it is dominated by the wing is not of the slightest importance. So rigorously, uncompromisingly, and generally binding, both at the level of action and at the political ideological level. As they notoriously fail to reflect on the real consequences of their actions, German anti-fascists do not care that they are nolens volens accommodating the AfD. While the centrist parties in Great Britain, France, Denmark, and the USA have successfully integrated right-wing populist positions and demands into their own programs or bourgeoisified them, and the conservative and even left-liberal camps in countries such as Austria and Italy have formed coalitions with the respective national right-wing parties, right-wing populists are placed in political quarantine here in Germany. This corresponds to a desire for political cleansing expressed in Nazi jargon, which treats right-wing politicians as toxic scum, Marco Wanderwitz, CDU, brown filth, Marcus Soder, and in the words of historian Dietmar Suss, political dirty water that needs to be pumped out. Interior Minister Horst Seehofer demonstrated that the commandments of fairness and equality, civil manners, and not least, formal legal principles do not apply to Germans when it comes to people who oppose the current political program by publishing an interview on his ministry's website in which the following sentences were uttered with regard to the AfD: they are against this state. They can say 1,000 times that we are Democrats. That is subversive of the state. Seehofer's instrumentalization of his office for party political purposes was not the first attempt to use the state apparatus to defame and combat domestic political opponents. Back in November 2015, the then CDU Education Minister Johanna Wanka posted a statement on the ministry's website that was directed against a call for a demonstration by the AfD. After the party filed a lawsuit against Wanka, the Federal Constitutional Court ruled as follows: the negative assessment of a political event by state bodies, which is likely to have a deterrent effect and thereby influence the behavior of potential event participants, interferes with the right of the party concerned to equal opportunities. The power of the federal government to explain the measures it has taken and future plans includes the right to deal objectively with any critical objections raised. There is no right to retaliate in such a way that state bodies may respond in the same way to unobjective or defamatory attacks. End of quote. The AfD's lawyer, Ulrich Vostero, warned against softening the traditional standards and thus opening the door to fighting dissidents with state means. As the AfD could also become the interior minister in the future, this would then perhaps prove to be even more creative than a federal interior minister. Seehofer, Spiegel Online, February 14, 2020. In contrast to the right-wing populists, who are dependent on the restriction of state power through law and order for reasons of self-preservation, German anti-right-wing partisans see such constitutional barriers as an onerous burden imposed on anti-fascist resistance. Quote, "In any case, if the Constitutional Court sticks to this formal line, it may be falling short. The standards that the constitutional judges have developed may be suitable for normal political debate. But what if a party really wanted to take the axe to the democratic system of the Federal Republic of Germany? It is debatable whether Seehofer is right when he describes the AM as state-destroying and warns against it. There is much to suggest that he is right. But if he is right, then it shouldn't matter whether he warns against the AfD on Twitter, on the CSU website or on the website of his ministry," said Dietmar Hipp, explaining the need for a state of emergency in a projective inversion. Spiegel Online, February 14, 2020. If, according to Hegel, the law represents the shibboleth by which the fanaticism, imbecility and hypocrisy of good intentions are revealed and infallibly recognized, it is undoubtedly clear from the above that this judgment applies above all to the all-German anti-right front. Wolfgang Schäuble unintentionally blurted out what is actually at stake when he demanded that we should not give up the ability to differentiate, as those who believe themselves to be on the losing side in the face of social change that is perceived as overwhelming are not yet racists. The hatred of the AfD stems less from the fact that people genuinely believe that it represents a repeat of National Socialism, even if a new 1933 was celebrated with relish on the occasion of Kemrich's election. Rather, it is based on the fact that left-wing German progressives see right-wing populism and its voters as the central obstacle to the post-bourgeois transition process, as well as the related fact that right-wing populist electoral successes repeatedly demonstrate that the restructuring of all circumstances does not represent the human happiness for millions of people that its preachers claim it to be. For them, it is an affront that the rise of right-wing populist parties, not only in Germany, has acted as a corrective in recent years, which has not pushed back the political and ideological triumphal procession, but has partially limited its expansion. One of the causes of the new unpredictability is that the political classes are forced to listen more to their national populations again after the populist revolution. The strategy outlined above, together with its campaigns of denunciation, exclusion and discrediting, is intended to reverse the aforementioned counter-movement in migration and energy policy. The aim: there should no longer be any difference between radical right-wing and right-wing, or between fascist, or even National Socialist and conservative, which is why the abolition of conservatism, i.e. that which was once right-wing, but by no means extreme right-wing, is the intended consequence. Conversely, this means that the rest of the party spectrum no longer needs to worry about serious criticism insofar as the AfD has been declared the revenant of National Socialism in the country and thus made impossible from the outset. According to the blackmailing strategy, anyone who is critical of Nazi political Islam, for example, does not want to see bourgeois nuns completely thrown overboard or generally distrusts the stubborn dictum of raison d'etat should have no choice but to vote for the center-left. In Thuringia, a pact of state, media and civil society demonstrated on the occasion of the hallucinated and projected seizure of power by the AfD that Germany stands together across all camps when it comes to fighting the common enemy within. New German anti-fascism acts as an ideological bracket that ensures the long-desired overcoming of party political differences within the state-supporting left-liberal class, and thus makes it possible for action to finally be taken again for a higher cause far removed from party bickering. While the radical left-wing vanguard rehearsed the anti-fascist uprising, the events offered the Union parties, which had been spared the riots for a reason, the opportunity to demonstrate their willingness to participate fully in the all-German left-wing alliance. By preferring a government led by the Left Party to its own power option, as such a government would have come about with the participation of the AfD, the CDU/CSU made it clear for all time that there is a gap between it and the left liberal center on the one hand and the national right on the other, which it no longer intends to fill. There should be no place for conservatism, which is now considered the fifth column of right-wing populism in Germany anyway, either inside or outside the Union. To the extent that a striking weakness of Weimar political culture was the fundamental mistrust of the legitimacy of social pluralism, vigilance is indeed advisable, albeit not because of Björn Höcke and the AfD, but in view of a community of opinion calling itself civil society, which has long since announced its own fantasies of seizing power. At the end of October 2020, Interior Minister Horst Seehofer decided that there would be no federal study on racism in the police alone. Rather, according to the press release issued by the Federal Ministry of the Interior on October 20, 2020, the federal government had agreed to conduct a study to investigate the development and spread of discriminatory actions in civil society, business and companies, as well as public institutions that could be motivated by racist attitudes. In addition, an investigation into everyday police work is to be commissioned. The aim is to analyze the relationship between state and society, as well as the changed social conditions in more detail. This also includes violence and hatred against police officers. Justifying his rejection of an exclusive police racism study, Seehofer explained, "There will be no study that targets the police with insinuations and accusations. Because the overwhelming majority of over 99% of police officers stand on the ground of our basic law. The police can rely on us as politicians to stand behind them." End of quote. With this, Seehofer ended a long discussion about a study on racism within the police force, which was not only vehemently demanded by the numerous usual suspects from the media, politics and civil society, but also by the CDU Interior Minister of Saxony and the chairman of the Conference of Interior Ministers of the Federal States. The latter had already announced in the run-up to Seehofer's decision, with the support of SPD Federal Justice Minister Christine Lambrecht, that they would commission a relevant study if necessary, even without the involvement of the federal government. Even the largest police union, the Gewerkschafter Polizei, GdP, was open to a study on racism and racial profiling. However, in addition to paying attention to racism in society as a whole, the GDP also called for the responsibility for the study to remain with the police academy and for an investigation into everyday police work in order to document and clarify the causes of extremist behavior and thinking, why prejudices against certain social groups may become entrenched, and why some are able to withstand the high stresses of everyday service and others are apparently less resistant. The criticism did not subside after Seehofer's decision. On the contrary, the numerous supporters of a study on police racism now began to declare the federal minister of the Interior to be the main problem, who wanted to prevent the uncovering of right-wing extremist networks in the police force. Seehofer's critics seemed to have all the arguments for a study on their side. Again and again, chat groups of police officers become known, which considerably feed the doubt that these are only isolated cases. The media report on internal exchanges of National Socialist, right-wing extremist, racist or Islamophobic content, derogatory remarks about black people and hate speech against refugees. In North Rhine-Westphalia, initially 30 and then 151 police officers were investigated on suspicion of having participated in right-wing extremist chat groups. In Berlin, as well as in Mecklenburg-Western Pomerania, Hesse and other federal states, racist or right-wing extremist chat groups were broken up. However, we rarely learn anything concrete about the content of the chats, and when we do, it is usually as in one Berlin case, where, according to the public prosecutor's office, individual messages were directed in a racist or otherwise disparaging manner against asylum seekers, among others, sometimes using swastikas, thus disturbing the public peace and trivializing the genocide of the Jews. Thankfully, the CDU Interior Minister of North Rhine-Westphalia, Herbert Rühl, was more specific in the case of the 151 suspected police officers. Hitler photos have been posted in the chat groups: a mounted picture of a refugee in a gas chamber, a photo of a police officer in uniform giving the Hitler salute, a video in which several police officers sing the first verse of the Deutschlandlied, a photo of a swastika made from service ammunition, and photos of Christmas tree baubles with SS runes and swastikas. In line with the NRW Office for the Protection of the Constitution, which spoke of hardcore right-wing extremism, Interior Minister Rühl described the chat content as the most disgusting neo-Nazi agitation. These public assessments more than merely insinuated that the chat groups proved that right-wing extremist networks had existed within the NRW police force since at least 2012. While the public image of tightly organized right-wing extremism was tainted from the outset by the fact that a few press reports about the chat groups repeatedly mentioned in subordinate clauses that they also included officers with a migration background, this image began to show deep cracks at the latest when some newspapers published the following DPA report on October 22, 2020. A policewoman allegedly involved in a right-wing extremist chat group has successfully defended herself against the allegations in court. The Düsseldorf Administrative Court lifted the suspension of the officer in summary proceedings with a remarkable justification. The responsible state office had apparently failed to recognize that the Hitler file in question was a parody mocking Hitler. The person depicted was obviously not Adolf Hitler, but someone who was mocking, exaggerating, and ridiculing Hitler by means of a parody. The accusation that the officer had left the ground of the Free Democratic Basic Order was therefore far-fetched, especially as it was not even clear whether she had even noticed the file. The policewoman was merely a member of a WhatsApp group in which the file was posted. As if it wasn't already revealing that the supreme employer, together with the Office for the Protection of the Constitution, proved incapable of distinguishing between Nazi propaganda and presumably bad humor in its defensive battle against the right, it is much more serious that the officer's suspension was based solely on the principle of contact guilt. Being a member of a chat group that was apparently not of a clearly right-wing extremist nature was apparently sufficient to suspend her from duty. Interior Minister Rühl was hardly impressed by the resounding slap in the face, dismissing the verdict as a trivial matter and spreading slogans of perseverance in the pose of the righteous. Quote, The court's decision must of course be respected. Nevertheless, no one should have any doubts about my fundamental determination. I will continue to consequent my zero-tolerance line in the fight against right-wing extremism in my own ranks." End quote. After other affected police officers had already successfully appealed to the administrative court against their suspensions, albeit less spectacularly, the suspensions of other police officers were also lifted following the officers' victory. And NRW is by no means a special case. In the proceedings against members of an alleged right-wing Berlin chat group that made headlines in 2018, the civil service proceedings against one of the participants were dropped. The previous accusation was that he had confirmed an appointment with 88 Foot and posted New Year's greetings with the advice to stay away from Merkel's guests at the start of the year. More than 2 years after the media headlines, the Tagesspiegel noticed that one of the officers could not be a racist simply because he was a person of color who was regularly subjected to racist insults himself and was therefore not deployed in certain areas of Berlin. In Schleswig-Holstein, the only media report about right-wing extremist and sexist incidents that ultimately remained was the accusation of misogyny. A police trainee, who was not accepted into the police force because of the incidents, had called a corpulent police trainee a happy hippo during swimming training and grabbed another trainee's bottom. A more recent case in a Berlin chat group, which was scandalized by the ARD program Monitor in October 2020, was also clearly exaggerated. Monitor claimed that in the chat group, Muslims were referred to by officials as members of a primate culture and refugees were equated with murderers, rapists, and rats. At least, unlike usual, those responsible for the Monitor made an attempt to substantiate their claims by documenting the chat text. One of the police officers wrote, "Germany is living proof of Einstein's thesis that stupidity is as infinite as the universe. For what nation brings in rapists, murderers, high criminals and terrorists and finances this by cutting back on the security of its own country?" Whereupon another police officer commented, "No farmer in the world voluntarily brings rats into the granary and at the same time gives notice to the exterminator." These are undoubtedly ugly words, but they only fulfill the accusation of blanket denigration of all Muslims and refugees in the eyes of those who are obviously permanently clouded by the constant fight against the right. They, in particular, may have been annoyed by what Horst Seehofer had to say at the beginning of October this year at the presentation of the Situation Report on Right-Wing Extremists in Security Agencies, for which the Federal Office for the Protection of the Constitution is responsible. All German security agencies without exception, both at federal and state level, were the subject of the investigation. Seehofer's conclusion was, "There is no structural problem." In the corresponding press release from Seehofer's ministry, the results of the status report are summarized as follows. The security authorities of the federal states with a total of around 276,000 employees initiated investigations in a total of 319 suspected cases during the survey period, January 1, 2017 to March 31, 2020. The federal security authorities with a total of around 109,000 employees reported 58 suspected cases for the same period. The Military Counterintelligence Service (MAD) reported 1,064 suspected cases for the portfolio of the Federal Ministry of Defense (BMVG), with around 260,000 military and civilian personnel. However, the numbers of suspected cases for the BMVG's area of responsibility are not directly comparable due to the different definition of a suspected case. On the basis of the information available to the Constitution Protection Authorities, 34 cases of members of a security authority were investigated further where there were strong indications of right-wing extremism. 22 of the 34 identified right-wing extremists work in police authorities, 11 others in the Bundeswehr. One right-wing extremist is located in the customs authorities. End of quote. The fact that the Office for the Protection of the Constitution, VS, arrives at this astonishingly low figure is probably due to the fact that the Situation Report is based on a conservative definition of right-wing extremism. Conservative means that a right-wing extremist must have a recognizable minimum level of organization beyond participation in a chat group in order to be more than just suspicious. What does not qualify as a fully fledged right-wing extremist is then described in the Situation Report as follows. The persons under suspicion most frequently attracted attention through other right-wing extremist actions or statements or other right-wing extremist references, 89%. This includes, for example, the exchange of chat messages with anti-constitutional symbols or statements with anti-constitutional content. The disciplinary authorities had no knowledge that the persons concerned were members of right-wing extremist organizations, nor were there any indications of contacts with other right-wing extremist persons. Furthermore, there were no findings that the persons concerned had taken part in right-wing extremist events. End quote. The VS is apparently not yet convinced of the guilt of contact through chat group membership, but it is noticeable that the situation report does not specify which statements, actions or content are to be understood under terms such as right-wing extremist reference or anti-constitutional content. In recent years, the term right-wing extremism has also undergone a remarkable expansion in the security authorities, which in left-wing Berlin is referred to by the authorities without further ado as anti-Muslim right-wing extremism. The current Berlin report on the protection of the Constitution, which devotes an entire chapter to this new right-wing extremism, states that, in contrast to traditional right-wing extremism, right-wing extremists who are hostile to Muslims and foreigners do not embed their arguments in traditional right-wing extremist ideologies. Quote, their public arguments lack aspects such as biological racism, anti-Semitism, authoritarianism, or historical revisionism. Instead, they overemphasize the importance of identity-forming cultural and social differences, for example with reference to the achievements and values of a Christian Western culture, which are incompatible with a religious worldview shaped by Islam and the traditions and moral concepts associated with it. End quote. While the Bavarian sister authority, which is still often perceived as the constitutional antipode with regard to the left-wing Berliners, still speaks somewhat glibly of Islamophobia relevant to constitutional protection, i.e. at least suggesting that there could also be Islamophobia that is not relevant to constitutional protection. The Bavarians have long been in complete agreement with the Berliners on the matter. The VS Bayern also states, Islamophobia relevant to constitutional protection lacks the ideological elements typical of right-wing extremism, such as an authoritarian understanding of the state, anti-Semitism, racism, or the ideology of Volksgemeinschaft. Extremist efforts in connection with Islamophobic statements are directed against the human rights set out in the Basic Law, Article 1 of the Basic Law, the prohibition of discrimination, Article 3 of the Basic Law, and freedom of religion, Article 4 of the Basic Law. Certain targeted and purposeful forms of behavior that seek to override or eliminate the validity of the aforementioned principles for Muslims and Islam and its religious communities are to be judged as extremist. End of quote. The fact that one can be considered right-wing extremist today without being an avowed racist, anti-Semite, Nazi nostalgic or otherwise authoritarian makes the term right-wing extremism completely absurd in terms of content, but in practice critics of Islam are attributed to the neo-Nazi spectrum and thus stigmatized. In the summer of 2020, at the same time as a government documentation center for political Islam was established in Austria, Interior Minister Seehofer initiated an independent expert group on hostility towards Muslims, which was quite consequent. With the official definition of a new type of hostility to the Constitution, a contradiction in terms has been created in relation to the police as an institution. For if the police, in accordance with their mandate, are supposed to guarantee the enforcement of civil law and the associated individual basic rights as the non-negotiable basis of coexistence and thus also against Islamic impositions, then, against the background of the new concept of right-wing extremism, they are not only dealing with the problem of extremism or racism, they are necessarily right-wing extremist because of their mandate as an institution. This is not only about guaranteeing the human rights concretized in the Basic Law, Article 1 of the Basic Law, the prohibition of discrimination, Article 3 of the Basic Law, and freedom of religion, Article 4 of the Basic Law, VS Bayern for Muslims, but conversely also about the practical enforcement of these articles against them, insofar as they form Islamic counter-societies that are capable of denying and depriving dissenters and opponents of precisely these basic rights. However, this cannot be implemented by the police without also negatively emphasizing the importance of identity-forming cultural and social differences, VS Berlin. The fact that the police cannot avoid the accusation of racism under the given ideological conditions if they want to fulfill their state and social function becomes clear when you think about everyday police work. The Bochum policewoman Tanja Kamburi described this vividly in her bestseller Deutschland im Blaulicht, Germany in Blue Light, against the backdrop of her experiences on duty. These are mostly routine operations, such as when we carry out a traffic stop. These men often complain about the check and don't follow our instructions. When we are on the street, they immediately call friends and relatives and harass us. It gets to the point where we have to withdraw, for fear of not being able to cope with the operation. We usually have problems with young men from Muslim countries. These are missions that are increasingly becoming the norm for me. They cross more than one line: no respect for women, no respect for the police, no respect for the state. End quote. In their work, police officers experience that for a significant proportion of its followers, Islam is not a religion that enables integration, but represents an alternative to the bourgeois state, whose religious laws take precedence over state laws. It is not only the operations against organized crime clans of Turkish Arab descent in which police officers are met with contempt and hatred, it is often everyday situations in which police officers are confronted with the Islamic counter-society's claim to power and its values. Tanya Kamburi is of the opinion that political correctness has long since become a shackle, not only for police officers, but obviously for them in particular. Her professional experience has also taught her, anyone who speaks the truth on this subject is quickly placed in the Nazi corner. End quote. She will not even have imagined that it could be her own employer who has set up the Nazi corner for police officers and is using ideologically motivated guidelines to ensure that Kamburi and her colleagues have to retreat more and more often during routine operations. The political will to retreat, which is not oriented towards the respective threat situation, also known as the capitulation of the constitutional state, reads as follows in an official brochure on the topic of group-related misanthropy and criticism of racism, published by the State Center for Political Education in Baden-Württemberg. Moral, ethical, spiritual. Integrity means the right that people may and can act on the basis of their own value judgments, based on generality and reciprocity. Moral integrity also includes the free practice of religion and the desire for spirituality, as well as the right to ideology and rational thinking. It resists the denial or imposition of logical, metaphysical, or spiritual thought patterns on others. End quote. This program for the dissolution of society through the denunciation of any binding consensus in favor of autonomously acting, authoritarian collective identities consequently demands respect, i.e. a carte blanche for people who do not follow the instructions of a policewoman on principle and want to forbid nursery teachers to change their daughters' diapers under threat. The following passage, for which a Swabian state authority is responsible, means nothing else. Quote, group-related social integrity means the right that one's own group or the group ascribed to a person is not devalued, degraded, or disparaged. This also means that cultural techniques are not devalued, but can be openly negotiated in a diversity-sensitive dialogue. End of quote. Such words not only deliberately mock Kamburi and his colleagues, they also always contain the threat of anti-racism as a tool of power in the subtext, which Kamburi calls a shackle, and which can lead to charges of either anti-Muslim right-wing extremism or Islamophobia relevant to the protection of the Constitution if the prescribed diversity-sensitive dialogue is violated. In the light of such ideological handouts from the state, police officers must devalue others and violate the right to group-related social integrity in the performance of their duties. In the course of their normal duties, police officers must automatically end up in the Nazi corner if it is not just some left-wing movement watchdogs with academic degrees who publish this kind of stuff somewhere offside, but these terrible people are contracted by Kamburi and company as state-approved whisperers for their employer and set the ideological course for the police. With so much suspicion of racism against the officers being spread in advance, it can be taken for granted that a corresponding study would only confirm a self-fulfilling prophecy. The mere fact that the police, as an institution, must by its very nature refuse to engage in diversity-sensitive open dialogue if it wants to fulfill its function as part of the executive, makes it suspect. As long as Horst Seehofer continues to work with independent groups of experts against hostility towards Muslims, he will not be able to keep the promise he made when he rejected an exclusive police racism study. The police can rely on us as politicians to stand behind them. While Islamic impositions have long been tacitly or openly tolerated in many areas of state activity, whether out of fear of being accused of racism, of offending the family honor of a client, customer, or student, or out of resignation, the police cannot escape these impositions and must face them more than any other institution on a daily basis. The popular assertion that the police are just a reflection of society is both true and false. Although police officers are of course also just normal people, they are involved in coping with extreme situations in which they have experiences that should not be perceived as everyday. In the words of Tanya Kamburi, as a police officer, I see things again and again that many of my fellow citizens cannot imagine. It is obvious that this can also lead to distortions in the perception of the individual police officer, which can lead to exaggerated measures and give rise to prejudices. The state, on the other hand, would have to take corrective action in the exercise of its duty of care without exposing the police as an institution to general suspicion. It can be assumed that the majority of police officers, including those with a Turkish or Arab background, do not have a particularly positive image of Muslims. As an ex-police officer, Irene Mihalik, who evidently has a residual sense of reality, said in her role as the Green spokesperson for domestic policy with regard to the purpose of an exclusive police racism study, I am particularly interested in the causes of such developments within the police force, because then we will actually know where we need to start. Because of course it also makes a difference whether people with a firm right-wing extremist worldview specifically apply to the police, or whether it is perhaps everyday experiences in the service that lead to them developing such attitudes in the end. End of quote. Ms. Mihalik will not get through with her correct question as long as anti-racism as an undertaking to prevent causal research and to discredit everyday experiences in the service is the bad advice of employers like Horst Seehofer. Anti-racists as advisors not only have no interest in less racism in the police for reasons of ideological enemy image cultivation and completely non-ideological post-hunting, but actually write it off in order to make themselves indispensable in the ministries. This motive forms the background to why the media and civil society have been working diligently for some time to declare every WhatsApp group to be a network of an extreme right-wing community, to make accusations of contact guilt, and to proceed according to the motto in a reversal of the civil presumption of innocence, without regard for the otherwise highly valued goods of informational self-determination and protection of privacy, in case of doubt, not for the accused, but for the chat. History. There were times when art saw itself as a social antithesis to society Adorno, and was extremely skeptical of immediate reference to empirical reality. Contemporary cultural production, on the other hand, is not available without an attitude and propagates what threatens to become social reality in the future. The epitome of this is the Center for Political Beauty, ZPS, which sees itself as a storm troop for the establishment of moral beauty, political poetry, and human grandeur. Opponents of this human grandeur are in particular fascist and authoritarian movements, which is why the Thuringia Civil Society Protection of the Constitution was founded in February 2017. Its first official act was to erect a miniature version of the Berlin Holocaust Memorial in front of the home of Thuringian AfD chairman Björn Höcke. It was also proudly announced that the most prominent representative of the party's nationalist wing had been under surveillance. However, the threat to continue Nazi watch is not addressed exclusively to Höcke, but rather the declaration of war is comprehensive. We are now keeping an eye on anyone who questions the open society. Even the milieu that constantly insists on the protection of data privacy commented well-meaningly that it is legitimate to out Holocaust deniers and neo-Nazis in their private and professional environment in order to make their civic life more difficult. Exposing right-wing extremists, that's all right. The last operation for the time being, which ran under the name Soko Chemnitz, aimed to achieve nothing less than a second denazification. It was primarily aimed at participants in the demonstrations in Chemnitz at the end of August 2018, whose photos and data were to be collected in order to pass them on to employers. All those who could not be identified themselves were to be identified with the help of a wanted poster on the internet. Denounce your work colleague, neighbor, or acquaintance today. This was combined with an appeal to companies to take the opportunity to take a stand and find out whether their own employees were involved in the riots in Chemnitz. With the help of this information, it would be possible to throw an anti-democratic coward out of the company. The ZPS claimed that Germany was in a state of denial with regard to right-wing extremists, whereas the ZPS believes that right-wing extremism must be outlawed in this country. The question seriously arises as to which country these people live in. The image of a still fascist Germany may be used by the Turkish state Antifa, but it certainly does not correspond to reality. Since the uprising of the decent, there is no social minority in Germany that is more ostracized than the group of people who are suspected of having some kind of right-wing views. Only those for whom this political ostracism is not enough go even further, like the ZPS, to attack the supposed problem Germans, ZPS, in a sensitive place, namely their workplace. Here too, the culture industry is only exacerbating what is already happening. In 2012, for example, the Federal Administrative Court in Leipzig confirmed the decision of the state of Saxony-Anhalt in which a master chimney sweep who sits in local parliaments for the NPD was stripped of the office of district chimney sweep. Previous instances ruled in favor of the chimney sweep, probably also because he was able to credibly assure that he was able to separate his private political activities from his professional activities. However, the last instance justification for the legality of the revocation of his appointment by the state of Saxony-Anhalt reads as follows. The citizens' trust in the district chimney sweep master's performance of his duties in accordance with the rule of law is shaken if he reveals through extra-professional conduct that he does not fully and reliably respect the applicable laws and the fundamental rights of fellow citizens, including ethical or religious minorities. Consequently, he is personally not reliable enough to perform the special sovereign duties of a district chimney sweep master, whereby it remains unclear which fundamental right of a citizen could be violated when sweeping the chimney. Members of the AfD are also denied professional fitness, such as a judge at Greifswald District Court or a Hamburg school principal. Companies now require their employees not to publicly support the AfD. If it is the company owner himself who is suspected, there are protests outside a dentist's practice, for example, because his membership of the party has become known. For the ZPS, Torsten Fuchs, editor of the Hannoversche Allgemeine Zeitung, is therefore likely to be an outright traitor to the cause, as he pragmatically opted for the services of an anti-democratic coward. For his last move, Fuchs commissioned a removal company that he had fond memories of. Strong Russian-speaking men had served him well once before. The foreman, however, turned out to be bald, a young man in black clothing and combat boots. The belt buckle with the imperial eagle made it clear that the removal helper must be a neo-Nazi. Fuchs admitted contritely that the work had been done well and that, strictly speaking, in most large cities it is rare to meet neo-Nazis openly on the street. Nevertheless, every appearance in combat boots, bald head and bomber jacket is a small gain for the right-wing extremists and a defeat for the others. However, it remains to be seen how people who are no longer actually encountered in public can gain ground. In order to avoid further loss of ground, the anti-fascist final battle must not only be waged in companies and the service sector, but must be extended further and further into the private sphere. If the removal man is a Nazi and you can pay him after completing the transportation of household goods, but at least send him home again, this is probably an uncomfortable but ultimately only temporary situation. However, if you have arrived in your new home and suddenly realize that you are dealing with housemates who cannot simply be sent home because they are already there, then good advice is expensive. For such cases, the team at the Mobile Advice Center Against Right-Wing Extremism in Berlin has produced a guide entitled, What to Do If Your Neighbor is a Neo-Nazi. According to the guide, immediate action is called for, which first of all means informing all residents about the tenant's right-wing extremist views in order to work towards a climate of observation and intervention in the house. It is important to make precise observations, and not just with regard to threatened or actual violence, disturbances of the peace and bullying, i.e. things that should not be tolerated from other tenants either. Rather, the aim is to register exactly which right-wing extremist clothing brands, lettering, tattoos, pendants or patches are worn, and what kind of music is listened to. If the observation suggests that you are dealing with a problem German, it is up to everyone to take responsibility for their own living environment by taking action together with as many residents as possible and being well prepared to get rid of the disagreeable neighbor. Initially, a few tricks from the psycho box could help, because anyone who feels uncomfortable in their living environment will certainly not want to stay there forever. The resident should not have any conversations with the identified delinquent in the stairwell about the weather or even earth-shattering things, and if finally, anti-racist stickers are stuck on the letterboxes, it should have been clearly signaled that the identified Nazi cannot expect any sympathy from the rest of the house. If this does not help, the landlord must be collectively called upon to terminate the tenancy on the grounds of disturbance of the peace. In the opinion of the MBR, a preventative approach would of course be desirable. For example, the landlord could include a paragraph in the tenancy agreement that declares membership of an extreme right-wing organization or party to be incompatible with the tenancy. Mobile Beratung gegen Rechtsextremismus in Berlin is part of the advice and project cartel that thrives on acquiring public project funding against right-wing extremism. In order for the funding to continue, this cartel must hermetically seal itself off from empiricism. The 2015 publication by the Heinrich Böll Foundation on behalf of the Expert Commission Ideologies of Inequality and Neo-Nazism in Germany, for example, provides a description of the situation that sheds glaring light on this attitude. According to the study, neither exit programs nor the cyclical fluctuations in the organizational development of the neo-Nazi and nationalist milieu have contributed to a significant reduction in the number of organized neo-Nazis. That the number of organized right-wing extremists has not decreased, i.e. that the neo-Nazis continue to represent a dominant social force, is an outright lie. Quite the opposite. If you follow the sober figures from the Federal Office for the Protection of the Constitution, organized right-wing extremism is currently in a desolate state. While the office attributed 64,500 people to this milieu in 1993, this figure had shrunk to 24,000 by 2017. Even subcultural right-wing extremism and neo-Nazi organizations are losing popularity. Regardless of this, it is simply claimed that the white heterosexual dominant society, which almost necessarily gave rise to the NSU, is based on institutional racism and that ideologies of inequality are still capable of winning a majority in German society. This can be seen in the electoral success of the AfD, which was elected as a national chauvinist anti-immigration party, whereby mathematics is also sacrificed to one's own attitude, as one can only speak of majorities with approval ratings of over 50%. While some discover the workplace as a battleground for anti-fascism and others see the home environment as an anti-fascist liberation zone, the Böll Foundation devotes itself to schools, as this is where attitudes and ways of acting can be acquired and cultivated alongside specialist knowledge, such as treating each other with respect and not discriminating. In practice, however, pupils and their families experience discrimination and exclusion in the school context. The author certainly did not have in mind the exclusion of a Waldorf school in Berlin, which refused to admit the child of an AfD member of parliament because his father is an elected representative of the party. Rather, they see a need for action in the case of a fourth-grade pupil who decided to wear a headscarf. In her school, this is problematized from the very beginning. Teachers try to convince her to take off the headscarf. Talks between the parents and the head of the school to accept the headscarf and not to put their daughter under pressure remain unsuccessful. End of quote. This leads to the suspicion that the fight against an alleged right-wing dominance is just a flimsy pretext to establish the Islamic dress code. While school children who try to emphasize their possibly right-wing views with corresponding brands and symbols should be restricted by placing these labels on the index by means of house rules, as proposed by the Braunschweig Working Group on Right-Wing Extremism and Violence, for example, the authors of the paper do not want this to be the case with a headscarf, which should indeed be regarded as an extremist gain. The Amadou Antonio Foundation, AAS, is even more thorough and starts combating right-wing extremism in daycare centers. In 2018, its Gender, Group-Focused Enmity and Right-Wing Extremism Unit produced the brochure Min Meundi Raus bist du, with funding from the Federal Ministry for Family Affairs, Senior Citizens, Women and Youth, among others. Inequality and early childhood education, in order to provide information and show how to take action in the field of child daycare to counteract hostility towards democracy and humanity, devaluation and right-wing extremism. The Federal Minister for Family Affairs, Senior Citizens, Women and Youth, Franziska Giffey, SPD, is convinced in her foreword that you can't start politicizing children too early, as there has been a significant rise in right-wing populist movements that have not spared daycare centers. They are virtually knocking down open doors here. Children are picking up racist remarks and anti-Semitic attitudes and passing them on, which means that new Nazi comradeships seem to be sprouting up like mushrooms in nurseries. Although the needs of the children should be the starting point for educational action, ultimately everything boils down to ensuring that the children become reliable advocates of civil society in adulthood and do not display misunderstood neutrality, as Timo Reinfrank, managing director of the foundation, warns. Neutrality should not apply, for example, to the wife of NSU supporter Ralph Wolben, who worked as an educator in a daycare center. She was dismissed in 2011 because her engagement in the Jena district branch of the NPD became known when her husband was arrested in 2009. Ms. Walleben serves the foundation as an example of how nursery teachers with a right-wing extremist background are not isolated cases, but that there is a sophisticated strategy behind them to influence the next generation. Incidentally, no one had noticed before the husband's arrest that Ms. Wolben was not a qualified caregiver, but could be a problem German. From a purely empirical point of view, Ms. Wolben is definitely the exception, but the foundation claims that the employment of right-wing extremist functionaries or supporters of right-wing terrorists as educators in daycare centers is only the tip of the iceberg. However, it does not appear to be too much of an iceberg, as the handout refers to two less prominent cases. At no time could misconduct in the sense of right-wing extremist indoctrination of the children under protection be proven at a professional level. Instead, research by a journalist or the Antifa Freiburg was necessary to certify unfitness for work due to private statements. In addition to such educators, however, there is another problem, as racist, anti-refugee and Islamophobic attitudes and statements are far more widespread and virulent, which are expressed and advocated by children, parents, relatives, or superiors. This has led to a situation where daycare professionals can no longer be sure whether they are still in the majority among their colleagues. This majority is already seen to be at risk when representatives of the AFD are allowed to take part in the nationwide Reading Aloud Day, which aims to get children interested in reading, by the Reading Foundation. The foundation therefore complains that the self-evident demarcation that exists in relation to the far-right NPD does not exist in relation to the alternative for Germany. It is precisely from this environment that the critics of the redesign of a playground as an oriental castle with a bazaar in Berlin-Neukölln can be located, who not quite wrongly associated the wooden tower with a crescent moon in the sandpit with Islam's claim to power. The reference to the fact that minarets are not only regarded as bayonets by Turkish Islam is then, of course, merely an expression of an irrational fear fed by Islamophobia and racism. If the author's case analyses are to be believed, daycare centers are in danger of becoming a refuge for right-wing monster children who either don't like asylum-seeker children or are busy drawing swastikas. At least the authors managed to cite at least one case of two siblings that is beyond any doubt. The boy is drilled as a future Hitler Youth and the girl is taught housework as a way of life. Both are taciturn and well-behaved. In fact, the parents are members of a comradeship, as some concerned parents found out. When the girl invites the other children to her birthday party, there are doubts among the civic-minded parents. They know from online forums that right-wing extremist parents want to shape their offspring ideologically. The two siblings have only attracted attention because they behave according to traditional gender roles, with the girl's dresses and pigtails being an unmistakable indication that she will probably join the BDM in the future. Whether one has to approve of traditional gender roles is another matter, but the authors of the study consider it an indication that the two children are being brought up to be obedient and subordinate to a national community. Such a family constellation may certainly occur, and it can't hurt to show such kids alternatives. However, it is doubtful whether it is necessary for the food on offer in the institution to meet different religious and cultural requirements. In all seriousness, in the case of the siblings mentioned, who, like any child, are in a conflict of loyalty between the demands of the family of origin and the discrepant demands of the outside world, the Antonio Foundation considers the question of the child's welfare, the violation of which is a criminal offense, to be worthy of discussion. According to this, children who grow up in right-wing extremist families are socialized into images of friend and foe, which restricts the possible space of experience for adolescence. It can be assumed that, to a certain extent, every child is shaped by their parents as to whom they should be friendly towards and whom they should avoid. If, for example, we were to talk about Islamic families that openly pass on images of friend and foe to their offspring, and in which there is a pronounced gender apartheid that turns boys into pashas and plunges girls into desperate self-shame, we would certainly be much closer to the truth. In the case of a Turkish boy who frequently hits other children, a teacher pointed out that one reason for his behavior could be that, as a boy, no limits are set for him at home, and he is allowed to do more than his sisters. For the authors, it is clear that the employee was arguing in a culturalist and therefore racially derogatory manner. This should come as no surprise, as an education under everyday Islamic conditions seems to correspond exactly to what constitutes an approachable and appreciative way of dealing with diversity, which includes different cultural, social and religious backgrounds and diverse lifestyles on an equal footing, a diversity that does not apply to a minority that is located on the right. For this minority, kindergartens would see it as their duty to expand their actual core business, because public institutions also have the task of educating and socializing people in this democratic society. Children and parents must also be made aware of the principles, rules, and realities of this society. For parents in particular, the perception of a right-wing extremist background requires careful observation and specific knowledge of the practices and symbols of the right-wing extremist scene. This applies equally to staff. Further training on the topic of anti-racism should be organized for them, and if colleagues nevertheless become conspicuous in their behavior, online activities and offline positioning should be kept under observation. Since right-wing extremism has come close to insignificance, both quantitatively and qualitatively, the fight against the right has lost any rational core. In the secret knowledge that a paper tiger is being fought, the attribution right wing must be used for all those who are identified as enemies of the open society (EPS). In this understanding, these are the troublemakers who are dissatisfied with the prevailing conditions of the Berlin Republic, those who recognize social democratic misery management in the mantra of flexibility, who associate the talk of diversity with the impositions of Islamic social and sexual pathology, and who fear the transfer of sovereign tasks to Islamophile rackets, which are largely made up of narrow-minded academics, in the call for civil society engagement. And because any contradiction should be forbidden, it is only consequent that the Antonio Foundation wants to force a critic of its brochure, the deputy mayor of Berlin-Neukölln, Leak, CDU, not to repeat his objections. Leak had dared to recommend to the Neukölln daycare centers not to use the handout and instead to orient themselves on the Berlin education program, which completely dispenses with ideological underpinning. However, it is precisely this ideological component that is important if civil society is to be kept in a state of permanent mobilization that resembles a latent state of emergency. This in turn legitimizes the need for a large-scale research Antifa, whose watchful eye is even directed at the employment and living conditions of the designated enemies. The fact that this destroys what an Antifa should actually be defending, namely the basic features of both the bourgeois public sphere and individual privacy, seems almost intentional and corresponds to the demands of postmodern capitalism, which is finally abolishing the boundary between private and public, work and leisure. The fact that the Antonio Foundation's brochure brings the education of children and their parents in daycare centers into the focus of the parastate Antifa is an expression of a totalitarian claim that does not want to tolerate any places of retreat and sees even private impulses and quirks as potential disruptive factors. Ultimately, this handout is nothing other than an attack on childhood, as the aim is to ensure that children are educated and ultimately politicized at an early age to ensure their allegiance to the civil society of the Berlin Republic. In doing so, one might even imagine oneself to be in the tradition of Theodor W. Adorno, who pointed out in Education After Auschwitz that characters are formed in early childhood. However, he did not intend to strengthen every child in his or her identity, as the Foundation would have it, but rather the complete opposite. Education would only be meaningful at all as a form of critical self-reflection. The aim of strengthening children's identity is ultimately to produce committed young people like the environmental activist Greta Thunberg, who is not only acclaimed in Germany and made her last major appearance at the World Economic Forum in Davos. Although her outfit there resembled that of the Nazi girl described by the AAS, with pigtails and out-of-date clothing, Unlike the taciturn and well-mannered girl with a penchant for manual labor, the Swedish eco-Pippi presents herself as a chatty truant officer for the good cause, giving free rein to her thoroughly ideological character and wishing panic down the throats of the adult world in anticipation of the imminent end of the world. For the 16-year-old in particular, a parental behavioral corrective and an albeit late exercise in critical self-reflection would be entirely appropriate when the girl becomes a vegan in her apocalyptic delusion, does not travel by plane, refuses to consume anything and does not attend school for a year. Instead, the parents encourage their daughter, which actually raises the question of the child's welfare, because Greta Thunberg is probably the classic case of what psychology calls a symptom carrier. Greta acts out the pathological ideas of her parents, or rather their after-bourgeois milieu, and the parents in turn indulge in these ideas through the child, so to speak. Her mother is an internationally renowned opera singer and, since her daughter reproached her for the eco-balance of her touring flights, only accepts engagements in Sweden and, of course, took the newly purchased e-car to the climate summit in Poland. Even though the trip took 2 days. The two siblings from the folkish home AAS are unlikely to achieve a career like the eco-braid, unless they are passed around in the talk shows and feature pages in a few years' time as successful graduates of an exit program for right-wing extremists. On July 15, 2019, Scherkamp Verlag published a lecture from 1967, transcribed from tape recordings, which Theodor W. Adorno gave at the University of Vienna at the invitation of the Association of Austrian Socialist Students. The subject of the statements was the NPD, which was successful in elections at the time. The publisher advertised the publication, which Adorno himself apparently never considered, by claiming that the content of the lecture was not only of historical interest from today's perspective, against the backdrop of the rise of the NPD, which achieved astonishing electoral success in the first 2 years after its foundation in November 1964, Adorno analyzes the aims, means and tactics of the new right-wing radicalism of the time, contrasts it with the old Nazi fascism and asks in particular about the reasons for the popularity that right-wing extremist movements enjoyed at the time 20 years after the end of the war, among sections of the West German population. End quote. Although much has changed since then, some things have remained the same or are back again today, 50 years later. This is why aspects of the new right-wing radicalism is not simply a historical document, but a message in a bottle to the future. Almost all of the reviewers agreed with this interpretation of the lecture. It seems in many passages like a direct commentary on the methods and ideology of the right since 2015, from the AfD to Pegida to the identitarian movement. Spiegel Online, June 8, 2019. The analysis of the ideological power of nationalism, which the AfD and its European relatives are systematically exploiting today, is frighteningly valid. SD Deutsche E., July 20, 2019. The author of the epilogue, Volker Weiss, who researches the history and present of right-wing extremism in Germany and whose doctorate on Arthur Moeller van den Broek was supervised by the notorious Israel critic Moshe Zuckerman, among others, confirmed this reading in the TV program Kulturzeit on July 4, 2019 by claiming that Adorno's lecture could also have been written very recently last year, although there can be no question of broad public support for the still existing NPD. In today's multiculturally renovated Germany, Adorno's popularity has deteriorated considerably, especially in left-wing circles, as he has the reputation of having been an intellectual patriarch and a white old man. Despite his historical materialist thinking, it is considered suspicious that Adorno stubbornly defended civility and civilization against the actions of the West German student movement at the end of the 1960s, to which he was not at all ill-disposed. Since then, he has been known as the stuffy Marxist whose correct and meticulous demeanor was more suited to Konrad Adenauer than Rainer Langhen's, which in the new cosmopolitan Federal Republic is of course meant as a rebuke. However, such flaws seem to become a side note in view of the unexpected opportunity to instrumentalize Adorno's Vienna lecture for the popular fight against right-wing populism. Scherkamp is said to have achieved a coup with the publication because the reader witnesses a metamorphosis in the course of which the philosopher and sociologist, who otherwise loses himself in a hermetic language and cryptic vocabulary in his books, opens up to everyday language and turns from an intellectual monument into an almost normal person. RBB Kultur. August 27, 2019. For once, Adorno is not the unworldly thinker who formulates thoughts that are difficult to understand, but speaks with clear words in order to reach his audience with a daily political intervention. FAZ.net, August 15, 2019. In other words, he finally approaches the clumsiness of the left-wing political advisor that the all-German anti-intellectual press would like the chief thinker to be. This change in image has probably contributed to the fact that the publication has paid off for the Scherkamp publishing house. Because 3 weeks after publication, the 4th edition has been printed, 30,000 copies have been sold. A great success on the 50th anniversary of the death of the greatest German intellectual of the post-war period, MDR Kultur, June 8, 2019. Thanks to his apparent usability in the service of the Volksgemeinschaft consensus against the right, Adorno is now even considered a pop star for young people, as his work fits into the 2019 summer of protest and the protesters' search for meaning. This was confirmed by the owner of the campus bookshop at Hamburg University, who stated that many young people are interested in political literature again. He now has several meters of shelves on the shift to the right alone, but the 150th anniversary of Marx's Das Kapital also went surprisingly well. The increased sensitivity of young people therefore explains Adorno's new popularity, which can be seen in his sales. With one exception, law students are buying as usual. In view of this posthumously developed fan base of the notorious grumbler, it is not surprising that many visitors to a panel discussion on Adorno's topicality, in the Great Hall of the Protestant Academy on Frankfurt's Romerberg, had to be turned away due to lack of space. There is some evidence that Adorno's use of the concerns of the movement against the right is in line with a trend that he himself warned against. In one of his lectures, for example, we find the remark that there is absolutely no truth, not even the truest theory, which, if it is broken out of its context and, above all, if it is put at the service of any interests, cannot also become an immediate untruth. Even if one assumes that all theoretical reflection is committed to the claim of truth, the problem of the temporal core of truth arises, to which critical theory has always drawn attention. The talk of the time core of truth means that there is no general static truth, not even one about society, but that truth itself always follows only from the concrete situation, and that the moment it detaches itself from the concrete situation or believes itself to rise above it, it is condemned to powerlessness and impotence and brings about the exact opposite of what it was aiming at. The obvious question of whether a lecture from 1967, which largely follows on from Adorno's earlier lecture published by himself in print in 1959, was bedeutet, Auferbeitung der Vergangenheit, what does it mean, coming to terms with the past, means a gain in knowledge for the present, and if so what this might look like, is not even asked by Adorno's adepts. Just as little thought was given to whether the essay on the past, which was written under the impression of anti-Jewish tendencies in the early Federal Republic, might not already have had only limited validity in 1967, and whether the attempt to make figures of thought from it usable for the analysis of the success of the NPD did not also reflect Adorno's necessarily limited ability to adequately conceptualize a phenomenon that was new at the time. However, instead of reflecting on Adorno's thinking historically in this way, historian Weiss, while deferring his professional qualifications, enthuses in the epilogue that Adorno's remarks read like a commentary on current developments and ignores his own claim to relate the clairvoyant topicality to the historical time core of truth. The analogy seems too tempting, as the NPD as a rallying movement of the right-wing camp enjoyed significant popularity in the second half of the 1960s, while today an extreme right-wing party is once again developing into an influential political force. Weiss does not explain what the influence of a party that is so collectively ostracized by all other parties that after it entered the Bundestag there were weeks of kindergarten-style arguments about which MPs should sit next to it. Quite apart from the fact that the election results for the NPD at the time, with a maximum of 9.8% in the 1968 state elections in Baden-Württemberg, should be seen more as solidly marginalized than broadly popular, especially in a society that 25 years earlier consisted mainly of convinced National Socialists. The question arises as to who is supposed to be the far right today. Organized right-wing extremism in Germany has not been an influential political force for years, not even the historic NPD was at any time. In order to prove the clairvoyant topicality of Adorno's statements, therefore, only those sections of the population remain who are either supporters of the AfD for whatever reason or are not among the winners of postmodern capitalism. There is likely to be a large overlap between the two groups, and both are similar in that they have de facto little domestic political influence despite their growing importance in elections. Weiss also concedes that the specter of technological unemployment referred to by Adorno, the potential redundancy of those who are still in the production process, gains an apparent concreteness in the folkish phantasm of a great exchange of ethnic groups. At no point, however, does Weiss ask why this authoritarian syndrome could not justify a mass mobilization on the extreme right, neither in the 1960s nor today, but why the impulse of Volksgemeinschaft mobilization was successfully taken up and transformed by the left. Accordingly, it remains a mystery as to how Weiss wants to empirically establish the immense appeal of misogynistic and homophobic agitation in times of equality or the renaissance of religious fundamentalism in the midst of a secular present today. He will not succeed in doing so in the German majority society, because so far, outside the comment columns of relevant internet forums, there is no sign of a newly awakened Christian fundamentalism or a Volksgemeinschaft need to tie German women back to the hearth. On the other hand, He would be guaranteed to find what he is looking for in the life worlds of everyday Islam, where misogyny and homophobia are a matter of course and the transition from everyday religious life in private to its enforcement by means of land-grabbing in public is fluid. Of course, as an upright anti-racist, you don't want to know about any of this. Instead, Weiss brings global jihadism into play as a key agitational element of right-wing populism, and at least gives the new Nazis credit for the fact that, unlike anti-Semitism, this is not just about pathological projection, as jihadism is a real actor. The question of whether the difference between pathological projection, i.e. lived delusion, and projectively charged real danger is merely one of degree must be ignored. Furthermore, the fact that global jihadism is now being named as a danger by pretty much every politician in order to immediately maintain the neat distinction between everyday Islam and its alleged abuse by Islamic terror is a sleight of hand that only the AfD usually refuses to play. Instead of naming this obvious connection, according to Weiss, critical theory should be prepared to open up the subject area of jihadism in order to prove its ability to react to current and concrete threats. It is no surprise that such questionable recommendations are the result of an attempt to press a historical text into the templates of the present in order to turn it into an instruction manual for the fight against the right. Nevertheless, it should not be concealed that Adorno's Vienna lecture, which remained in the drawer during Adorno's lifetime, not without good reason, offers certain involuntary targets that are predestined to appropriate the enemy of the state in the chair W. Port, as the intellectual originator of the indivisible crowd. Adorno's criticism of nationalism, which according to Weiss is once again breaking new ground today in the call for sovereignty of right-wing opponents of Europe, seems particularly suitable for this. Adorno speaks of the fact that people in Germany seem to live in perpetual fear of their national identity, a fear that certainly contributes to the superiority of national consciousness. Here he follows on from considerations from the essay on the past, which states that nationalism is politically necessary as the most effective means of persuading people to insist on objectively outdated conditions. The problem is that the fear addressed in Vienna at the end of the 1960s was not an expression of superhistorical continuity, but was in fact something historically new. Nationalism, understood as a hypostatization of the value of one's own nation in contrast to the diagnosed inferiority of others, was not virulent in the immediate post-war period, i.e. in the Adenauer era. Rather, as Moishe Postone notes, this era is characterized by an ambivalent relationship between continuity and break with the past. This ambivalence is expressed in the fact that, on the one hand, parliamentarianism, the separation of powers and civil rights were established fairly smoothly at an institutional level, at least formally, according to the Western model, while on the other hand, a large part of the administrative apparatus of the Nazi state, as well as large parts of the state personnel, were taken over. The institutional integration of the old Nazis had the significant side effect of neutralizing the actual diehards in their new offices. At the same time as the integration of old National Socialists into the state apparatus, public criticism of anti-Semitism and condemnation of the extermination of the Jews, as manifested, for example, in the 1953 agreement on reparation payments to the State of Israel and individual compensation payments to Holocaust survivors, became a central element of legitimacy for the Federal Republic. The economic upswing, which led to a boom lasting into the 1960s after the outbreak of the Korean War in 1950, proved to be a key pillar of this policy. The liberal economic policy pursued by the CDU/CSU under Erhardt's leadership led, visibly to every citizen, out of a time of hunger, need and scarcity into a dynamic era of predominantly materialistic desires and aspirations, which were coupled with a strong interest in continuity and security, no experiments. In terms of foreign policy, Adenauer pushed through the integration of the Federal Republic into the West, which was initially unpopular with the population, by making personnel concessions to former representatives of the Third Reich and against considerable resistance. Anchoring West Germany in the Western defense and alliance system, in European and transatlantic structures, was associated with a gain in sovereignty through renouncing sovereignty. Contrary to opposition criticism of the sellout of national interests, Adenauer was certain that renouncing national sovereignty was the best way to assert German interests. The first federal chancellor saw the coal and steel union as an opportunity to give the Federal Republic an equal position in Europe and to strengthen the West as a whole, to achieve a balance with France over the Saar problem and at the same time to make the Allies' restrictions on West Germany's economic capacity superfluous. He was successful with this strategy, as evidenced by the support of the majority of West Germans for the CDU and CSU in the 1953 and 1957 Bundestag elections and the increasingly widespread enthusiasm for Europe in West Germany. In this context, Dan Diner speaks in a positive sense of an Americanization and Westernization of the Federal Republic, which, due to its provisionally declared character, the open national question, paradoxically kept its distance from the nation. As a constitutional state, as a community whose self-image revolved above all around the economic and social order and which was firmly integrated into the global civil war of the Cold War, the Federal Republic may have been anything, but it was certainly not one thing: a nation-state. There is no doubt that the society that became the legal successor to defeated National Socialism moved on the results created by National Socialism, which was expressed in the fact that extermination and mass murder did not result in revenge and punishment, but in the prosperity made possible by the goodwill of the victors. However, the fact that the transformation from the frenzy of annihilation to consumption-saturated apathy was always on the verge of turning back into a willingness to mix things up even in times of prosperity, as the critique of post-Nazism has succinctly pointed out, does not alter the real political success of Adenauer's attempt at re-education by making concessions to the old elites. The early Federal Republic's ties to the West in conjunction with the increase in general prosperity through economic development suppressed a resurgence of nationalism as a mass phenomenon. Germans turned to the nation after Adenauer's chancellorship. It was only under his successor Ludwig Erhard, 1963 to 1966, that we can speak of a new nationalism, K. Sontheimer. Among other things, under the wing of a nationalist phraseology tolerated all too benevolently during Erhard's reign, a strong rallying point for all right-wing extremists and nationalists, including a number of protest voters, had formed in the National Democratic Party of Germany, NPD. While this party political phenomenon disintegrated just as quickly as it had emerged after the NPD's failed entry into the Bundestag in 1969, completely different social innovations established themselves in the long term. The social, economic, and technological developments of the post-war period, such as the gradual dissolution of proletarian milieus due to the integration tendency of capital, the increase in female employment, the greater importance of white-collar professions, and the dissolution of traditional family and gender relations, undermined the socio-historical foundations of the Adenauer Republic, and thus made it easier to disavow the political progress of those years, such as the Westbinding and the foreign policy alliance with Israel, by criticizing them. As a result of the student protests, which simulated a break with the parents' generation rather than actually breaking with it, the New Left and the New Social movements emerged as political currents that from then on also took a firm place in the state in terms of party politics. It is no coincidence that anti-Semitism, anti-Americanism, and anti-Western resentment, which were also present in the 1950s but had been largely silenced by the cold peace with the past enforced by Adenauer, were only removed from the taboo with mass appeal from the 1960s onwards, and not by the NPD, but by the anti-Zionist and anti-American realignment of the left. It was only after the Six-Day War in 1967 at the latest, i.e. precisely at the time of Adorno's lecture, that the anti-Zionist New Left rediscovered the German Sonderweg indifference to the Western West, and took on a dubious pioneering role in the revival of those traditional references that stand in opposition to the political culture of the West. It denounced as fascist of all things and precisely that which was the only thing that signified an actual break with the previous history of Germany's special path, namely Adenauer's enforced ties to the West, which was accompanied by a hitherto unimaginable public condemnation of anti-Semitism, while on the other hand, precisely that which guarantees the continuity of German ideology to this day: folkish cultural conceit, sinister conspiracy mania, and fearful fantasies of doom were identified as potentials of progressive consciousness. Weiss, who has proven in earlier publications that he is aware of all these developments, has to ignore them in order to diagnose a blossoming of nationalism in the present day, which can be dealt with using Adorno's medicine chest. Even the reference to state sovereignty as a prerequisite for enforcing a monopoly on the use of force and legal certainty is seen as the first step towards an aggressive nationalism, which Frank-Walter Steinmeier is not the only one to campaign against at every opportunity. Even if such warnings testify to an inflation of the concept of nationalism, Weiss can rely on the phrase pathic nationalism, which is not unproblematic in Adorno's own work. In his essay on the past, Adorno initially assumes that the idea of the nation, which once summarized the economic unity of the interests of free and independent citizens against the territorial barriers of feudalism, and which historically asserted itself against natural contexts, such as the family, has become its obstacle due to the expansionist tendency of capital. Added to this is the loss of significance of the nation-state through the establishment of transnational alliances. These tendencies are compensated for by the reactivation of the legacy of barbaric primitive tribal constitutions, which, according to Adorno, is expressed in the new nationalism. In other words, when both the individual and the nation as agents of bourgeois forms of organization become powerless in the historical process, a regression takes place towards the natural associations that were thought to have been overcome, which could certainly be demonstrated by the gain in importance of communes, regions, and the family as a result of the conscious renunciation of state regulation at present. Even in Adorno's work, however, The contradiction that the need for regression to the tribal association should articulate itself in the fetishization of the nation, which once dissolved these tribal associations, remains largely unreflected. The disintegration of society into particular survival collectives only really gets going, and at this point one would have to go beyond Adorno, through a postmodern, post-bourgeois social character that takes flight forward against the nation that sets boundaries. The return to feudal tribal associations, which Adorno rightly feared, presents itself in the present as a concrete forward defense in the sense of the constitution of increasingly elective and innumerable emerging minorities with a global frame of reference. Germany in particular is at the forefront of this tendency to dissolve borders, resulting in a paradoxical constellation. The classic nationalist impulse persists in the present, precisely in the Germans' cosmopolitan sense of superiority, in their multiculturalist anti-nationalism, which is presented as a lesson from Auschwitz and devalues all doubters who do not want to renounce national sovereignty in the face of the global threat of Islam as right-wing populist dullards. It is not only in view of Weiss's refusal to understand today's nationalism as an obsolete model for anachronistic supporters of the people's state that the question arises as to whether historians are automatically immunized against reflecting on social change. Weiss' preoccupation with the topoi of coming to terms with the past, defending against guilt and the culture of remembrance also suggests this question. Weiss writes, even today, as in Adorno's time, the mention of Auschwitz can make people glow white heat, alluding to parts of a speech by Thuringian AfD leader Björn Höcke on January 17, 2017 in Dresden, which was heavily criticized by the German public. Referring to Franz Joseph Strauss, Höcke proclaimed that coming to terms with the past as a permanent task for society as a whole paralyzes a nation. We need nothing other than a 180-degree turnaround in remembrance policy. He also lamented that we Germans are the only people in the world who have planted a monument of shame in the heart of their capital. End quote. 20 years ago, the Thuringian by choice would have received a standing ovation for these statements, and he might even have been the subject of a sympathetic cover story in Der Spiegel. At the time, there were protests against the erection of the Berlin Holocaust Memorial, which Höcke was also concerned about, from circles for which the attribution of right-wing extremist would have been inaccurate even by today's standards. At the award ceremony in October 1998, Martin Walser, winner of the Peace Prize of the German book trade, complained that our historical burden was held up to the Germans on a daily basis, which had led to a permanent presentation of our shame. The memorial being planned at the time represented the concreting of the center of the capital with a nightmare the size of a soccer pitch, and was the monumentalization of shame. Rudolf Augstein was reserved the right to be even clearer. Quote, now a memorial in the center of the regained capital Berlin is to commemorate our continuing shame. Other nations would not be able to deal with their past in this way. One suspects that this monument of shame is directed against the capital and the new Germany being formed in Berlin. But one will not dare, however much one's muscles swell, with regard to the New York press and the sharks in lawyers' robes, to keep the center of Berlin free of such a monstrosity. Ultimately, one would fertilize unfit soil with anti-Semitism if a stony brand is imposed on the Germans. End quote. Höcke's Dresden speech undoubtedly follows in a tradition described by Adorno at the end of the 1950s. A line should be drawn under the crimes of the Germans in order to be able to get away from the past. After all, the all-too-concrete and persistent memory of what happened damages Germany's reputation abroad. However, Höcke is not alone with unconvincing right-wing populists, but together with Walser, Augstein and Der Spiegel in that tradition. The fact that Adorno's Vienna lecture, unlike his essay on the past, only mentions the complex of denial and denial of guilt in passing, is probably also due to the fact that changes in the way the country dealt with National Socialism were already on the horizon in the 1960s. After Adenauer's withdrawal from politics, Germany developed a new self-confidence despite the economic recession, which went hand in hand with the integration of left-wing politics into the state self-image and the emerging pride in wanting to come to terms with the past. The latter manifested itself in the policy of détente, which shaped German foreign policy at the latest from 1969 onwards, when the SPD and FDP formed a coalition. In addition to recognizing the post-war borders, Willy Brandt not only contributed to the self-reconciliation of the Germans, Antje Vollmer, by kneeling in front of the Warsaw Ghetto Memorial in 1970, but also expressed the possibility of a different relationship between Germany and its past. He thus implicitly presented the vision of a different post-war German identity, one that was not based on avoiding the past, but on openly confronting Germany's terrible past, taking responsibility for this past and condemning it in principle. Federal President Richard von Weizsäcker's speech on the 40th anniversary of the Allied victory over Germany on May 8, 1985, was a continuation of this approach. While the then-Chancellor Helmut Kohl had still spoken of the mercy of late birth on the occasion of a state visit to Israel in 1984, Weizsäcker made the responsibility for the Nazi crimes unmistakably clear to the Germans, even though he did not want to do without the suffering on the nights of bombing, the suffering caused by flight and expulsion, by rape and plunder. Under these circumstances, it was possible to celebrate May 8 as Liberation Day. He liberated us all from the inhuman system of National Socialist tyranny. The call that all of us, whether guilty or not, whether old or young, must accept the past became a central element of public remembrance. With the first Red-Green coalition at federal level in 1998, a further historical political modernization push took place, which sealed the end of the Bonn Republic. This also brought an end to the modesty of commemorative politics, which meant that positions such as those of Martin Walser and Rudolf Augstein became marginalized. Today, Björn Höcke is, so to speak, their relict, proudly placing himself in the national dirty corner. The Holocaust Memorial, on the other hand, stands for the self-image of the Berlin Republic. It was the decision for a first joint remembrance project of the reunited Germany and the commitment that this united Germany acknowledges its history by commemorating the greatest crime in its history in its capital, in its center, as Wolfgang Thierse stated in retrospect. The initiator of the memorial, Leah Roche, stated approvingly that there is no other nation in the world that has dealt with its own crimes so openly. The memorial also symbolizes the fact that the individual aspects of Germany's confession of guilt for the World War and the Shoah have since been condensed into a political concept. Domestically, this first became clear on a mass scale in the so-called Uprising of the Decent. At almost the same time, the dismantling of the old West German welfare state took place in the course of the Hartz reforms, which could not have been pushed through by a conservative government. Wolfgang Port pointed out this connection early on. The right-wingers are needed so that Schroeder can celebrate the robberies of the elite he is leading as an uprising of the decent. They are needed because the outlawing of anti-Semitism and racism is the moral corset of a clique that wants to get away with everything else, every kind of grab, but like every club needs bans and taboos to survive. At the same time, a foreign policy doctrine was established, formulated by former German President Joachim Gauck, remembering results in a mission. In Port's translation, this means, with the crimes that Germany committed against the Jews and against humanity, it has acquired the privilege, the distinction and the honor, according to its own self-image, to bear special responsibility from now on. The mass murder of the Jews, it is believed, obliges Germany to morally support Israel with praise and blame so that the victim does not relapse. The fact that people like Björn Höcke are an exception from this point of view, because they embody an ideological form of thought that has objectively long since run its course, became evident at the latest when the Center for Political Beauty, one of the most important non-governmental institutions of the new unbounded Volksgemeinschaft from the left, began to erect a replica of the Holocaust Memorial in 2017 immediately next to Höcke's private property in order to present him as an inhabitant of dark Germany in the eyes of the bright Germans. However, Weiss uses the group of Höcke fans as proof that not only the entire AfD, but also the majority of other compatriots today no longer perceive an authoritarian nation-state as a threat. This leads the way to studies on the authoritarian character as a kind of perennial topic of critical social science. The basis of this volume, conceived by Adorno together with other members of the Institute for Social Research while still in exile and with a view not only to German but also to American society, was the assumption that the political, economic and social convictions of an individual often form a comprehensive and coherent pattern of thought, held together as it were by a mentality or a spirit, and that this pattern of thought is an expression of hidden traits of the individual's character. Structure. A certain character structure is thus to a certain extent causally linked to the political attitude. The self-localization of an individual in the extreme right-wing spectrum would accordingly be attributable to the authoritarian character, which in turn is strengthened by the possibility of such identification. When talking about the authoritarian character structure, one generally refers to the syndromes diagnosed in the study among the prejudiced. However, it should not be made quite so simple. The authors of the studies themselves point out that the focus of interest was the potentially fascist individual, and by no means actual supporters of the recently defeated National Socialism in Germany. In this respect, the theory of authoritarian character was also a counterproposal to the stereotypical talk of national character. In this context, another of Adorno's qualifications is significant. In the essay on the past, he writes that the authoritarian character structure is judged wrongly if it is constructed from a certain political economic ideology. The well-known fluctuations of the millions of voters before 1933 between the National Socialist and Communist parties are also no coincidence from a socio-psychological point of view. On the basis of these retrospective remarks, it is obvious to regard the authoritarian character as a phenomenon that can be found to a greater or lesser extent in representatives of every political tendency, i.e. as a disposition that is first inherent in the subjects before it is articulated or concealed in political opinions or the preference for a particular party. Nevertheless, the rumor persists that left-wingers of all people, who are usually simply identified with those who believe themselves to be left-wing, are unsuspicious of authoritarian patterns of behavior, while right-wingers, who are in turn defined as such by left-wingers, are quasi-naturally authoritarian. The fact that Adorno, with a view to the student movement, attested authoritarian behavioral patterns to a certain form of anti-authoritarianism seems to have been almost forgotten in the meantime due to such twisting of words. The studies on authoritarian character, on the other hand, only attest to the genuine liberal, by which they do not mean FDP voters, as having a strong sense of autonomy and independence, and note that their engagement shows no signs of coercion and overcompensation. Some of the other types differentiated in the study are instead characterized by highly problematic characteristics. For example, the rigidly unprejudiced stands out due to extremely stereotypical traits, i.e., a structure in which the absence of prejudice is not based on concrete experience and is integrated into the character structure, but is derived from general, external ideological forms. In its tendency towards rigidity, it is the bearer of syndromes that have also been identified in those dominated by prejudice, so that its representatives use clichés and phrases, hardly less, than their political opponents. The protesting prejudice-free is guided by conformist correctness, which replaces their weakly developed conscience as rigid schematism. These people turn against all external authority and develop certain compulsive traits. They are driven by the desire to make amends for the wrongs done to minorities. At the same time, they are captivated by the real or imagined abilities of their charges. The impulsive unprejudiced, on the other hand, sympathize because of their own libidinal disposition with everything that they see as oppressed. They attract everything that is different and promises a new kind of satisfaction. End quote. It is obvious that the state Antifa, which prefers clichés and phrases to political insight, falls into this pattern just as much as the male critical sea rescuer, who is prevented by her rigid compassion from assessing the potential danger posed by young Muslim men to Western societies. Many of the behaviors and ways of thinking that the authors attribute to the authoritarian character are also constitutive of the insurgency against the right. Firstly, if conventionalism implies a rigid attachment to the conventional values of the middle class, then the values of anti-racism, anti-fascism, and anti-nationalism, which have become dogma and are thus virtually reversed, can be deciphered as transformations of this authoritarian conventional form of thought. Secondly, as this catalogue of values is authoritatively and collectively prescribed by the revolt of the decent, exemplified in Herbert Grönemeyer's keen millimeter Nachrecht speech, a need for authoritarian subservience is obviously being served here. This authority is embodied by the ideal overall anti-fascist in official governmental and civil society positions. Thirdly, in the face of actual or only supposed Nazis and right-wing populists, it has become good manners to denigrate their private living environment as well as their employment, to defame them on hearsay with friends and bosses, and to ban them from speaking in public. State anti-fascism thus has an immediate link to the tendency to look out for people who disregard conventional values in order to condemn, reject, and punish them. The marginalization and public sanctioning of dissent or unwillingness to comply by the supposedly anti-fascist, but thoroughly authoritarian mob of the benevolent and sensitive confirms Adorno's diagnosis in the Vienna lecture, according to which it is one of the plots of German ideology that there should be no loners, which is expressed in the tendency to label oneself with slogans such as indivisible and we are more, as well as in the invocation of unity and collective identity. The fact that, as things stand, the character structure and internal logic of mainstream society poses a far greater threat to the right than the AfD in Parliament does not occur to a right-wing extremism expert, whose funding would collapse if he were to say such things. As a representative of his guild, Weiss is therefore keen to project a scenario in which an overpowering authoritarian nationalist enemy is on the verge of taking over the affairs of state, while in reality, the state is on the verge of reorganizing its constitutional protection as Antifa. Adorno's observation from 1959 that enlightenment by means of political education reaches its limits with the unresponsive is still true today. In contrast, he wanted to see those Germans who were hardly susceptible to fascism strengthened with some justification. Finally, he expressed the hope that something like cadres will form from this group, whose work in the most diverse areas will then reach the whole, and the chances of this are all the more favorable the more conscious they themselves become. However, the hoped-for cadres have long since ceased to act as a minority committed to enlightenment and strengthening the individual and aware of their own limitations, but are now a self-confident and megalomaniacal part of a broad majority alliance against the designated right-wing populist rabble. This is a project of domination by the parties that are proclaiming themselves to be the true Democrats, from the Left Party to the CSU in conjunction with the majority of Germans, who are enthusiastically absorbed in the state's front organizations, i.e. in civil society. The fact that the agenda of this alliance consists of cosmopolitanism, anti-fascism, anti-racism, and the protection of minorities is just as self-evident as the fact that all nationalism is to be combated, thus ideologically underpinning the identity-forming ritual of catching up on resistance as a banishment of the past. Until even anti-Germans no longer find anything wrong with tutoring the Jewish state, which is ultimately also governed by right-wingers, in matters of tolerance. Although they have long been part of an indivisible majority, people like Volker Weiss never tire of selling their work as the pioneering achievement of a loner. Quote, because many people behave according to the same pattern, the phenomenon of a mass arises without their outward appearance. Countless autistic people say at the same time, but each for themselves, I am the lone voice in the wilderness, an independent spirit with the courage to express my own opinion. End quote. On the other hand, it would be courageous to stick to the principle of reality and criticize propaganda, instead of hammering its lies into your head all the more brutally the more they offend the mind. When they heard from the media on December 7th and 8th last year that a coup had been foiled, most Germans will have rubbed their eyes in amazement. Had entire divisions of the German armed forces really been on the verge of taking power in the state in collusion with political masterminds? The pictures passed around of masked special units storming a dilapidated and apparently deserted Thuringian castle and elsewhere carrying cardboard boxes from single-family homes, as well as the presentation of an elderly man and a female magistrate in handcuffs, were in any case rather poor. Unimpressed by this, the FAZ claimed the following day in an editorial about the largest anti-terror raid in the Federal Republic of Germany, which was directed against Prince Rus and his Reichsbürger network, ZDF. The future king of Germany and his council were preparing what the Federal Republic of Germany had not yet experienced, a coup d'état as it is written in the book. It is spooky and frightening how far these plans were. End of quote. The expression that something is as it is written in the book is used when a process is said to correspond to the ideal image of a thing. Well-developed plans are those that are by no means mere pipe dreams without any material basis and therefore have at least a halfway realistic prospect of success for the intended action. It is possible that such insights confused FAZ editor Jasper von Altenbochem so much that he became entangled in an irresolvable contradiction in his own text, which forced him to deny his own coup d'état thesis. The conspirators lacked any basis for success. The motive and justification for their plans are figments of the imagination, hanging in the air and the spawn of misguided ideological convictions. There is no sympathy for this violent hatred of democracy among the military, the police, or the population. Germany was not seriously facing a coup. End quote. The very assumption of a coup d'état as it is written in the book would mean that the future king and his entourage would already be involved in state power. This does not change even if one prefers to speak of a coup, as the term is generally used synonymously. A coup d'état refers to an unconstitutional violent overthrow in which those already in power, e.g., the military, succeed in taking over all state power, according to the political lexicon recommended by the Federal Agency for Civic Education. Jasper von Altenbochem knew as well as anyone in Germany that Prince Rus and his Reich Citizens Network were not part of the state power, but were being observed by it, and yet no one was taken aback by this. The day after the raid on 52 suspects with 25 arrests, in which 3,000 police officers were involved, von Altenbochem had already ventured further than almost anyone else from the tightly closed ranks of the defensive Democrats in the state, politics and media with his statement that Germany was not seriously on the verge of a coup. Just a few days later, Reinhard Müller, the editor responsible for the State and Law section, made it clear in another editorial just how much pressure the FAZ editorial team was under. Now it was time to deal with a prominent objection to the proudly proclaimed success of the raid that had appeared in the competition. The result, as of December 8th, is devastating. No enterprise to eliminate the Federal Republic, Section 81 of the Criminal Code, far and wide. No concrete planning, no date, no idea of how the coup d'état would unfold. Spiegel, September 12, 2022. The person who did not want to recognize a coup d'état was, after all, the former presiding judge of the Federal Court of Justice, Thomas Fischer, editor of the Standard Commentary on the Criminal Code and also a prominent columnist in Die Zeit and Der Spiegel. The conjecture of the most widely read commentator on the German Criminal Code that cannons may have been fired at Sparrows outraged FAZ editor Müller so much that he not only lashed out at Fischer's statement, but also at all those who expressed similar doubts about the proportionality of the largest anti-terror raid in the Federal Republic of Germany. Quote, "It is possible that the investigation will expand. It is also possible that the suspicions will not be substantiated. But only those who don't care about the whole thing can doubt that this suspicion has to be investigated when it might be about the whole thing." End quote. The tasks of the media in a democracy are not limited to substantiating suspicions expressed by the Ministry of the Interior, the Services, and the Judiciary. Rather, according to their own self-image, they are also called upon to impartially examine the evidence and motives for a suspicion expressed by the state against people who are taken away in handcuffs. In political world studies, we have learned that such research work is not carried out because journalists don't care, but because every executive tends to disregard the rules of the rule of law, which they don't care about when they no longer have to fear any publicly effective objection. In the editorial office of the FAZ, but not only there, it was of course known from the outset that Prince Rus and his men posed no threat to the continued existence of the Federal Republic of Germany, and that there was not even sufficient evidence to convict them of forming a terrorist organization. Instead of criticizing the ideologically motivated prejudgment of individuals, the media resorted to citing not the deeds, but the convictions of the suspects as sufficient reason for the raids, arrests, and detentions to have been lawful. Anyone who insinuates that they don't care about anything in the state and society because of the slightest doubt about the legality of state measures wants to oblige them, under threat of exclusion, to accept and praise the state's predetermined enemy declarations by hook or by crook. This is how media publicity works in unfree countries, resulting in the exclusion of critics from the circle of those responsible, albeit by means of imprisonment or fatal accidents. A related conflict of loyalty with the state has been unthinkable for Germany's journalists for years. They have become far too much of a fourth estate and have been the first to initiate the successful, state-sponsored business of denunciation and intimidation against disagreeable citizens, which is called democracy promotion and aims to merge the state and civil society. As a bulwark against extremism, Interior Minister Faeser, civil society has the function of promoting the ideological transformation of the state, which is still liberal in parts, into a progressive state and isolating anyone who is suspected of being indifferent to the predetermined goals, as long as they cannot be dealt with by the penal code. There is no doubt that people who absolutely must be combated are also targeted. However, it is objectionable that, on the one hand, the followers of the only true religion are systematically removed from the field of fire, while on the other hand, in the absence of a large number of Reich citizens and right-wing radicals, more and more doubters are identified in the whole, who are first declared enemies of the state according to the principle of self-fulfilling prophecy and not infrequently also made so legally for reasons of permanent civil society denunciation. This does not refer to obviously unteachable people such as Prince Prus and his Reich Citizens Network, but to those who are accused of being in cahoots with them because they say what everyone knows, that the fantasies of Prince Prus and his ilk lacked any basis for success because, despite their determination, they could not have been concerned with overthrowing the whole. Anyone without the necessary manpower, weapons, logistics and money cannot even attempt a coup d'état. In order to further feed the suspicion of extremism against dissenters, the Scholz government passed the final projection of the Democracy Promotion Act exactly 1 week after the largest raid in the history of the Federal Republic of Germany. According to the federal government, this is intended to provide reliable and needs-based funding for civil society projects that are committed to good coexistence, and thus offer them more planning security. Family Minister Lisa Paus adds that the law is intended to commit the federal government to the fight against racism, extremism, and misanthropy. Interior Minister Faeser clarified what such a state obligation should look like in practice when presenting the adopted draft law, especially when the suspected terror network of Reichsbürger was uncovered last week. We saw that the state is vigilant and acts decisively and with all severity against enemies of the Constitution. 1 week before the Democracy Promotion Act, taking decisive and tough action was not actually the aim, which even Thomas Fischer took for granted in view of the propaganda offensive by politicians and the media. Until March 2023, there were no investigations under Section 81 of the German Criminal Code, which is relevant to the charge of attempted or completed coup d'état. Anyone who undertakes, by force or threat of force, to either impair the existence of the Federal Republic of Germany, or change the constitutional order based on the Basic Law, is convicted of high treason against the Federation. If you had only looked a little more closely, you would have immediately noticed that the Federal Public Prosecutor General is not taking the case of the Federal Republic of Germany against Prince Rus and his Reichsbürger network as seriously as has been claimed. From the outset, there was no investigation into an organization that was believed to be capable of impairing the existence of the state and therefore had the potential to undermine the FDGO. Instead, the statement issued by the Federal Public Prosecutor General on the day of the raid stated that further investigations also served to determine whether there was a need to investigate the suspicion of preparing a highly treacherous enterprise against the federal government, Section 83(1) StGB. The statement of December 7, 2022, states that 22 of the 25 detainees are urgently suspected of forming a terrorist organization under Section 129A(1) No. 1. 3 are suspected of supporting such an organization, and Heinrich 13 Prince Rus and retired Bundeswehr Lieutenant Colonel Rüdiger von Pescatori are also under investigation for ringleadership in the formation of a terrorist organization, Section 129A(4). The searches in over 130 properties were also directed against a further 27 suspects, who are under initial suspicion of membership or support in relation to the terrorist organization that is the subject of the proceedings. Although the unusually detailed statement did not even mention the word coup d'état, the ARD news program reported at 8:44 a.m. on the morning of the day of the raid due to planned coup d'état, explicitly referring to the federal prosecutor general, who never used this word. The Süddeutsche Zeitung (SZ) already knew at 7:56 a.m. the federal public prosecutor general is investigating a suspected right-wing terrorist group that is said to have planned an attack on the Bundestag and a violent coup d'état. End quote. In a special ARD Brennpunkt program on the evening of the operation, Attorney General Peter Frank explained why it was absolutely necessary to strike at the beginning of December last year. It was an important part of the formation of conviction that the preparations for a terrorist organization were already relatively far advanced. This statement categorically excludes the possibility that a state empire was being prepared, but only that the formation of a terrorist organization was already relatively far advanced. The purpose of such an association is not a coup d'état. According to Section 129a, Paragraph 2 of the German Criminal Code, it is to intimidate the population in a significant manner, to unlawfully coerce an authority or an international organization by force or by threat of force, or to eliminate or significantly impair the political, constitutional, economic, or social basic structures of a state or an international organization. End of quote. Based on the little information about Prince Rus and his Reich Citizens Network, which probably calls itself the Patriotic Union, the subjective intention to overcome the existing state order in Germany, and to see this project realized only through the use of military means and violence against state representatives, as it says in the statement of the Attorney General. Because the statement did not miss the opportunity to go into detail about the motives of the accused, it referred to their crazy, unrealistic fantasies of overthrow, which are based on the idea that Germany is not much more than a fragile banana republic of the 1950s, in which unscrupulous gangs have a real chance of seizing power. The defendants are firmly convinced that Germany is currently ruled by members of a so-called deep state. According to the members of the association, liberation promises the immediate intervention of the Alliance, a technically superior secret alliance of governments, intelligence services and militaries of various states, including the Russian Federation and the United States of America. The association is firmly convinced that members of the alliance are already in Germany and that their attack on the deep state is imminent. This was the ideology on the basis of which the accused had begun preparations at the latest since the end of November 2021, which have been increasing in intensity ever since, including the planning of administrative-like structures, the procurement of equipment, the conduct of shooting training and the recruitment of new members, whereby the focus of the recruitment efforts was primarily on members of the Bundeswehr and police. The activities of Prince Rus and his Reichsbürger network were probably reason enough to initiate investigations into the formation of a terrorist organization and at some point to carry out house searches and arrests, because even the greatest nonsense can reach the level of public danger. However, instead of emphasizing the insanity and lack of reality of the undertaking, the state and politicians, the media and civil society decided to present the whole thing not as a potentially dangerous grotesque that could be stopped in time, but as an existential threat to the state. Of course, none of those responsible said so directly. And yet the largest anti-terror raid in the Federal Republic of Germany was a staged spectacle that only makes sense in conjunction with the insane, constantly resonating idea that the universally invoked defensive democracy is so weak that it could be blown over by 4 citizens of the Reich. The FAZ unintentionally revealed this paranoid trait in its reporting the following day when it formulated, not with critical intent, but objectively and neutrally, that the personal extent of the raid was reminiscent of the searches of the 1970s at the time of the RAF terror. In fact, Prince Rus and his Reichsbürger network were targeted as if they had already taken action like the RAF back then, as if the 52 accused were not isolated against 80 million people, as if they were in a position to cause a similar state crisis as the RAF did in the face of a completely paranoid state apparatus with its clearly fascist preferences. One might think that the biggest anti-terror raid in the German Federal Republic reflects the authoritarian nostalgia for the 1970s, which is now glorified as a time when the state, under an authentic chancellor, would have spoken plainly against its enemies. But this is only partly true. It is true that the strike against the Reichsbürger also reflects the need to clean up the enemies once and for all. The decisive factor, however, is that the political personnel and their media claqueurs are lying to themselves about Prince Rus and his leisure time Reichsbürger as Hitler or Kapp putschists of today in order to be able to place themselves in the tradition of Friedrich Ebert, Walther Rathenau or Kurt Tucholsky in the fight for the Republic, whose existence is endangered. At the same time, the boundaries between those who consciously tell this lie and those who have internalized it to such an extent that they firmly believe in it have long been so fluid that it is almost impossible to distinguish between them. The credo of political commentary includes the sigh of relief that we are fortunately not living in Weimar conditions today, or not yet, from which the conclusion is drawn that we must therefore be particularly vigilant. This emphasis on defensive democracy includes a warning to doubters, complainers or critics who, in the words of the person responsible for the State and Law section of the FAZ, don't care about the whole thing, as if it is not the right of every citizen not to deliver their devotion on demand. The people in charge can no longer do without a contrived pop dance that serves them as self-legitimization and political orientation. In doing so, they are both the drivers and the driven when they, like Sebastian Hartmann, domestic policy spokesman for the SPD parliamentary group in the German Bundestag, poison all doubters of the dangerousness of Prince Rus and his Reichsbürger network. Anyone who claims that they are nutcases is making themselves part of the problem. This persecution mania alone is not enough to actually create an authoritarian or even fascist state, but it does lead to a failure to reflect, which for once even leads to involuntary self-criticism. Interior Minister Faeser, for example, no longer even realizes that she is not so much threatening any Reich citizens as denouncing the methods of the forces of law and order under her control when she proclaimed, "Fear, intimidation and violence must never be a means of confrontation." On the occasion of the largest anti-terror raid in the Federal Republic of Germany, the so-called Fourth Estate proved that it does not have to be brought into line to become a propaganda tool of the state. Member of the Bundestag Martina Renner, who is the Antifa spokesperson for her left-wing parliamentary group, believes in the omnipresent right-wing danger of subversion and the permanent threat from the right and has made resistance to this her main political task, revealed what people are reluctant to talk about. Asked by an NTV journalist on the day of the raid whether she had also noticed that many of his colleagues had already been able to get into position beforehand, referring to the fact that large sections of the press had been informed long before the raid began, Renner explained, "I myself had known about it since the middle of last week, and I also know from several media outlets that had been aware of it for 2 weeks. The names of the suspects were known, their addresses, and the planned time of the raid. The plans for the raid had been classified as secret by the Federal Public Prosecutor General." End quote. Renner was driven by the rather rare concern among traditional anti-fascists about the success of the actions of the state power and the even rarer concern for the health of the officers deployed, and feared that an action plan for months would end up going wrong, and emergency services would be endangered because of leaked information. The real scandal was that the Attorney General rightly trusted that the journalists would be at the state's disposal for the propagandistic preparation of a spectacle and would act as a PR department for the executive. Of course, a deluded anti-fascist like Renner would not think that the invitations to live coverage sent to all major media outlets do not necessarily indicate that 3,000 police officers were needed to arrest highly dangerous terrorists. The online magazine Übermedien, which is critical of the media, thankfully summarized the key points the day after. "It is obvious. The press was well prepared for this raid. They knew in advance when it would take place and who it was against. They were able to send photographers and camera teams to the locations of the raids, and in some cases were already there before they began. She had time to research and formulate." And something else becomes clear when you look at the publication dates. Everyone obviously adhered to a blocking period agreed with someone. And so the astonished public received the news of the huge raid that had just taken place, not as a meager report to which further details were gradually added, but as a complete package of numerous analyses and background information. It almost seemed like a concerted action, just like the major revelations by investigative teams, where a dozen media outlets from all over the world drop a research bomb at the same time. Except that here the partners in this cooperation also appeared to be the investigating authorities in some form or other. End quote. The fact that no one really dropped out, that they all kept their mouths shut and worked diligently on their publications in advance in order to be of service to the state in the performance of this fourth-rate robber's tale, is an expression of evil opinion journalism, which was taken to extremes by the ARD Tagesschau, among others, by offensively defending it. 4 days after the raid, they asked themselves quite unsuspectingly, on the morning of the nationwide raid against Reichsbürger. Many media were already informed and had prepared their reports, including Tagesschau.de. How can that be? To explain why this had nothing to do with the staging, it was announced in all seriousness that regular discussions with security authorities are part of everyday research, and that in this specific case, many security authorities at federal and state level were involved in the investigation, which is why the number of journalists who were aware of the investigation was unusually high in this case. If you follow this description, then you will find plenty of employees in German security agencies who divulge their official secrets to investigating journalists on a daily basis. The German Journalists Association could not let this stand, starting with a pseudo-critical question in a commentary along the lines of the Tagesschau. Why were there film and photo recordings of the police searches and arrests in the Reichsbürger scene? Why were journalists present at the top-secret operation right from the start? And then gave the following answer: As a political signal, the photos and television images of arrested Reich citizens are not to be despised. The more information there is that cannot be doubted or even reversed, the better. End quote. The scandalous admission that the much-vaunted journalistic duty of care now also includes sending out political signals only really becomes clear when you take a look at the facts presented during the live broadcast, which turned out to be very short-lived. For example, the grandiloquent announcement on the day of the raid that weapons had been found as evidence of the particular danger was considerably diminished the following day, although this was not initially reported in the national quality media, but in a regional newspaper. They were mainly alarm guns and crossbows, hardly weapons that could be used to carry out a coup. It was only on December 16 that Tagesschau reported that of the more than 100 weapons, including swords, crossbows and firearms, 94 were legally owned and 63 of them could be attributed to a professional arms dealer and only 10 could be considered illegal firearms. A military arm, which Prince Rus and his Reichsbürger network are said to have maintained in order to set up 286 homeland security companies throughout Germany, which was always portrayed as particularly dangerous, turned out to be a collection of just 120 written declarations of secrecy found during the raid. It was known long before the 6th of December that the 72-year-old Heinrich XIII Prince Prus was a representative of the impoverished landed gentry who had been disowned by his family and would have loved to turn his private fate into a grand reckoning with Germany. The AfD leader Weidel coined the term Rollator Putsch, alluding to the high average age of those involved, over 60, in order to show up the state authorities. This narrowing down to age as proof of the ability or inability to commit serious crimes misses the point, because it trivializes the dimension of the events, not in relation to the underestimated danger posed by Prince Rus and his Reichsbürger network, but in relation to the actions of the state. Jens Jessen is probably right in his assessment that Rus and his entourage were losers of all classes who had come together in common bitterness. However, his objection that some of the journalists had consumed a few too many political thrillers and therefore probably let their imaginations run wild ignores the fact that the state was able to turn the media into its extended arm without any threat and stage the story of the great coup together with them. This was premiered at the beginning of December because people wanted to believe that Prince Rus and his Reichsbürger network were capable of a grand conspiracy against the FDGO. Because this belief is clearly irrational and the state and its PR department have gone so far overboard in the staged fight against the right this time, we can hope that this kind of thing will catch on less and less among the population. What is really frightening about the crazy assumption that Prince Rus and his Reichsbürger network almost committed a coup is the intellectual affinity between such fantasies and the crazy conspiracy thinking of the Rus troops. Although Chemnitz activists would have had the opportunity to hunt down every tick and every foreigner and beat them up until they were hospitalized at least during the first of several demonstrations that took place relatively spontaneously on August 26, 2018 to mark the murder of Daniel Hillig by a group of young Muslims due to a weak police presence, there were in fact exactly two rather mild attacks. In addition, there were a few harmless scuffles with the police and propaganda offenses, such as some neo-Nazis giving the Hitler salute, and yet almost all of Germany had seen what the most famous German video did not. Only the president of the Federal Office for the Protection of the Constitution, Hans-Georg Maassen, was upset that the government and opposition, and with them the media, considered the mob, the lynch law and the manhunts, all collected in an FAZ commentary from August 28, 2018, to be evident and saw the danger of a new 33 looming when some rabbit made a lunge against foreigners at an unwanted demonstration against Islam-motivated violence. The people of Chemnitz, on the other hand, the more than 1,000 entries in the condolence list for Daniel Hillig, posted online by his training company, make it clear may not have seen anything either, but they recognized by the morning after at the latest that Hillig had jumped to the side of harassed women in a chivalrous manner and had therefore been slaughtered with 25 stitches. No one can take this knowledge away from them, especially not the state and its media propaganda department, fueled by the Antifa tick bite, who threaten them with consequences and at the same time have worked with the police and public prosecutor's office to stubbornly withhold facts about the apparently unacceptable course of events. Only the arrest warrant against the alleged main perpetrator, which was unlawfully made public, made it clear that the autopsy experts attributed Hillig's death to 5 stab wounds, which is also an indication of intent to kill without justifiable cause. An Iraqi man involved in the incident, who has since been released from prison, explained that after the first, allegedly only verbal clash with a group around Hillig, he and a few friends had met all kinds of brothers at a nearby kebab snack bar, with whom they had stalked Hillig and his 3 companions at most in order to get even with them. Since September 14, 2018, when the media presented this version of the crime, another mob began to emerge from the fog of rumors, one that could have carried out lynchings against violators of Arab honor by virtue of its numerical superiority and weaponry. According to everything that is known about Daniel Hillig, he was a friendly man who was known and appreciated by many in Chemnitz, someone who lived and thought in a way that was far removed from discourse and who therefore preferred to pose in a sports car as a macho troll, which he was not, rather than be counted among those persecuted for racism. The sympathies for the left party that he expressed online and his aversion to Nazis certainly did not prompt him to appear as an anti-fascist. His murder prompted his friends from the Chemnitz FC fan scene, in which there are quite a few hooligans, including right-wing extremist thugs, to take to the streets in memory of the son of a black father. Their unconfirmed version of the crime, which coincides noticeably with the statements of the Iraqi involved in the crime, but is 2 weeks older, reads like this on a rather paranoid site in the words of a possible witness to the crime. I would first like to clear up the truth about the death of Daniel. He was not stabbed, he was slaughtered. The first encounter was already a total mess. One of the Russians had 1 or 2 beer bottles pulled over his head during the first encounter and he immediately collapsed bleeding. Negi and his second buddy then smashed them away. The 3 Arabs then went to the Lanya Bistro and came running with 9 to 12 people and stabbed the people like possessed. When it was all over, Negi, Daniel's nickname, knelt upright on the sidewalk, as if he was praying, held his back and shortly afterwards slumped forward, and that was the end of his life story. Daniel succumbed to 25 to 30 stab wounds in his chest, stomach and back. End of quote. Anyone who calls Arab refugees Kanaken can indeed be expected to simply beat up foreigners when the opportunity arises, as happened several times in Chemnitz before and after Hillig's murder. Daniel Hillig had been in contact with such people through his soccer connections and probably also knew how to smash away opponents in physical confrontations, which usually take place between hooligans. However, the fact that a murder victim also counted dubious figures among his circle of friends and acquaintances is quite enough for decent Germany to declare the murdered man incapable of showing solidarity. Hillig is also said to have been involved in the Chemnitzer FC fan scene. He himself was not a hooligan, it was said. However, it is possible that his proximity to the scene made it easy for the masterminds of the riots to mobilize their people. End of quote. Not a word about the fact that at Bistro Alanya, an illegal Syrian resident in Germany, was the mastermind who mobilized other Muslims who then did not commit riots but took part in murder and attempted murder. Not a word either about the fact that Hillig, as a recognizably black man, may have attracted the particular hatred of master race people, for whom there must be no black buddies and certainly no Negi who oppose them, in the concrete confrontation with his murderers, whose culture has always included the enslavement of black Africans or the emphasis on their own white superiority. The media and political cartel arrogantly decrees that someone who has hooligans as friends deserves neither mourning nor respect from civil society, and that the rallies in his memory, at which the signal word cosmopolitanism was expressly not mentioned, were cynical posturing and in no way motivated by mourning, which is why we leave it at the admonitory remembrance of the dead man's false acquaintances and their alleged or real victims. None of the fans of public service quality fakes who traveled to a concert in Chemnitz on March 9, 2018, with over 60,000 people at least noticed afterwards that the minute silence held there was poisonous. Because this is how it was introduced. Let us remember Daniel together, whose life was taken from him. Let us also remember the people who were victims of right-wing violence. End quote. In the majority of cases of knife attacks and other assaults by individual young men or groups, the media steadfastly refuses to investigate who and why, for example, a German with Cuban roots somehow took the life. If, contrary to its own stereotypical expectations, the perpetrators were once again not German and right-wing extremists, it then shifts just as stereotypically to admonishing and warning against jumping to conclusions and prejudging. The unspoken decree applies. There is no room for publicly displayed grief for the victims of Islamic violence, and anyone who articulates it anyway is guilty of complicity in incitement to hatred and division of the community, like Daniel Hillig, who somehow managed to instigate hate campaigns against foreigners on his own behalf while still in forensic medicine. Instead of systematically collecting what emerges from the police reports and articles by colleagues in the local press, instead of seriously investigating whether the often quite brown networks are completely or only partially wrong with their claims of rapidly increasing violence from the Islamic milieu, they then, when it cannot be concealed that people have murdered who could not actually have done it because of their origin, count up the crime with victims of right-wing violence. The murder and the possible attempted murders. We learn nothing about the fate of the 2 alleged Russian Germans who were injured in Chemnitz, the death in Kothen 2 weeks later, the storming of a discotheque in Frankfurt/Oder on 26.8. 2018 by at least 10 Allahu Akbar shouters armed with iron bars, another in Bad Oeynhausen by 18 Arab insulters on September 25, 2018, in which 2 bouncers were injured by targeted shots. What is that compared to the public mourning rallies that may follow, which are immediately and reflexively denigrated as racist agitation, and must of course be stopped immediately? The offsetting in individual cases corresponds to a general suspicion of a certain mindset with regard to statistics on the significant increase in crime against foreigners, mostly Muslims, especially in the area of violent crime. Naming these is either considered an expression of racist, fascist, and of course anti-Semitic sentiment, or only plays into the hands of the right. And if the suspicion no longer holds water or the denial of reality becomes too transparent, then reality is only recognized by immediately distorting it again. Then the fact that there are still dozens and not hundreds of people killed by migrants and still hundreds and not thousands of people injured by migrants, mainly by knives, including mainly foreigners, every year, is presented to Germans and foreigners as a general risk of life that simply has to be accepted. After all, there are 82 million people living in Germany and there are far more deaths in road traffic, the argument goes, ranging from jovial to cynical. The Chemnitzers in the country, on the other hand, for a long time a group of behaviorally conspicuous people who provided each other with information and no longer believed anything that was written in the newspapers or police reports, have received reinforcement from people who are generally considered to belong to the middle of society after the state anti-fascist tick against the truth, combined with the denigration of Daniel Hillig, all Chemnitzers, all Saxons and other residents of the zone as members of a lynch mob. The fact that a neo-Nazi and self-proclaimed Salafist hunter, whom his comrades affectionately called Captain Flubber, really did fatally stab himself with a knife outside Mönchengladbach station on September 20, 2018, is simply disputed by a growing number of unteachable people who do not need to be neo-Nazis, despite clear autopsy reports and indications of an anxiety disorder. However, this disturbing approach to the news can still be based on a remnant of reasonable doubt. Just a few days before the suicide on the station steps, a 22-year-old whose brother is said to be a Nazi died of a heart attack in Cothen on September 9, 2018, according to the autopsy results, even though it was known that the undisputed heart patient had probably received at least one punch to the face immediately beforehand from an Afghan, with whom and whose buddies he had got into a fight, which always suggests a causal connection with the heart attack. It reads like this: the head of the public prosecutor's office in Dessau-Roßlau-Opens confirmed that the deceased had an injury to his lip, which could have been caused by a punch. He did not want to say whether the corpse had any other injuries for reasons of investigative tactics. End of quote. It is also not really reassuring that it was so important for the responsible forensic pathologist Lessig to emphasize that the body was examined carefully and without interference from politicians or the police. Only on October 18, at the start of the trial against two young Afghans, did the public learn that the public prosecutor's accusation was assault resulting in death. Those who claim to tackle existing grievances with an unerring eye, who assure that clear facts and unvarnished statistics are a prerequisite for any objective and therefore solution-oriented discussion, have allowed the Chemnitz Germans to emerge as a mass phenomenon in the first place by providing them with the arguments week after week. And yet one should not simply dismiss the untruths spread unchallenged by politicians and volunteer state anti-fascist networks, which then bring completely different fantasists onto the scene, as strategic or tactical lies. Rather, these are lies that are spoken out of the purest motives, and that is why the liars fervently believe in their own relativizations, omissions and suppressions of facts or their own personal perception when watching a video. One lies for the sake of that higher truth called humanity or even love, which is very strictly distinguished from the hate and agitation of the mob. Although it cannot reasonably be denied that the admission of well over 1 million Arabs, Afghans and mostly Islamic Africans, mainly from Syria and Iraq, since 2015 has created a considerable security problem that is beginning to pose a serious threat to society as a whole. Horst Seehofer's courageous statement that the opening of the borders in 2015 was a mistake and that there is no foreseeable way of putting the stopper back in the bottle, and that the migration issue is therefore the mother of all political problems, only marginally addresses the problem. If you take into account the transformation of Palestinian immigrants in recent years into a highly explosive Islamic gang society, and the radicalization of more and more second and third generation Turks into a hostile and increasingly inaccessible counter-society, it remains incomprehensible why all decent Germans are not just accepting the unchecked Islamization of the Turkish and Arab communities in particular and their encroachment into the public sphere. Worse still, this guaranteed indivisible community, which claims to be more, mobilizes against the right, in order to then listen to the words of 200,000 people warning of hatred and Islamophobia from the chairman of the Central Council of Muslims in Germany, of all people, as happened on October 13 in Berlin. The particular satisfaction it gives the Germans in charge to humbly accept an allegedly irreversible fate cannot possibly be based on the charms of Islam and its followers, but must come from the very core of the white German majority society. The commentary of a politician who has become wise in many offices on the Chemnitz events, not the murder of Daniel Hillig, sheds light on what could be the reason for the rampant desire for submission. Quote, "The events in Chemnitz force us to make a distinction between the inexcusable excesses of violence and the concerns of many citizens. 3 years ago, in view of the large influx of refugees and migrants from Europe's south and southeastern neighborhood, I said that it seemed to me like a rendezvous with globalization. And today it seems to me that we are only now really recognizing the impact this is having on social cohesion in our country. Some citizens do not find themselves, their feelings and perceptions reflected in our political and media debates. However, this is a prerequisite if we are to make the many seemingly breathtakingly fast and fundamental changes bearable for everyone, without violence and with respect for different opinions and concerns. People who are afraid of too many and too rapid changes in their lives and experiences, including too much immigration in a short space of time, must be taken just as seriously as those who advocate openness and global solidarity in a world that is growing closer together. Only a balance between them will lead to greater acceptance of the inevitable social change, an acceptance that is essential for stability in our country. End quote. The open threat of state repression against all those who do not want to be talked out of their feelings and perceptions, which are not very friendly towards Islam, and who run the risk of being prosecuted for participating in violent excesses, which include the vague offenses of incitement and hate speech, is not a specialty of Wolfgang Schäuble, from whom the quote originates. But in recent years, no high-ranking politician has perfected the invocation of a fatum to which one must submit unconditionally as much as he has. The rendezvous with globalization, to which we once committed ourselves for our own benefit and which now, like Mephisto, demands from Faust what is due to it, namely the closer integration of the world, for which the events of summer 2015 are supposed to stand. The evil promise to make these changes bearable for everyone, not to stop them under any circumstances, as it was an inevitable social change which, as Schäuble later announced, could not be dealt with by deporting criminal refugees or other illegal residents. These are all just ciphers for the iron will to submit to the Islamization of Germany and Europe, which would be as pointless as it would be inhumane to fall into its arms. Schäuble, who for most of his political life was subject not to fate but to practical constraints, which never demanded an existential decision from him, became a real decision-maker at the end of his life as a functionary. In 2015, when it would have been a matter of strictly controlling the borders at least for the purposes of checking identities and rejecting people like Anis Amri, he opted for the opposite and has since celebrated the nationally and sovereignly decreed end of national sovereignty as a community mandate with no alternative. In 2015, Schäuble managed to first act as a German disciplinarian towards a European state and write off Greece as a bankrupt private company and then, like a mixture of hippie and Nazi, celebrate the indiscriminate admission of mainly Muslim refugees as a refreshment of a society that was otherwise freezing in degeneration. Behind Schäuble lies the narrowness and heteronomy of everyday administration. In front of him lies the great adventure that he has not stopped as a member of the government and has been praising as a humanistic feat for a year as president of the Bundestag with speeches to the indivisible German people. What appears in Wolfgang Schäuble pars pro toto among decent Germans and other Europeans is the anti-bourgeois citizen who is angry with himself and who can only overcome his incurable self-contradiction. To be free only at the price of submission to constraints that he himself upholds but which he cannot understand, by resolving this contradiction by freely disposing of his freedom, by submitting to a power that he imagines to be the absolute counterprinciple to the world of bourgeois constraints and the restrictions imposed by them, a logically impossible, absurd undertaking, but one that has already been realized in practice and institutionally in Germany. This anti-bourgeois revolt is absurd because the self-abnegation of the bourgeois subject requires precisely the sovereignty and thus the separation of the individual from the outside world that is to be overcome. The renunciation of national and individual sovereignty can only be decreed by those who, like Schäuble and his ilk, position themselves as hypersovereigns with no boundaries, who appear in two seemingly extremely contradictory roles, the completely powerless, but who strive to decree and enforce this powerlessness with all their might. It is precisely when economic and social dependencies demand an intensified and always faithfully accepted adaptation to the respective constraints that the person plagued by fears of doom enters into inner resistance and takes up the final battle with a hostile world. He increasingly distances himself from every act of practical and intellectual mediation of his personal weariness with facts that are beyond him and makes them subject to him by developing an opinion of things, which he simultaneously sets as absolute and quite self-confidently withdraws from discussion or even criticism by declaring it to be the binding law of the world as an expression of his own sovereignty, which demands unconditional respect. The propagation of a singularity of the respective horizon of meaning is merely a declaration of hostility, translated into postmodern academic German, against all efforts to achieve objective truth, in which the arbitrariness of mere opinion is overcome. But this relativization of the claim to truth in favor of the peaceful coexistence of a whole plethora of truths, as each person develops them, cannot do without recourse to a pre-established superior authority. It is true that there tend to be as many horizons of meaning as there are people who make a contingent decision, i.e. one that cannot be mediated and justified by objective reasons, without anyone else being able to judge it objectively, as Alex Gruber put it in an article worth reading. But the idleness of such non-violent coexistence of seemingly self-made ideologies would be so obvious and thus ineffective if it were not for the invocation of a binding reason for being that demands something higher than the acceptance of nothing but opinions that nobody is curious about. The nihilistic relativization of truth becomes an absolutized opinion that takes the place of the binding, well-founded judgment and the claim to truth implied therein, because, as Alex Gruber continues, such a judgment would be nothing but a violent encroachment that sets an asymmetry that privileges one's own side. Post-colonial studies mark that stage of postmodern anti-theory in which resistance to asymmetrical discourses pushes towards material violence. These studies leave behind the bland theories of the peaceful coexistence of the respective singular backgrounds of experience and present a discourse standpoint whose truthfulness is not to be doubted and from which a historical mission is derived, that of emancipation from an allegedly patronizing post-colonial civilization in which the indigenous peoples and their authentic cultures are flocking together with the indivisible Germans. The decomposed social character, whose sovereignty consists of constantly preaching the renunciation of sovereignty, unites politically opposing figures and milieus such as Wolfgang Schäuble, the Antifa Zeckenbiss and the sometimes quite fascist Chemnitzer. It could be said that Germany has long since become a country of Reich citizens who strictly reject state sovereignty and rattle the border fences. Instead, they have discovered their very own sovereignty and are determined to no longer allow themselves to be controlled by the agencies of the state, the laws of logic, or even the principles of positivist reason. However, where the genuine Reichsbürger declares his property in a remote region to be an extraterritorial area, within whose borders his flag flies and at whose garden gate every intruder is warned of the consequences of his actions in official German, his urban counterpart thinks and acts more globally. He renounces the territorial omnipotence that the provincial claims for himself and lives out his sovereignty more intellectually, but all the more sealed off against any contradiction as a global monad, which is only inhibited in its boundless inner freedom by narrow-minded regulations imposed by the nation-state, which has long since become a nuisance, with its no less outmoded culture. It is no coincidence that what the Schäuble Germans consider to be an existential decision, handing over one's own responsibility to fateful forces to which one can only submit, comes from a generation whose favorite saying goes, "We have only borrowed the earth from our children." Nowhere is the aggressive civilization fatigue of this milieu more clearly expressed than in this sentence, especially when compared with the only superficially similar idea developed by Marx in Capital. Even the whole society, a nation, indeed all contemporary societies taken together, are not owners of the earth. They are only its owners, its beneficiaries, and have to leave it as boni patres, good fathers of the family, improved for the generations to come. For Marx, the postulate of leaving the earth improved means working and thus changing the earth using all technically available means, with the aim of achieving universal wealth available to all people. The collective, i.e. social, humanization of nature is understood in materialist terms as something that is demanded by nature itself, which is incomplete, deficient, and only partially usable. By humanizing nature, people themselves act as a social natural power and thus as part of that nature, which they oppose by improving it from time to time. In contrast, the saying of the borrowed earth implies from the outset the idea of an essentially humanless, even non-human nature, towards which humans then appear as an essentially non-natural and negative principle that only dominates, plunders, desecrates, etc. The earth. This is put forward by people who enthrone themselves as the unbounded citizens of the earth, who would like to see all those who do not agree with them wiped off the face of the earth. It is no coincidence that the saying about the borrowed earth is often passed off as Indian wisdom, and thus put into the mouths of authorities who do not come from Europe. However, the invocation of the noble savage, his lack of education and therefore moral superiority in establishing meaningful forms of coexistence in harmony with an ever-friendly nature, in which neither money nor decadence are present, expresses today as well as in the 18th century, when this figure first appeared, the highly real, but immediately positively ideologized powerlessness of the enlightened citizen before his own social order. What appeared as a criticism of absolutism and religion placed in the mouths of non-European figures and as an affirmation of the bourgeois order, as an indictment of a society that had departed from its good origins, to which the citizens would lead it back, was, even before they came to power, the citizen's anticipatory identification with his own powerlessness. An impenetrable web of dependencies threatened to render him incapable of action in his own house, which was not set up according to the reasonable judgment of census citizens, but exposed to incomprehensible commercial crises. The order of things seemed unnatural, an honest word no longer counted. Instead of eternal peace, intrigue, immorality, and weakness prevailed, which is why the general decay was secretly longed for as a just punishment imposed on a world so far removed from its civilizing mission. For some, a real catastrophe, the destruction of Lisbon in the earthquake of 1755, complete with conflagration and tsunami, was a prelude to the deserved demise of a civilization derisively denigrated as the best of all possible worlds. The post-colonial discourse is therefore far older than its representatives would admit, who are pushing cardboard cutouts of migrant origin in front of them, reading the Riot Act to all of us. In contrast to the misanthropists of the 18th century, nature seekers have been on the move since the end of the growth decades after the Second World War, claiming to have found real human inventory as witnesses and enforcers of their hostility to civilization. But the nature to which the anti-bourgeois citizens unconditionally surrender has nothing to do with either external or internal nature. The nature invoked is the absolute counterprinciple to society, and the world of anonymous constraints is nothing other than the second nature of social constraints, which is accepted as a fateful force. The concept of an inevitable law of compulsion is borrowed from natural science, while the predominantly romantic view of an untamable nature comes from aesthetics. In the modern belief in destiny, both of these are blurredly amalgamated and deprived of their truthfulness. For the recognition of natural laws that act with generality and necessity does not necessarily lead to the self-abandonment of the human subject, but rather to the realization that only those who do not deny their determinacy, but rather become aware of it, can be free. The celebration of sublime nature, which began in the last third of the 18th century, is also contradictory. It focuses on the rugged, icy, impenetrable nature, presented in inhospitable landscapes in which man cannot survive. Here, too, the images not only convey what the civilization-weary citizen would like to read out of them. For the recognition of the repellent, misanthropic is also a remedy against the modern delusion of relationships, in which the modern subject, subjugating nature according to plan, at the same time poses as the constitutive ground of nature. This insight does not lead to submission to a superior power, but to the imperative for people to use their limited means to improve nature in such a way that the people who originate from nature can live in it. The belief in a fateful nature, which has always been particularly pronounced in Germany, is unquestioningly functionalized to illustrate the fantasy that nature is an entity in which man has no place as a disturber. From here to the rejection of the right of civilized man to exist on the borrowed earth is not far away. The fantasy of the deserted world is the sovereign power fantasy of the powerless, the desire to eradicate all other people from the surface of the earth, except oneself. In doing so, one must proceed as crudely as one already imagines nature to be. This is why the human inventory, which is supposed to guarantee the turn to nature and fate, has always corresponded to the rugged high mountain depictions that replaced the Italian cultivated landscapes in the depictions of earlier centuries. While the savages were initially admired for their nobility, this quickly turned into an enthusiasm for their primal, raw customs and traditions. And this enthusiasm returns today in dealing with seemingly very specific refugees from shithole countries, from whom one does not expect humanity, a willingness to learn or even gratitude, but merciless survival virtues, supplemented by aggressive pack behavior, in which they are explicitly encouraged because one would like to be like that again. Oneself. It would be presumptuous to demand Western culture or morals from them, as this would force them to flee again, this time from themselves, and rob them of their collective nature. The self-assurance of the Germans, who have not only lost God, but with him all confidence in their own future as a species, finds its vanishing point in the evil desire for an inferno into which they want to drag as many others as possible. The fascination with the infinite expanses of icy space and the courageous admission that we already know when enough is enough before we become a nursing case corresponds with the unwillingness to recognize the monopolization of power in the hands of the Republican state, as the bearer of a remnant of universalism that wants to leave it at the better arrangement of this earth. The sovereignism that is attributed to marginal right-wing extremist sects that have set out to undermine order is in reality at home, where the crisis-ridden citizen completely closes himself off from the outside world and at the same time can no longer stand it at home. He doesn't cultivate his rose garden, which he likes to open to other rose lovers once a year. He doesn't even have a quirk that would set his much-vaunted privacy apart from the wasteland of the IKEA catalog. Rather, he wants to bear witness to the deserved downfall of civilization and preaches its necessary disappearance into nature, which can mean a cuddly forest called Hambai, just as much as the right to clitoral circumcision on girls as an expression of the autochthonous culture of perpetrators and victims. As a sovereignist in his own right, he has long since accepted how interchangeable and contourless he himself is, only to derive from this the mandate to himself and the world that no one is entitled to intervene in his tenaciously defended realm of icy emptiness. Democracy, which has been reduced to a mere plebiscite, is a tried and tested means of denouncing official politics as a tool in the hands of demagogues and liars for the unbounded sovereignists without house and home, precisely when some of their agents want to demand something of them that would not even have disastrous consequences for their assets. He strictly rejects the republic as a form of state and society, because it could either throw him back into purely private grumbling or give him the difficult task of taking responsibility for himself and others within the boundaries of the nation. Sovereignists get completely out of control when politicians, even the unfortunate Horst Seehofer, confront them with the imposition that they, as citizens, should engage with their neighbors and colleagues in order to help defend the endangered republic. Seehofer's statement that Islam does not belong to Germany. Germany is shaped by Christianity. He made a fundamentally sensible statement, only to immediately expose it to ridicule with a bleak justification. This includes the Free Sunday, church holidays and rituals such as Easter, Pentecost and Christmas. In doing so, he described Christianity with a few thoroughly friendly outward appearances, but did not bring it into play as the mindset that founded civilization in the first place, which sought to reconcile reason with faith and the individual with society. Nevertheless, even in Seehofer's reference to Christianity, which had been almost completely brought down to earth by Bishop Marx and former Bishop Kassmann, the remnants of an obligation to the individual and his opinion, for example towards his own and his neighbor's children, still resonates so unmistakably that the equally helpless order by Bavarian Prime Minister Soter to hang crucifixes in state institutions again triggered a storm of protest, which at least signaled that a sore point had been touched with this order. The crucifix stands for a social obligation that should be effective beyond the death of the individual, which is not imposed but accepted out of insight and expressly excludes violence, acts of bloodshed and furor. All of this is vehemently rejected by the outraged Reichsbürger against the right as outrageous presumption, i.e. total asymmetry of discourse. He wants to return to the pre-Christian and pre-Jewish world of desublimated unrestraint, which offers him the prospect of submission to fate, into which his sovereignism inevitably drives him, which at some point must amount to self-abandonment to immediate rule unrestrained by any consideration. The globalized Reich citizens against the right will not bring about a new national socialism on their own. Too many leaders spoil the movement, and yet it is worth thinking about when it resounded from public television on October 13, 2018, as it did on 1933 from the overcrowded Berlin Sports Palace. When the demonstration had already reached the Brandenburg Gate on its way, the last participants were still standing on Alexanderplatz, and in between people to Gestjaw/RBB.24 de October 13, 2018, 2020. For comparison, Joseph Goebbels, the individual people are no longer recognizable, you only see people, masses of people. End of quote. Once again it becomes clear that boundless all-humanity is the appropriate ideology for dehumanization. The idea of flooding masses of people is cultivated less in right-wing propaganda than by those who imagine society as an ensemble of grassroots democratic, spontaneous, natural, i.e. without paternalism from above, yet highly technologically networked and strictly crammed into their cultural tribal associations. While the masses of people submitted to a very specific new rule in 1933, the masses of 2018 only have the intention of standing up against the Republic as a conglomerate of indivisible Germans, consisting of associations, trade unions, citizens' initiatives, NGOs etc., and paying homage to Chairman Ayman Maziek, who generously shouted to them in the square as the provisional victor of a partial Islamic land grab that had already taken place. The overwhelming majority has had enough of the hatred and the dividers of a vociferous minority. And we extend our hands and our hearts in peace and reconciliation to those who want to understand. Nevertheless, we also say clearly, no tolerance of intolerance. No hatred and misanthropy on our streets and online. No to anti-Semitism. No to anti-Muslim racism. No to any group-specific misanthropy. End of quote. They will not have been aware of his words, any more than the Palestinian folk dance group that has written the destruction of Israel on its banners and flyers. Berlin civil society merely paid homage to the freewheeling opinions of voluntary or state-sponsored non-governmental organizations, thereby very consciously opposing the purpose of the Federal Republic of Germany as a nation-state, namely to protect its citizens and with them all foreigners residing within the country's borders from potential dangers, because of the violent excesses of Chemnitz, because of the dismissed VS President Maassen, whom they want to see wither away on welfare, and because of Daniel Hillig, in whose heart anti-Muslim racism must have blazed in the form of East-zonal hooligan hatred. The dead who are not apostrophized as victims of Islamic murderers, but as victims of instrumentalization from the right, are dragged along where people march against misanthropy, as crown witnesses of a movement for love and against hate. The rejection of any instrumentalization of victims, presented in a tone of indignation, is the pretext for their legitimized confiscation by the decent people appointed to do so. Back in the summer of 2018, a martyr for cosmopolitanism capable of solidarity was found, who has since been passed around as a victim of right-wing violence in the form of hate speech. Sophia Losch from Amberg, who got into a truck with a Moroccan driver as a hitchhiker in June and was raped and murdered by him hours later. Her brother's pompous manhunt initiative on the internet, which perfidiously warned against racism and emphasized his sister's engagement in refugee work just as the investigation was focusing on the driver, has drawn the attention of the agitated, who already had their rhyme and reason for what happened. Instead of simply keeping their distance when his brother and friends began to publicly rationalize what was already a very probable murder at the time, the following appeared on the blog Islamnixkit, representing the opinions of many Chemnitz Germans. How can a young woman hitchhike alone today and then get into a truck of Moroccans? You really can't beat the stupidity of that. But unfortunately, that's how many of the left-wing and green naive and unrealistic multicultural women are. They throw all advice and warnings to the wind and only learn when they themselves become victims of Muslim violence. End of quote. According to this thoroughly brutalized author, Sophia Losch, one can only hope that nothing has happened to her, he added as a precaution, has experienced firsthand what she and her peers actually deserve. Meanwhile, Sophia Losch's friends and family, and with them the indivisible public opinion, were preparing their own corpse, and came to the similarly empathy-free conclusion that Sophia had enriched us all enormously, precisely because she got into this very truck. On their way in the higher order of cosmopolitanism, they resolutely repressed, above all the brother and local Green politician Andreas Losch, what they always deny others, the grief for a murdered person. As a person weakened by tireless propaganda work, one could not muster more than moist eyes of self-pity for the reporter against the right, who wrote a sentimental story for months after the murder of his sister in Chemnitz and the abuse of the memory of those actually abused. He has moist eyes for large parts of the interview, but Andreas Losch says that he definitely does not want to do a sentimental home story. In fact, he has hardly had time to grieve so far, he says, because he has to work, Tagesspiegel, May 10, 2018. And indeed, at the memorial service, relatives and friends of the murdered woman fabricated such brainless and heartless movement nonsense that it was happily reprinted by the quality press. These dimensions of the movement, her own tireless movement, the transfer of her movement to individuals and ultimately to society, have come together in Sophia in such a wonderful way that our hearts still don't understand that her own movement is supposed to be over. However, we know that the movement she triggered in many can no longer be stopped by anything or anyone. Many will miss the moving encounters with her family, her friends, her colleagues, her acquaintances, and not least those who have been deprived of a glimmer of hope by her death. Tagesspiegel, August 15, 2018. Only the last half sentence contains something like a lament, which the chairman of the Council of the Protestant Church, the unfortunate Heinrich Bedfordstrom, then professionally and routinely dispelled at the funeral service in Amberg on August 1, 2018. Sophia Losch had made refugees on Lesbos feel in a very concrete way what we should all stand up for with all our passion, that every human being is created in the image of God, that he or she has a dignity that no one may take away from them, and that this is also expressed in the way we treat people who have fled their home country. End of quote. Anyone who wants to establish a meaningful connection between voluntary refugee work and the sexual murder by a Muslim who is not a refugee cannot avoid placing the murdered woman in the ranks of the early Christian martyrs who gave their lives for their faith. Quote, "During these days, I have repeatedly thought of the Bible passage from Emma 10:39, which Sophia chose as her confirmation verse when she was confirmed in Pommelsbrunn in 2004. He who finds his life will lose it, and he who loses his life for my sake will find it." End of quote. The churchman does not know his own business, because the martyrs had offered nonviolent resistance against a certain form of rule and had been executed for it. They knew what their enemies were capable of, so they recognized the potential danger they posed and nevertheless did not allow themselves to be deterred from their missionary work, as the Apostle Matthew testifies against a German bishop who swaggered along completely unmoved. "But to you who truly listen to me, I say, love your enemies and do good to those who hate you. Ask God's blessing on those who do you evil, and pray for all who offend you." 5:38. End of quote. Bishop Bedfordstrom seriously allowed the death of a woman at the hands of a thoroughly hostile man, for whom unveiled and even unbelieving women who get into the truck with him alone are whores who only wanted one thing from him, to arise as proof of the triumph of love but mistrust before the congregation. Quote, "Sophia lived entirely out of trust. She did not see other people as potential dangers, but first and foremost as people who, as good creatures of God, are capable of humanity and who themselves deserve humanity. Perhaps she would still be alive if she had lived out of mistrust. But would that have been a better life? Could it have been her life? Could it have radiated the love and joy of life that simply belonged to her and that now leave traces in the lives of so many people that will never fade away?" End quote. In short, this means that all women who treat Muslim men with mistrust for reasons of self-protection are excluded from the German Multicultural Popular Front against the right in case of doubt. The bishop expressly approved of what Wolfgang Schäuble meant with his reference to the rendezvous with globalization, addressed to all Germans who have become suspicious. One must occasionally make a human sacrifice to the juggernaut of cosmopolitanism, to which one has irrevocably submitted, as an offering of love to enemies whom one precisely does not want to proselytize, neither to Christianity nor to Western values in general. Bedford-Strome's speech is the updated Perseverance propaganda sermon by consistorial counselor Rabe from Karl Kraus, The Last Days of Mankind, translated into diversity German. God now wants to educate us to iron willpower and the utmost development of strength. Therefore, once again, more steel in the blood. In dealing with the murder of Sophia Losch, the unscrupulous instrumentalization of murder victims has reached a lonely climax. We highly credit Sophia Losch from Amberg or Maria Leidenberger from Freiburg for leaving imperishable traces in the lives of all indivisible Germans through their cosmopolitanism, which cost them their lives. The addressees of this propaganda are, of course, the relatives, who, unlike the obdurate surviving relatives of Daniel Hillig, remain even more doggedly and naturally publicly committed to the cause of cosmopolitanism after the murder of their daughters, instead of remaining silent and mourning like them. The adult without mistrust who is held up as a role model by the Protestant bishop is someone who has failed in his efforts to constitute himself as a subject and therefore takes refuge in a world of all humanity that has nothing to do with the hopes of early Christian martyrs for a better world, but instead consists of dog-like begging for affection from someone who is recognized as inherently superior and whose arbitrariness one surrenders to without reservation. And yet girls in particular are constantly taught to be suspicious of strangers, so that they immediately recognize possible border crossings and for heaven's sake do not allow them. However, they are obviously supposed to abandon all caution, often enough even pathological caution, when the stranger is identified as a specimen of a culture other than the Christian one. Nobody believes this. Everyone implores their female relatives not to hitchhike and certainly not to get into the cars of Muslim men. The mistrust is so deep-seated that die-hard atheists among the citizens of the Reich against racism quickly return to the bosom of the church if it means they can avoid sending their child to the school in their neighborhood, which is influenced by other cultures, in favor of the denominational school. But where people try to avoid concrete dangers on a small scale, they deny that culturally based hostilities can even exist in the world, because who would want to preach hatred? On the other hand, it would always be necessary to recognize the potential enemy in the stranger, against whom one would arm oneself in order to be able to develop trust or even love for a stranger later on. However, this presupposes the simple ability to engage with others as an individual, and this is precisely not a communicative action that seeks to constantly renegotiate the mode of coexistence with representatives of other cultures, but is itself an expression of a civilization that is not asymmetrical in discourse, but in the dispute over truth. On Sunday, August 26th, a mob of 10 to 15 men armed with knives, sticks and stones carried out a racist attack in Frankfurt/Oder. Shouting Allah is great, and we kill Germans, refugees attacked Club La Froche and its guests. As the partygoers barricaded themselves in and the police intervened after 9 minutes, the incident ended lightly, with 2 people injured, given the attackers' stated aim. In the afternoon of the same day, 800 to 1,000 people from Chemnitz, including 50 to 80 ultras and hools with an affinity for violence and a few neo-Nazis, took part in a spontaneous funeral march through the city center. The occasion was a knife attack in the city center in the early hours of the morning, which had led to the death of the black German Daniel Hillig, 5 stab wounds to the chest, and serious injuries to 2 of his friends, who had to be treated in hospital. 2 refugees, who had acted out of a group of migrants with an Islamic socialization background, were under urgent suspicion and could be arrested promptly on the basis of witness statements. Along the route of the approximately hour-long funeral march, which the police were unable to control completely because the participants in the rally, which had been announced by the Chemnitz ultra scene, with which the victim was loosely connected, but not registered, set off without prior consultation and chose their route rather randomly, there were not only scuffles between these demonstrators and the police, between aggressive right-wingers and no less aggressive left-wingers, with and without a migration background. There were also racist attacks by a small number of Germans on migrants and refugees, which partly because there was no armed mob, did not even come close to the threat and violence potential of the Islamic racist attack in Frankfurt/Oder, neither in individual cases nor in total. A month later, it seemed as if the public discussion of the Chemnitz incidents had unleashed a dynamic of escalation that ultimately led to a crisis in the governing coalition. To defend against this, Hans-Georg Maassen was to be removed from his position as president of the Office for the Protection of the Constitution because he had publicly denied that hunts had taken place in Chemnitz. In view of irreconcilable positions, on the one hand conservative Christian Democrats and Interior Minister Horst Seehofer and his party, CSU, who, like the AfD, saw no reason to punish Maassen, and on the other a left-wing SPD party that wanted to see Maassen humiliated, as did the Greens, the Left Party and the mass media, the compromise agreed by Angela Merkel. Andrea Nahles and Seehofer could initially only be a middle way, the compromise agreed by Angela Merkel, Andrea Nahles and Seehofer. could initially only consist of the middle ground of removing, i.e. promoting Maassen, and then, in a second attempt, because the resistance of the left-wing parties and the media proved too strong, transferring him, which was sold as consideration for what was acceptable to the electorate and as a final stroke, after which the coalition could once again devote itself to factual issues. Inevitably, the new solution also led to party-politically motivated grumbling about the rotten compromise. Insofar as the echoing chatter from politicians and the press was also intended to be a swan song on the subject of Chemnitz, this could only suit Knowles, Merkel, Seehofer, and even Maassen, who had all become increasingly meek for reasons of state. After all, the noise that was made served first and foremost to remove an extremely remarkable event from the public consciousness. For several days, the Chancellery, in alliance with equality media, left-wing parties and radical left-wing enemies of the state, including the anti-German wing, had rehearsed a rebellion against that part of the state authorities that is responsible for maintaining internal security and thus protecting citizens from attacks on their physical integrity. By transforming the Chemnitz case, as a symptom of the increased threat to the life and limb of non-Islamic people in Germany in the wake of Muslim mass migration, into the Maassen case as a symbol of the alleged threat posed by right-wing populist infiltration of the state, the extent to which citizens would put up with the state's self-denunciation of its duty to protect its own population was tested. In order to recognize this, however, one must go back to the beginnings, when it was by no means a foregone conclusion in the evening and night hours of 26 to August 27 that and how the mass media and the ruling politicians would process the events of the afternoon in Chemnitz. One of the first reports of the Chemnitz stabbing and the funeral march that took it as an opportunity in the national quality media came from Zeit Online at 1923 that evening, referring to a DPA note from 1812. It sounded like this: Mitteldeutsche Rundfunk, MDR, reported on scuffles. Anti-fascist activists reported attacks on migrants on social media. The police were not initially aware of any evidence of riots. Anti-fascist activists must have meant one Johannes Grunert in particular, who posted the following tweet at 1704, "Migrant hunt at Johannisplatz. Apparently no serious injuries so far." Meanwhile, the Chemnitz police published their report on the course of the funeral march at 8:15 p.m. It states, "The police are currently processing 4 charges in connection with the incident. These are 2 charges of assault, 1 charge of threatening and 1 charge of resisting law enforcement officers." End of quote. There was no mention of deaths, serious injuries, or people being beaten to hospital, nor of damage to property. Around 2 hours after this police report was published, DPA announced at 10:06 p.m. without citing a source, videos on social media showed attacks on migrants. This probably referred to the following material. First, a cell phone recording about 20 seconds long, which was later called Hayes video in investigative circles because a woman's voice off camera repeatedly addresses someone with the words, "Hayes, you stay here." And Hetzjagd video in the media because an unknown person or group called Antifa Zeckenbiss published this film snippet on YouTube under the title, "Menschenjagd in Chemnitz, 8:56 p.m. Although the footage only shows 2 of the 3 Germans chasing 2 migrants a few meters away while shouting, "Get lost. What's the matter, you bastards? You can run, you cunts, you're not welcome." This remained the only audiovisual document from August 26 that depicted physically threatening behavior by Germans against migrants. Only much later, around September 7, and rather by chance did it emerge that Grunert's Twitter claim of a migrant hunt and the manhunt by Antifa ticks referred to one and the same incident, and that it was already included in the police report of August 26, at the latest in its clarification at the press conference of August 27. Second, another short cell phone recording that shows a group of German men running across a parking lot, although they could just as easily be running away from something off-screen as chasing someone off-screen. Here, too, the name of the image sequence provides an interpretation that is not supported by the designated material. Hereinafter, parking lot video right-wing mob marauding unhindered through Chemnitz, wrote the Jusos Chemnitz when they posted it on Facebook. The close proximity of the locations of the Hayes video and the parking lot video, and the later discovery that at least one German man in blue appears in both videos made it possible to cut the parking lot video behind the Hayes video, thus suggesting that the pursuit, which was obviously abandoned in the Hayes video, was recorded in the parking lot video after all. However, this editing variant did not exist in the first days after August 26 and contradicts the victim's first witness statements to the police, 26,127.8. It only fits with some of the generally contradictory statements made much later to various media outlets, which only began to take an interest in the more precise background to the hate video when Hans-Georg Maassen publicly doubted on September 7 that there were xenophobic hunts and that the Hayes video could be used as reliable material for this claim, whereupon they presented extensive fact checks on the authenticity of the video, located and interviewed the victims. In none of the versions of the victim reports circulated about the contexts of the Hayes video and parking lot video, which tell little or nothing in themselves in view of their headlines, did a mob of Germans or right-wingers chase and beat up migrants out of nowhere. Rather, the same 2 or 3 individuals, man in black, man in blue, more or less brutally attacked the same 2 migrants and their German companion twice because they felt provoked by them twice, the first time by being filmed and the second time by being confronted later about the violent reactions to the filming. In addition, one perpetrator and one victim apparently knew each other personally from the asylum home, which could indicate a history of mutual animosity in their relationship. As obvious as it is that the Germans involved are racists with an affinity for violence, the ostentatiously emphasized politeness with which the migrants claim to have approached the numerically superior and aggressive crowd around the perpetrators after they had already been beaten is not credible. In legal terms, a slap in the face provoked by the victim's actions is also punished, but more mildly than an unprovoked one. And it usually doesn't matter whether the perpetrator has a bad, in this case racist, character. When it comes to sentencing, it would therefore depend on the extent to which the migrants can credibly present their own behavior as that of unsuspecting innocence and commit themselves to a version of events that is as consistent as possible. So far, in any case, the German friend Lisa has experienced the worst violence, including possible persecution, in all subsequently dramatized narrative variants, and her story can hardly be used as evidence of a manhunt for migrants. The third material that may have been meant by videos in social media show attacks on migrants is a video montage that the Reich Group Dresden published on YouTube in the last hours of August 26 under the title Xenophobic Mob and Hunt for Migrants in Chemnitz. Here, the hate video, which marks the beginning, is followed by approximately 5-minute excerpts from a Facebook video by Bernhard Wedlick, and finally an approximately 1-minute recording attributed to the right-wing group Rosswein Sich.
The AfD-Video and Rosswein-Video now show that individual participants in the funeral march shouted Rakist-Slogans, elendes Viehzeug, für jeden toten Deutschen einen toten Ausländer. Adozen Neonazis chantet, Deutsch, sozial und national. Viele wir sind das Volk, das ist unsere Stadt, wäre the only slogans chanted by the majority of participants.
An aggressive mood is only suggested by events outside the frame, more in relation to the behavior of the police and left-wing radicals, how they run, the tics, there's no such thing, than to the behavior towards migrants. It is clear from the scenes captured by the camera that the proportion of women and heterosexual couples of all ages is conspicuously high, measured against the idea of a dominance of marauding male mobs evoked by the left-wing titles. A longer passage of the Rosswein video also shows that the passing demonstrators are constantly shouted at as racists by a female voice off-screen, without this resulting in serious threats or even violence for the person shouting in the video. It later emerged that the woman shouting was a dark-skinned social worker and anti-racist activist of Lebanese origin, Rola Saleh. Her cell phone recording of this incident, Rola video, was first published by Johannes Grunert via Twitter on September 6, 10:54 a.m., to document another racist attack. Rola was the only one who stood in the way of the Nazis on the 26th when they started chasing migrants. She made a video and called them what they are, racists. Rola was beaten and then sent away by the police. End quote. The fact that Saleh was able to continue shouting racists incessantly does not, however, indicate that he was beaten during the scuffle with a demonstrator off-screen, which a police officer broke up after a few seconds with the motto, "I understand you, but that doesn't help and makes our work more difficult." Saleh himself said in an interview with Taz on September 5, 2018, "I was pushed by the man. I don't remember exactly whether I fell or was hit afterwards. I was just so upset. After that, a police officer sent me away and didn't do anything about the man." Although this is neither a victim nor a hero story, Saleh, Grunert, Antifa Zeckenbiss and the Jusos Chemnitz were the only people or organizations that could have been named by the media if they had asked who was actually meant by eyewitnesses of an alleged manhunt for migrants in Chemnitz. From the night of 26 to August 27 at the latest, the first quality media switched from reporting on allegations and appropriately labeled videos from the radical left-wing spectrum to directly adopting these rumors about Chemnitz. The Südkurier headlined at midnight, "Manhunt in Chemnitz, what's going on in eastern Germany?" On Monday, August 27, at 2:08 a.m., Grunert writes on Zeit Online, right-wing extremists attacked people on the street, allegedly as an act of revenge for a stabbing. The police were overwhelmed by a spontaneous march. In contrast, Der Spiegel adopts a more moderate tone in its online presence at 10:27 a.m. After the violent death of a 35-year-old man, hundreds of right-wing extremists marched through Chemnitz, allegedly scuffling and attacking migrants. At 10:53 a.m., T-Online also notes with appropriate distance from the events, local media report scuffles. Up until 11 a.m., One could kindly assume the media were still struggling internally and with each other to find an adequate language to describe facts that could not have been researched much more than that the interpretations of them by the police and anti-fascist activists differed considerably. But then the Chancellery, in the person of government spokesperson Seibert, intervened for the first time. What we know is that a person was killed in Chemnitz on Saturday night, and that is terrible. And the police will do everything in their power to clear it up so that the suspect or suspects can be brought to justice. This is how and no other way to deal with crimes in a constitutional state. What was seen in places yesterday in Chemnitz, and what was also captured in videos, has no place in our constitutional state, so it is important for the federal government to say clearly, we do not tolerate such gatherings, hunts for people of different appearance or origin, or attempts to spread hatred on the streets, that has no place in our cities. And I can say on behalf of the federal government that we condemn it in the strongest possible terms. End of quote. As soon as Seibert moved on from the first event to the second, the tone changed dramatically. The killing of a person is terrible, but it is just a criminal offense that must be dealt with in a constitutional state. And Seibert says less than he knows when he conceals the fact that the victim was a black German and that the perpetrators were presumably migrants with an Islamic socialization background at the time. The second event, which did not result in any deaths, is explained as having no place in our constitutional state and in our cities. Apparently, in contrast to the first, it is not only terrible and will be investigated by the police and prosecuted, but also condemned in the strongest terms by the German government. In this case, Seibert says more than he knows. He interprets the funeral march as a roundup and racist attacks of unexplained number and severity as hunts for people of other looks, other origins, which, diluting the charge, he immediately equates via and or with the propaganda offense of spreading hatred on the streets. Thus, what was important for the German government with regard to the future reception of Chemnitz had been expressed, trivializing the killing with a knife and concealing a context that could point to collateral damage of German refugee policy, and dramatizing racist attacks as a challenge to the rule of law. The first is a legally prosecutable offense. The second requires anti-racist agitation by the state and a mass media campaign. The armed and racist mob of refugees in Frankfurt/Oder on the same day, which was actually formed for the purpose of hunting down and murdering people, is not worth mentioning to the government as a local event. The intervention of the Chancellery did not simply lead to reports in the press of the federal government's assessment of the facts. Bundesregierung verurteilt Recht Hetzjagden zu Deutsche Regierung verurteilt Chemnitzer Ausschreitungen, Salzburger Nachrichten, but to the nationwide adoption of the government-approved linguistic doctrine, the embellishment of which sparked a competition to outdo each other. In Chemnitz, hundreds of violent demonstrators literally hunted down migrants, while the police were massively overwhelmed, reported NTV. The state failed in Chemnitz, Süddeutsche Zeitung reported. Stern Onlipe already hinted at the extreme. It is not the year 1933, but it is beginning to feel like it. Many people are horrified and feel a pogrom mood. And this despite the fact that Chemnitz was not yet over, which is why the Victim Counseling Center RA Sachsen advised migrants to stay at home in view of the demonstration registered for the evening by Pro-Chemnitz, which turned into a false report that was widely shared on social media. The police advise all migrants in Chemnitz not to leave their homes. The real police, who had never made any such announcement, then appeared before the public and the camera at a press conference at 4:55 p.m., represented by Sonja Penzel, Chief of Police of Chemnitz, to clarify the background to the charges against participants of the funeral march mentioned in the police report on the evening of August 26. There were currently 3 criminal charges against demonstrators who had allegedly attacked foreign-looking people, she said. The police chief named the cases: a 15-year-old German with her 18-year-old Afghan companion. Both had been beaten. This would later prove to be the background of the Hayes video. An 18-year-old Syrian had been beaten and a 30-year-old Bulgarian had been detained and threatened. In summary, 3 incidents of minor violence on the fringes of a spontaneous demonstration of around 1,000 people, which, with or without racist motives, remain far below the number of acts of violence that occur after almost every Bundesliga soccer match day. However, the police's account did not stand a chance against the language of the RA Saxony. The brutality of the extreme right in Chemnitz was clearly demonstrated to the public and the media yesterday during the racist manhunt. Although on the evening of August 27th, according to reports from the police and RA Saxony that were in exact agreement on this issue, not a single migrant had been attacked, the typical side effects of right-wing and left-wing demonstrators clashing, Hitler salutes, injuries inflicted on each other and officials during the events, and the departure phase by masked right-wing and left-wing radicals with an affinity for violence by throwing bottles and pyrotechnics, were seamlessly integrated into the scenario of the xenophobic pogrom established for August 26. Late in the evening, the freelance journalist Raphael Thalen, 2155, tweeted live from the event, "The demonstration is over, but the few police officers were unable to keep the outflowing Nazis under control. There are initial reports of attacks on left-wingers. I'm in the hotel because it wouldn't be safe outside. Saxony has given away its monopoly on the use of force tonight. The next day, August 28th, there was no stopping the media. In the morning, at 7:56 a.m., Johannes Grunert spoke out via Zeit Online, the evening when the constitutional state gave up. Thousands of right-wing extremists marched through Chemnitz, give the Hitler salute, attack counter-demonstrators and journalists. The police are outnumbered and let them have their way. At 12 o'clock, the Tagesspiegel asked, Hoyerswerda, Heidenau, Chemnitz nothing learned in Saxony? At 1852, the Berliner Zeitung stated, neo-Nazis have taken over the city. In between, the Chancellery spoke up for a second time, this time the Chancellor herself, who, following a press conference, stated in response to a question, yesterday, the spokesperson of the federal government already pointed out two facts on behalf of the entire federal government. Firstly, one person was killed in the night from Saturday to Sunday. Fortunately, suspects have already been arrested. This was a terrible event, and our sympathy naturally goes out to the victims' relatives. Secondly, what we saw afterwards is something that has no place in the rule of law. We have video footage showing that there were hunts, that there were riots, that there was hatred on the streets. Of course, the police did everything they could to bring things to a reasonable end and prevent even more violence. However, I think it is good and important that Federal Interior Minister Horst Seehofer has also made it clear today that if the Free State of Saxony needs help to maintain law and order and comply with the law, then the federal government stands ready to support Saxony in this matter too, so that we can fully enforce the rule of law. Merkel not only repeated Seibert's statement from the previous day, she did so in the knowledge of a report whose tenor she obviously had no objections to. On the contrary, she now also gave Seibert the impression that the state's monopoly on the use of force in Saxony was actually at risk, not because of the attacks by Islamic socialized migrants, but because of the subsequent protests. As a result, the people of Chemnitz, Saxony and East Germany came under constant fire for days from a public that, in ever-new variations, evoked the associations about pogroms and states of emergency that the Berliner Courier of August 29 made explicit when it empathized so distantly with the thoughts of a refugee who now wanted to leave Chemnitz that it deliberately remained unclear whether the author of the thought was still the refugee or already the newspaper. The lead story Chemnitz, Days of Fear read, foreigners stabbed a German to death, that much Salame knows. He also knows that thousands of people roamed the city afterwards and hunted people like him. While Saxony's Minister-President Michael Kretschmer, CDU, sought an educational dialogue with the citizens of Chemnitz via Sachsensprach on August 30th to sensitize them to the need to distance themselves from right-wing extremists, Claudia Roth, for example, made a clarification against any conversation with the mob in a DPA report from 7:03 a.m. on the streets of Chemnitz. It is not concerned citizens who are expressing their fears, but people who are being hunted, Roth told the German press agency. Anyone who shows the Hitler salute, who incites pogrom-like hatred against everything that does not correspond to their own nationalist racial delusions, is not a victim, but a perpetrator, Roth emphasized. Society must show its face against racists. In the evening of the same day, Jürgen Tritten repeated on Markuslands what will remain the line of attack for all left-wingers. What happened in Chemnitz on Sunday is not called vigilante justice. People who look different were hunted down, that's called a pogrom. This is not the first time this has happened in Saxony. Now we have to find a clear constitutional response. On September 1st, the day of the pre-announced right-wing demonstrations and left-wing counter-rallies, Der Spiegel opened with the following title, completely black background, in capital letters, Saxony, small subtitle, when right-wingers reach for power. Between the H and the S in Saxon, the font color changes from innocent white to suspicious golden brown, the typography changes from normal to Fraktur font, probably because this is mistaken for a Nazi font, and the curve of the H ends in a J. And so the day brought what the party political and media scolding of Saxony had called for, well over 10,000 ordinary citizens on the streets, skirmishes between mainly out-of-town neo-Nazis and Antifas, numerous attacks by right-wingers on journalists, as if they had wanted to make the speech by the left-wing band KIZ expected for September 3rd as part of the Sind Mehr concert a reality. I'll ram the knife blade into the journalist's face. Away from the events, as the police announced on September 2nd, an Afghan was beaten up by several masked men, an incident that has only been making headlines in the mass media since September 11th in order to at least retrospectively justify the established lie of xenophobic hunts. The fact that Muslims had attacked a club in Frankfurt/Oder, with an explicit commitment to Allah and the declared aim of killing Germans, or had stabbed a German in Chemnitz and seriously injured his companions, could not really be a topic that dominated the media and politics in the face of thousands of Germans chasing foreigners through the streets and individual heroines bravely standing in the way of the mob. At the We Are More concert, which was pedagogically promoted not only by Federal President Frank-Walter Steinmeier, Claudia Roth and Katrin Göring-Eckardt, but even by Minister President Kretschmer during the Sachsensprach, as if a civic distancing from Nazis was necessary, in order to be credible in the eyes of the state representatives, would have to adopt the habitus of radical left-wing youth subculture. The Antira activists even went so far as to hallucinate the murdered Daniel Hillig as the victim of a mob of autochthonous neo-Nazis in their suppression of everyday Islamic violence. In the concert's opening speech, which led into a minute's silence for Hillig, the audience, 65,000 to 70,000 people who clenched their fists in a communist salute and held up banners, "You are stranger to us than any refugee," allowed themselves to be hypnotized as follows. A week ago, people were chased through this city: refugees, migrants, black Germans, leftists, journalists. That's why we're here in Chemnitz today. You're great, applause. And we, all of us, we give no place to manhunts, we give no place to racism, we are more, applause, Nazis out choruses. We are anti-fascists, applause. And we will not leave this city and no other to the racists and the Nazis. We are more, applause. We all live and want to live. Let's remember Daniel Hillig together for a moment, whose life was taken from him. We all want to live without fear and without hate. We all want to live without fear and without hate. And so let us also remember the people who have been victims of right-wing violence and hate in this country. I now ask you to remain silent for 1 minute for Daniel Hillig. Silence, after 27 seconds. Thank you, applause. End of quote. Black Germans probably no longer meant Daniel Hillig, but rather the following and first guest speaker Rola Sala, who was not hounded either, but what does that matter if you have to accommodate PCS somehow? Sala was introduced as very active in Youth Without Borders, and we learned that she has lived in Chemnitz for 17 years. She then spoke about what she, not Daniel Hillig, had experienced. What happened here on Sunday and Monday was very bad. Finally, she whipped up the audience to cheers to international solidarity and chanted, "No place for Nazis, no place for rights, no border, no nation, stop deportation, say it loud, say it clear, refugees are welcome here." The sausage hair presenter also appealed for donations and promised that half of the money raised would go to Daniel Hillig's relatives and the other half to anti-racist initiatives here in Saxony. This is how you can instrumentalize victims of Islamic violence for your own interests, fill the coffers of the migration industry, and feel like a really good person in the process. The activists have nothing other than the destruction of civic coexistence in mind, because that is what open borders and the dissolution of national sovereignty under the conditions of a capitalist world market and an unleashed Ummah necessarily lead to. The plea for unregulated migration flows was no longer even rhetorically related to a communist overcoming of the wrong setup of the world, knowing full well that refugees are not revolutionary subjects, let alone Islamized ones. Rather, every foreigner is equally welcome to anti-racist collectivism, even if some slaughter the others among them. The open welcome for the Islamic enemies of the Republic and the affirmed self-destruction is also a betrayal of the others. Betrayal of those Turks, Arabs, Persians and black Africans who thought they were fleeing from Islam with Germany into a republic that would protect them. But every defender of the Republic, everyone who does not go along with no border, no nation, is considered a right-winger by the new state Antifa, and everyone who is somehow right-wing is considered a Nazi. The madness of the predominantly white Youth Without Borders at this rally therefore did not come to its senses thanks to Todhosen, Fiend son Fischfilet or KLZ, but only when the audience sang Ich bin Schwarz, to the melody of the NDW classic Ich will Spaß, with a POC girl as the lead dancer. The interventions of the Chancellery and the Chancellor in a media propaganda campaign, which they first helped to trigger and then reinforced, cannot be appreciated enough if one wants to understand the historical caesura that is expressed in the associated self-retraction of the state's mandate to protect its own population. Even if the usual appeasement towards violent crimes motivated by Islam is not seen as the scandal that it actually is, but as a necessary part of day-to-day political calculations to which the government simply has to make concessions, it would have been expedient for the Chancellor's office in the interests of maintaining its own power. Simply declare that it is unacceptable when individuals react to the killing of a German by one or two foreigners by resorting to a mixture of vigilante justice, revenge and clan liability, and that the state will prosecute such acts of violence in the same way as knife murders committed by migrants. If the mantra typical of German reactions to an Islamic terrorist attack had then been added, that Muslims and refugees should not be placed under general suspicion, even with regard to stabbings, this would have completely fulfilled the bad purpose of diverting attention from the migrant knife attack to the need for anti-racist agitation. But Seibert and Merkel chose a different path. And because it was later, in September, repeatedly said in unison that leading representatives of the state apparatus had dared to contradict the Chancellor in an act of disloyalty and lèse-majesté by denying a hunt for migrants on August 26, it is worth emphasizing that it was the Chancellery and the Chancellor, in agreement with the media, who explicitly contradicted the reports available to date from their own authorities, first and foremost the Chemnitz police, and prejudged future investigation results. When scuffles turned into racist attacks and hunts, a few perpetrators into mobs, unprevented acts of violence first became riots, then a pogrom, the excessive demands of the police turned into an abandonment of the monopoly on the use of force. Seibert and Merkel not only did not formulate any objections, but also served this myth. The fact that the government of a democratic state took sides with the anti-racist enemies of the bourgeois republic against the findings of its own authorities before any verification of the facts and without any need to do so, i.e. participated in the spread of fake news, is remarkable in itself. However, as the pogrom motif is not just a simple exaggeration, but also contains objective implications on both sides, the population and the security authorities, that have nothing to do with a play on words, it contributed to the escalation of conditions on the ground and also ensured that the sovereign's actions took on the character of an attempted coup d'état that undermined its own legitimacy. According to an analysis of police reports published by the Freipresser on September 7, the same trend applies to Chemnitz as the current crime report for the whole of Germany. Since 2015, there has been a drastic increase in violent crimes on the streets: robbery, assault, sexual assault, with a disproportionately high number of non-German suspects. In contrast to this reality, official politicians have celebrated the same statistics because the overall rate of crimes committed has fallen, as conveyed by an extreme decrease in bicycle thefts and burglaries, and drawn the strange conclusion from this, which always comes across as an appeal that growing feelings of insecurity in parts of the population can only be fueled by interested circles, e.g. right-wing populists. In large West German cities, people seem to have become accustomed to the state leaving certain districts to the rule of migrant gangs, but it is not the case there that migrant mobs organize hunts for homosexuals, Berlin, the attempted stoning of transsexuals, Dortmund, the public beheading of an infant by a refugee, Hamburg, or the hour-long gang rape of a female disco-goer by Syrian men, Freiburg, that drive tens or hundreds of thousands of concerned citizens onto the streets, but rather, often in alliance with Islamists, gatherings of a few dozen to 100 actual or supposed right-wing populists. In Chemnitz, on the other hand, where resentment about the obvious Islamization tendencies of a sleepy little town and the taboo of talking about it publicly has been growing among its citizens, including integrated migrants and members of the Jewish community, since 2015, and homicides were nevertheless not part of everyday life. The stabbing resulting in death was the trigger for spontaneous protests against the refugee policy and the withdrawal of the forces of law and order, the renunciation of the monopoly on the use of force to ensure the safety of citizens in the city center. A reaction that, in contrast to what is common in Berlin or Hamburg, has a thoroughly rational reference to the principle of self-preservation as the basis of a bourgeois state. Regardless of this, individual racist attacks were used by politicians and the media to demonize any protest against Merkel and to agitate against the people of Chemnitz to the effect that migrants were chased through the streets on August 26 while they watched, applauded, or actively participated. It was only through this feigned analogy to the pogroms of Hoyerswerda or Rostock and the murders of Jorge Gamandai and Amadou Antonio, who were hounded to death by Nazi mobs in the early 1990s, that Chemnitz was able to become a standing term for the incomprehensible within a few hours. The fact that grieving, angry citizens saw themselves denigrated by the quality press and the German government as a man-hunting mob. Seibert and Merkel chose the propaganda word Zusammenrottung roundup, which the SED regime once used to describe peaceful civil protests, drove even more citizens to take part in demonstrations and funeral marches in the days that followed. Around 6,000 on August 27 and around 10,000 on September 1. These were no longer directed solely against refugee policy, but also against the delegitimization of their protest, while the majority of right-wing radicals from abroad sought to lead the popular anger and left-wing radicals arrived to prevent a Reichspogromnacht. However, the uncovered talk of a pogrom implies not only insulting the normal population, but also the police. They were incapable of preventing what had happened. If they deny what allegedly took place, they must either have overlooked it, which is unlikely, as they were present with the largest number of people of all social groups, or she concealed in the police report what she saw and could not prevent, for example to protect her work, which is also implausible. After all, in the age of cell phones and social media, how can anyone seriously believe that they can cover up what everyone else has seen or filmed and can testify to? Did the police therefore see the same thing as everyone else, but didn't notice the scandal because they think such actions against foreigners are normal, i.e. they are basically in league with the East German pogromists or infiltrated by National Socialists? And doesn't that apply to all deniers of the pogrom, the Saxony Public Prosecutor General's Office, the Minister-President, 2 police unions, the President of the Office for the Protection of the Constitution, the Interior Minister and the former head of the BND? Either there was no pogrom, or its deniers are at least crazy or half-Nazis or both. It is therefore logical that anyone who maintains the reality of the Chemnitz pogrom must denigrate the representatives of the security apparatuses who deny the pogrom as Nazis. Therefore, when the Chancellor was faced with the growing resistance of the aforementioned state authorities, she only had the choice of breaking off the anti-fascist alliance she had entered into or joining her left-wing comrades in insulting those working in the security authorities. She opted for the former in a way that feigned continuity. What kind of impression would it make, both nationally and internationally, if the Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany defamed her own authorities as tending towards National Socialism, if their right-wing radicalization had taken place under her aegis of all things? On September 3rd, the Chancellery and the Chancellor therefore changed course on the understanding that no one should notice that the sovereign was on the verge of abandoning its own institutions in order to merge with the civil society agencies of anti-racism, refugee aid and Islam appeasement. When the Freipresse, whose staff were the only full-time journalists to observe the events of August 26 from close up, there were no national teams on site, published a statement on August 29 entitled Chemnitz. Der Rumsprechen were nicht von Hetzjagd, Chemnitz. That's why we're not talking about a hunt. There was still no response. On September 1st, however, a statement entitled Saxony's Public Prosecutor General's Office Contradicts Merkel began to leak out to the wider public. Wolfgang Klein, spokesman for the Public Prosecutor General's Office, responded to a corresponding question from Publico. According to all the material available to us, there was no hounding in Chemnitz. On September 2nd, the head of the German police union, Rainer Wendt, wrote with regard to the Wir sind mehr concert on September 3rd and the idea of right-wing infiltration of the state apparatus, Chemnitz. We can only hope that the hysteria will soon subside and be replaced by objective analysis and considered action. Concerts with music bands who think it's great to call for violence against the police may help many to imagine themselves in a heroic defensive struggle against the immediate takeover of all government power at federal and state level by right-wing extremists and to feel great about it. End quote. This could not go unanswered by the government. When confronted with the assessment of the Public Prosecutor General's Office in Saxony at the government press conference on September 3rd, Seibert put it into perspective. I'm not going to have a semantic debate about a word here. If the Public Prosecutor General's Office says that, then of course I take note of it. But the fact remains that film footage shows how people of foreign origin were pursued and how they were threatened. It remains the case that police officers and journalists were threatened and in some cases even attacked. It remains the case that there were statements that were threatening, close to calls for vigilante justice. So in my view, there's nothing to minimize. But of course I take seriously what the Public Prosecutor General's Office says about this specific term. End quote. So if, according to the Public Prosecutor General's Office, there were definitely no hunts for foreigners, and according to the government, there were somehow no hunts for foreigners, and for the government the whole thing is also a question of semantics that they no longer want to talk about, then, Prime Minister Kretschmer may have thought. It does not contradict the Chancellery to make a contribution to reducing the alienation between himself and the citizens of Saxony. By announcing in a government statement on September 5th, one thing is clear, there was no mob, there was no hounding, there was no pogrom in Chemnitz. And on the other hand, referring to the neo-Nazis, who are to be distinguished from the normal East German population, I am firmly convinced that right-wing extremism is the greatest danger to democracy. End quote. From then on, the Chemnitz debate became increasingly grotesque. The co-governing SPD deputy Ralf Stegner commented quite foul-mouthed against Kretschmer in Bild. The CDU is winking to the right, and anyone who does that like Mr. Kretschmer is out of his mind. As a result, all observers seem to expect the Chancellor to put her foot down, not against her coalition colleague Stegner, but against her own party colleague Kretschmer. And so it came at a press conference. My reaction is that we saw pictures there that very clearly showed hatred and therefore also the persecution of innocent people. We must distance ourselves from them. That's what Mr. Seibert did, that's what I'm doing, that's what I've already done. And that says it all. End of quote. So the Chancellor's office did not insist on riots, hunts, or xenophobic pogroms in Chemnitz against the General Public Prosecutor's Office and Kretschmer. It simply denied that such things were ever alleged. And with the Speech Act that says it all, or, it stays that way, the Chancellor's words were actually supposed to have the power to create a new reality. Judging by the performance of the Chancellery, the President of the Office for the Protection of the Constitution, Hans-Georg Maassen, was thus still coming from the past, from outdated ideas of reality and political logic, when he seemed to think that Kretschmer could use his support against a chancellor who, like large sections of the left, still clung to the talk of Chemnitz pogroms. And on September 7th, he told the Bild newspaper that the Office for the Protection of the Constitution also had no reliable evidence of incitement to hatred in Chemnitz, an intervention for which he later received the support of the former head of the BND. On September 8th, the Neue Osnabrücker Zeitung reported, almost anachronistically, that the chairman of 2 police unions had now also demanded more restraint from politicians and warned against false interpretations. Rainer Wendt, for example, is quoted as saying, "The term Hetzjagd has been misused. It would be good if all politicians were to hold back for a week and exercise restraint in their use of language." End quote. The media, which took a while to understand the Chancellery's change of course and to seize the opportunities it presented for an argumentation strategy, initially acted traditionally by trying to perpetuate the legend of a manhunt for foreigners. The Frankfurter Rundschau came up with the following against Maassen on September 8th. Zeit journalist Grunert has since published another video from August 26th, which a certain Rola filmed. It also shows hunting scenes in Chemnitz. Rola herself was also beaten up by neo-Nazis. His press office did not want to explain on Friday why the head of the Office for the Protection of the Constitution, Maassen, does not consider these indications to be proof of authenticity and what evidence he knows to the contrary. However, Rola's film does not show hunting scenes, but rather racists walking past, nor was she, according to her own statement, beaten up by neo-Nazis. Therefore, not only should the burden of proof be reversed in all cases, but the impossible should be demanded. If Maassen says there is no incriminating material for a hounding, he is expected to present positive circumstantial evidence that no hounding took place. In this spirit, the FAZ wrote after him on September 24th, Maassen had expressed doubts that there had been a hounding of foreign-looking people during the riots in Chemnitz, but without being able to back up his assertion with facts. The reaction to an awkward formulation by Maassen on the authenticity of the Hayes video was also comparatively traditional. End quote. He expressed his doubts that it was evidence of a hunt and his suspicion that the source Antifa Zeckenbiss might have been politically interested in labeling it as such, so that it could be insinuated that he was questioning whether the footage even came from the day in question and from Chemnitz. This gave the media the opportunity to blow up the trivial into the essential. The task now was to prove the authenticity of the Hayes video against Maassen, always with the assumption that the proven authenticity of the material was synonymous with a confirmation of a real Hetzjagd. For the first time, representatives of the press began to carry out actual research on Chemnitz, to find victims and to talk to them, i.e. to work journalistically. It was not until September 12th, for example, that the Tagesschau had finished reconstructing what had happened on August 26th along the route of the spontaneous funeral march, which had now also been investigated, that was relevant to the theory of possible hunts for foreigners. And despite the time that had passed in the meantime, no more than 3 incidents occurred. The first incident took place near a Roos supermarket, which had not yet been reported in the media. Initially, several attackers are said to have attacked a group of 4 young foreigners plus a German female companion. In the interview in front of the camera, however, only one of them said that a demonstrator had rammed his knee into his face, whereupon he ran away bleeding. He says nothing about a subsequent chase or pursuit. Nevertheless, the attack was violent enough to suggest that it was the bodily injury reported to the police by a Syrian, while the 3 other migrants were involved in a way that made a report to the police seem futile. In any case, the Tagesschau report makes no reference to the police report, but instead focuses on the second incident at Johannesplatz, the context of the Hayes video, which has now been sufficiently dealt with. 1 migrant, Afghan, and his German girlfriend filed charges for assault. Another affected migrant did not. The third incident presented by the Tagesschau is the one filmed by Rola Sala, which she herself did not describe as bodily harm and did not report, but which anti-racists may consider an assault, which could indirectly explain why the RAA Saxony registered 6 racist attacks on migrants on August 26 and the police 3. The traditional approach of defending oneself against criticism of one's own reporting and taking action against the critics by continuing to claim or even using research to bring to light that there had indeed been a manhunt for migrants on August 26 in Chemnitz was therefore not convincingly possible despite all the efforts. This is why the Seibert-Merkel method, which was taken up at the same time, finally prevailed. On September 9, for example, the FAZ ran the headline, "There was a hounding in Chemnitz," to report under this headline. In Chemnitz on September 1, several right-wing extremists hounded and beat a group of social democratic demonstrators. End quote. Taken out of context, this was not a lie. But when used as an argument against Kretschmer or Maassen, it meant the contradiction that a hunt for social democrats on September 1 can hardly be used to prove a hunt for migrants on August 26. But that was no longer the point. In the meantime, an innovation from the Chancellor's office seemed to have been agreed upon, which was condensed into the following accusation. Anyone who insists that there was no mob, no hounding and no pogrom in Chemnitz on August 26 is engaging in semantic wordplay with the aim of not only trivializing the racist attacks of August 26, but also playing down the fact that many bad things were done by right-wing extremists in Chemnitz on August 27 and in the following week. Only against this background can it be explained why the quality media only made a big deal of incidents in Chemnitz between September 7 and 12, most of which were already included in the relevant police reports shortly afterwards, and thought they could seriously use them against Kretschmer or Maassen. The Tagesspiegel newspaper reported on September 12 the assessment by Saxony's Minister-President Michael Kretschmer, CDU, that there was no mob, no hounding in Chemnitz can hardly be upheld, even after an internal police report. This could not go unanswered by the government. When confronted with the assessment of the Public Prosecutor General's office in Saxony at the government press conference on September 3, Seibert put it into perspective: "I'm not going to have a semantic debate about a word here. If the Public Prosecutor General's office says that, then of course I take note of it. But the fact remains that film footage shows how people of foreign origin were pursued and how they were threatened. It remains the case that police officers and journalists were threatened and in some cases even attacked. It remains the case that there were statements that were threatening, close to calls for vigilante justice. So in my view, there's nothing to minimize. But of course I take seriously what the Public Prosecutor General's office says about this specific term." End quote. So if, according to the Public Prosecutor General's office, there were definitely no hunts for foreigners, and according to the government, there were somehow no hunts for foreigners, and for the government the whole thing is also a question of semantics that they no longer want to talk about, then, Prime Minister Kretschmer may have thought, it does not contradict the Chancellery to make a contribution to reducing the alienation between himself and the citizens of Saxony. By announcing in a government statement on September 5, one thing is clear: there was no mob, there was no hounding, there was no pogrom in Chemnitz. And on the other hand, referring to the neo-Nazis, who are to be distinguished from the normal East German population, I am firmly convinced that right-wing extremism is the greatest danger to democracy. End quote. From then on, the Chemnitz debate became increasingly grotesque. The co-governing SPD deputy Ralf Stegner commented quite foul-mouthed against Kretschmer in Bild: "The CDU is winking to the right, and anyone who does that like Mr. Kretschmer is out of his mind." As a result, all observers seem to expect the Chancellor to put her foot down, not against her coalition colleague Stegner, but against her own party colleague Kretschmer. And so it came at a press conference. My reaction is that we saw pictures there that very clearly showed hatred and therefore also the persecution of innocent people. We must distance ourselves from them. That's what Mr. Seibert did, that's what I'm doing, that's what I've already done. And that says it all. End of quote. So the Chancellor's office did not insist on riots, hunts, or xenophobic pogroms in Chemnitz against the General Public Prosecutor's office and Kretschmer. It simply denied that such things were ever alleged. And with a speech act that says it all, or, it stays that way, the Chancellor's words were actually supposed to have the power to create a new reality. Judging by the performance of the Chancellery, the President of the Office for the Protection of the Constitution, Hans-Georg Maassen, was thus still coming from the past, from outdated ideas of reality and political logic, when he seemed to think that Kretschmer could use his support against a chancellor who, like large sections of the left, still clung to the talk of Chemnitz pogroms. And on September 7, he told the Bild newspaper that the Office for the Protection of the Constitution also had no reliable evidence of incitement to hatred in Chemnitz, an intervention for which he later received the support of the former head of the BND. On September 8, the Neue Osnabrücker Zeitung reported, almost anachronistically, that the chairman of two police unions had now also demanded more restraint from politicians and warned against false interpretations. Rainer Wendt, for example, is quoted as saying, "The term Hetzjagd has been misused. It would be good if all politicians were to hold back for a week and exercise restraint in their use of language." End quote. The media, which took a while to understand the Chancellery's change of course and to seize the opportunities it presented for an argumentation strategy, initially acted traditionally by trying to perpetuate the legend of a manhunt for foreigners. The Frankfurter Rundschau came up with the following against Maassen on September 8. Zeit journalist Grunert has since published another video from August 26, which a certain Rola filmed. It also shows hunting scenes in Chemnitz. Rola herself was also beaten up by neo-Nazis. His press office did not want to explain on Friday why the head of the Office for the Protection of the Constitution, Maassen, does not consider these indications to be proof of authenticity and what evidence he knows to the contrary. However, Rola's film does not show hunting scenes, but rather racists walking past, nor was she, according to her own statement, beaten up by neo-Nazis. Therefore, not only should the burden of proof be reversed in all cases, but the impossible should be demanded. If Maassen says there is no incriminating material for a hounding, he is expected to present positive circumstantial evidence that no hounding took place. In this spirit, the FAZ wrote after him on September 24, Maassen had expressed doubts that there had been a hounding of foreign-looking people during the riots in Chemnitz, but without being able to back up his assertion with facts. The reaction to an awkward formulation by Maassen on the authenticity of the Hayes video was also comparatively traditional. End quote. He expressed his doubts that it was evidence of a hunt and his suspicion that the source Antifa Zeckenbiss might have been politically interested in labeling it as such, so that it could be insinuated that he was questioning whether the footage even came from the day in question and from Chemnitz. This gave the media the opportunity to blow up the trivial into the essential. The task now was to prove the authenticity of the Hayes video against Maassen, always with the assumption that the proven authenticity of the material was synonymous with the confirmation of a real Hetzjagd. For the first time, representatives of the press began to carry out actual research on Chemnitz, to find victims and to talk to them, i.e. to work journalistically. It was not until September 12, for example, that the Tagesschau had finished reconstructing what had happened on August 26 along the route of the spontaneous funeral march, which had now also been investigated, that was relevant to the theory of possible hunts for foreigners. And despite the time that had passed in the meantime, no more than 3 incidents occurred. The first incident took place near a Rue supermarket, which had not yet been reported in the media. Initially, several attackers are said to have attacked a group of 4 young foreigners plus a German female companion. In the interview in front of the camera, however, only one of them said that a demonstrator had rammed his knee into his face, whereupon he ran away bleeding. He says nothing about a subsequent chase or pursuit. Nevertheless, the attack was violent enough to suggest that it was the bodily injury reported to the police by a Syrian, while the 3 other migrants were involved in a way that made a report to the police seem futile. In any case, the Tagesschau report makes no reference to the police report, but instead focuses on the second incident at Johannisplatz, the context of the Hayes video, which has now been sufficiently dealt with. 1 migrant, Afghan, and his German girlfriend filed charges for assault. Another affected migrant did not. The third incident presented by the Tagesschau is the one filmed by Rola Sala, which she herself did not describe as bodily harm and did not report, but which anti-racists may consider an assault, which could indirectly explain why the RAA Saxony registered 6 racist attacks on migrants on August 26 and the police 3. The traditional approach of defending oneself against criticism of one's own reporting and taking action against the critics by continuing to claim or even using research to bring to light that there had indeed been a manhunt for migrants on August 26 in Chemnitz was therefore not convincingly possible despite all the efforts. This is why the Seibert-Merkel method, which was taken up at the same time, finally prevailed. On September 9, for example, the FAZ ran the headline, "There was a hounding in Chemnitz," to report under this headline. In Chemnitz on September 1, several right-wing extremists hounded and beat a group of social democratic demonstrators. End quote. Taken out of context, this was not a lie. But when used as an argument against Kretschmer or Maassen, it meant the contradiction that a hunt for social democrats on September 1 can hardly be used to prove a hunt for migrants on August 26. But that was no longer the point. In the meantime, an innovation from the Chancellor's office seemed to have been agreed upon, which was condensed into the following accusation. Anyone who insists that there was no mob, no hounding and no pogrom in Chemnitz on August 26 is engaging in semantic wordplay with the aim of not only trivializing the racist attacks of August 26, but also playing down the fact that many bad things were done by right-wing extremists in Chemnitz on August 27 and in the following week. Only against this background can it be explained why the quality media only made a big deal of incidents in Chemnitz between September 7 and 12, most of which were already included in the relevant police reports shortly afterwards, and thought they could seriously use them against Kretschmer or Maassen. The Tagesspiegel newspaper reported on September 12, the assessment by Saxony's Minister-President Michael Kretschmer, CDU, that there was no mob, no hounding in Chemnitz can hardly be upheld, even after an internal police report. According to the ZDF magazine Frontal 21, the police situation film shows that the Chemnitz police had to deal with an intense threat situation on August 27. At 21:42, the report states, 100 masked people on the right are looking for foreigners. End of quote. Although anyone with any remaining sense cannot categorically dispute Kretschmer's statement about August 26 that there was an intense threat situation on August 27, this was no longer as important as the fact that not a single foreigner was harmed on that day. Instead, as Frontal 21 also reported, right-wingers attacked a Jewish restaurant, Skolem, on the night of August 27, an event that the national media had discovered for themselves since September 7, but only in order to bring it into play against Kretschmer and Maassen. On the occasion of the belated announcement of this attack by means of a complaint, The Freie Presse published the corresponding victim's perspective on September 5, which was not exactly useful for the prevailing discourse of domestic right-wing radicalism as the greatest threat to democracy, because neither the attacked owner of the Skolem, Uwe Ziubala, nor the chairwoman of the Jewish community in Chemnitz, Ruth Rocker, wanted to recognize the autochthonous Nazis as the main problem of the Jews in Chemnitz or in Germany. In addition to the right-wing radicals, says Rocker, refugees from Arab countries are not always well disposed towards the Jews. The Jews in Germany are caught between the right-wingers, who don't love us, and the refugees, who generally don't love us either. Uwe Ziubala, it's been bubbling for some time, since 2015. Which is why he is surprised that politicians in Saxony, for their part, are now astonished by the escalating violence and that the death of a man is being exploited by right-wingers. Ziubala was slightly injured in the shoulder. Nevertheless, the police were there a second later. They were quick, competent, and objective. People are welcome in Chemnitz like in any other city. He does experience anti-Semitism when he walks through the streets wearing a kippah, including from Muslim refugees, but there are also people who like us. And he hopes that politicians will finally not sit on problems, but show their faces. Asylum claims should be examined quickly and refugees who are allowed to stay should be offered prospects in the shortest possible time, while others should be returned quickly. On August 29, Rocker had already pointed out to the Jüdische Allgemeine that, as a Jewish community, we are very welcome in Chemnitz. But some people don't like the way the cityscape has changed since the refugees arrived. And our people have also simply been afraid since 2015. Because we know which countries many refugees come from and what information they were given about Israel and Judaism in their home countries. End of quote. Comparable statements can no longer be found in corresponding articles in the national media on the attack on the Shalom and lives of Jews in Chemnitz. When Jews aim to correct the refugee and integration policy in the face of neo-Nazi marches with the slogan "Show your face," then there is only a dutiful mention of the anti-Semitic attack on August 27. Then it is better to concentrate on the exploitation of the other events that the Frontal 21 program of September 11 compiled. All incidents in connection with the demonstrations on September 1, which were known to anyone who reads police reports since September 2, but were only scandalized between the 7th and the 12th of September in order to rub Kretschmer, Maassen and others' noses in what they had neither denied nor trivialized. In her speech on the federal budget on September 12, the Chancellor emphasized that the absurdity of a debate staged by the media, which consisted of arguing against the denial of a manhunt for foreigners on August 26 that right-wing extremists mainly committed attacks against German citizens on September 1, was entirely in line with the statements made by Seibert and Merkel. Quote, "There is no excuse or justification for incitement, in some cases the use of violence, Nazi slogans, hostility towards people who look different, who own a Jewish restaurant, attacks on police officers, and conceptual disputes about whether it is incitement or incitement to hatred really don't help us." End quote. In fact, Seibert and Merkel abandoned their original choice of words early on and adopted a moderate tone, in some cases the use of violence, towards the incidents in Chemnitz. However, they did not want to take responsibility for hysterical reporting and the systematic vilification of East Germans and state authorities. They claimed the break in their diction as continuity, as it had only ever been about distancing themselves from bad things, and distinctions in the choice of words were something for brutes who could only think of opinionated semantics for the same bad things. The jibes against Kretschmer and Maassen were always accompanied by praise for the work of the police and other authorities in Chemnitz, so that neither the factual assessment of Chemnitz nor other statements by the Chancellery amounted to an open confrontation between Merkel and Maassen. This was done by the left, both inside and outside the government, who either overlooked or ignored Merkel's change of course and were not publicly thwarted by Merkel at any time. This was not significant as long as it was only against the AfD, its fraternization with the concerned citizens of Chemnitz, whom it allowed to march at demonstrations alongside Pegida people and neo-Nazis. In this respect, Merkel must have liked it during the federal budget debate on September 12 when Martin Schulz insulted the AM MPs as fascists and Johannes Kahrs, SPD, followed him in addressing the unpopular MPs as ugly right-wing radicals who should take a look in the mirror, whereupon the AfD members left the plenum in protest. However, Merkel's inaction was significant when and while the left-wingers switched to systematic agitation against Hans-Georg Maassen, who reports to Interior Minister Seehofer but, as an exposed civil servant, has an informal employer in the Chancellery whose loyalty could normally be counted on. Green Party leader Robert Habeck accused the constitutional protector of a rather formal lack of loyalty because he had contradicted Merkel, which is why he could no longer be kept at the head of the authority. The fact that in reality Merkit had first contradicted his own authorities, and that the Chancellor's office had rowed back since the announcement by the Public Prosecutor General's office, and that there had therefore long been no contradiction in the matter when Maassen spoke out, was not even noticed by Christian Lindner from the Liberal opposition when he cautiously complained that the different statements within the government and from Maassen were not an expression of professional government action. Unlike the Chancellery, the SPD with the opposition Greens, the Left Party and supported by parts of the media, built up a grotesque backdrop of threats between Maassen's statements in the Bild newspaper on September 7 and the official handover of his investigation results expected on September 10, if he could not prove his doubts about the authenticity of the Hayes video, and the speculation that it could be deliberate false information to possibly distract the public from the murder in Chemnitz, then he would no longer be acceptable in his office and would have to, as Kevin Kühnert, Jusos, threatened via Twitter, take off his aluminum hat. With this in mind, Spiegel Online wrote on September 24 about a Constitution Protection Officer who, according to his own statements, wanted to warn society about a disinformation campaign from the left-wing extremist spectrum. You have to go back to the starting point of the dispute. Hans-Georg Maassen had become politically involved in a provocative way. The top constitutional protector of the Republic gave free rein to conspiracy theories against this Republic. The man who is first and foremost supposed to protect the people of Germany cast out on an obvious threat and hunting scenario against some of these people. One of the first to react to the SPD's spreading of doubts was Andrea Nahles, who combined her invective against Maassen on September 7 with an attack on Seehofer, who had since expressed understanding for the concerns of the Chemnitz residents and described migration as the mother of all political problems. Nahles told the Tagesspiegel, Seehofer's statements, but also those of the President of the Office for the Protection of the Constitution, Maassen, raise doubts as to whether they are suitable to protect our Constitution and thus our democracy. On the Hetzjagd question, she said, there are eyewitnesses whom I believe, who have observed other things, and 120 investigations. SPD Deputy Leader Stegner, whom the Chancellor had already insulted Minister-President Kretschmer without a word of criticism, linked the demand for Maassen's resignation to his alleged affinity with the AfD on September 7, thus initiating a character assassination campaign that went far beyond accusing him of shaking the credibility of left-wing extremist eyewitnesses. Quote, Ralph Stegner sharply attacked Hans-Georg Maassen, President of the Office for the Protection of the Constitution, for his statements on a video that allegedly shows hunting scenes of foreigners in Chemnitz. I think he can no longer be kept in office, Stegner said on Friday. Stegner said that there were reports from the media and eyewitnesses that people were marching through the streets with Hitler salutes, people with their backsides exposed, people shouting "We'll kill you all." All of this took place in the middle of Germany. Anyone who trivializes this and at the same time advises the AfD leadership in a friendly manner is no longer acceptable in office. End of quote. On September 9, Stegner added to his tirades that the AfD should be placed under observation by the Office for the Protection of the Constitution. Quote, AfD politicians unabashedly propagate right-wing extremist ideas and cheer on violent hunts for foreigners. Some of them or their staff have close links to right-wing extremist groups that want to abolish the state and its free and democratic basic order. End of quote. The demand for AfD monitoring made denunciatory sense because Maassen was known for refusing to do so and Stegner now accused him of doing so as someone who advises the AfD leadership on a friendly basis. But how is one supposed to be able to defend oneself against insinuations, unfounded suspicions, distortions of facts and words if they result from an inviolable anti-fascist attitude without automatically making oneself a Nazi with every form of contradiction? Of course, nothing was right. You don't trivialize Hitler salutes, exposed buttocks and inhuman shouts by not qualifying them as hate speech. You don't cheer hunts if you deny that they took place. If you leave out what, even from the perspective of the middle class, distinguishes right-wing extremists negatively from left-wing extremists, violence that targets marginalized groups alongside police officers, political opponents and property, foreigners, the disabled, the homeless, and capitulates solely on the threat to the state and its FDGO, then the SPD Jusos. Greens and Left Party would also have to be placed under observation, as at least some of their staff maintain close ties to left-wing extremist anti-fascism and even more so to Islamism. The fact that the President of the Office for the Protection of the Constitution could, from a liberal understanding of the state, defend himself against his service being prematurely misused as a weapon against a new and unpopular political force, was interpreted as Maassen's ideological proximity to the AfD by those interested in running a smear campaign. While Maassen had held 237 meetings with politicians, 5 of whom belonged to the AfD, as part of his official duties since taking office in 2012, this became a friendly consultation with the AfD leadership. When Maassen then presented his report on 10 When Maassen then presented his report on September 10 and clarified misleading and deliberately misunderstood statements to the effect that he had not wanted to doubt that the Hayes video was genuine, but that it showed a hunt, and that Antifa Zekenbis may have chosen the headline with a certain intention, i.e., that it was a dubious source that should not have been immediately trusted without question. He finally proved himself in the eyes of the left to be the Nazi that he had long been defamed as anyway. Göring Eckhart explained, "What Mr. Maassen does is something we are normally familiar with from right-wing extremists. Namely, he blurts out something, then relativizes it, and then relativizes it again a little." End of quote. For Left Party leader Katja Kipping, it was also clear, he has abused the authority of his office to support the propaganda of neo-Nazis and hooligans. At a time when Islamic fascism is becoming ever more threatening, Jews claim that physical anti-Semitic violence is now predominantly committed by Muslims. Refugees are far more likely to be victims of violence, including sexual violence, by other refugees than by Germans, and significantly more Germans are attacked by refugees than vice versa. Hysterical anti-fascism believes itself to be surrounded by potato Nazis, who are on the verge of usurping the power of the state apparatus. According to Thomas Fischer's commentary for Der Spiegel, even the Hetzjagd debate, which went crazy in precisely this direction and sought to make any halfway level-headed voice impossible in its totalitarian effect, was already contaminated accordingly. The former presiding judge of the Second Criminal Senate of the Federal Court of Justice, who courageously acted against the mainstream in the Me Too case, said on September 14, 2018, "The dispute over the hate campaign in Chemnitz is a sensational communicative success of the right-wing radical National Socialist minority and a depressing communicative insolvency of the system it is fighting against." Dropping Maassen thus became an exorcism for Merkel to get rid of the spirits she herself had summoned. In the end, it not only looks as if Merkel has got rid of one of the most prominent critics of her refugee policy from within her own ranks, with whom her relationship had always been tense. As the FAZ reported on September 17, the Chancellor's welcome culture goes against the grain. He is concerned about internal security and the fact that terrorists could also mingle with the many people entering the country unchecked. But he can't get through to the Chancellor. Every Tuesday, the presidents of the security authorities meet in the Chancellery, Office for the Protection of the Constitution, Federal Police, Federal Intelligence Service, Federal Criminal Police Office. According to participants, Merkel is never present. Not even in the exceptional situation in the fall of 2015, not even when members of the CDU/CSU expressly asked her to at least listen to the concerns of the Office for the Protection of the Constitution and the Federal Police. End quote. Merkel herself is not even portrayed as the driving force, but as the one who had to mediate between left-wing opponents and conservative defenders of Maassen and find a compromise in order to keep the coalition together. On the one hand, it seems absurd that Maassen had to resign even though he only provided trivial information that did not require any secret service methods to investigate and showed remarkable restraint. In contrast to the police unions, who expressly appealed for more restraint from politicians, Maassen left it at the media criticism that they had been taken in by a disinformation campaign, which is also true, but omits what was also obvious and transparent, namely that the Chancellery was obliged to take part for the same purpose of distracting attention from the knife attack, and then truthfully denied having taken part. On the other hand, this absurdity is the expression of an uprising, disguised as such by parts of the sovereign in government and opposition, against their own state apparatuses, a confrontation that the actors shied away from openly fighting out at the moment of the escalation for reasons of state. In other words, Maassen and Seehofer's incomprehensible caving in was not only due to an insight into the currently unfavorable majority and balance of power and thus to saving their own careers, but also to a statesmanlike lack of interest in the mid-state crisis, which would have meant saying that the Chancellor had allied herself with the anti-racist enemies of the Republic against her own security authorities in order to save the honor of a refugee and border policy whose legal conformity is now also being questioned by renowned constitutional lawyers. The Chancellery, the left-wing parties and the quality media are working unerringly to create the conditions they claim to be fighting against. After the CSU fell over in the Maassen case, the legitimate interests of some social groups only had one representative in parliament, regardless of personal party political preference. The AfD, the ruthlessness with which the need of the normal East German population not to be condemned as a pogrom mob was ignored is likely to have given further impetus to the decline in the credibility of politics and the media, as well as trust in our state developments that Malu Dreyer, SPD, blamed on Maassen in these words, which was taking place more drastically in the East than in the West. Working with rumors, selective presentation of facts and mixing up the trivial and the essential in a way that is solely aimed at confirming their own opinions and outrage among their own clientele was no longer the sole method of right-wing, esoteric and conspiracy-theoretical alternative media, but also the motto of quality media and official politics, which lent the social negotiation of Chemnitz. the character of a mudslinging battle of right-wing and left-wing fake news, including corresponding fact checks, and marked a new quality in the erosion process of the political, in both East and West in general. Also independent of East and West, we can assume a growing alienation between politics and the media here and ordinary employees in the state apparatus there, from the police to prisons to the Office for the Protection of the Constitution. Here, too, the need not to be gratuitously labeled as right-wing populist or even National Socialist has lost prominent supporters after Seehofer fell over and Maassen was sidelined, which objectively left only the AfD as a parliamentary advocate. Especially as the alleged closeness of even minor civil servants to the AfD reveals a particular perfidy. It is taken as evidence of an affinity to the right, which is the consequence of an objective imperative of the hour that firstly, in the interests of the security of the citizens of the Federal Republic of Germany, all authorities involved have subordinated the fight against domestic right-wing and left-wing extremism to the fight against Islamism. Secondly, in terms of effectiveness and rationality, this required professional officers to openly address and discuss internally those facts and problems that are publicly taboo, or are concealed or glossed over by politicians and the media. The discrepancy between their own day-to-day work, including the indirect and direct way in which they are required to deal with the problems of Islam, and their public negotiation, an experience that teachers and kindergarten teachers in corresponding hotspots also have, is one thing. It is another to interpret the fact that only the AfD is now publicly expressing what these people experience in their professional lives as a denunciation of the political proximity of such professions to the AfD, and to construe sympathy with right-wing radicalism from the real decline in the fight against it, whose threat potential has decreased in absolute and relative terms. At the same time, the more obviously the Nazi accusation is extended to anyone who thinks that limits should finally be set to the prevailing Islam appeasement, the more the insulting of the AfD as National Socialist, which trivializes National Socialism, loses its deterrent effect. Add to this the fact that, due to the behavior of the other parties, the AfD can present itself as the only political alternative for people who experience or fear the threat posed by Islam firsthand. This makes the distinction between the perceived and actual threat to liberal migrants of Islamic background, women and Jews nonsensical, which favors a migration of voters from non-right-wing populist milieus towards the AfD, which in itself strengthens the bourgeois forces in the AfD against the ethnic forces, thus making the demonization of the AfD even more unrealistic and counterproductive. On the one hand, the suspicion could therefore grow that the national socialization of state apparatuses, which the establishment warns against with regard to the right-wing populist pop dance. Firstly, the fascist alliance of 200,000 do-gooders and Islamists at the indivisible demonstration in Berlin on 13.10. The torpedoing of the principle of internal security, the weakening of the Ministry of the Interior and the executive signals that even a murderous threat to the country's own citizens from non-citizens allowed into the country unchecked is being tolerated for the purpose of Islamic peace. This is a parallel to the early days of National Socialism, whose first victims were German citizens, not foreigners. The expatriation of Jewish, cosmopolitan, secular citizens is taking place today under the imperatives of refugee aid and Islam appeasement in such a way that women, Jews, homosexuals, but also petty citizens are left unprotected at the mercy of the violence of migrant Islamic mobs and rampage runners, thus tending to force them to expatriate themselves, like the 40,000 Jews who have already left France for Israel due to Muslim violence. Secondly, the fact that stopping these processes requires a political turnaround, which can only take place as a conservative turnaround, against the left-wing collaborators of Islamic violence, is expressed by the fact that the AfD is not voted for out of ideological, but rather pragmatic considerations. On the other hand, where the left confuses the necessary reflection of the bourgeois principle of state self-preservation with a denial and combating of every form of expression of the same, there is a growing sense of this growing suspicion. How else could we explain the panic with which the mainstream of politics and the media, including the Central Council of Jews, has pounced on the numerically irrelevant 24 founding members of the Jews in the AfD? Even the dark-skinned ex-Muslim and self-confessed AfD voter Faraz Khan, whose YouTube channel Ost-West YouTube channel became better known in the wake of the Chemnitz reception, is more likely to be called an assimilationist caraway or token AfD migrant than to listen to what he has to say in his contribution Dear Leftists, How You Reliably Drive the AfD to Below 5%, for example. In order to understand that and why the AfD is also voted for by liberal Muslims, gays and even Jews in the knowledge of the scandalous things dug up by Antifa research. The success of the Greens, the only party apart from the AfD to benefit from current developments, also suggests that the Islam and refugee issue, and with it the self-image of German society, could become increasingly decisive in elections. As it most purely represents the left-wing lifelines of Germans who have become good, It attracts all those who are driven mad by the idea that the progressive barbarization of society could be slowed down by a decision on direction. The fact that objective anti-fascist resistance is currently socially relevant, embodied exclusively by the right, is something that even ideological critics will have to grapple with for a while yet, for whom an alliance of sensible leftists and conservatives is more likely, without asking themselves what should be attractive to conservatives if there is one such leftist for every 1,000 conservatives. Recognizing that the main enemy is on the left does not mean becoming right-wing, but merely not standing in the way of all those who are objectively anti-fascist today, namely anti-Islamic, by referring to 2,000 to 3,000 reasonable leftists across Germany. This is not aimed at creating a new cross-front, as the left is denouncing, but raises the question of what theoretical and practical consequences it would actually have to take Max Horkheimer's somewhat cool-sounding and therefore much-quoted dictum seriously in the current situation. The line of demarcation runs between respect and contempt for life, not between the so-called left and the so-called right, which is an already outdated bourgeois antithesis. All enmity must end with death. This was how Manfred Rommel, then Lord Mayor of Stuttgart, justified his decision in 1977 to allow the burial of the dead of Stammheim, Gudrun Ensslin, Andreas Bader and Jan Karl Raspe, in a common grave in Stuttgart's Dornhalden Cemetery, thus fulfilling the wishes of their relatives. With this decision, he was able to prevail against the then Minister-President of Baden-Württemberg, Hans Karl Filbinger, also of the CDU, who only wanted to agree to the burial of Gudrun Ensslin, who was after all a child of the state, in Stuttgart. The bodies of Bader and Raspe were to be deported to Frankfurt and Berlin, the places of residence of relatives. A memo from the cemetery office states that the head of the city would also like to prevent coffins from being moved around the Republic and nobody wanting them. A person, whatever they have done, deserves a minimum of respect after their death. An employee of the Dornhalden Cemetery, who carried one of the coffins at the funeral and was on duty until 1992, is said to have always replied to the question of where the terrorists lay, "Terrorists don't lie here, only the dead." An employee of the cemetery nursery said that she checked the grave 6 months after the funeral because she wanted to know if anyone was looking after it, and when she saw that someone had lit a candle and planted roses and a maple tree there, she was moved. This shows that, at least after their deaths, the most hated people in Germany at the time were treated with humanity rather than hatred by people who neither shared their political views nor justified their actions. When the leading members of the RAF were still alive, even during the underground period, there were repeated attempts to counter their demonization. Examples include the 1972 Spiegel essay Will Ulrike Nade or Phrase Geleit by Heinrich Boll and Klaus Paymann's collection campaign for dental treatment for the imprisoned Gudrun Ensslin. For the most part, however, interventions for the RAF prisoners were made with the intention of insisting on compliance with criminal procedural standards or as criticism of the hastily rushed through tightening of criminal procedural law and the passing of the Contact Blocking Act. None of this was due to the political proximity of the critics to the RAF, but rather to the realization that the treatment of specific prisoners would determine whether terrorists should also be considered human beings, which would mean that they would be subject to the same treatment and the same rights as other prisoners. Otherwise, many lawyers and journalists agreed, the public condemnation would become a judicial prejudice and special rights would be created. Almost 40 years after the suicide of 3 RAF prisoners, Beetz Shape is presented as an enemy of the state who can count neither on a sympathizing environment nor on a minimum of human sympathy from the public. Everyone agrees that she is the murdering Nazi bride, a monster. "The devil has dressed up" was the headline of the Bild newspaper on the first day of the trial in November 2013, and other newspapers also interpreted the defendant's posture and clothing as an expression of devilish attitudes. "The air is thick enough to cut, and the defendant provokes with almost cheerful body language," Frankfurter Rundschau. Beetz Shape appears quite self-confident in the room. She is wearing a black trouser suit and a white blouse and, despite her pale face, would pass for a smart representative of the better classes on the street. Later she will smile more often, appear relaxed, sometimes almost cheerful, Frankfurter Rundschau. The integration and migration spokesman for the Green parliamentary group in the Bundestag criticized on phonics. "She cares a lot about her appearance and whether she looks good in the picture," and the Taz stated at the start of the trial, especially the appearance of Beetz Shape, who walked into the courtroom as if she were on a catwalk, was hard to interpret at first. In the weeks following her arrest, people still thought they had what it takes to be a Nazi bride, an unflattering frontal photo in which Shape can be seen spongy, bloated and with a rather moronic facial expression. The outrage was all the greater when Shape presented herself in the main trial not as a rabble-rousing, slavering monster, but as a slim, good-looking woman who knows how to dress relatively elegantly and also changes her wardrobe regularly. All reports pointed in the same direction. How dare she not go out in sackcloth and ashes? Every smile, Every unself-conscious gesture was interpreted as an expression of her ice-cold, impudent nature. Eye contact with a policeman, impudence. An exchange of words with the defense lawyers, impudence against the relatives of the victims. Even her silence and her calm, unagitated way of following the course of the trial were held against her. It should come as no surprise that Beats Shape enjoys the relative freedom in the criminal courtroom as a change of pace. 2 years of pre-trial detention until the start of the trial meant that she was initially locked in a single cell with permanent lighting for 23 hours a day, spent 60 minutes alone in the yard and, until January 2013, i.e. for 14 months, only spoke to her defense lawyers through the partition glass. It is neither new nor unusual that judges, public prosecutors, and co-plaintiffs in spectacular trials often regard defense lawyers as annoying troublemakers and seek to treat them as such. This is all the more true when the defense lawyers do not see themselves as merely accompanying an inevitable conviction, but rather uphold the procedural rights of the accused unimpressed by public pressure, i.e. attempt a genuine defense. This includes upholding the presumption of innocence as long as there are doubts about the defendant's involvement in the crime and insisting that the court only makes a decision at the end of the criminal proceedings and after considering all the facts. Defense lawyers always fall into the trap of declaring themselves the enemy when the public believes they know that it is only greed for money or involvement in the defendant's evil world that is driving them to turn what should be a short trial into a long one using supposedly dirty tricks. The type of unscrupulous, money and career-hungry defense attorney, who allegedly stays in posh Munich hotels at the taxpayer's expense and celebrates lavish parties there, is just as present in the public perception of the Shape trial as the perpetrator's sinister comrade in arms who mocks the justice system, the terrorist lawyer. However, the Shape case is not a clear-cut case. The accused has not confessed and is not trying to use the courtroom as a stage for political messages. Above all, however, she cannot yet be considered as good as convicted, for example due to an overwhelming burden of proof. On the contrary, the prosecution's case stands on rather shaky ground on the crucial points of Shape's alleged membership of a terrorist organization and, partly related to this, her complicity in the murder of 10 people. Beats Shape will certainly be sentenced to a long prison term, but whether she is convicted of murder or accessory to murder on 10 counts each, or even only of aggravated arson, means the small difference between life imprisonment with no prospect of early release, or a maximum sentence of 15 years. Lawyer Anya Sturm therefore agrees. Shape needs a strong defense, and I want to give her one. If I have the feeling that the person I am representing is at the mercy of the state, then I will give my all. Helplessness is an important incentive for me. End quote. She was simply expressing the task of every defense lawyer to achieve the best that is possible for the client in a respective situation, especially when a trial degenerates into a political issue. The federal prosecution accuses Shape of having participated as an accomplice in the murder of 10 people between 2000 and 2007. In addition, they consider it proven that Shape was guilty of attempted murder as an accomplice in 2 bomb attacks in Cologne in 2001 and 2004. She had also been an accomplice in 15 robberies and had committed a particularly serious arson in Zwickau on November 4, 2011. The indictment for complicity in the murders, the bomb attacks and the bank robberies is based on membership of the NSU. According to the indictment, the National Socialist Underground (NSU) was a group consisting of 3 equal members who committed their crimes in a coordinated division of labor. This is already the first problem, which is not only one of the federal prosecution. Without Shape, the NSU would shrink to Uwe Bonhardt and Uwe Mundlos and thus have one member too few for the assumption of a terrorist organization. Since the preliminary investigations and the course of the trial so far have not brought any other members to light, to the great disappointment of the public, the claim of an almost boundless brown underground that must be fought by all means would be disgraced and the anti-fascist raison d'etat would be damaged. Beats Shape must therefore remain the devil she is presented as. For the defense, there is insufficient suspicion to justifiably assume Beats Shape's complicity in the 10 murders. She also denies the existence of the NSU as a terrorist organization, which is the planning organ behind the murders. The judges appear to have already finished gathering evidence at the start of the trial. One of the sitting judges had handwritten the abbreviation NSU on his folder. A corresponding motion for recusal by Shape's defense counsel was, as expected, described as completely exaggerated and out of touch with reality, but it hits on the central problem of the entire criminal trial. According to the defense, it should be concluded that the judge already considered the existence of the terrorist organization National Socialist Underground, NSU, to be proven. The rejected judge, Dr. Lang, was adopting the massive prejudgment by the public and state authorities. The existence of the NSU must first be proven by the trial. The prosecution accuses Shape of complicity in the murders, although so far there is no evidence that Shape was at the respective crime scenes or that she can be proven to have been involved in the individual crimes. The mere complicity in or approval of the crimes of others, or even support for the perpetrators, is not sufficient for a conviction as a perpetrator under current law. A perpetrator is someone who carries out the crime himself, i.e. has the power to commit it. With the exception of the aggravated arson of which she is accused, Shape has not yet been found to have committed this type of offense. In the case of Beats Shape, the question arises as to whether the acts of Bonn, Hart and Mundlos can be attributed to her as her own acts. Such a form of perpetration exists, for example, if a third person, on an equal footing with the actual perpetrator, helped to work out the plan for the crime and participated from the background from start to finish through concrete involvement such as helping with the escape, procuring the weapon, etc. So far, Beats Shape has not been proven to have such concretely implemented directing and organizing skills. This leaves the public prosecutor's office with no choice but to resume the questionable construct from the early 1970s and, as was the case with the RAF as a terrorist organization, now proceed with the NSU, of which it is not really known whether it ever existed at all. Only membership in a terrorist organization makes it possible to attribute the crimes committed by Bonn, Hart and Mundlos to Shape as her own in the case of unprovable concrete involvement. According to the Federal Public Prosecutor's Office, her co-perpetration is justified by the fact that it was incumbent on the accused Shape, who was involved in the planning and preparation in each case, to regularly camouflage the travel movements of Bonn, Hart and Mundlos during the execution of the crime and to create a safe retreat. However, camouflaging and the creation of a safe retreat are not sufficient for a conviction for complicity, because there is a lack of immediate perpetration. The attempt is being made to prove that Shape planned and prepared the crime, as was previously the case with RAF members, by the fact that she was a member of the gang, although Shape, unlike many RAF prisoners who confessed to the goals of their organization in court, remained silent. Unimpressed by this, the federal prosecution adds what it really means by planning and preparation. As a founding member of a core group which indiscriminately shared its National Socialist influence racist ideas and whose sole purpose was to kill people, the accused knew this and also wanted success in each individual case. End of quote. Without the existence of the NSU, of which Beats Shape is said to have been an equal member, it would be very difficult to establish that Beats Shape was a perpetrator of the murders. However, even membership of a terrorist organization has not been sufficient for a number of years to charge each member with co-perpetration of all acts, and in the case of murder, this means life imprisonment. This is shown by a judgment of the Higher Regional Court of Stuttgart in 2012 against Verena Becker, see judgment of July 6, 2012, 6-2 SDE 2/10. She was accused of complicity in the attack on the then Federal Prosecutor General Siegfried Buback, in which Buback and his companions Wolfgang Goebel and George Wurster were shot dead by a commando of Ulrike Meinhof of the Red Army faction, RAF, in Karlsruhe on April 7, 1977. The higher regional court stated, it could not be established that Verena Becker was involved in the actual preparatory acts for the assassination attempt of April 7, 1977 in Karlsruhe against Federal Prosecutor General Siegfried Buback and his companions Wolfgang Goebel and George Wurster, e.g. in procuring vehicles or spying out the later crime scene, or in the execution of the crime itself. Against this background, membership in the RAF was of decisive importance for Becker's conviction, but not as a perpetrator. After the extensive hearing of evidence, the Senate was convinced that the accused belonged to the RAF group newly constituted in the summer of 1976, the so-called second generation of the RAF, from which the Karlsruhe assassination attempt was committed. In a Yemeni training camp and at subsequent meetings of the entire group in Germany and the Netherlands at the beginning of 1977, this attack was decided in the presence of the later perpetrators. The accused always, most recently at the group meeting in the Netherlands, also vehemently advocated to the later perpetrators that the attack on Attorney General Buback be carried out as soon as possible, thereby knowingly and willfully encouraging the immediate perpetrators in their decision to commit the crime. Verena Becker was one of the leaders of the RAF at the time. After the assassination attempt, she took part in sending out the letters of confession and disposing of the murder weapon. The Senate recognized her contribution to the crime as psychological aiding and abetting to murder in 3 cases. In the context of political justice in the FRG, the reduction of membership of a terrorist organization from the almost automatically derived complicity to the precarious figure of psychological aiding and abetting is at least a step towards constitutional normality. For Verena Becker, it means that she was not sentenced to life imprisonment again, but only to 4 years imprisonment for accessory to murder and remains at large, as the 14-month prison sentence still to be served after taking into account previous imprisonment and pretrial detention was suspended on probation. If one applies the standard of the Stuttgart Higher Regional Court in the Becker trial to the proceedings against Shape, the court is likely to have considerable difficulties in pronouncing the conviction as accomplice desired by the prosecution, joint plaintiffs and the public. The defense attorneys have therefore made a consequent motion that the indictment for the murders and the bank robberies should not even be admitted due to the lack of sufficient suspicion. The material and reasoning of the federal prosecutor's office are simply not sufficient for more than a conviction for aiding and abetting, and even that must be proven. In view of this situation, it is not surprising that the defense attorneys have been declared troublemakers and publicly placed in Beats Shape's corner. The Forum Posts alone, which already wanted to recognize a conspiracy in the surnames of defense attorneys Stahl, Heer and Sturm, cannot be overlooked. In addition, the attorneys were subjected to a number of obstructions due to the partially interested use of the Code of Criminal Procedure. This begins with the question of the public defense. Beats Shape cannot afford defense attorneys of her choice. 7 public prosecutors who are relieved of other duties are investigating the case, bringing 280,000 pages of files in 600 folders and an indictment alone comprising 500 pages into the proceedings, and they were initially faced with 1 public defender. The fact that 2 more public defense attorneys were appointed at some point does not mean that the trial has returned to any semblance of normality. The fact that visits to the accused were only ever made with a partition, and that the content of the defense attorney's mail was checked implies that the attorneys were smuggling letters in order to maintain contact with the NSU. Later in the main trial, body and bag searches of the lawyers followed with the official justification that the lawyers were to be protected from blackmail. Last but not least, an attempt was made to turn the lawyers' work into a serious economic problem. For example, the public defender Stahl was granted an advance on costs of just €5,000 for 770 hours of work, equivalent to almost 5 months of work on the basis of 40 hours per week, that he had put in during the preliminary proceedings. The court stated that the applicant had comprehensively demonstrated that he had spent around 770 working hours on the present proceedings in the period from November 20, 2011 until receipt of the files by the higher regional court on November 7, 2012. This would correspond to around 1/3 of his working hours during this period. The Senate considers an advance on the flat fee of €5,000 to be necessary for the preliminary proceedings, in order to avoid an unreasonable special sacrifice for the applicant. OLG Munich of September 9, 2013 6 STK 113. This sum does not even cover the monthly expenses of running the law firm. For the period of 1 year, in which the defense lawyer spent 1/3 of his working time on the investigation proceedings and the income from other mandates decreased accordingly, this means that the defense lawyer has to finance this process to a large extent out of his own pocket. It is almost superfluous to point out that the sneering public discredited the lawyer Stahl as a greedy bagman. During the trial against Beats Shape, there was an attack on the defense lawyer in the team from a side that was not necessarily to be expected beforehand. The fact that she was not elected in the board elections of the Association of Berlin Defense Lawyers in January 2013 does not mean anything in itself, and so Ms. Sturm tried to play down the non-election as a completely normal democratic process that had nothing to do with the Shape defense. The TAS, which has always been close to this left-liberal association, knew more. Some left-wing lawyers had reservations in principle, it said, and were convinced defending neo-Nazis is not proper. If Sturm was elected, they would resign. They are even said to have threatened. Others reportedly argued that everyone had a right to a fair trial, regardless of whether they were suspected child abusers, murderers or terrorists, and that the mandate was unobjectionable. Third parties found, of course Sturm was allowed to represent the alleged neo-Nazi terrorist Shape in court. Nevertheless, it was the wrong signal to elect the lawyer to the board of the Lawyers Association shortly before the NSU trial began. At this point in time, I didn't want her at the head of the Venerable Defense Lawyers Association, one of the participants told the TAS. Nevertheless, he appreciated his colleague. End quote. Instead of receiving support from her colleagues, Anja Sturm had to quit her Berlin law firm and was unable to find a new one. The cowardly loss of solidarity from a nevertheless valued colleague is reminiscent of a related case in Freiburg. There, a lawyer who was a member of the Arbeitskreiskritischer Juristen und Juristinnen, AKJ, an association of law students and lawyers that defines itself as left-wing, was involved in the defense of a neo-Nazi. Following fierce controversy, this led to a statement by the AKJ Freiburg in which the AKJ refused to condemn the lawyer or question any further cooperation with her. The statement of June 28, 2012 reads, "For us, criminal defense is not reduced to the realization of a state procedure, but is also legitimized by a fundamental criticism of the existing penal system or certain forms of it. We consider it extremely doubtful whether it is possible to deviate from this criticism if the accused person is a neo-Nazi. Rather, we believe that every person is entitled to protection against unjustified state intervention simply by virtue of being human. State sanctions must not relate to people and their worldview, but at most to specific behavior and its social context. Although this political achievement is frequently disregarded in practice, It must not be lightly sacrificed in order to combat an inhuman ideology with individual punishment. The decision to support the defense of a person, even with regard to fascist acts, is necessarily a controversial political decision that cannot escape a critical evaluation of the motives and reasons. In our opinion, however, there are perfectly understandable reasons for both rejecting and accepting the defense of a neo-fascist. But how a decision made in this way turns out is ultimately a personal question, and for us at least, not reprehensible per se. Quote, end. This statement was reason enough for the Federal Association of the AKJ to exclude the AKJ Freiburg. The Freiburg members were so concerned that, after the criticized lawyer had left their club, they adopted a new declaration on January 19, 2014, which states in correctly gendered language, what constitutes emancipatory criminal defense in one proceeding may be politically blind in another. A critical legal science and practice is not an end in itself and must never lose sight of the political context of its actions. In contrast, the validity of constitutional principles does not need to be particularly defended here, i.e. proceedings against neo-Nazis, as it can be taken for granted. It is not their validity for fascists that is in question, but fascism itself questions their validity. Fascists are fighting our society. We fight fascists. Also and especially in court. End of quote. It could hardly be formulated more offensively that it is not about the rights of the accused, but about instrumentalizing our justice system in our society for a political struggle, and sacrificing the individual on the altar of the good cause. The judiciary is traditionally the weakest of the three powers. Unlike the executive, it has no means of enforcing its decisions, and unlike the members of the Legislative Assembly, it cannot make immediate appeals to the sovereign and, like the latter, seek approval for its political projects. The legal obligation of the executive power as a constitutional principle means above all the legal reviewability of every administrative action, with the possible consequence of the overruling of an unlawful decision by the courts. This only works if the executive also implements the decisions made against it and the respective parliaments recognize these decisions just as uncomplainingly as the electoral officials from the mayor to the district administrator and the members of the government up to the federal chancellor. In the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Germany it sounds like this: legislation is bound by the constitutional order, the executive power and the administration of justice are bound by law and justice, Article 20, Paragraph 3, Basic Law. In this definition, the Constitution appears as an unquestionable order that presupposes all state action and to which the agents of the three powers should always be bound in their actions. This liberal democratic basic order, as much as it is characterized by mistrust of possible totalitarian laws of the Legislative Assembly, and as much as it includes the emergency constitution as a worst-case scenario, does not generally provide for the self-empowerment of the executive against enemies of the Constitution, but refers back to the legal process and subjects the respective representatives of interests to a Supreme Court, which, as the last point of contact, settles every dispute about legislative projects and state action by means of resolutions and judgments, i.e. in a strictly legal manner. For decades, the Federal Constitutional Court has performed its task of arbitration between the powers and the citizens or legal entities and the state passively and, as a rule, impressively non-ideologically. The court benefited from the fact that the parties and associations in the country never leaned too far out of the window in controversial issues and basically trusted that the supercourt would provide them with the relevant information, which they then submitted to without resentment. Since the 1980s, and especially after 1990, people across the political spectrum were so grateful to the Supreme Court for its mediating role that a substitute for nationalism was gradually recognized, which, as constitutional patriotism, paid more homage to the Supreme Court than to the somewhat abstract basic law until January 17, 2017. This worked because the parties represented in the Bundestag from 1953, when the still legal KPD slipped well below the 5% threshold, were largely in agreement on all basic issues until 2017, and for this reason alone, no one would have thought to recognize freedom-threatening threats in the courts, which insofar as they exist, judge according to the guidelines of the Federal Constitutional Court. On January 17, 2017, the Bundesrat, as the applicant, and with it the Bundestag, which had expressly supported the initiative, lost a case in Karlsruhe that would change everything in its wake. Not only had the entire executive and the entire legislature suffered a defeat, but the media world and all relevant social organizations from the DGB to the two churches and the numerous citizens' initiatives against the right lost their trust in the Federal Constitutional Court as a guarantor of the free democratic basic order. Since the day when the Federal Constitutional Court rejected the application to ban the NPD as incompatible with the basic law, the real weakness of this country, whose inhabitants lack any civic self-confidence, any common sense, has become apparent, and the call for a state of emergency as the state's right to resist its enemies has been heard. The third paragraph of Article 20 of the Basic Law, legislation is bound by the constitutional order, the executive power and the administration of justice are bound by law and justice, is followed by the fatal fourth, which states, all Germans have the right to resist anyone who undertakes to abolish this order if no other remedy is possible. The merit of the Federal Constitutional Court was to undermine this decided article on the protection of the state, which authorizes the executive to stage a coup d'état to protect the ominous essence of the Constitution, to bind the executive to formal law, and to put a stop to any alliance of convictions between the people and the executive. On the day that the long-foreseeable verdict was announced, Munich issued an only slightly veiled call for civil disobedience by all fair-minded and just Germans, who had been taught by history and were therefore absolutely anti-fascist, against the Federal Constitutional Court and thus also against the judiciary that follows its decisions. Quote, the NPD should have been banned, not although it is currently very small and insignificant in elections, but precisely because of this. Nobody could have claimed that the ban was a kind of protection of competitors for the other parties. It could have been shown in the case of a small, divided but vicious party that there is a line that a party, whether small or large, cannot cross without losing party privilege. It could have been shown that a party, whether small or large, may not aggressively campaign against the Basic Law and its fundamental values under the protection of this privilege. Karlsruhe could have used the example of the small NPD to say, the political struggle can go this far, but no further, and the NPD goes way over the line. Such a ruling would not have been ridiculous, but necessary and exemplary, especially in times of aggressive right-wing populism. It would have been a signal against this aggressive right-wing populism. After all, some of its hatefulness is identical to that propagated by the NPD. A party ban would have been an act of prevention. Heribert Prantl, SC January 17, 2017. The most influential and yet self-appointed constitutional guardian in the country had thus granted the general authorization for a central Hessian executive to march through, which 14 months later, in an act of prevention not so much against the always unpopular NPD, but against aggressive right-wing populism, was to override the legal order of the Federal Republic of Germany, to protect the common sense of the people from unhealthy whispers. As a legal and nationally active party, the NPD is a beneficiary of the party privilege, which allows it to rent municipal premises for party purposes even against the will of the owners. The city of Wetzlar did not want to accept this and, starting in December 2017, rejected several reservation requests from the NPD City Association with the untrue claim that the town hall had already been rented out to another party, only to then add the actual argument. Parties that were clearly pursuing anti-constitutional goals were generally prohibited from using the hall. On December 20, 2017, the NPD obtained a temporary injunction from the Gießen Administrative Court, which obliged the city of Wetzlar to allow them to use the town hall on March 24, 2018. After all, the hall had also been made available to other political parties in the past, and the exclusion of a party from the use of the hall due to the pursuit of anti-constitutional goals was not legally permissible as long as it had not been banned by the Federal Constitutional Court in accordance with Art. 21 para. 2 GG or a ban on association had been imposed on it in accordance with Art. 9 para. 2 GG. An appeal by the city of Wetzlar was rejected in its entirety by the Hessian Administrative Court in Kassel on February 23, 2018. The city of Wetzlar subsequently refused to allow the NPD to use the town hall, even though it was legally obliged to do so. From then on, it argued with reference to an alleged lack of security service, an alleged lack of medical service, and an alleged lack of insurance cover, and supplemented its argumentation with the claim that no election campaign event was planned at all, but rather a right-wing rock concert. On March 21, 2018, the city resorted to police law in its emergency situation and announced a prohibition order in a letter dated March 21, 2018, which was based on Section 11 of the Hessian Law on Security and Order. This stipulates that necessary measures can be taken to avert a threat to public safety or order, danger, in individual cases, unless the following provisions specifically regulate the powers of the security and police authorities. It was known in Wetzlar that such orders, as far as parties are concerned, are regularly overturned by the administrative courts because they are too reminiscent of the practices of authoritarian unlawful states, i.e. the unlawful attack on freedom of assembly and party privilege. This ban announcement, which was of course justified by the expected anti-fascist counter-rallies, which would then be attended by half the city administration, was then also torn to shreds by the administrative courts. One day before the ban was announced, the Gießen Administrative Court had already threatened the city of Wetzlar with a penalty payment of €7,500 at the request of the NPD and stated in a press release published on March 22. The Gießen Administrative Court has threatened the city of Wetzlar with a penalty payment of €7,500 in the event that it does not comply with its obligation under the temporary injunction in the Administrative Court's decision of December 20, 2017, 8L9187/17 GI, to allow the NPD to use the Wetzlar Town Hall to hold an election campaign event by March 23, 2018, 11:00 a.m. In the opinion of the Administrative Court, the NPD itself decides how it conducts its election campaign. The planned event with several speakers and a music program did not contradict the conceptual classification as an election campaign event. The event is also in line with the purpose of the town hall, which serves the cultural, social, and political life of the town. Any missing civil law agreements or security requirements could have been regulated separately, but did not fundamentally prevent the event from being held, especially as effective insurance cover, security, and medical personnel were available according to the NPD's submission, which the Administrative Court assumed to be true. The appeal by the city of Wetzlar against the threat of a penalty payment was rejected by the Administrative Court in Kassel on March 23, 2018. The Administrative Court also expressly pointed out that a possible lack of insurance cover did not preclude the obligation to hand over the hall. As the hall was not handed over within the deadline set by the Administrative Court, a penalty payment of €7,500 was imposed at the request of the NPD, and a further penalty payment of €10,000 was threatened. In a further temporary injunction, the city of Wetzlar was prohibited from banning the event in accordance with the Police Order Act. The Gießen Administrative Court ordered the city of Wetzlar to refrain from issuing a prohibition order based on Section 11 of the Hessian Law on Security and Order, HSOG, against the event plan for March 24, 2018. In the opinion of the Administrative Court, preventative legal protection was possible as an exception. The announced prohibition order had not yet been issued, as waiting any longer would no longer guarantee that effective legal protection could be claimed due to the tight timeframe. The Assembly was subject to the Assembly Act and could therefore only be prohibited on the basis of Section 5 Versamal G and not on the basis of the general provision of Section 11 HSOG, especially as it was an assembly in enclosed spaces. While various newspapers were still reporting on the morning of March 23 that the city of Wetzlar was now renting to the NPD after all, but would continue to fight against the meeting, as has been the case in similar events in recent years, the city of Wetzlar decided to resist the judiciary and insisted on its unlawful refusal to hand over the town hall. What was also new on March 23, 2018 was that the organs of immediate coercion expressly and loyally stood firmly behind the extra-legal line of their superior administration. The Gießen Police Headquarters announced that the domestic authority of the city of Wetzlar would be upheld by the police. The emergency had occurred, the judiciary had been disempowered by the executive, and the executive organs of immediate coercion placed themselves at the service of putschists as an armed gang freed from the constraints of law. In order to be able to hold their event after all, the NPD turned to the Federal Constitutional Court and applied for a temporary injunction against the lawbreakers from Wetzlar. What the administrative courts were unable to achieve, namely to bind the executive power to the rule of law, was hoped to be achieved through the intervention of the Supercourt, which, as a higher authority for the rule of law, would effectively remind mayors who had gone wild of their duties. In a decision dated March 24, 2018, which was published on March 26, 2018, the Federal Constitutional Court ruled the city of W. is ordered to comply with the Administrative Court decision of December 20, 2017, and to allow the applicant to use the W. Town Hall on March 24, 2018 to hold an election campaign event. Reasons: the applicant seeks the constitutional enforcement of a temporary injunction issued by an administrative court to allow the applicant to use the W. Town Hall on March 24, 2018 to hold an election campaign event. The city of W. refused the applicant access to the town hall, as the applicant had not provided proof of insurance cover and a medical service, although the administrative court had previously ordered the city of W. by way of a temporary injunction to allow the applicant to use the town hall. The administrative court dismissed the city of W's appeal against this. The administrative court threatened the city of W. with a penalty payment if it did not comply with the obligation arising from the interim injunction issued by the same court by 11 a.m. on March 23, 2018. After the deadline had passed without compliance with the order of the administrative court set the threatened penalty payment and threatened a penalty payment again if the city did not comply with the interim injunction by 5 p.m. on March 23, 2018. This deadline passed without the applicant being given access to the W. Town Hall to hold an election campaign event. The requirements for the issuance of a temporary injunction are met. The admissible application is well-founded. End quote. The applicant has obtained an enforceable administrative court decision to hold an assembly, by which the defendant in the main proceedings was obliged to make its town hall available. Moreover, a penalty payment has already been imposed on the defendant in the administrative court proceedings for non-compliance. The respondent refuses to comply with this decision on grounds which it either did not assert in good time before the administrative courts or which were deemed irrelevant by them. The federal constitutional judges probably hoped that their high reputation as the supreme protector of the legal order would enable them to persuade an unwilling executive to comply with the legal obligation of state action. But the executive had long since decided to illegally declare a state of emergency in central Hesse and was able to rely on the approval of the press, politicians, and social organizations. Unimpressed by the Karlsruhe decision, the mayor of Wetzlar, Manfred Wagner, continued to have the town hall protected by the police and, as the head of the municipal executive, spoke the law. The Federal Constitutional Court had only ruled in principle on the NPD's right of use, but the NPD still had no right of use. He mockingly informed a spokesperson for the administration under his authority that the city naturally recognizes these rulings. However, the Federal Constitutional Court had made a general decision, but the city of Wetzlar was referring to the special situation of the rental agreement. Welt, March 24, 2018. With his decision, Wagner became the hero on the evening of March 24, 2018, among the participants of the counter-rally against an NPD rally, which he had just made impossible. He and the district administrator of the Landil district, Wolfgang Schuster, who also belongs to the SPD, were even among those who called for the rally against the right. On stage, Wagner said to great cheers that such days are about sending a clear signal and having an ass in your pants. Fr. March 25, 2018. This was not criticized, but praised by one of the legislative leaders in a Hessian state parliament, Torsten Schäfer-Gumbel, state chairman of the Hessian SPD and top candidate for the state elections in autumn 2018, who had come to show solidarity with the people of Wetzlar. The city is taking a very firm stance against the right-wing march. We don't want neo-Nazis to be given space here in public, Ibid. No one wanted to notice that the pithy ass-in-the-pants slogan of a political official in this situation is already part of the vocabulary of Putschist tribunes of the people, who shirt-sleevedly let five be straight when higher purposes than compliance with the legal order require it. Where Schäfer-Gumbel remained general, the mayor of Hanau, Kaminski, also SPD, followed suit and expressed solidarity and respect for the specific actions of his counterpart. You have shown great courage and, in my opinion, have done democracy a good turn. It is high time that you received support from the ranks of your colleagues. Kaminski obviously had his Heribert Prantl in mind, and now that it had been proven that it was easy to gamble, he blew up a storm against those with the red robes. Unfortunately, my hopes that a party ban would send a clear signal and make everyday municipal life easier have not been fulfilled. It is unacceptable that rights and laws that are supposed to protect us from state arbitrariness are abused and used against us by the enemies of democracy of all people. Op Online, March 29, 2018. He wanted to say, Wetzlar is everywhere, and he also wanted to say, no freedom for the enemies of freedom. He didn't say this as a member of Antifa Wetzlar, nor as an aggrieved pastor, but as the head of a municipal executive. District Administrator Schuster, also an agent of law enforcement, gladly took up the call and did not shy away from comparing federal constitutional judges to animals with behavioral problems that endanger people's health and property and are commonly shot down. We should invest more in the education and training of our judges. The problem bear is not Lord Mayor Manfred Wagner. The problem bear is in Karlsruhe. End of quote. The Frankfurter Neue Presse fully endorsed this on March 26, 2018. Our democracy must defend itself against its enemies. That is why it was right that the city of Wetzlar prevented the right-wing extremist NPD from gathering there in the town hall. This regionally important loudspeaker of public opinion openly admitted that there was nothing wrong with the state overriding the legal system with the cheapest fraudulent maneuvers in order to achieve the high goal of anti-fascism. Mayor Manfred Wagner used a trick and invoked the conditions, the insurance cover, which the NPD had not sufficiently proven. The SPD politician showed courage, because he was under pressure. Pressure from the Third Estate. It was just as right to block the NPD in Wetzlar. Freedom of opinion is a valuable asset and we should defend it at all costs. But enemies of the state should expect resistance, even if it is with the help of an administrative trick. The managing director of the DGB region of Central Hesse, Matthias Korner, agrees, this is unique. The city of Wetzlar will go down in history with the way it resisted. Taz, March 27, 2018. Legally speaking, after the events of March 24, 2018, the Prime Minister of Hesse, as the higher authority, should have dismissed the mayor of Wetzlar and issued an ultimatum to the public order and police authorities to grant the NPD access to the town hall on the next date that suited the party. He should have underlined this instruction by pointing out that if the local police stalled the event again or even prevented it by force, the federal police, represented by their special force trained for such conflicts, the GSG-9, would enforce the law in Wetzlar. In addition, disciplinary proceedings should have been initiated against the mayor of Hanau and the district administrator of the Landil district for anti-constitutional activities. But nothing happened. The Federal Constitutional Court had indeed written to the Municipal Supervisory Authority, the responsible supervisory authority, which is led by the district president in the Hessian Ministry of the Interior, informing it of the events and calling on it to intervene. However, they were unable to recognize any misconduct on the part of the mayor and stated that those responsible had not deliberately disregarded the decision of the Federal Constitutional Court. No disciplinary action was taken. The mayor and district administrator also received backing for their conduct from the Hessian State Parliament. According to FR on April 27, 2018, Interior Minister Peter Buth, CDU, pointed out that the town hall employees have been subjected to incredible pressure from the Federal Constitutional Court. There was a misconception about the scope of their actions, against the rule of law. Hildegard Forster-Heldmann from the Green Party appealed to her colleagues not to take the matter too seriously. The city had totally overestimated its resources by unlawfully deploying police to protect a regional coup. Hermann Schaus from the left-wing parliamentary group defended the Wetzlar administration's decision by pointing out, the NPD is trying to make political capital out of the legal dispute with the city. And from the notorious SPD in the Hessian State Parliament, Heribert Prantl made the connection between a few little tricks in dealing with the law and the actual culprit. The whole thing would not have happened if the NPD ban proceedings before the Federal Constitutional Court had been successful, said Gunter Rudolph from the SPD. Only the Federal Constitutional Court did not quite play along with the trivialization. It accepted the opinion of the district president, but followed it up with clear words. Obviously, the city of Wetzlar had misconceptions about the binding force of judicial decisions and the remaining scope for its own actions. In order to prevent municipalities from being overburdened in such situations in the future, the chairman of the First Senate, Vice President Professor Dr. Ferdinand Kirchhoff, suggested in a letter to the district president that the Municipal Supervisory Authority ensure that court decisions are complied with in the future, for example through notification obligations when a hall allocation is rejected or synchronous monitoring. What is striking about this statement is the completely inappropriate reference to arbitration procedures, where only the ultimate request to those responsible would have made sense to act in accordance with the law and justice in future, i.e. if necessary also with coercion against subordinates who break the law. The court's basic attitude of resignation is also evident in the language used, with a touch of irony, to prevent future excessive demands in Hesse. The entire executive, from the Minister of the Interior to the last mayor, was against them, which makes a repetition likely. With the exception of an FDP statement, there was no support from the state parliament, and there was no militant support from the opinion camp at all. It is no coincidence that the ruling of January 17, 2017, in which the Federal Constitutional Court rejected the application to ban the NPD and against which civil society hatred was unleashed, has remained almost completely unknown. Most people only remember that the court emphasized the party's complete lack of influence. But there was much more at stake. By granting the citizens of the Federal Republic of Germany the fundamental right to reject the prevailing order, up to and including open hostility to the Constitution, the court indirectly referred to the responsibility of citizens to regulate their own destinies as far as possible in the normal democratic process in politics, associations, citizens' initiatives, churches, etc., and not to constantly involve the state as an authoritarian team coach. The presumption in favor of free speech in public affairs applies here. In principle, citizens are also free to question fundamental values of the Constitution or to demand changes to fundamental principles. An obligation to adhere to the Constitution was thus rejected as an attack on individual and, with restrictions, party freedom of expression. The court had not only expressly rejected the popular formula "no freedom for the enemies of freedom," it even attested to the right of all citizens to work towards a different constitution. Another guiding principle was, a party's objective directed against the free democratic basic order is not sufficient for a party ban to be ordered. Rather, the party must aim to impair or eliminate the free democratic basic order. For a party to be banned, there must be concrete indications of weight that make the success of the actions directed against the free democratic basic order or the existence of the Federal Republic of Germany at least appear possible. It is true that the NPD, according to its goals and the behavior of its supporters, strives to eliminate the free democratic basic order. It aims to replace the existing constitutional order with an authoritarian nation-state oriented towards the ethnic Volksgemeinschaft, and works in a planned and qualified manner to achieve its goals directed against the free democratic basic order. But, however, there is a lack of concrete evidence of weight that makes it at least appear possible that this action will lead to success. In its decision, the Federal Constitutional Court attested to the NPD's absolute social irrelevance and also dispelled some other myths about the dangerousness of the NPD. It appears impossible to implement the anti-constitutional political concept of the respondent by parliamentary or extra-parliamentary democratic means. It is an isolated, ostracized party whose campaigning ability, insofar as one can speak of it at all, has declined in recent years. Although the NPD has a considerable presence in social media, it cannot be ascertained that it has succeeded in gaining additional support for the goals it pursues and increasing its impact on society in a relevant way. The Federal Constitutional Court also dealt with the special dangerousness of the NPD claimed by the Federal Council and denied the existence of nationally liberated zones for which the NPD was responsible. The actions of the defendant do not lead to an atmosphere of fear that is suitable for a relevant impairment of the right to free and equal participation in the political decision-making process. Insofar as intimidation and threats are made by NPD members or their supporters, the means of preventive police law and repressive criminal law must be used to react in a timely and comprehensive manner in order to effectively protect the freedom of the political process as well as individuals affected by the defendant's behavior. How different that sounded in 1956, when the KPD was banned after 5 years of proceedings. At that time, the Federal Constitutional Court announced that parties were to be banned as unconstitutional if they reject the highest values of the constitutional order, the elementary constitutional principles that make the constitutional order a liberal democratic one. Admittedly, this was also added in 1956. An actively militant, aggressive attitude towards the existing order had to be added. It must want to systematically impair the functioning of this order, and in the further course want to eliminate this order itself. However, the very low chances of success in achieving these goals, as was the case with the KPD, which was already largely isolated in 1956, did not matter to the judges at the time. According to what has been said, a party can also be unconstitutional within the meaning of art. 21 para. 2 GG if, according to human judgment, there is no prospect that it will be able to realize its unconstitutional intention in the foreseeable future. On January 17, 2017, the Federal Constitutional Court expressly rejected the fact of conviction as a sufficient prerequisite for a party ban. Aspects such as a state educational mandate against enemies of the Constitution or political hygiene reasons, which are necessary in the call for preventive action against sick thinking, no longer played a role, unlike in 1956. In doing so, the court also distanced itself from the practice of investigating consciences in dealing with suspicious trainee teachers, which continued well into the 1980s and almost exclusively affected members of radical left-wing parties and groups. The constant demand for political vigilance against totalitarian aspirations was thus not transferred to the state, but to a society whose constitutionally patriotic majority already knew how to identify the dangers that could one day emanate from right-wing radicals and how to counter them preventively. However, the Federal Constitutional Court had never dealt with the source of the danger to freedom inherent in the Constitution itself, the right of all Germans to resist enemies of the free democratic basic order. This right of resistance is ominously inscribed with a consequence of what did not exist in Germany between 1933 and 1945, which appears to be a civic mandate to prevent fascist efforts, but in reality refers to the authorization of the state to take emergency measures against wrong-mindedness. As there has been no real socialist counterstate since reunification, and no relevant left-wing group has even the membership strength and Maoist objectives of the Communist League of West Germany, KBW, which was dissolved in 1985. The right of resistance of all Germans is solely responsible for calling on the state to repress enemies of the Constitution from the right in a completely civil society manner. Article 20, Paragraph 4 of the Basic Law was not incorporated into the Constitution in 1949, but only in 1968 as a key component of the emergency legislation. There was widespread protest against this from left-wingers and intellectuals up to and including Adorno, who recognized in it a self-empowerment of the executive against the other two powers that endangered freedom. For some years now, the children and grandchildren of this generation of protesters, together with their forebears, have been rediscovering this emergency constitution for themselves and, as owners of the true democratic spirit, want to make a stand against completely different dangers than those that ever emanated from the NPD. In 2017, the NPD was to be banned by an opinion-leading but disillusioned majority, whose active members include a particularly high percentage of civil servants and other state employees, as a representative of genuinely growing, but not neo-Nazi movements in the country. The readers of the Frankfurter Rundschau or the Süddeutsche Zeitung, the voters of the left-wing parties and also quite a few of the CDU and FDP, people who had always trusted that things would go their way and that dissenters would be brought to heel by the means of civil society, are facing the end of their opinion leadership. They rightly recognize people everywhere who are off the rack and who are difficult to scout out because the pressure exerted on dissenters by civil society is so great that there is little counterspeech, and instead a very diffuse unease is spreading among the population, which is hardly represented by any Merkel must-go demonstrators and is shared by far more people than the poll results for the AfD indicate. The key demands of the mostly inconspicuous, not at all right-wing extremists, some of whom already represent arithmetical majorities, include a U-turn immigration policy, robust action against the progressive Islamization of parallel societies, and the securing of national borders. In addition, more and more German citizens are becoming annoyed with a policy that imposes penetratingly patronizing gender guidelines, while at the same time declaring a few thousand predominantly German women who were brutally sexually harassed in Cologne at the turn of the year 2015-16 either non-existent or denouncing them as free riders or xenophobes. Dissatisfied people who are no longer willing to put up with the constantly patronizing tone of the state and civil society establishment, which is increasingly operating with false facts and figures, often for bad reasons, are finally to be dealt with by the state and, if necessary, even by declaring an unlawful state of emergency. This is putschism to maintain opinion leadership by mobilizing the executive and the street and remeasuring the separation of powers in the Federal Republic in favor of an authoritarian educational course, which as an institutionalized system is called dictatorship. In connection with the events in Wetzlar, the German Association of Judges issued the clearest, but inconsequential statement against this emergency fascism. If this behavior sets a precedent, then our legal system will be deprived of a supporting pillar, the acceptance of court decisions. In a constitutional system, the rule of law applies. The courts have the final and binding say on the interpretation of the law. Anyone who breaks through these guardrails of the interplay between the judiciary and the executive, no matter how understandable the intention behind it may be, is replacing the law with arbitrariness. This action is not civil courage, but deliberate damage to the rule of law and democracy. Mittelhessen, T. April 16, 2018. This would have to be agreed with one reservation. The intentions of those responsible in the city of Wetzlar and their anti-fascist supporters are not understandable, but were born from the beginning by the understandable but reprehensible will to preventively, authoritatively, and against the rule of law to prevent social debates that do not suit them. Michael Sturzenberger is a strange man. Since 2008, the former sports journalist and CSU politician has been criticizing Islam almost as a sole entrepreneur. Sometimes with the support of a mini-party Die Freiheit, which he himself played a key role in dissolving, then as a Pegida speaker and for years now as a columnist on PI News. His persistent campaign against a planned Islamic center in Munich city center with numerous one-man rallies has seemingly only made him a laughingstock, in reality an enemy. Although proven neo-Nazis also like to quote him and questionable figures cheer him on the PI blog, he cannot be proven to have right-wing extremist attitudes. The blog Endstation Rex Bayern expressed its disappointment on January 17, 2017, on behalf of the Recherche Antifa Guild. Sturzenberger's tactics also include distancing himself from parts of the old right and known neo-Nazis in order to appear more moderate himself. On the other hand, he was a speaker at Hogeisser events. Because that doesn't give much away, a big lie had to be added. During a speech in Frankfurt, he described the actions of hooligans as fair sport, man, against which there was nothing to object. One might know that hooligans are not necessarily Nazis and that very strange-looking rituals have nothing to do with the storming of refugee homes. Die Welt had already clarified on June 20, 2015 what the Frankfurt speech was about. The Munich Islam opponent Michael Sturzenberger said that when hooligans got into fights with supporters of opposing soccer clubs, it was sport, a fair fight man against man, there is nothing to say against it. 2 years ago, Die Welt called Sturzenberger, if not a neutral critic of Islam, then at least an opponent of Islam in an effort to distance himself from his own opinion, but everywhere else he is called an enemy of Islam, which is correct in terms of content, but stigmatizes him and pushes him into the Nazi corner according to the prevailing linguistic convention. The reference to PI News, where he publishes columns under his own name, and keywords such as Pegida and hooligan are only ingredients to imply that he must be someone whose contributions are no longer read and whose statements no longer need to be quoted in the context in which they were made. The intention of uncompromisingly agitating against a welcome but nevertheless murderous ideology, in conjunction with malign places of speech, is quite sufficient to drive the enemy of the Constitution, who endangers the public peace, through the village and to give the real federal office and the real courts, which had not yet even investigated, the task of rendering the public enemy harmless via critical public figures. Michael Sturzenberger is a courageous man. He is not presenting his demand for the containment of a fascist danger to some Saxon riot mob, but is making a public appearance in the most sinister city in the Republic against its incorrigibly Islamophile establishment, which will never forget this provocation in Munich. There, an authoritarian culture of cosmopolitanism has emerged in close connection with a red-green city hall majority and an all-smothering opinion organ, the Süddeutsche Zeitung, which is supported by senior employees of the future-oriented industry, the scientists of the research centers working for it, the omnipresent film and media professionals, and a willing army of civil servants and freelancers, who have established themselves without contradiction as the guaranteed good human rule of the economic and moral victors over the left-behind plebs. In this city of tolerance, where even private smoking clubs are strictly monitored, any objection to the prevailing attitude is perceived as an attack on one's own way of life and pursued with means. Representatives of possibly the most questionable academic class, in which half knowledge is joined by the professionally trained ability to speak German and think logically, have come to Munich to enforce the SC editorial. The judges, who used to be scolded as right-wing because they were doctrinally attached to their unworldly paragraphs, are now demonstratively transforming their tools of the trade into a weapon of progress against the right and, where higher purposes require it, no longer speak justice along the lines of the law and legal literature, but, spurred on by no less ideologically motivated public prosecutors, proclaim their own opinions cast in legal phrases as pure judicial law against dissenters. Michael Sturzenberger comes at just the right time, always contentious and unconvincing, but without any significant, let alone prominent following. He is suitable for ambitious judges of opinion at local court level, whose idol is the former public prosecutor and chief commentator of the SC, Heribert Prantl, as a guinea pig for trial farces that are supposed to sound out how far one can go with the bending of the law. On August 18, 2017, the Munich District Court sentenced Sturzenberger to 6 months in prison on probation and 100 hours of community service for playing his own tune to the real power in the state capital, the Süddeutsche Zeitung, when it comes to Islam. Should this sentence stand, his journalistic and agitational career would be over, because any further conviction on the subject of Islam would almost automatically mean prison time during the 3.5-year probation period. In order to understand the full extent of this particularly audacious piece of hate justice, it is necessary to go back a little further, because in previous years Munich district judges had sentenced Sturzenberger in 3 similar cases. The fact that they failed in 2 cases at higher instances does not seem to have impressed them. In 2013, there was a passage in an article published on Politically Incorrect. Islam is like a cancer that corrodes the still free peoples of this planet and infects them with the poison of this highly dangerous, intolerant, misogynistic, violent, and power-hungry ideology. End quote. In spring 2013, he was convicted of insulting religion in accordance with Section 166 of the German Criminal Code, StGB, and sentenced to an initial fine of 40 daily rates of €30 each, i.e. €1,200. As Sturzenberger had lodged an appeal against this, an oral hearing was held and he was sentenced to a fine of 50 daily rates of €50 each, i.e. €2,500. The terms cancerous ulcer, decomposing poison, and infected, in contrast to, for example, the terms intolerant, misogynistic, violent, power-hungry, are not evaluations, evaluative arguments, or the like that are covered by freedom of expression, the judge stated, but merely derogatory insults. The publication of this text is likely to disturb public peace, since the insulting of Islam in this way justifies the fear that the confidence of the Muslims concerned in the respect of their religious convictions may be shaken or at least impaired, and that intolerance towards Muslims may be promoted among third parties. End quote. Following the appeal lodged by both Sturzenberger and the Public Prosecutor's Office, he was acquitted by the Munich Regional Court, LG, in June 2016, against which the Public Prosecutor's Office appealed to the Munich Higher Regional Court, OLG, which referred the case back to another chamber of the LG, which acquitted him again in February 2017. The judge, who has apparently not yet fully arrived in tolerant Munich, emphasized, "Everyone is entitled to freedom of expression, and there is more leeway in the political sphere. It would be a gross violation of democratic understanding to restrict unpopular opinions. Its limits are only reached with unobjective abusive criticism, which aims to denigrate other people." With his formulation, the defendant had wanted to express that the spread of Islam could be a danger. After all, cancerous tumors can also be cured. By using the phrase like a cancer, he was making a comparison and therefore not making an assertion, but expressing an opinion. This was covered by Article 5 of the Basic Law on freedom of opinion and freedom of the press. Provocations with harsh words are permitted. The freedom of faith, conscience, and creed laid down in Article 4 of the Basic Law means that every citizen can choose a religion, but also not choose one, and can also criticize it. If criticism was no longer permitted, then part of democracy would be lost. The judge expressed her conviction that there would have been no prosecution if such a formulation had been uttered about the Christian Church. The same standards should apply to all religions. End quote. The public prosecutor's office tried to obtain a conviction after all by appealing to the higher regional court again, but this time, on October 6, 2017, i.e., after his most recent conviction, the Munich Higher Regional Court finally rejected the public prosecutor's appeal, meaning that this acquittal is legally binding. Sturzenberger had already undergone a similar court marathon for briefly displaying a poster with a picture of Heinrich Himmler in uniform and his statement that Islam is very similar to our worldview in May 2011. The Munich District Court issued a penalty order and sentenced him to a fine for using signs of unconstitutional organizations in accordance with Section 86 AStGB. Section 86 AStGB to a fine of 50 daily rates of €40 each, i.e. €2,000. The reasoning: the picture showed Heinrich Himmler in an iconic chest shot. Himmler is depicted wearing a peaked cap on which the Reich eagle with swastika can be seen alongside the SS skull and crossbones. On the left breast pocket is the badge of the National Socialist German Workers' Party, NSDAP, with a swastika. It can also be seen that Himmler is wearing the SS belt buckle. Next to the image of Heinrich Himmler on the poster was his quote, "Islam is very similar to our worldview." They knew that symbols of National Socialist tyranny were depicted on the poster. As you are aware, any use of such symbols in any way whatsoever, without any National Socialist intent on the part of the user, is prohibited in public in order to avoid any appearance of a revival of such unconstitutional aspirations in Germany. Following his objection, Sturzenberger was acquitted in May 2013 at the hearing on the grounds that the use of Himmler, including the quote, in connection with the posters critical of Islam or even hostile to Islam, and also without contradiction, through examples of speech, was intended to point out the complicity of the Nazis with Islam and, among other things, their common hatred of Jews in a provocative but recognizable way. This is also justified by the constitutional principle of freedom of opinion, so that the offense of Section 86 StGB is not fulfilled in any form. End of quote. Here too, the public prosecutor's office went through all instances. The higher regional court referred the case back to the Munich Regional Court for further clarification of the facts, which acquitted Sturzenberger in March 2017. Despite his efforts in all instances, Sturzenberger was unable to avoid a further conviction by the Munich District Court for the use of signs of unconstitutional organizations in accordance with Section 86A of the German Criminal Code, StGB, in conjunction with insult in accordance with Section 185 StGB and a fine of 120 daily rates of 50 each, i.e. €6,000. The fine was only reduced to 4,800 C on appeal. In November 2012, he had added a collage to an article on politically incorrect about the SPD's strategic dialogue with Fatah, which he had taken from the comment section of Holem's website. Under the headline, 74 Years of Reichspogromnacht, SPD concludes pact with Islamic terrorist organization against Israel. This collage shows a picture of the then SPD Secretary General Andrea Nahles, with a swastika to her left and the words SPD to her right. You need to know this background to understand how the power struggle against the right to criticize Islam is being waged within a judiciary that is not yet fully ideologized. Because the verdict of the Munich District Court for denigration of religions like Section 166 StGB in unity with the use of anti-constitutional signs Journ. Section 86 AStGB of August 18, 2017 is not only outrageous in terms of its content, but is also more brazen than ever against the case law of higher instances, to which one is apparently so morally superior that one trusts that one can wear them down without damaging one's own career. Listen to the silent partner of the judges and public prosecutors of the Munich District Court. Stutzenberger had published a text in social networks in which, according to the indictment, he described Islam as a fascist ideology and presented this as a fact. At the end of his remarks, there was a picture showing a man with a swastika armband, SZ, August 22, 2017. In this report, the Süddeutsche failed to mention that the text that led to the condemnation was a reference to the review of the article Swastika and Crescent from the SZ of June 16, 2016, and that the photo that led to the condemnation did not show just any man with a swastika armband, but the meeting between the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem and the Sachsen-Gauleiter Martin Muchman, an indisputably historical document. In Hakenkreuz und Halbmond, SZ author Ronan Steinke reported on Muslim Nazi helpers and the ideological rapprochement between the National Socialists and the followers of Islam. The text was illustrated with historical photographs of the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, Amin al-Husseini, once walking along the front of Bosnian volunteers of the Waffen-SS and once sitting in conversation with Adolf Hitler in uniform, so there were also symbols of anti-constitutional organizations on jackets and headgear. Steinke characterized Hitler as a friend of Islam who regretted that the Mohammedans had been defeated at the Battle of Poitiers in 732, because if the Arabs had won this battle, the world would be Mohammedan today. They would have imposed a religion on the Germanic peoples which, through its doctrine of spreading the faith with the sword and subjugating all peoples to this faith, was tailor-made for the Germanic peoples. We have the misfortune of having a false religion. The Mohammedan religion would be much more suitable for us than Christianity, of all things, with its wimpy tolerance. End of quote. Himmler's statement, "Islam is very similar to our worldview," was also quoted in the SZ. Steinke devoted himself in detail to the cooperation with the Muslim auxiliary troops. When a large delivery of such hats arrived at the SS in November 1943, dark red, with a black tassel at the top and a metal imperial eagle and skull at the front, SS leader Heinrich Himmler personally intervened. He was dissatisfied with the design. The hats were intended for the Balkans. During their invasion there, the German troops recruited Muslim Albanians and Bosnians, collaborators and accomplices for the hunt for Tito's partisans. And now the SS is trying in all sorts of ways to keep these men happy, but above all, in a curious contrast to its other policies, to remind them of their religion at all times and to promote the development of an Islamic identity among them, as the SS itself says. 4 of the 6 volunteer legions that the Wehrmacht was able to muster in the East were Muslim: a Turkestan legion with 110,000 to 180,000 soldiers, a Caucasian Mohammedan legion with 25,000 to 38,000 soldiers, a North Caucasian legion with 28,000 and a Volga-Tatar legion with 35,000 to 40,000 soldiers. 3 Muslim battalions took part in the Battle of Stalingrad on the German side, and 6 in the defense of Berlin. The National Socialists began to look for ideological parallels. Only Germany really respected Islam. If Germany is destroyed, then the last chance for you Muslims to ever become free will disappear. End of quote. Despite the National Socialists' bow to Islam and the common struggle depicted, Steinke gave the all-clear, the National Socialists and Islam. This relationship leaves one somewhat alienated, not only because of the Nazis' probably unique bow to a foreign culture. The insignia of the Turkestan Legion of the Wehrmacht showed the motto Bis Allah is with us, and above it the Shah Sinda Mosque of Samarkand, one of the holiest places for the Muslims of Central Asia. The Nazis and Islam, however, are still a feast for those bourgeois Europeans who want to open the eyes of others to an allegedly totalitarian religion. To this end, history is used again and again. Aha, Hitler liked Islam. Doesn't that say it all? Or, doesn't the fact that the Nazis were so comfortable with this faith and praised it as a male religion speak volumes about the affinity between the two ways of thinking? End quote. Of course not. What the Nazi greats said and did says a lot about National Socialism, but nothing about Islam. Quote, however, Nazi ideologues only struck such notes after a series of propagandistic twists and turns, which reveal much about the Nazis' rhetorical flexibility and projections, but little about the inner life of a religion. End quote. There was nothing in the SZ article about the supposedly completely different inner life of Islam. Its readers are supposed to be satisfied with the fact that only bourgeois Europeans, vulgo somehow Nazis themselves, could fall for the assumption that Islam is totalitarian. At this point, Michael Sturzenberger intervened and fundamentally questioned the prevailing consensus of the cosmopolitan city with a heart. In June 2016, he reviewed Steinke's SZ article on politically incorrect with appreciative words, posted a link and excerpts from his review on Facebook, and illustrated his text with a picture of the handshake between the Grand Mufti and Martin Muchman. He began his summary. The realization that Islam is a fascist ideology was made acceptable 2 years ago by the Egyptian-born political scientist Hamd Abdel Samad with his book Der Islamische Faschismus, Islamic Fascism. Although this was already clear to former British Prime Minister Winston Churchill, the Quran is the Prophet Muhammad's main Kampf. Political correctness prevented these facts from being openly stated for a long time. The Bavarian Minister of the Interior, Joachim Herrmann, has now also jumped on the bandwagon and compares Mein Kampf with the warlike announcements of the Islamic State, which can be read on the internet. It is only a small step from there to the Quran, which he admittedly does not yet dare to do. In an article published on Friday, the Süddeutsche Zeitung describes the Nazis' pact with Islam and also quotes important statements by Himmler and Hitler. To this point, Sturzenberger's text is also posted on Facebook to draw attention to the article on politically incorrect. Of course, the SZ is still working with the handbrake slightly on, but slight progress can certainly be seen in its reporting. End of quote. He quoted extensively from the SZ article and vehemently contradicted Steinke's assertion that the intellectual proximity of Hitler and others, as well as the concrete cooperation, revealed nothing about Islam. Quote, of course, the SZ fails to mention the ideological similarities between Islam and National Socialism, the hatred of Jews, the legitimization of violence and killing in the struggle to achieve sole rule, the absolute claim to truth and the fanatical intolerance towards those who think differently. It is extremely important to use this pact between brothers in spirit to demonstrate the danger of Islamic ideology, because most citizens still have no idea of the danger we are in. End of quote. Sturzenberger also referred to current developments and presented a picture of veiled Pakistani Muslim women holding up the banner God Bless Hitler at a demonstration in Islamabad on February 15, 2006. Another picture shows the Turkish edition of Adolf Hitler's Mein Kampf with a reference to the fact that this book is a bestseller in many Muslim countries and was even number 3 on the list of best-selling books in Turkey in March 2007. The publication of the photo of the Grand Mufti and the Gauleiter and the beginning of the PI article posted on Facebook led to Sturzenberger's conviction, which, if it stands, would amount to a complete ban on criticism of Islam. While the 2013 ruling still stated that terms such as cancer, decompose, poison, and infected were derogatory insults, the same court has now come to the conclusion that insulting religions is already possible through the dissemination of historical images and facts. Quote, both the public prosecutor's office and the judge's ruling argue that Michael Sturzenberger's depiction of the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem shaking hands with a representative of the NSDAP shows a person of the Muslim faith in close proximity to a swastika, and is therefore guilty of insulting and denigrating an entire religious community and insulting the religious feelings of its followers. He thereby endangered public peace and did so in full knowledge of the possible dissemination of the image on the internet. End of quote. In the opinion of the public prosecutor, the phrase Islam is a fascist ideology is not a contribution to a contentious debate but pure denigration. Quote, linking the totalitarian claim to autocracy of the Nazi era with Islam constitutes a disturbance of public peace. The desired balance between the religions is being undermined. End of quote. This means that any criticism of Islam is punishable by law, as it necessarily means a denigration of the faith and thus an attack on the identity of the believers. The Munich District Court also consequently rejected the defense's motions for evidence, which had requested that relevant Quran verses and excerpts from the book Der Islamische Faschismus by Hamd Abdul Samad be read out in order to prove the existence of a fascist ideology. However, as the judge was of the opinion that it was not the accuracy of the statement that mattered, but only the impression left on the casual reader, this evidence was not to be collected. In Sturzenberger's Facebook post, an assessment of Islam was made without dealing with the content of the religion. Only an opinion and an image was presented that showed no reference to where it came from and what it meant. A reference to the article on politically incorrect was not sufficient. A cursory reader only perceives an insult to the religious community in which every Muslim falls into disrepute. The conviction for the use of signs of unconstitutional symbols was also justified by the fact that an unbiased observer would not necessarily recognize the image as a historical photo, so that the criminal liability according to sections 86a para.3, 86 para.3 StGB does not apply. According to this paragraph, the use of anti-constitutional symbols is exempt from punishment if it serves to educate the public, to defend against unconstitutional endeavors or to report on current events or history. In the opinion of the Munich District Court, the distribution of the image was not civic education, and did not openly express opposition to National Socialism. The fact that NPD functionaries and neo-Nazis sometimes take part in his events is evidence of Sturzenberger's radical right-wing views. Sturzenberger repeatedly points out that he is not concerned with keeping the bio-German race pure, but with criticizing totalitarian Islam, and not because we have something against Muslims as people. Our first priority is to educate everyone. And there may also be Muslims who don't even know what the Quran says, who don't even look into it, who simply live with us, and who also like to live with us because they don't want to live in their Islamic home countries. End of quote. The less suitable Sturzenberger is as a Nazi, the more the media and Antifa volunteers have to emphasize that he has a criminal record for using the germ symbols of unconstitutional organizations and is even being monitored by the Federal Office for the Protection of the Constitution. Instead of reading court rulings and even more so the reports of the VS extremely critically, as has been customary for decades, especially when expressions of opinion are condensed into a conviction endangering the common good and enemies of the Constitution are identified, the entire media public makes itself the mouthpiece of an institution that necessarily operates ideologically and whose strictest observation would be its task. Under the keyword, what is Islamophobia relevant to the protection of the Constitution? The 2016 VS report for Bavaria, published in April 2017, not only instructs Munich district judges and public prosecutors, who obviously copied him in the summer of 2017, but also emphatically warns potential copycats. In various statements, Sturzenberger repeatedly claims to merely provide factual information about the alleged anti-constitutional nature of Islam and the dangers it poses to democracy, which does not constitute a general denigration of either the religion or Muslims. However, from the overall view of the large number of statements in which Muslims are accused of Islamist or even terrorist behavior being not the exception, but the everyday normal state, the conclusion can be drawn that the statements are aimed at excluding and devaluing Muslims on the basis of their religious affiliation. Referring to the terrorist attacks in Paris, Sturzenberger wrote to the Bavarian Minister of the Interior in November 2015 in his additional role as federal chairman of the Die Freiheit Party, in which he called for far-reaching measures that would mean a massive restriction of religious freedom for Muslims living in Germany. The realization that Islam in its essence is an incendiary political ideology, whose laws are designed to achieve sole power and impose the laws of Allah on all people, must finally be brought to the public's attention in order to trigger a comprehensive discussion. At the end of this debate, all Islamic associations, organizations, mosque communities and Quran schools must be called upon to renounce all anti-constitutional elements of Islam, its commands to use violence, fight and kill, its oppression of women and its barbaric Sharia law. In an article published on PI News about the above-mentioned rally on May 28, Sturzenberger writes, among other things, it's about educating people about a new fascism that is working to take power disguised in religious garb. On its website, the party Die Freiheit called on Islamic organizations to immediately and permanently renounce in writing certain covens as part of the Islamic principles of faith, and presented Islam as a whole as incompatible with our social order. End of quote. In a still free society, what the VS has compiled here could be the basis for discussion about measures to be taken against a totalitarian threat. But not in Germany, where the judgment against Sturzenberger could set a precedent. Preliminary proceedings were also initiated against Hamd Abdul Samad in Berlin in March 2016 for incitement of the people, although these were soon dropped. The subject matter was his statement that the Prophet Muhammad was a mass murderer and pathological tyrant, which could easily have been made by Sturzenberger. Samad is a best-selling author with Egyptian roots. His prominence, combined with his autochthonous place of speech and his very individual experiences with Islam, mean that for the time being, due to a few appearances at AfD events, only public character assassination is possible. However, criticism of Islam can also be prevented. This is what the Act to Improve Law Enforcement in Social Networks, Network Enforcement Act, which came into force on October 1, 2017, stands for. It obliges social network operators such as Facebook to have a procedure in place for dealing with illegal content, which must ensure that illegal content is removed or access is blocked within 7 days and obviously illegal content within 24 hours of receiving a complaint. If such a procedure is not provided correctly, or if the handling of complaints is not monitored correctly, the operator faces a fine of up to 5 million euros. Illegal content that social network operators are obliged to delete explicitly includes the insulting of religious beliefs and communities and the use of symbols of unconstitutional organizations. It is to be feared that, in case of doubt, social networks would rather delete a post critical of Islam than expose themselves to a fine. If case law sets the threshold for criminal liability as low as in the ruling of the Munich District Court of August 18, 2017, then the networks are likely to make use of their obligation to delete content rigorously and as a precautionary measure, especially as the law does not provide for a clearinghouse for complaints about hastily deleted content. Unfortunately, some borders are still closed, especially those behind which Islamophobia is permitted and German religious insulters are considered freedom fighters. On August 29, 2017, the respected online magazine Telepolis not only managed to put together the usual profile of Sturzenberger based on the keywords of the Bavarian VS report and the Süddeutsche Zeitung in a completely research-resistant manner, but also announced a veritable fatwa against the government and majority of the population of an EU member state. The cause for concern on the Vistula is the conviction of the Bavarian Islamophobe Michael Sturzenberger in Munich last week. He was given a 6-month suspended prison sentence for insulting religious communities and using symbols of unconstitutional organizations. The 52-year-old Ha posted a picture of the then Grand Mufti of Jerusalem and a high-ranking National Socialist with a swastika armband on Facebook. He is described by the Bavarian Office for the Protection of the Constitution as a central figure in the Islamophobic scene in Bavaria. Sturzenberger, who writes for the anti-Islam blog Politically Incorrect and appears as a Pegida speaker, called Islam a fascist ideology in his text and defended his article as enlightenment. His video conversation with a U.S. blogger about the ruling has already been broadcast twice in excerpts on the evening news on Polish state television TVP. Sturzenberger is quoted as saying that there is no longer any democracy in Germany and that the country is approaching a totalitarian dictatorship. The former CSU member, who now campaigns for the Alternative for Germany, AfD, is now being celebrated as a hero in the media of the Polish government camp, while he himself is best known in Munich for his public appearances against a planned Islamic center. End quote. The German campaign against critics of Islam, called Willkommen, is not only directed against the enemy within, it is not only ruining the European Union, but it is also the enemy designation of German master race against their victims of the past, who for the time being are only disqualified as Islamophobic clerical fascists. In Poland, where relevant experience has made people wary of Germany going it alone, they are fortunately aware that Heinrich Himmler's statement that Islam is very similar to our worldview is frighteningly topical in Merkel's Germany and could have terrible consequences. And Halle and Ursala, in the middle of the East German province, committed young people welcomed around 100 invited guests to a small garden party at the beginning of July 2017 to celebrate the creation of a lighthouse project, which is to become an integral part of the city's culture. The Contraculture Group announced plans to create a free space for culture, life and political work in the immediate vicinity of the Steintor campus. This will include social charity events or book readings, cultural evenings and conferences, as two representatives of the hip political group revealed to an MDR reporter. They and their friends pose with passion in front of racing bikes and scrambled tofu. They often have Fritz Cola at their get-togethers. End of quote. With the house, the project participants, who mainly come from the student milieu, want to prove that they can do more than just internet campaigns and flash mobs. End quote. Such a constellation, in which female members play a decisive role, is strongly reminiscent of the left-wing alternative milieu of larger cities such as Berlin, Leipzig or Hamburg, wrote Jan Petter. However, because the Contraculture Group is the regional offshoot of the Identitarian Movement, IB, the city administration of Halle has the following to say: "We are generally keeping a very critical eye on this group, as it has made it clear through various actions that it has no interest in the coexistence of all people in the city." The city council's skepticism is also shared by concerned citizens. In July 2017, the planned house project prompted around 700 people with anti-fascist intentions to take their protest against right-wing hipsters to the streets. The march was therefore fully in line with government policy, which was also officially announced during the commemoration of the 25th anniversary of the racist riots in Rostock-Lichtenhagen. Mecklenburg-Western Pomerania's Minister-President Manuela Schwesig, SPD, emphasized in her speech that everything must be done to ensure that events such as those at the time. An angry mob of local residents and Nazis attacked a reception center for asylum seekers with incendiary devices for days, without being prevented by the police. Do not happen again. This is why, in view of groups such as the Identitarian Movement, preventive action must be taken against young people who are easily susceptible to radical ideologies. Stern Online, August 22, 2017. This implies that the identitarians today are what the neo-Nazis were in the 1990s, when they were able to claim to be a dominant youth culture that could not be ignored, especially in East Germany. But is the IB really even remotely comparable to the neo-Nazis of the former National Liberated Zones? The Identitarian Movement made its first public appearance in France on October 20, 2012, when activists occupied the roof of a mosque construction site and displayed a black and yellow banner with a lambda symbol, borrowed from the graphic novel 300, the symbol of the ancient Greek state of Sparta. The G6N and Asian Identitaire was modeled on the Casa Pound movement in Italy, which was formed in a squatted house. This refers positively to historical Italian fascism and borrows quite confidently from left-wing forms of protest. The mosque occupation in France is likely to have triggered the formation of offshoots of the Identitarians in Austria and Germany, following the failure of an attempt launched in 2008 by the current eco-farmer Götz Kubitschek to establish an actionist arm of the right along left-wing lines with the conservative subversive action. Unlike Kubitschek's old-fashioned German mysticism, the sound of the Identitarians is already a different one: pop culture instead of high culture. The Identitarians advertise or document their actions on the internet. For example, the hard-base flash mob for the Intercultural Weeks in Frankfurt am Main, 2012, the occupations of SPD branches in Hamburg and Berlin, 2015, and last but not least, the Brandenburg Gate, 2016, or the siege of the Federal Ministry of Justice, 2017. The Association Identitäre Bewegung Deutschland e.V., founded in 2014, centralized the actions. Full of pride and exuberance, they have since been trumpeting to the world from their own website, "We are Europe's fastest-growing youth movement," which remains wishful thinking when measured against the reported membership figures: 400 members in 15 regional groups in Germany, 100 to 200 activists in Austria, and around 1,000 members in France. Nevertheless, an article published by the Federal Agency for Civic Education is a clear indication of the association's overconfidence. Quote, "Measured by their own public relations work, their intentional and unintentional reporting, their interactions in social networks and the content they produce, the Identitarians are the most visible right-wing extremist group in the German-speaking world." This is also confirmed by the Documentation Archive of Austrian Resistance, which considers Identitarians to be a greater political danger than neo-Nazi groups, as they not only attract young adults with extreme right-wing views, but also have an impact on the middle-class spectrum and are able to connect with it. End quote. The fact is that neo-Nazi groups in Germany have been losing ground even before the de facto demise of the NPD, and that even in East Germany, right-wing youth culture, especially in the form of Nazi skins and dull right-wing rock, is becoming increasingly unattractive. The archive of youth cultures found that the majority of young people, even in the new federal states, reject the militant right-wing scene and want nothing to do with its members in their personal environment. This can be seen, for example, in the music produced by the extreme right-wing scene. Bands such as Lancer or Die Ziller Taylor Turkenjäger are well known in every school class in Germany. Hundreds of thousands of young people have copied their songs from friends or downloaded them from the internet. However, most young people's opinions of this music are usually not very positive. Right-wing rock from Germany is generally grotty agitprop for musicians who neither know how to tell exciting stories nor master their instruments. Music from the scene only for the already right-wing believers in the scene. Rather, the rapidly increasing appeal of alternative music and youth culture since the mid-1990s, such as the hip-hop and skateboarding scene, techno, house, punk, hardcore, reggae or soul, has led to the right-wing extremists no longer being perceived as the avant-garde of tomorrow by more and more of their peers, but are seen as the last fools of yesterday who still haven't managed to jump on the bandwagon of the times, which is to be understood in the sense of Sigmar Gabriel, SPD, who famously spoke of the pack in this regard. Obviously, Manuela Schwiesig's seduction thesis, presented with state anti-fascist intent, according to which young people are an easily influenced group, has been empirically refuted, at least with regard to significant recruitment success by right-wing extremists. The continuity from Rostock-Lichtenhagen to the identitarians of today, which Manuela Schwiesig also alluded to in her speech at the beginning of this article, does not stand up to close scrutiny either. After all, their appearance, as it is probably called today, has very little to do with an out-of-control copy of the historical essay, draped as a skinhead gang that beats everything to a pulp and whose opponents must expect death in the worst case. Quite the opposite. The activists very consciously distance themselves from the relevant neo-Nazism, which they want to bury for good. They don't use their symbols, they don't wear their clothes, they are not violent, but they are young, educated and from conservative homes and enjoy sports, barbecues and singing folk songs together. The YouTube Nazis, or alternatively, the right-wing likes catchers of the nationalist scout group, are primarily characterized by Spartan activism, which often takes the form of tests of courage, and not coincidentally, resembles a copy of Greenpeace actions. The spokesman of the extreme right-wing identitarians in Austria, Martin Sellner, admits in this regard that the headline is more real than the action. Greenpeace understood this a long time ago, and so do we now. As a result, the actions can no longer be distinguished from those of an anarchist fun guerrilla. Appear out of nowhere, strike, disappear. This calculation of arousing media interest with ever more spectacular actions and concealing their real insignificance seems to be working, as a report in Stern magazine symbolically demonstrates, illustrating the successful transformation from an internet phenomenon to a threat to the analog world. For months, the supporters of the right-wing identitarian movement have been making a name for themselves. They climb the Brandenburg Gate and hang up a banner. They walk through cities in burqas and call for burqas for all. They distribute pepper spray in pedestrian zones and call it a self-protection campaign against sexual assaults by migrants. They stage themselves so skillfully on social media that they generate maximum attention. Stern Online, December 18, 2016. However, the discrepancy between media attention and real insignificance is obvious. One should at least be able to expect the fastest-growing youth movement in Europe to organize a proper large demonstration. However, only a few hundred of the 1,000 participants registered for a march in Berlin on June 17, 2017 turned up, and they were stopped after just 1 kilometer by 1,400 counter-demonstrators. However, the low number of participants, we do not claim to be a mass movement, is likely to be chalked up as a political, media and activist success. Welt, August 18, 2017, as is the ultimately failed campaign to fend off refugees in the Mediterranean and put pressure on refugee rescuers. Deutschlandfunk Online, August 19, 2017, and 2. Check whether NGOs are working with smugglers in cooperation with the Libyan Coast Guard. Spiegel Online, July 22, 2017. Contrary to the media scaremongering that the coming fascism has made its way from the internet to the Brandenburg Gate, right-wing extremism researcher Alexander Hausler emphasized that the identitarians are quite pubescent and should not be taken seriously from an analytical point of view. Political scientist Armin Faltrauber agreed, stating that statements about social relevance are difficult to formulate. It is a youth movement that does not appear in the familiar right-wing extremist sense. It is precisely the action orientation with a provocative dimension that makes the IB just as attractive as the reference to pop culture influences. However, since the first widely noticed appearances since 2013, it has not succeeded in attracting more significant attention or mobilizing larger groups of people. The rise of the AfD, which was linked to the so-called refugee crisis, and the temporary phenomenon of Pegida in the East provided favorable conditions for gaining new supporters. However, according to Frederik, this did not lead to a significant strengthening of the IB. This does not speak for an increase in importance in the future, which means that the expectation expressed by Gotz Kubitschek that the IB is part of the hope for a real revolt will probably not be fulfilled, especially as the magazine Secession, which is close to the IB, says that it is about kids in their early 20s who are neglected by affluence, who in their hearts mourn the welfare state model of the 1970s and do not want to understand that it is no longer enough for them. End quote. Despite these circumstances and all indications, such as that of RBB authors Olaf Sundermeyer and Jan Wies, that the group is grossly overestimated, the identitarian movement has also been monitored by the Federal Office for the Protection of the Constitution since 2016, after some state offices had already done so previously. A statement by the IB, which could just as easily have come from the Junge Union, is of no use. Quote, "We stand for an authentic and healthy patriotism that cannot be instrumentalized for totalitarian, chauvinistic, racist, or extremist ideologies." End quote. Head of Office Hans-Georg Maassen justifies the observation with indications of efforts against the free democratic basic order, which is particularly evident in the fact that immigrants of Islamic faith or from the Middle East are defamed in an extremist manner. Of course, it should also be noted that some IB exponents were formerly members of the NPD, which the Federal Constitutional Court considers to be too insignificant to be banned. For the identitarians, however, former NPD members are not only insignificant, according to their own statements they are more likely to harm the group and, according to an internal paper available to Die Zeit, are of no use to the elite of the IB. This self-proclaimed elite is less interested in National Socialism than in the more distinguished authors of the conservative revolution, for whom liberalism in particular is seen as a damaging element. If we then bear in mind that there are, to put it mildly, parallels between the content of these authors and the masterminds of Islamism, the accusation of anti-Muslim racism, and the reference to the ethno-pluralism propagated by the IB takes on a different flavor. The Identitarians' website states, "There is a right to diversity. Every ethnic group has the right to preserve its culture, customs and traditions, i.e. its ethno-cultural identity." End quote. This means that although Islam is not particularly well liked by the Identitarians in Germany, it should otherwise be able to do as it pleases in its original domain, as an ethno-cultural identity, presented as unchangeable provides. The fact that the Identitarians are also much closer to Islam than public opinion would like to admit is clear from the group's self-portrayal. Islam is not the real enemy. It is we ourselves, as subjects of liberalism, who have totally penetrated us. End quote. Thus, the Identitarians also share with the Islamists a hatred of the achievements of the Enlightenment, including hedonism, decadence, sexualization, promiscuity, and the cherished party culture. However, as it seems that there are far too few German youths who really feel this profound pain, and who are not in search of a genuine worldview that re-explores our ethno-cultural identity, which leads us solely to ourselves and fights liberalism resolutely, the IB hardbase, Action and Heimatkitsch or not, will remain a brainwashed but nevertheless insignificant force. But this will not stop Antifa Germany from closing ranks even more tightly. The Identitarians are therefore merely providing a pop-up to cover up the fact that the classic danger from the right is constantly dwindling. After all, thousands of project positions are now dependent on state anti-fascism. In addition, the Identitarian bogeyman is yet another attempt to continue to defame the so urgently needed consequent criticism of Islam as right-wing extremist, contrary to reality, instead of finally translating this criticism into state policy, which would above all mean denying or withdrawing any special regulation of Islam in all public spaces. Because not only do many more project posts and research commissions depend on interreligious dialogue, the mainstream of minorities and interculturality, than on the fight against the right, no, the legitimacy of postmodern social and cultural policy stands and falls with these communitarian ideas. If the Identitarians didn't exist, the Berlin Republic would have to invent them. The return of politics must have come as a shock to those who had been talking about the end of history and had settled into the illusion of post-political conditions. Brexit, Trump and the rise of the AfD came up against a ruling class in 2016 that found it difficult to overcome the break with the consensus of the liberal order. The basket of deplorables, Hillary Clinton, was opened and the human scum it supposedly contains revolted. Instead of remaining quiet, The scum went to the polls and made a different choice than intended, while the representatives of the political establishment mobilized against the right for a mass anti-fascist rally to save our democracy. Academics promptly delivered diagnoses like this. The eschatological rumor that politics is dead has been refuted. For the time being, however, it seems as if the patient has jumped out of a coma and landed directly in hyperkinesis without ever having dealt with the previous symptoms. End quote. Society is therefore said to have arrived in the age of hyperpolitics and to be preparing the anti-political revolt in a hyper-excited, hyper-volatile, hyper-jump-like manner, while the other side is countering it with panic-driven activism for the preservation of our democracy. Are these the new class antagonisms? The Cologne-based Rheingold Institute, a market research institute with a psychological slant, found out about the motivation of participants in demonstrations against the right in January 2024. The secret meeting in Potsdam as a wake-up call is jolting many people out of their collective lethargy and passivity. Institute founder Stefan Grunewald specifies, demonstrators describe how they were torn out of their lethargy and passive resignative mood, which they have felt in the face of the multiple crises in recent months. End quote. Even if a market research institute is not a psychoanalytical association, a recurring motif of hyperpolitical times is correctly recognized. The exhausted self, Alan Ehrenberg, attempts to break out of melancholy. It is striking that in such analyses there is always talk of a wake-up call, which is intended to put a sleeping majority society in the right mood for alarm and mobilize it against right-wing activities. Political activity becomes a therapeutic endeavor, revolving around the sensitivities of the actors and thus becoming part of a self-talk. When the Taz expresses its delight at the demonstrators catching up with anti-fascism with the words "Germany is awakening," this not only reveals something about the unconscious of its editors, but also about the interplay between reporting and mobilization. The only referent that still functions is that of the silent majority, wrote Jean Baudrillard about politics in the late 20th century. In the Germany of 2024, it will no longer have a moment's peace. The fake scandal surrounding a meeting of right-wing actors and the subsequent media campaign are an expression of deliberate self-deception, driven by political calculation and the desire for that very inner wake-up call. Even self-confessed supporters readily admit this when they emphasize the importance of the demonstrations in the 2024 election year. This scandal is fake because it is based on false claims and dishonest interpretations and exaggerations. It can now be read many times, albeit no longer in lead stories and hourly updated texts, but in barely noticed side notes. When the article with the spectacular title "Secret Plan Against Germany" appeared on January 10, 2024, there was still talk everywhere of plans to deport millions of people from Germany, a deportation summit, Der Spiegel, and deportation fantasies, Amadou Antonio Foundation. The first performance of the research followed a week later in co-production with the Berliner Ensemble. The Potsdam meeting was reenacted on the theater stage, with a decisive advantage for the authors that problematic, i.e. unproven statements or allegations could later be excused as artistic freedom. The framing as a secret meeting, at which AfD politicians, neo-Nazis and financially strong companies are said to have come together, remained in place. The claim that the deportation of millions of people was discussed and even planned was later secretly deleted and denied by corrective. What remains is little more than the AfD's debt of contact with the identitarian Martin Sellner, whose proposals for remigration are by no means secret and have even been published as a book. But by this point, the genie was long out of the bottle and the false report had had the desired effect. The first major demonstrations took place the weekend after Corrective's research was published. The equation of deportation with deportation was readily believed and accepted because it was useful for mobilization. Without the word deportation, the reference to 1933 and the equation of the AfD with the NSDAP would have been far less convincing. 2 weeks later, there was already talk of ongoing mass demonstrations, which created a familiar atmosphere even among those who were not there. Almost everyone knows someone who was at the protests, rejoiced extremism researcher Julia Ebner in the Tagesschau. These were the largest demonstrations in Germany for 20 years, with the government, parts of the opposition and the population joining forces, which must have particularly pleased the increasingly unpopular government representatives. There was great fascination with the mass demonstrations. As a collective experience, they became an integrative act, reinforced and prolonged by the benevolent media coverage. The delusion of being able to prevent a new 1933 by simply joining in the march illustrates a manic character. This also includes the appropriation of the slogan "Never Again is Now," which shortly before served as a demand for solidarity with Israel after October 7th and has now been reinterpreted as a feel-good slogan against the right. Jungle World author Svenna Triebler uses the metaphor as if someone had torn open the windows in an unbearably stuffy room, to describe her manic surge in the face of the new sense of unity created by the large-scale demonstrations. She was not the only one who was overcome by the lack of oxygen. Even those who had previously not been able to open their mouths for Israel suddenly found their voices again when nothing was at stake and political protest no longer cost anything. Sigmund Freud described the shift from melancholy to mania as an act of liberation. The manic also unmistakably demonstrates to us his liberation from the object from which he had suffered by going out like a ravenous hunger for new object occupations. The short path from a collective lethargy in the face of multiple crises, Grunewald, to the liberating we feeling of the demonstrations points to the ravenous hunger to be allowed to suppress the objective economic and social crisis in favor of a pseudo-activism that is in reality escapism. The illusion of a common final battle in defense of democracy against a second seizure of power by constructed Nazis had to remain fleeting, and the sixth melancholic phase is already on its way. Melancholy and mania are two interlinked, opposing states that form two sides of the same coin and, in the worst case, follow one another abruptly in the shortest possible time. Such cyclical madness forms the basis of a new mode of politics that, driven by viral panic, draws on a loose network of ideological agencies to fill the void left by the membership organizations of the 20th century. The political conjuncture has changed. The end of history is now being proclaimed. Anton Jaeger, a historian in the service of the new socialist left, has introduced the concept of hyperpolitics in order to capture the current outrage cycles in which political disputes are taking place. The bogus term hyperpolitics is intended to make it possible to understand a form of politics that has followed the mass politics of the late 19th and the short 20th century, the post-politics of the very long 90s and the anti-politics of the 10s. Jaeger distinguishes between four different phases of social politicization, which he defines according to the degree of institutionalization, the degree to which the politicized are bound to parties, associations, or trade unions. The starting point of such a genealogy is the age of mass politics, the emergence of which Jaeger dates to the period between 1848 and 1914. In the first phase, people were integrated into political structures, and their everyday lives were essentially determined by places and situations of political negotiation and opinion forming. In fact, parties and trade unions were able to mobilize their members on a regular basis, which can be read not only in diaries and other memoirs, but also in contemporary prose. In the novel Barrikaden am Wedding, a mixture of communist edification literature and milieu study, the pub zur Roten Nachtigall is described, where the local KPD members spend their evenings, various communist newspapers and illustrated sheets hung neatly on hangers on the walls. Above them were large boards decorated with photographs of the workers' sports clubs that met here. At the side of the front room was a counter with a glass cabinet for sausages, behind it a large mirror cabinet with beer glasses, bottles of schnapps, etc. End quote. In this passage, the novel, which describes the events of the so-called Bloody May of 1929 from the perspective of the organized communists, describes one of the now lost third places and their relevance for political life in the age of mass politics. In everyday language and revolutionary pathos, the book illustrates a way of life in which the political formed the starting point for social relationships and consistent ideologies provided the basis and yardstick for personal life. Post-politic, on the other hand, indicates a retreat from these structures, its possibilities of association and common agitation. Jaeger places the economic basis of the break with the mass political phase in the context of the deepening growth crisis of capital from the 1970s onwards. The increase in surplus value could only be achieved through sharper exploitation of labor power, i.e. lowering the wage ratio. To achieve this, it was necessary to break the power of the trade unions. In addition, after the so-called Volcker shock between 1979 and 1981, when key interest rates in the USA were raised from 11 to 20%, there was a massive recession, which drove up the unemployment rate and promoted deindustrialization. The end of Fordism also meant the end of the organized working class. The shift to a service and financial market-oriented capitalism created the urgently needed channels for new capital accumulation, which were accompanied by a double movement of state action. Although welfare state achievements were consequentially dismantled, talk of a state retreat under the sign of neoliberal deregulation is nevertheless a persistent left-wing phantasm that overlooks huge bailouts. The state-driven restructuring of energy supply and loose monetary policy, as well as the preventive imperatives of the nanny state, and increasingly subsidized civil society. Highly bred NGOs have long acted as state-front organizations that propagate norms for personal behavior in the name of anti-racism or combating climate change and ideologically accompany the state-driven restructuring of the political economy. This paved the way for corrective and similar ideological organizations. This development has been observed in the USA since the 1970s and subsequently spread to other Western countries. Instead of old membership organizations with local branches, organizations such as think tanks, foundations or other NGOs have moved to the center of the battle of interests, with professional employees taking over the political work in their structures. As a result, academia, especially in the humanities and social sciences, has been geared towards breeding young talent for the expanding ideology sector, in Europe not least due to the Bologna reforms. This is recruited from an elite that is bound to a specific class and has entered the sociological debate under the term professional managerial class. In the new organizational forms of political work, potent donors in the USA or the state in Germany are replacing the contributions of traditional members. Moreover, the implementation of political measures is increasingly falling within the remit of actors who act politically but act as emphatically apolitical arbiters. Institutions that no one has ever elected, such as Supreme Courts, central banks or the European Commission, are trying to remove their activities from public debate and sell them as an expression of mere factual logic. The debate between different milieus, on the other hand, in which opinions are formed between antagonistic interest groups, has increasingly been relegated to the media sphere and is now primarily fought out on the internet as a culture war. In the age of post-politics, this class was able to devote itself to its work relatively undisturbed. In the course of this, the catch-all parties known in Germany as Volksparteien finally transformed themselves into cartel parties from the 1970s onwards, for whom access to the levers of state power was more important than competition with ideological opponents, from whom there was less and less difference anyway, and with whom they soon cooperated in various constellations in order to put it casually, at least keep their jobs in the ministries. The absence of politics in people's everyday lives has rarely been celebrated in such a way as in the American series Sex and the City, which ran on HBO between 1998 and 2004. The series is about 4 successful women in New York who talk about their love lives, the latest restaurants, and other crucial everyday matters. Samantha, who combines self-confident repartee with a casual love of pleasure, sums up the prevailing mood of those years when she proclaims, "I don't believe in the Republican Party or the Democratic Party, I just believe in parties." The celebration of waste, indulgence, and permissiveness, which are preferred to moderation in the sense of abstract justice and thoughts of the future, have long been suspect today. In the current new edition of the series, Samantha has disappeared. Instead, the protagonist Carrie has a podcast with a queer, non-binary Mexican-Irish diva, which programmatically stands for the contemporary renovation of a series from the post-political era that is now considered problematic. Now it's woke instead of vogue. The parties are over. The weakened traditional institutions such as trade unions or political parties have been replaced by organizations that represent state doctrine and prevailing morals in private life. Because what do Black Lives Matter, QAnon, and the mob that stormed the Capitol have in common? They don't keep membership lists, are not very permanent, and have difficulty imposing discipline on their followers. For Germany, it has to be said that the Amadou Antonio Foundation, the Foundation of Saxon Memorials and Corrective do not have membership lists, but they do have payrolls and are designed for permanent state funding. Their supporters follow the work discipline of conviction perpetrators or at least professional ideologues who are on the move in the name of a good cause but are dependent on the punctual transfer of their salary. Jaeger reads the politicization of the liberal class as a reaction to anti-political movements, which celebrated their greatest triumphs in Brexit and the election of Donald Trump. Hyperpolitics is therefore a class-specific term and appears to be an expression of a general mood rather than a mode of viral panic typical of the accelerated internet age with its short cycles of hype and outrage. The previously rather passive, post-politically socialized liberal center now reacted with a kind of reactive shock politicization. The barriers to entry to this shock-driven politics are low. It requires little effort, no one demands membership fees, you can drop out quickly or climb the career ladder and exploit your own activism for your personal portfolio. Consequences exist only in the apocalyptic hallucinations of the hyper-politicized, who nevertheless do not have to leave this oasis of inconsequentiality. Thus, hyperpolitics is first and foremost an eminently market-compliant variant of politics, both in terms of its form and its content. Markets offer exit options and are by their very nature designed for the short term. Trading algorithms know no future. Rather, a concept of information that is born out of the logic of the transaction sphere is also effective in the public debate. As Joseph Vogel writes in his book Capital und Ressentiment, Capital and Resentment, stock market information turns out to be an indistinguishable conglomerate of veritable news, conjectures, speculations, rumors, opinions about opinions, and provokes judgments not only about how news should be evaluated, but also about how others evaluate news, i.e., how a certain judgment about the prevailing current of opinions can be formed. On the one hand, the stock market business is therefore no stranger to the science of making the right decision on important news. On the other hand, Such knowledge is beset by adversities that erase the difference between what is known and what is meant and run counter to the logical principles of sufficient reasons and mutually exclusive opposites. In a reversal of the scholastic cessant causas cessit effectus, the cessation of the reason does not necessarily make the effect disappear on the stock market. This pretty much describes the case of Corrective, which lived up to its name and repeatedly had to row back without this detracting from the effect of the original report. Because even if the trading algorithms know no future, the internet has an unmanageable past that continues to haunt us. So there will continue to be talk of deportations, even if the secret plan against Germany has long since turned out to be a fabrication. This is because the starting point and venue for political debates has shifted from the third places described by Nukrants in Barricade Am wedding to the filter bubbles of digital communication. Here, every expression of opinion also produces information that is incorporated into the utilization cycle of capital. In the volatile business of such communication, however, opinion itself is subject to immediate testing procedures. There are immediate feedback loops of mutual reinforcement or repulsion, as everyone knows them from social networks. In this way, the expected reaction is at least partially priced into every judgment. Marketable opinion is formed according to what the average opinion might be, and the reason for judgments lies in the assumption that a majority of judgment acts coincide in them. Or to put it another way, there is an infinite mirror game without a fixed pivot. End quote. The internet is the limbo of this political debate, in which the marketable concept of information has short-circuited itself with public debate. Capital has incorporated the act of speech into its valorization process, and thus forced it under its structural laws. For information is knowledge minus proof and justification, but knowledge itself is committed to the uncertain outcome of examination procedures. The end of justifications can only lie in the renunciation of further justifications. Experts, as Robert Musil once said, are never finished. Activists, on the other hand, think from the end and operate with information that can bring about the desired swings in opinion in the short term. As experts, they have nothing in common with specialists and are at war with the truth from the outset. If they have the right attitude, they are rewarded by the state. Since 2015, the Federal Ministry for Family Affairs, Senior Citizens, Women and Youth's Demokratie Leben. Live Democracy program alone has provided around €100 million in project-related funding each year. After all, democracy thrives on the people who get involved every day and stand up for democratic values. The Federal Ministry for Family Affairs promotes this engagement with the federal program Demokratie Leben. And the people who are involved in these organizations on a daily basis live from democracy. The precursors of this support go back to 2001 and were established in the wake of the uprising of the decent. Back then, Head of Government Gerhard Schroeder instructed non-governmental organizations and courageous citizens to position civil society against the far right at a local level. A rudimentary form of political division of labor still prevailed here, as the 200,000 demonstrators at its peak still followed the appeal of a professional politician who mobilized the masses on the basis of current events. The narrative published by Corrective skips this division of labor. Facts and evidence, journalistic commentary, and an appeal to the population already coincided here. This new uprising of the hyper-decent can be used to trace the historical change, because where almost 24 years ago speeches were made and foundations were subsidized in order to move people onto the streets in post-political times, Corrective knew that an extensive network of numerous initiatives, foundations, projects, and easily accessible sections of the population were ready to mobilize immediately. Unlike Schroeder, Corrective does not speak into the void of a depoliticized society and hope for resonance, but into the dense network of foundations, NGOs, opinion papers and news formats of which it is a part. When Schroeder was still trying to address both his old social democratic base and the post-politically isolated, but had to reactivate or re-establish forms of organization that could no longer be taken for granted in either direction, he was at the end of an era that was irrevocably coming to an end. The fact that within a few hours and days the Corrective investigation attained the status of established fact and that the protest, as a resulting imperative necessity, attained the status of a guide to action that could not be evaded would not have been possible without the civil society structures described above. This shows the weakness of the liberal concept of hyperpolitics, which distinguishes between good and bad mass mobilization and proclaims the stabilization of protests as the solution. As a way out of the misery, Jaeger proposes large-scale participation, a return to private engagement and association that cannot be sustained. Corrective self-image already blurs the line between journalism and activism. We conduct our research free from political and economic dependencies. Our reporters are guided by the common good. End quote. The funding shows that political and economic independence is not far off. Over €500,000 came from public funds in 2023, the rest from private donors and foundations. We are dealing here with journalists who have never felt particularly comfortable within the boundaries of research and explaining contexts. Their self-image ultimately boils down to the identification of fake news, whose relevance criteria they themselves determine and whose definition they themselves make according to arbitrary judgments of taste. In each case, the correct stance is determined before the research and is specified by the respective clients such as Meta, Facebook, Instagram, etc. Automated detection technologies ensure that the review can be completely eliminated in seemingly similar cases. The circle of activism and journalism is closed. This can be seen in biographies such as that of Jean Peters, who has been writing for Corrective since 2022, previously wrote columns, then jokes for Jan Bomerman, then threw a cake in Beatrix von Storch's face dressed as a clown and summarizes it all on his website as follows: I used to combine art and journalism for performative actions. Philip Rouche, who has been working in the name of political beauty since 2009, also prefaces his books with the following: his works deliberately blur the boundaries between fiction and reality. But while Rouche has never claimed to have found this boundary again, Peters already speaks in the perfect tense. Although Rouche wants to be an inverted Glas Relocious case for art, by providing reality instead of the expected fiction, Rouche still sees this as a counter-reality that is tied back to his concept of art. Peters' permanent alternation between art, journalism, and political action, which is an expression of stunted skills in all three areas and not their ingenious combination, comes to full fruition at Corrective. There, the research provided is not simply written down and then left to politics and society, but transformed without delay into theater, which is staged on the stage of the Berliner Ensemble and broadcast on RBB. There seems to have been no doubt in the fee-financed program planning that an artistic adaptation of the article, initiated by the authors themselves, should be shown uncommented and in full length in the RBB evening program. In order to bring the thin material to the theater stage, director K. Voges resorted to the meta level. Quote, the actresses will partly jump into the character of the journalist and try to analyze what is happening. But they will also do a kind of reenactment and speak texts as they were spoken in the Adlon country house. End of quote. On the stage of the Berliner Ensemble, this is how it sounds from the mouth of actor Andreas Beck. I am the stage character Gernot Morig, and I would like to welcome you once again. I didn't say what I'm about to say verbatim, but some of the terms and expressions have been passed down through memory records. That was important to show the extent of my fascist language. End of quote. So it remains unclear what we are actually dealing with in this production. A play that is documentary and fact-based enough to pass for journalism? Or is it journalism that has its freely invented texts performed by actors, so that it can pass as a play and thus solely as an expression of the freedom of art? This deliberate confusion between the two spheres has already led to the participants in the anti-AfD protests no longer being able to say exactly what outraged them and why they took to the streets. Is it a small meeting in Potsdam? Is it an impending coup? Is it the fascist threat? Corrective's multiple self-corrections, from deportation to expulsion, from Germans with a migration background to people, find their artistic equivalent in Constanze Becker's red alarm button, which she presses in the case of statements that are not covered by journalism. If even the stage characters are fenced in by a further level of commentary and a fact check, anything can ultimately be claimed. A survey conducted by the University of Constance proved what should have been clear to any observer of the demonstrations and the circumstances of their origins. It was not the silent majority that took to the streets, but the green ideological milieu of the state and culturally better off, masquerading as civil society. The fact that 61% of the protesters surveyed recently cast their second vote for the Greens and 65% categorized themselves as center-left is remarkable and casts doubt on the self-designation as civil society. Demonstrations were held to preserve a cultural and ideological hegemony that is characterized by the desire to merge state and society and is expressed not least in the forthcoming Democracy Promotion Act, which is intended to ensure that civil society agencies no longer function as upstream organizations of the state, but as an extension of the state into society. The history of the draft law was already characterized by the strengthening of the milieu. Family Minister Lisa Paus sees Germany threatened and attacked above all by right-wing extremist groups, but by this she also means threats below the threshold of criminal liability, i.e. everything that just about falls under freedom of expression. The corrective staging had finally achieved its state purpose at the latest when it was used by the immigration authorities of the city of Potsdam to impose a general entry ban on Martin Sellner in Germany. The Potsdam Authority explicitly referred to this in its decision against Sellner. The so-called secret meeting is proof that your personal presence in the Federal Republic of Germany contributes in particular to introducing and spreading your ideologies in public discourse. End of quote. As wrong as someone may find Sellner's understanding of remigration, there is no legal case against him. Even Die Zeit admits, Sellner has committed no criminal offense. And yet here, in the aforementioned area below the threshold of criminal liability and thus without any reasonable basis, an entry ban and, in the event of non-compliance, a deportation order is issued against a citizen of an EU state who should have enjoyed freedom of movement within the Schengen area. Although this decision has since been suspended, it was never solely about Sellner. It was not just an unwelcome person or an enemy alien, but an activist who still pursues extra-parliamentary politics in the traditional sense, so to speak, who was to be targeted here. The message that the room for maneuver is narrowing for those who operate outside the institutions designated for this purpose, which are valued by the state and provided with appropriate funding, has probably been received. The enemy definitions of the panic-driven activists are as vague as they are interchangeable. The fact that they are nevertheless effective would be inconceivable without political and media backing. Only in these waters can organizations like Corrective operate. Germany provides the perfect breeding ground for this and has taken a special path into hyperpolitics. In the words of the then Federal Minister Franziska Giffey, there is no other European country that has a funding program on this scale with a 3-digit million sum that is committed to promoting democracy and preventing extremism. End of quote. In this country, we pride ourselves on state-funded cleanup of unpopular voices. After the election Sunday in Mecklenburg-Western Pomerania on September 4, 2016, the AfD still seemed to be on course for success. It became the second strongest party ahead of the CDU and almost confirmed the election result in Saxony-Anhalt, where the party received more than 20% of the votes cast. While representatives of the established parties wavered between anger and concern in the face of the rising competition, AfD politician Alexander Gauland took an optimistic view of the future and said that this success would have great symbolic power for the federal election in a year's time. A week later, however, came the damper. In the local elections in Lower Saxony, the AfD received 7.8% of the vote, contrary to the expectations of its supporters and the fears of its opponents, and was therefore unable to even come close to confirming the state election result from Mecklenburg-Western Pomerania. Since March 2016 and the AfD's unchallenged entry into 2 other West German state parliaments, observers have agreed that the AfD can no longer be regarded exclusively as an Eastern phenomenon, as more and more voters in the West can be expected to express their displeasure with the German government's refugee policy by voting for the AfD, and thus not at all conform to the image that Chancellor Merkel likes to paint of her good Germans. On closer inspection, however, these results confirm what was to be expected. The share of votes for the AfD in the Eastern Zone is twice as high on average, which is due to the fact that the party appeals to a different clientele in the West and East despite the overlap, which was already evident from the content of the election manifestos in Saxony-Anhalt in contrast to those in Rhineland-Palatinate and Baden-Württemberg and has now been repeated in the state elections in Berlin. It can therefore still be assumed that 2 different ideological currents, the majority of which can also be located geographically, are mainly gathered under the AfD label, an East German-dominated faction that agitates folkish and decidedly does not distinguish itself from right-wing extremism. Embodied in the chairman of the AfD faction in the Thuringian State Parliament and state spokesman of the AfD Thuringia, Björn Höcke, competes with a primarily West German faction that locates itself in the bourgeois liberal-conservative tradition of the Federal Republic, as emphasized by the former spokesman of the AfD Federal Party and chairman of the Baden-Württemberg State Association, Jörg Müthen. Höcke in particular poses a problem for the majority of the West German state associations. Their ambitions to establish the AfD as a popular party in the long term where the Merkel CDU leaves room are in danger of failing, as a party in which Höcke holds a leading position is not electable for bourgeois, conservative or liberal-minded people, be it because of his quasi-socialist, collectivist ideas or because of his nationalist to folkish tone, as Wirtschaftswoche noted. Höcke's racist speech in November 2015 at an event organized by the New Right Institute for State Policy, in which the Thuringian state politician launched into a grand explanation of the world, caused consternation in the party's West German branches and even prompted calls for him to be expelled from the party. To put it simply, evolution has given Africa and Europe 2 different reproductive strategies, which would mean that the European placeholder type would be opposed by a life-affirming African expansion type that had set out to overrun Europe. Consequently, Höcke, a trained educator and electoral boss, sees his mission in species-appropriate education. As long as we are prepared to take in this surplus population, nothing will change in the reproductive behavior of Africans. End quote. During a speech in Erfurt, Höcke rambled on about 1,000 years of Germany, in which he located the beautifully German Erfurt, which is being ruined by the degenerate old parties, making it clear that his AfD is the last peaceful chance for our dear Germany, which is threatened by genocide. André Poggenberg, his intimate from Saxony-Anhalt, who is the state chairman and head of the state parliamentary group there, is likely to have spoken from the soul with this highly embarrassing German kitsch, as he reminds us of our responsibility for the Volksgemeinschaft. Frederik Petry, the party's second national spokesperson alongside Jörg Müthen, has also repeatedly made statements along the same lines in the past. Back in August 2014, the mother of four railed against abortion in order to ensure the survival of one's own people, one's own nation. It is also Petry, not Jörg Müthen, who has taken on the role of binding those to the party who are receptive to Hoch's or Poggenberg's homeland and species preservation prose. Petry's call to rehabilitate the basic Nazi term Völkisch, i.e. to work to ensure that this term has a positive connotation again, should also be viewed against this background. It is also fitting that she has now appointed Markus Frohnmayer, the federal chairman of the AfD youth organization Junge Alternative für Deutschland, who comes from Baden-Württemberg, as her press spokesman. Not only is the clearly West German-dominated youth association susceptible and open to Völkisch development work, unlike the party's Western state associations in their clear majority. Frohnmayer himself has repeatedly attracted attention in the past for his particularly forceful statements and dubious contacts, which he will presumably no longer be able to afford as Petry's press spokesman. Official anti-fascism is on high alert and deliberately negates the differences between the Völkisch East German camp and the liberal conservative positions. Consequently, there is talk of the AfD, which is the result of a deliberate misunderstanding in order to further commit anti-fascism to the unconditional defense of the new Germany of the decent, which does not work without a real existing enemy image as a means of creating community spirit, also known as civil society. It is striking that the general mobilization against the AM, combined with the warning that democracy is on its last legs, is most intensively pursued by the representatives of the SPD. In doing so, the party is once again proving that, at the latest since the implementation of Agenda 2010, as its leader Sigmar Gabriel has shown, it has been giving the finger to all those who do not meet the criteria that under Gerhard Schroeder operated under the label New Center, and which has now been consistently renamed Working Center by the party. Federal Minister of Justice Heiko Maas, for example, set out the route for the fight against the MD via Spiegel Online. Will we remain a modern and cosmopolitan country, or will we become a nation of stubborn Philistines seeking salvation in the past? As it is well known that it is not a long way from being an obtuse Philistine to becoming a Nazi, the deputy party leader of the SPD, Ralf Stegner, ranted on Deutschlandfunk Radio that the AfD, regardless of internal party differences, was a party of right-wing populists and right-wing extremists, which not only tolerates anti-Semitic, anti-Islamic things, but in some cases even practices them. Which simply makes it dangerous for this Germany. Jungle World does not want to stand on the sidelines of such anti-fascist unity. In the September 15, 2016 issue, it discovered its civic conscience and made Kreuzberg sensitivities known under the headline Blue is the New Brown, Völkisch und Heimatru. A disinhibited bourgeoisie swears off democracy and longs for the Volksgemeinschaft again. With their homophobic, anti-feminist and welfare chauvinist slogans, the right-wing populists of the AfD are gaining votes and moving into more and more state parliaments. Even if you want to be emphatically socially critical of Germany, you can't get beyond the social democratic phraseology against the right that has been pimped up to the raison d'etat and, whether intentionally or not, you are doing the business of state anti-fascist people's pedagogy. As authoritarian, feed envy and paranoid as the majority of the AfD's program is, as repulsive as its sympathy for Putin's Russia is, as little as it offers even the slightest socio-political answer to what is likely to plague the majority of its voters, there is hardly anything that bothers the representatives of cosmopolitan Germany more about the AfD than what is ultimately supposed to qualify it as a Nazi party. It is the clear anti-Islam course FAZ it is accused of taking. The fact that the AfD not only doesn't celebrate Islam as a substitute for more social peace among the migrants who have been left behind and as an alternative for Europeans who are tired of civilization, but also openly runs afoul of the prevailing Islam appeasement, seems to be the least forgivable thing about it. Beatrix von Storch is quoted as saying, "Islam is in itself a political ideology." The xenophobe Alexander Golan, who likes to play the centrist within his party, added, "Islam is not a religion like Catholic or Protestant Christianity, but is always intellectually linked to the takeover of the state." End quote. However, neither politician is concerned about the compatibility of Islam with universal Western values, especially not Golan, who in any case advocates more ties to the East and less to the West. Instead, they are asking whether the religion of peace is compatible with the Basic Law. However, the Basic Law is by no means proof that post-Nazi Germany has turned to the West with full conviction. Rather, it represents the founding document of a state painstakingly cleansed of Hitler by the Allies, whose objective cynicism consisted and continues to consist in declaring, quite naively and self-confidently, the mass murder of the Jews to be the legitimate basis and prerequisite of the most liberal democratic of all basic orders. Nevertheless, there is a kernel of truth in von Storch's and Golan's statements. all relevant varieties of Islam do not in fact regard it as a merely private creed, but strive to dissolve the contrast between private and public in the form of a universal claim to rule, which, if it cannot bring the state under its control, at least wants to carry out its mischief practically and undisturbed as a counter-sovereign and enforcer of Sharia law in the Neukölln Hermann streets of this world. However, the self-righteous community of the decent, which is forming itself in a well-feigned manner and heroic pose against a party that is at the top of the German majority's unpopularity scale, is obviously neither willing nor able to recognize or even criticize the obvious. As a result, the thoroughly unsympathetic AfD remains the only party that at least warns of the dangers of Islam. In the fight against it, there are no more parties, only Islamophiles. So it is only logical that the Islam expert Professor Dr. Suzanne Schroeder, in a so-called fact-check, "What's Wrong with the AfD's Criticism of Islam?" with which the SPD party executive went public, can declare Islam to be a theoretical construct that does not exist as political Islam. It also states that the headscarf should not be seen as an obstacle to emancipation, but that it is at most a commitment to a religiously based moral norm and should therefore in no way be understood as a sign of subordination to a man. Unfortunately, and not only the social democratic strategists regret this, but also their brothers in spirit from Jungle World in a slightly weaker form, not everyone who doubts the compatibility of Islam with the basic law and legal peace and security can automatically be denounced as a history-resistant fascist without further ado. This only works if you can also accuse someone of anti-Semitism, which we have long since learned from Wolfgang Benz and others that it is at least structurally similar to hostility towards Islam. Of course, the AfD promptly did the state-supporting media this favor, because that's how old German it is. It therefore had to be told that it had a veritable anti-Semitism problem. At the beginning of July, a dispute arose in the AfD state parliamentary group in Baden-Württemberg over the undoubtedly anti-Semitic statements made by state parliament member Wolfgang Gideon and the handling of this personal matter, which justifiably raised the question of why no one in the party claimed to have heard anything about Gideon's activities in advance. At the same time, it can be assumed that the functionary is certainly not the only particularly ugly exception within the West AfD, despite the internal East-West divide within the party. Faction leader Jörg Meuthen, who stands for the incompatibility of anti-Semitism and AfD membership, subsequently forced a break with those faction members who opposed Gideon's expulsion and ultimately left the faction with 12 other MPs. Gideon, a politically neglected ex-Maoist, had previously praised Holocaust-denier Horst Mahler as a dissident and asked whether it could be that, as the Jewel Deutsch writes, the Jews have provided sufficient reasons for the hostility shown towards them, and the Talmudic ghetto Jews, therefore rightly, operate as the inner enemy of the Christian West. In more recent history, Judaism in its secular Zionist form has even risen to become a decisive factor of influence and power in Western politics, which strives for the enslavement of humanity. After characteristically lengthy discussions within the Baden-Württemberg AfD state parliamentary group, which culminated in the ridiculous undertaking, sponsored by Frederik Petry, to examine Gideon's hardcore anti-Semitism with the help of a scientific report to determine whether it was really anti-Semitic, Gideon finally had to leave, not least due to pressure from the public and parts of the party itself. Frederik Petry played a decisive role in this dispute, confirming her role within the party as a binding and restraining force rather than an exclusionary one for the AfD's Focus members. Until the very end, she tried to play down Gideon's madness as normal for a young party in the fight against the old party's prohibitions on thinking and to prevent the MP from being expelled from the parliamentary group and party. That Gideon was supported by the Focus wing, that Björn Höcke called for his writings to be read, and that Götz Kubitschek, editor of the magazine Secession and keyword provider for the identitarian movement, spoke out in this way, that the Gideon case was about taboo zones such as the world historical significance of Judaism, Zionism or the Holocaust industry, and that the party had been infiltrated by self-appointed advisors with an ideological hygiene obsession, is anything but surprising. Not only does it once again confirm the party's divisiveness, in which Höcke's wing ultimately suffered a bitter, possibly more than just a landmark defeat, but also that the resolution of the Gideon case does not mean that the party has got rid of the anti-Semitic problem in its ranks. The defense or trivialization of anti-Semitism did not go unchallenged in the AfD, which clearly revealed the conflict line of East versus West, Folkish versus liberal conservative. The Gideon affair has made all those alarmists all the more keen to ignore the decisive inter-party differences in order to attest that the AfD is particularly dangerous, or to see its supposed proximity to the NSDAP confirmed, or to dramatize its activities as an expression of an almost national socialist situation. Jan Reeb, an employee of the Amadou Antonio Foundation and an expert on current racist mobilizations in Germany, Pegida and AfD as well as current anti-Semitism, posed the question how anti-Semitic is the AfD. for the Foundation's network against Nazis and meticulously listed anti-Semitic incidents, most of which also had personal consequences. For an Antifa expert, he came to the surprising conclusion that the folkish position in the AfD is not a consensus and that it must be assumed that the AfD is not a genuinely anti-Semitic party. Incidentally, this verdict is in line with the diagnosis of Mika Brumlik, currently senior advisor at the Center for Jewish Studies in Berlin-Brandenburg, according to which it is not possible to speak of anti-Semitism at a party programmatic level. Rather, Brumlik continued, any positions of certain protagonists that deviate from the program may also exist in one way or another in other parties. He also pointed out that there are voices in the party that explicitly refer to Israel in a positive light. Brumlik thus expressed what the political establishment is keen to play down, namely that the Gedeon case is a good example of how the German public likes to work off a form of classic anti-Semitism with ease, which, due to its traditional esoteric form, for example in relation to the protocols of the Elders of Zion, has much more anachronistic traits and is far less socially effective than the purified, more modern form of anti-Semitism, namely, that which denies Israel its sovereignty and ability to defend itself, that which, in the name of cultural understanding, wants to have anti-Semitism acted out by representatives of the so-called Global South and is unwilling to even acknowledge the current threat to Jews from the perpetually invoked damned of this earth. In contrast to this, the special newspaper for the election to the Berlin House of Representatives, with which an Association for the Preservation of the Rule of Law and Civil Liberties supported the AfD not only in Berlin, contains a diagnosis of the times that deals with the consequences of anti-racist, purified anti-Semitism. Under the headline Anti-Semitism, Jews no longer safe in Germany, it states, surely our fellow Jewish citizens must feel particularly threatened by the expansion of the mass influx initiated by Mrs. Merkel and her government from countries whose inhabitants have been inculcated with anti-Semitic slogans from an early age. These immigrants are known to offer radical Islamists a rich recruiting ground. They are already harassing and threatening citizens of the Jewish faith living in Germany if they recognize them as such. Despite this obvious fact, they, e.g. the members of the Central Council of Jews, demonize the only political forces that oppose this unfortunate immigration policy. This is all the more incomprehensible as the events in France, for example, show where such developments can lead. End quote. In view of this assessment, which is to be rejected because of its diction but not because of its lack of plausibility, it is significant that the party of all parties is accused of offensive anti-Semitism, which in all and by no means common clarity addresses the threat to Jews through tangible anti-Semitism in Germany, even where it is not attributable to relevant Nazis. Even if Netz gegen Nazis came to no other conclusion than that anti-Semitism is not one of the ideological staples that have a unifying effect on the various currents of the party, and that it is sometimes even the case that political correctness is so pronounced in the ranks of the AfD that openly anti-Semitic and neo-Nazi actors are excluded. The exonerating evidence from an authoritative source does not mean that the matter has been shelved. In order to be able to prove anti-Semitism against the entire AfD, a small theoretical detour is taken without further ado. For Jan Reeb and others, it is a foregone conclusion that the anti-Muslim racism he alleges the party represents is closely linked to anti-Semitism. The reasoning then reads as follows: due to the partly similar practices of Islam and Judaism, the MD cannot avoid hitting Judaism with its anti-Islam course, because the demands for a ban on headscarves, also, always result in a ban on wearing the kippah. The fact that the ban on wearing kippahs in Islam-dominated districts is not only demanded but actually enforced by force, and that it is not the AfD that is responsible for this, but the guardians of virtue of the religion of peace, who are affected by alleged Islamophobia and cover their women, plays no role in this kitsch of consternation, which is not about anti-Semitism but rather about an intimate understanding of the abominations of Islam, which include the headscarf as an obligatory everyday symbol. The kippah, on the other hand, is a prayer symbol in the sense of a custom that varies from community to community, is based neither on biblical nor Talmudic commandments, is the least important symbol of Judaism in terms of religious law, and has an exclusively emotional meaning. When Jan Reeb gets really worked up about head coverings and their respective meanings and rehashes the myth that opposition to Islam is based on anti-Semitism, a level of denial of reality is reached that makes it impossible to realize that even the shrillest warnings about the thoroughly frightening practices of Islam by the AfD have a counterpart in reality. A reality that is an everyday hell, especially for those women for whom not only the headscarf is an obstacle to emancipation, which is notoriously one of the most urgent tasks of a functionary and ideologue from the center of civil society. The attempt to convict the AfD of being a thoroughly anti-Semitic party has failed. However, precisely because we have hardly heard any of the party voices named by Mika Brumlik that allegedly refer to Israel in an explicitly positive way, we should assume, until proven otherwise, that there is a clear anti-Zionist majority in the party across all wings. However, only those who still consider anti-Semitism to be a unique right-wing characteristic are likely to be convinced that this anti-Zionism is worse than the prevailing anti-Zionism in the Left Party or the SPD. In other words, it is precisely anti-Zionism that makes the MD a normal German party at this point, much to the chagrin of state anti-fascism. There is no question that the AfD's success is based on eliciting the worst instincts from the most avaricious and food envious. Even if Islam is all too often merely a cipher for ordinary xenophobia, which is directed against every immigrant, especially in the East, no matter how little they are bothered by Western customs, there can be no denying that the AfD addresses what is otherwise kept quiet. In the past, Germany was one of the few countries in which immigration issues have hardly been politicized, and above all only to a very limited extent in parliamentary election campaigns, as established parties have always been relatively quick to reach a rather conservative consensus. The AfD therefore benefits from the fact that this conservative consensus was broken by the 2015 summer fairy tale at the latest, leaving behind an agreement that was perceived as too liberal by conservative voters. Furthermore, the discussion about the AfD simply ignores what the Allensbach Institute for Public Opinion Research has empirically proven. There is some evidence that the causes of the susceptibility of a section of the population to political populism can be found long before the AfD was founded, and that this development may already have peaked. The AfD is not the core of the problem. It has only made it visible. End quote. It is therefore by no means the case that an acute shift to the right would be cause for panic. On the contrary, there is much to suggest that the AfD is winning voters whose positions were previously served by the more conservative CDU, and currently by the CSU. After every election, it is now customary to ask what percentage of AfD voters would have voted for the CSU if it had been electable, and the results are always the same. Around half would vote for the conservative Bavarian Regional Party. The fact that parties such as the AfD benefit from the fact that many déclassé people no longer know how to express themselves other than in a national social way and want to behave in exactly the same brutal and uninhibited manner as the AfD demonstrates in its program and language is a potential danger for the distant future that cannot be dismissed, at least if the folkish wing around Hock should also prevail in the west of the country. For anti-fascists from the state, this wing has long been an all-German wing and nothing else. That is why they see the AfD as nothing more than a modernized NSDAP. Accordingly, the party leaders are portrayed across the board and indiscriminately as dangerous seducers who are shabby, disgusting and un-German, and who could be accused of nothing less than a counter-revolution. The suspicion arises that the necessary fight against Hock and his ilk is merely a pretext for denouncing well-founded Islamophobia, as part of a large fascist movement against which only a permanent uprising of the decent promises salvation. Like every delusion, the German one is doubly determined. It pursues goals that are unreal. Wanting to take political control of capital sovereignty is one such goal, and at the same time, by acting out, it shapes reality. Germany's real and potential production capacities are globally competitive in every respect, especially in terms of their potential for destruction, including immediate military destruction. Here we should remember the concept of destruction as a productive force, which theoretically, in a positive sense, as a prerequisite for capital accumulation, can be traced back to Schumpeter's creative destruction, but should not forget that this concept, as a non-concept of destruction, is understood in Germany in immediate practical terms. The export offensives, among other things, ensure that this remains the case, putting the pursuit of a balanced current account on the back burner. As profoundly as Germany may be affected by any given crisis, it can tackle the new start after it has been overcome with good prospects of being in a better position afterwards than before. Hardly any other country in Europe has the potential to survive an economic crisis unscathed and turn it into stronger hegemony. If all the rescue packages fail, most of the others will be left with little more than bankruptcy, which will swallow up the silverware left over after the many austerity measures. To get an idea of what is at stake at the logical end of this development, let us assume that there would no longer be any relative production of surplus value, i.e. capital accumulation would come to a standstill worldwide. In order to be able to continue to accumulate surplus value, everything then depends on which state has the staying power to use its capacities to make those of others disappear from the market without regard to any economically justifiable rationality, or even to eliminate or incorporate them by means of blackmail. The world market, which regulates behind the actors' backs which companies are productive and which, from the point of view of the most productive possible utilization, cause unnecessary costs, would in any case be eliminated. Money would hardly play a role in external relations. It would be subordinate to politics, both internally and externally. The world would switch to pure use value production, and weapons would have the highest value in such a system. In short, the logic of capital is practiced as the logic of war. Germany cannot be indifferent to what will become of the EU in the course of this sitting out of the crisis. Whether it comes to a strengthening of political unity or its disintegration, in both cases, as in all previous crises, it is likely to be the winner. In any case, it should be noted that the logic of capital dictates the crisis itself to the states, but not the policy for overcoming it. The state is irrevocably autonomous in its choice of means, and the most dangerous thing is that it can take control of the economy whenever and wherever capital accumulation loses its momentum and the sovereignty it generates is up for debate. In other words, authoritatively secured, capital can cancel itself out on its own basis, without leaving it, as should be added. If it succeeds in eliminating it and substituting it with the people's state, society is not in crisis, but in catastrophe. For the political right, refraining from closing Germany's external borders means something far more fundamental than the unwanted immigration of refugees, namely the abandonment, and even more, the destruction of national sovereignty. Although the decision not to close the national borders could formally be considered a sovereign decision, i.e., there can be no question of renouncing sovereignty, the right-wing propaganda in the public sphere does seem to have some plausibility. Although no one, not even the Merkel government or the left-wing opposition, actually wanted 1 million refugees to come to Germany, the right-wingers are treating the so-called refugee crisis not as the consequence of a political decision not to jeopardize intra-European supply chains, but as the government's own political will to attack the foundations of the state. However, it is from being able to present themselves as mere defenders of the existing and supposedly threatened order that the right wing draws its ability to connect with the public debate and the social mainstream, which it has lacked in recent decades. This always includes not only the assumption that the now fundamentally threatened order must have been rotten for some time, but also the question of the substantive context of this order. However, this question does not seek knowledge, but rather the pseudo-substantial foundation of the social context as a movement. Populism is how Alexander Glas himself describes his own movement in a speech at the Focus Institute for State Policy, IFS, saying it is the last line of defense of our way of life. If the globalists get their way, many things that make our country and our part of the world worth living in will disappear and never come back. Glas then goes on to give a rather arbitrary list of the things that make life worth living, and that are threatened by the globalists: inner peace, the rule of law, cash, equal rights for women, freedom of opinion and religion, the right to be left alone by the state and society. At the same conference, Caroline Sommerfeld already hinted at whether individuals should be left alone by the state and society if Glas and his friends from the IFS were to decide on the state and society themselves under the question, who belongs to us? In an earlier version of her lecture, which can be read online at Secession, she explains that descent Germans and passport Germans assigned to them, who in case of doubt do not stand up for Germany, are not Germans in an essential sense. They have forfeited their ethnicity. In this lecture at the Winter Academy of Götz Kubitschek's think tank, Glas partly echoes what he outlined in a guest article for the FAZ in October 2018. A globalist class whose ties to their respective home countries are weak dominates politics, the media, culture, NGOs and universities. He describes this class as anywheres, as nomads, in contrast to the settled, the somewheres. In the past, the elites were also sedentary. Today they are no longer. And that is the big difference. Against this nomadic alliance of the globalist left and global capital, Glas is hoping for an alliance of national workers and the national bourgeoisie. However, Glas is undoubtedly right about one thing when he states that there are many so-called ordinary people whose jobs are often miserably paid or no longer exist, who have worked their butts off all their lives and now have to live on a shabby pension. End quote. In view of falling real wages in Germany since the 1980s, miserably paid jobs and poverty in old age are as surprising as a cold in winter. However, as real wages have risen over the same period, with the exception of the last few years, in Western industrialized nations with the exception of Germany, this is not simply a strategy of global capital. Rather, what Glas recommends as an antidote is responsible for this, namely the specifically German alliance of national workers and the national bourgeoisie, which enjoys great popularity everywhere in this country as a locational advantage against international competition, also as a social partnership. Take Rainer Huck, for example, who explains the German success model for the Federal Agency for Civic Education. The social partnership plays an outstanding role. The collective bargaining partnership in particular has contributed significantly to the success of the German economy and to social peace. Employers or employers' associations and trade unions are in a better position than anyone else to assess the economic situation of their industry or company and to reach mutually acceptable agreements. The non-governmental structure prevents the loss of jobs because companies cannot cope with certain working conditions. At the same time, the appropriate participation of employees in economic success is guaranteed. The collective bargaining partnership has also contributed to a high degree of social peace. In Germany, for example, comparatively few working hours have been lost due to strikes in the past. In neighboring European countries, only Switzerland has seen fewer industrial disputes. In the UK, on the other hand, 6 times as many working hours were lost due to strikes, in France 20, and in Spain even 35 times more. Unsurprisingly, real wage development in the UK, France, and Spain has been significantly higher than in Germany in recent decades. Long before Agenda 2010, German trade unions were prepared to accept falling real wages for decades in order not to jeopardize German jobs. Instead of, why not? To support wage demands in low-wage countries in their own interests. The AfD emerged from the agitation of outraged middle-class taxpayers against the Greek bailout packages. As expected, the fact that the German low-wage policy contributed significantly to the crisis in southern European countries and that the German treasury even benefited from it due to the increasing attractiveness of German government bonds as a result of the Greek crisis did not play a role. However, it is striking that the accusations made by the founders of the Wall Alternative 2013, namely Luki, Adam, Golan, and Robanus, against the Greek bailout packages were essentially the same as the accusations made by the AfD against the refugee policy since 2015. It was a breach of the law by the German government. The abandonment of national interests and national sovereignty, and the will of the people was being ignored by the established parties. We are incapable of formulating national interests, Golan was quoted as saying in Die Welt at the time, and his partner Gerd Robanus warned of a financial dictatorship in Europe. In August 2015, Die Zeit reported on a study by the Institute for Economic Research, IWH. According to the IWH, the German treasury has been able to save more than 100 billion euros in the last 4.5 years for this reason alone. This is more than the approximately 90 billion euros that Greece owes Germany directly and indirectly, for example via the European Stability Mechanism, ESM. These savings exceed the costs of the crisis, even if Greece were to completely default on its debts, according to a statement from the IWH. Germany has therefore benefited from the Greek crisis in any case. A study by the Kiel Institute for the World Economy had already come to a similar conclusion in February. In his previously quoted speech in Schnellrode, Golan once again recalled Merkel's expression, without alternative. The power of the globalists was particularly evident during the financial crisis, which was fought at the expense of taxpayers, but the perpetrators were spared with a few exceptions. The national governments thus confirmed that there is an international disloyal economic elite that is above the law. That was when the career of the term no alternative began. The question of what kind of alternative for Germany the AfD actually wants to offer therefore quickly leads beyond the ongoing issue of refugees and immigration. Rather, it is fundamentally about the relationship between the nation-state and globalization, or more precisely, sovereignty and the world market. The fact that right-wing analyses and descriptions of this relationship are currently falling on very fertile ground is also due to the dominance of a globalization-critical and anti-American left, whose resentments are essentially shared by the right, but from which they know how to draw their own consequences for the understanding of sovereignty. Naturally, the political right wants nothing to do with the political economy of the state, i.e. nothing to do with the economic form in which statehood and sovereignty alone exist. While it is a radical party of private property against the communist abolition of private property, it fears at the same time that the social form in which capitalist private property alone is profitably exploited, world market, contractual form, etc., dissolves all human relations into nothing but contractual and competitive relations. In fact, under conditions of capitalist exploitation, i.e. relative surplus value production, private property, which cannot be justified by anything, presupposes both the state's willingness to use force, to protect property in contracts, and legalization, for the legal security of the contracting parties, authority of the state, but also of the employer and the educator, and freedom of contract, command and obedience, admittedly gradually according to the type of activity, which must also be learned accordingly in the family, and maturity. While left-wing anti-capitalism wants nothing to do with the form of the state, attributing power and authority not to its form but solely to those who hold it in their hands, right-wing anti-capitalism is motivated precisely by the concern that the dynamics associated with the relative production of surplus value, i.e. liberalization, legalization, reduction of social inequality, for example between the sexes, undermine the social preconditions of the state, and thus of course also of private property, family, authority, loyalty. Golan has aptly described both right-wing and left-wing anti-capitalism. The economization of all living conditions is neither right-wing nor left-wing, It destroys the sacred goods of the rights such as nation, state and family just as thoroughly as the left-wing mantra of social justice. End quote. Nevertheless, this is of course nonsense. Golan's sacred goods are social forms that are of the same origin as the universalization of the commodity form. Only to the extent that the still monarchical sovereign became economically dependent, externally on the world market and internally on a nation of taxpayers and soldiers who are more loyal than standing armies, but also incomparably more expensive than the unreliable mercenary armies of the 30 Years' War, for example, did the concept of the nation begin to denote a political community. This community would not have existed as such without economization. It is only in this process that the modern state, with its civil service and administrative apparatus, its institutional internal differentiation and judiciary emerges. It is easy to see that for a community based on agrarian self-sufficiency, such an apparatus would not only be completely useless and superfluous, but downright harmful. Only through the economization of all living conditions, namely through the universalization of surplus value production for exchange, can the personnel for Golan's holy state be financed, and only through the increase in reciprocal exchange relationships and comprehensive tax collection is there a social need for this personnel. Similarly, it is only with the gradual dissolution of the rural extended family production communities and the tendency to replace estates and religious privileges with the principle of exchange that the bourgeois family emerges as the seat of the state and as the intergenerational owner of private property. And of course, not only Golan's sacred cows, but also the leftist ideal of social justice as a universal ideal owe their emergence to the implementation of abstract labor as a universal standard of value. It is the paradox of an inherently static property system, which at the same time can only be maintained under extremely dynamic conditions of exploitation, that expresses itself within the bourgeoisie as the political opposition of conservatism and liberalism. Because the static nature of property relations is as inaccessible to rational justification as the self-referential dynamics of the self-valorization of value, conservatism appears as meaningless after the end of religious rule as the word progressive does on the other side. However, what can currently be observed everywhere in Western societies is something other than the mere division between conservatives and liberals, who were recently united in bourgeois parties. Rather, the right has itself become a movement that does not call itself sovereignists by chance. The assumption that the German government is deliberately pursuing a policy against the national interests of the Federal Republic is of course absurd. And the euro crisis is certainly not caused by a supposed abandonment of national interests. Rather, the opposite is true, namely that a German export economy that was at times ruthlessly pursued in the national interest, which was bought through real wage cuts and was also supported by the trade unions in order to preserve jobs, contributed significantly to the weakening of European competition and thus to the crisis in southern European countries. Export surplus is no more a purely economic category than national interest is a purely political one. From a purely economic point of view, it makes no difference to the agents of value realization whether their company headquarters are in Wolfsburg or Thessaloniki, whether their workers and employees speak German or Greek, and whether their taxes go into the German or Greek state coffers. But even beyond the relevant economic circumstances, such as wage and tax levels, skilled workers, infrastructure and legal certainty, it also plays a role which sovereign is prepared to put its foreign policy power at the service of a company that remains national in the event of negotiations, disputes or even crises, especially when the company operates globally, i.e. within the framework of international agreements that are ultimately concluded by states. In this respect, there can be no question of exclusively transnational or national corporations meeting on the world market, which are increasingly making nation-states superfluous and want to see them limited exclusively to the role of monitoring compliance with contracts and the protection of private property. Contrary to the widespread assumption that large corporations would prefer to deregulate everything and leave it to the market, state or supranational regulations, such as environmental, consumer or labor protection, may well be in the economic interest of companies, corporations, cartels or entire industries, provided they expect to gain an advantage, for example, due to their own technological capabilities, over national or international competitors. States are monsters. They are established and institutionalized gangs of robbers, but in order to maintain their own power internally and externally, they are dependent above all on one thing, which, since the emergence of a capitalist world market that spans the world of states, they have by no means been able to dispose of sovereignly and freely, as the medieval princes still believed, with some justification, that they could do, namely, to be able to finance this power. The weight of national political power, which is the basis of all international diplomacy, is measured in an immediate and natural way by the question of which economic capacities, industrial structures and technological means of warfare the states could fall back on in an emergency. They can only siphon off the funds necessary to maintain their potential for violence, by means of taxes, from the surplus value produced by society, and in the political competition between states, which is always at least potentially one of military capacities, it is a serious economic disadvantage if only the surplus value realized on the national market is available for this purpose. In other words, the foreign political power of a state depends not least on how high the actual, but also potentially taxable surplus value is that its domestic companies can achieve on the world market. At least as long as the national wealth generated on the world markets is not in question, world market orientation and nationalism, globalization and the nation-state, represent neither a necessary political-economic clash of interests nor a contradiction, but rather are mutually dependent. With regard to companies, this does not apply to all sectors and branches of industry. While some global companies that tend to have a monopoly position, such as Facebook, may have little need to be protected internationally by a state at all, on the other hand, small and medium-sized agricultural businesses in Central Europe, for example, which would no longer exist if there were a truly free global market, naturally have little interest in a free agricultural market and therefore adopt an agrarian protectionist position. However, most large companies are likely to be mixed forms which, depending on their market position and the scope of their exports, are partly dependent on free trade that is as unregulated as possible, e.g. in order to be able to purchase certain parts as cheaply as possible or for export, and partly on state regulation, e.g. in the case of legal regulations on quality assurance, harmful substances, etc., where competitors may be able to produce more cheaply but with lower quality, subsidies, and protection of their sales markets. The concept of sovereignty includes the idea of being able to determine the socio-political conditions on a certain territory according to political will, be it that of a monarch, be it that of a people, at least in principle, and to control the respective territory, at least in principle. However, this idea has always been a sham. No ruler, however absolutist, who declared himself a state, ever had complete control, even over the aristocratic elite, let alone over the population. In a participatory society at the latest, however, this is a necessary pretense. One of the preconditions for the sovereign to be able to act according to his political will is that he can also finance the necessary institutional, police and military means to enforce his political will. Paradoxically, under fully developed capitalist conditions, leaving aside the crisis for the moment, i.e. under conditions in which relative surplus value production proves to be economically superior to absolute surplus value production, free exchange of free commodity owners as opposed to the pre-capitalist forms of slavery and serfdom, world trade as opposed to robbery, etc. This presupposes that the sovereign imposes legal restrictions on itself, where the free contract of free owners of goods, the free disposal of property, etc. apply. The political will of the sovereign cannot also apply as a command at the same time. Where the actual sovereign as a person lacked the will to restrict himself, he first ran into financial difficulties and usually lost his head afterwards. The revolutions in England in 1649 and France in 1789 were preceded by a chronically indebted sovereign who had no choice but to resort to the funds of the propertied elites to finance his military power, without wanting to involve these elites in the sovereign decision-making process. Logically, this is a central contradiction in the concept of sovereignty, that the sovereign can only remain sovereign under the conditions of the capitalist world market if he legally restricts his sovereignty, and that means both his sovereign will and the means of violence to enforce his sovereign will, and also politically involves his financiers. Since the First World War, also his soldiers, and only recently also the female industrial home front, in the formation of the sovereign's will. In this, and not only, as the bourgeois idealist historiography would have it, in the political will, lies the historical and logical reason for the self-limitation of state power and the granting of fundamental and civil rights, as well as the transformation of the sovereign from a concrete person with one will, monarchy, into an abstract person, the people, the taxpayer, the voter, with many individual wills, democracy. Countries whose national wealth is not based on the relative production of surplus value but rather on the export of natural resources, such as Saudi Arabia, which integrates its population by distributing the profits from oil exports without allowing them to participate in the sovereign decision-making process, have a somewhat different approach to basic and civil rights. Another remarkable special case is China, which, at least in the past, primarily imported Western technology and competed on the world market with state-enforced low-wage labor, i.e. absolute value-added production, while at the same time attempting to implement relative value-added production through state coercion. The concept of sovereignty thus proves to be twofold. Firstly, as capital sovereignty, which must constantly guarantee the crisis-ridden exploitation of value both domestically and, in international competition, secure access to the largest possible share of the surplus value realized on the world markets. It appears not least as the rule of so-called constraints, for which Angela Merkel introduced the word without alternative. Secondly, however, as the sovereignty of the people, which seems to stand above the constraints both formally as free political will and as a community of fictitious and real financiers of the state, the taxpayer, which tends to always monitor the economical use of state funds. From an economic point of view, most taxpayers are only fictitious financiers. The state's financial requirements must be financed from a surplus value. Economically, it makes no difference to any of those involved whether the state obtains the necessary financial resources directly from the productive companies or whether these companies pass on part of the tax revenues to third parties via prices and wages, which in turn transfer them to the state or pass them on again. Politically, however, it makes a significant difference because it creates the integrative fiction for these third parties that they are paying the state. Although economically no wage earner has ever paid a single cent into the state coffers for their consumption, but only money that has been added to their wages for the purpose of paying taxes, they identify with every €1,000,000 that the state pays to welfare recipients, refugees, Greece or banks in crisis. He then even seriously believes that he personally lacks the money in his wallet. Last but not least, in the sovereignty of the people of the state seem to have become the end of the state itself, the state for its part a mere means that has to serve the people. The folkish are quite right when they claim that they did not invent the category of people. All power emanates from the people, says the Basic Law, and all judgments under public law are made in their name. Their understanding of the state is by no means fundamentally opposed to the sovereignty of capital, which they admittedly have no concept of, but nevertheless have an idea of when they speak of Germany's economic interests. Identifying with these economic interests as a matter of course distinguishes them from the left-wing opponents of globalization and makes them at least potential allies of the German economy. Rather, their understanding of the state aims to reconcile the sovereignty of the people and the sovereignty of capital without contradiction, and in case of doubt, to remove the self-limitation of state power enforced by the global market. This is what Hawke means when he says that the principle of people's sovereignty can fundamentally only be realized in economically sovereign states. And nothing else is meant when the preamble to the AfD's basic program states, "We came together in the firm conviction that the citizens have a right to a real political alternative, an alternative to what the political class believes it can impose on us as without alternative. And further, our goals will become reality by putting the state and its organs back at the service of the citizens." What this means is specified in the first chapter on democracy and fundamental values in the basic program. Since the treaties of Schengen, 1985, Maastricht, 1992, and Lisbon, 2007 at the latest, the inviolable sovereignty of the people as the foundation of our state has proven to be a fiction. AfD Basic Program, page 14. Although these treaties have undoubtedly brought economic benefits for Germany, the AfD sees them as an attack on the foundation of the state. However, because the right's understanding of the state postulates the sovereignty of the people and capital as an identity, a clique that deliberately acts against national interests appears to be behind these treaties. The secret sovereign is a small, powerful political leadership group within the parties. It is responsible for the undesirable developments of recent decades. A political class of professional politicians has emerged whose primary interest is their power, their status, and their material well-being. It is a political cartel that holds the levers of state power. Insofar as this has not been transferred to the EU, the entire political education and large parts of the supply of political information to the population, AfD, Basic Program, page 15. It is anything but coherent that a political cartel, which supposedly has nothing but the increase of its own power and prosperity in mind, should hand over this power to another body, namely the EU. And yet this obvious contradiction goes unnoticed because the antinomy in the concept of sovereignty should not be recognized as such. However, while citizens in the normal state constantly jump back and forth in the antinomy depending on their daily political interests, demanding the liberalization of foreign trade yesterday and the introduction of protective tariffs tomorrow, the AfD's basic program demands the resolution of the antinomy in people's sovereignty. The section concludes with the words, "Only the state people of the Federal Republic of Germany can put an end to this illegitimate state of affairs." In any case, the basic program leaves no doubt that the AfD is concerned with more and different things than the worries and fears of citizens, deportation quotas, or foreigner crime, which have been exaggerated to breaking point. What superficially appears to be a betrayal of national interests must, on closer inspection, prove to be a destruction of the foundation of our state, the sovereignty of the people. Anyone who thinks and speaks like this is already sharpening the knives to liberate the state from its occupiers. But because even the critics of the AfD prefer not to know anything specific about their conception of the state, it might be too reminiscent of their own, the AfD's concept of the people is criticized everywhere for aiming at ethnic homogenization. What is completely ignored, however, is that the AfD's understanding of the state is aimed at a movement to homogenize the state and the people. Now, one might assume that it would be of great relevance for a right-winger who thinks this way to understand exactly who these occupiers actually are, at least for strategic reasons. There is no doubt that they must exist. The AfD's policy paper, for example, speaks of a small, powerful political leadership group within the parties that controls both the levers and the political information as the secret sovereign. Bjorn Höcke has identified a closed transatlantic political elite that is pursuing a tough political program for the denationalization of the European peoples and the transformation of the previous nation-states into multi-ethnic entities. The hardline program of this transatlantic political elite to abolish the German people is so successful because in this country, the old European universalism and cosmopolitanism has been combined with a deep-seated guilt complex and extremized into an ideology of self-abandonment. For Glas, it is the nomadic globalists who are characterized by the fact that their ties to their respective home countries are weak, and who dream of the One World and the World Republic. This new urban elite sits in the internationally active companies, in organizations such as the UN, in the media, startups, universities, NGOs, foundations, in the parties and their apparatuses. More succinctly, and yet using the same logic and resentment, he recently wrote, "The enemy is in the boardrooms of those multinational banks and corporations for whom the nation and social justice are hecuba." Karl Albrecht Schachtschneider, who was already one of the main signatories of the Wall Alternative 2013, and was appointed to the board of trustees of the AfD Foundation Desiderius Erasmus, sees himself confronted not only with an occupying clique in the German state or the EU, but also with the rulers of the world. They are a diffuse mixture of internationally active companies and even more the international financial oligarchy on the one hand, and the Socialist International on the other. While capitalism strives for domination by means of credit and interest, and the financial oligarchy sees itself hindered by sovereign nations in its interest of enrichment, socialism pursues its grip on domination by means of totalitarian moralism, namely prohibition of discrimination, with the powerful support of the European Union. European integration is only a regional part of this policy, which aims to ensure that the rulers of the world have the fate of humanity in their hands. It is extraordinarily remarkable that although financial capital almost always plays a central role in all authors and variants, another industry, which undoubtedly operates globally, belongs to the economic elite, has great influence on German politics and, not insignificantly, has shifted parts of its production abroad in recent decades, does not come into question as a traitor to the people. The German car industry, which, in view of the diesel scam and the quite obvious pro-regulation on the part of German politicians, would actually have been an obvious choice to hold up as an example of, as Glas said about the bankers, an international, disloyal, above-the-law business elite. However, the titles of the AfD parliamentary group statements read as if they came from a car industry advertising agency: "Put the brakes on the fight against diesel, save the German automotive industry," and "The SPD has betrayed the workers in the automotive industry. The EU's emissions limits are nothing less than a campaign of destruction against our automotive industry." Of course, it is quite madness to believe that German or EU policy is waging a campaign of destruction against the German car industry of all things. However, such madness is likely to become increasingly politically relevant in the coming years. The promising markets for the existential growth of the car industry lie in the new megacities of East Asia, and the German car industry obviously thought it would be a good idea to compete against the currently technologically unassailable Chinese and American electric car industry with combustion engines whose exhaust emissions have been cheated. The current situation of the German car industry is like a joke about the relationship between the state and capital. While the EU emissions limits adopted years ago can be seen as an attempt to force the European car industry to adapt technologically to future markets, it is not least the German government's protection of the German car industry that has led to it trying to evade this modernization by cheating. And perhaps this might even have worked for a while if the cheating had not come to light in the USA. How convenient that even before the development of the global market leads to crisis-like consequences for Germany's leading industry, a party is ready and waiting that already knows the culprits of the not unlikely future misery. Growth in Germany is at risk, not because German car manufacturers have missed the major modernization push in their industry this decade in the global market competition, but because of economic sadist eco-ideologues. Jörg Muthen on AfD Compact on January 22, 2019. And while the AfD is promoting itself as the parliamentary arm of the automotive industry, its supporters have been busy last year promoting the pseudo-trade union Zentrumautomobile, which is staffed by recently decent neo-Nazis and was able to collect 13% in the Works Council elections at Daimler in Untertürkheim. The current favorite topic of this illustrious group is of course also the diesel debate. It is not about factual pollutant values, but is intended to damage the automotive industry and thus the driving force of our economy. The chairman of Zentrumautomobile is Oliver Hilberger, who played guitar in the neo-Nazi band Noir Wirt for over 20 years. His predecessor Andreas Brandmeier is known to have recently sent emails with the German greeting as Heil Hitler and a swastika attached. Thomas Scarfi, another Zentrum Works Council member and board member, was in charge of the Empire BBS mailbox of the neo-Nazi Thule network in the 1990s. Sascha Wall, co-chairman of the board and married to a former NPD functionary, is said to have belonged to the right-wing extremist Crusaders for Germany in the 1990s. Rico Heise, who also ran for Works Council, was summoned to appear before one of the NSU investigation committees as a member of the neo-Nazi music scene, as were Hilberger and Wall's wife. The limit values are the latest weapon in the economic war against our country. Although no further details are given, the following is stated: the problem is called globalization. Managers and governments want to standardize everything against the will of the peoples of the world. Zentrum Automobile 2018. Declaring the German automotive industry, which thrives on globalization, to be the victim of globalization is, of course, methodical madness. Hawk's projections on Donald Trump also reveal a similar division of the capital factions. In the USA, we are experiencing the alliance of the king with the people against the nobility, the money power. As a billionaire, he has also outgrown this milieu, but as a real estate entrepreneur he is much more down-to-earth and conservative than the international financial sharks who have fallen for modern casino capitalism. End quote. Trump's down-to-earth real estate business consists primarily of the global trade in luxury real estate, and he also operates luxury hotels and golf courses worldwide. The fact that he ran several casinos in the 1990s lends Hawks, quote, additional unintentional irony. This seemingly arbitrary division into sedentary, or down-to-earth capital on the one hand and the nomadic casino capital of financial sharks and globalists on the other, can easily be recognized historically as a revenant of the anti-Semitic division into grabbing and creative capital. Not only in language and metaphor, but also in its integrative function in the intended Volksgemeinschaft of the alliance of national labor and national bourgeoisie. While the contradiction between capital and people's sovereignty in the concept of sovereignty is to be resolved through the fight against the traitors to the people and the creation of an economically sovereign state, so too are the contradictory class interests, even if only in the wage issue through this very alliance, which is dedicated solely to job preservation, and not to wage levels or working hours, which play virtually no role in all AFD position papers. Out of inner necessity, this corresponds to a concept of capital that only recognizes the essential distinction between the good, down-to-earth capital factions, whose interests are ultimately thought to be congruent with the will of the people, and the peopleless and homeless globalist capital factions. These ideologies for resolving the inner contradictions of bourgeois society are at the same time only another expression of the inner contradiction of the citizen as an egoistic economic subject and general citizen. According to Hegel's theory of the state, this contradiction finds its resolution in the sacrifice to the individuality of the state, which is thus the substantial relationship of all, to which in turn, a separate state, the state of bravery, is dedicated. In terms of criticism of the state, the soldier reconciles, in extreme negativity, concrete egoism with the abstract altruism of the individual constituted in the form of the subject. It is therefore no coincidence that the soldier's willingness to kill and sacrifice plays an almost constitutive role in the state thinking of the political right. We will have to look at this in more detail below. Some time ago, AFD leader Alexander Golan said in an interview with the FAZ, "If I say that Israel's security is part of the raison d'etat, I must be prepared to send German soldiers there in an emergency. I have problems imagining that this German society really knows what that means. Namely that German soldiers would have to fight and die alongside Israeli soldiers. I just think it's a bit easy to keep saying that as long as it's not tested. But if it is tested, then it must mean something. Otherwise it's just a phrase. And I'm not much for phrases in politics. I don't know whether I personally think it's right, but I have great reservations that it really works in a post-heroic society like ours, for which even the sorry comparatively harmless Afghanistan missions are often too much. But if there really is a danger that Israel will disappear from the map and the Jews, I'm going to say something very harsh, will be driven into the sea, then we must indeed stand by Israel's side." End quote. In his speech in the Bundestag on Israel's birthday, he then said, "After 2 world wars, Germany is a post-heroic country living within secure borders. Israel, however, must struggle every day anew for its existence and recognition in a hostile environment." The criticism of this speech and the sentences taken from it related in particular to the connection between those statements and his speech at the Kyffhauser meeting, in which he once again called for a re-evaluation of the Wehrmacht or resumption of the old evaluation. Unsurprisingly, the Jungle World also complained, where the author in question was not too stupid to refer affirmatively to the Green Party's Katrin Göring-Eckardt for his criticism of Golan, who in her own speech on the same day called Golan a wolf in sheep's clothing, but who herself rewarded by applause from the Alliance 90/the Greens, the CDU/CSU, the SPD, the FDP and the Link. criticized the brutality of the occupation, and took it for granted that we should also talk about the difficulties and tensions in these relations today, that we should express them when we look at the different assessments of the nuclear agreement with Iran, the settlement policy, and the settlement of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. End quote. Golan was a little more specific about his Kyffhauser speech to DPA afterwards. I don't deny at all that the Wehrmacht was involved in crimes during the Second World War, but I mentioned names, Rommel and Stauffenberg, and I said quite clearly that millions of German soldiers were brave and were not involved in crimes. End quote. Crime and bravery, an act and a characteristic, are therefore apparently mutually exclusive or at least bear no relation to each other. Resistance and not having committed a crime by chance already coincide here. Of course, against such omissions, it must always be pointed out that the millions of soldiers, even if they did not shoot Jews themselves, made the murder possible and guaranteed it in the first place. That only the success of the Red Army could have prevented the final unfolding of the murder, and that if one described Stauffenberg's attempted coup as brave, one would have to come up with the idea that millions of German soldiers did not even stand up against National Socialism at that moment. But criticism that only refers to this makes itself stupid by tacitly accepting the Israel but, with which Golan imagines Israel as a heroic society. It accepts the term heroic society, as long as it is not used to refer to the Wehrmacht, because otherwise it could happen that anti-Germans would have to deny that the allies of the West and the Red Army were heroic, and ultimately also the IDF. Golan was referring to Herfried Münkler, who coined the term heroic and post-heroic society, as few people tire of emphasizing. Münkler himself is ambivalent about the concept of a heroic society. However, this ambivalence arises more from Münkler's own confusions, and is not one that does not have a distinctly reactionary twist. Münkler himself is presumably completely convinced that he is delivering a purely value-free account, which means that one never/rarely really knows whether Münkler is criticizing or glorifying what he is describing. The simplest objection to Münkler's thesis of the heroic society would simply be that we no longer live in the pre-modern era. Even heroic society is an oxymoron, just as post-heroic society is a pleonasm, because heroes are individuals. The actual change from heroes to a post-heroic society was described by none other than Cervantes in 1615 as an explicit reflection in the 38th chapter of Don Quixote with a speech about science and weapons. Blessed be that happy age which did not yet know the ghastly fury of those satanic tools of gunnery. Their inventor, I am convinced, will now be rewarded in hell for his diabolical invention, by means of which a dishonorable cowardly arm can rob a manly knight of his life. And when I consider this, I almost want to say that it pains my soul to have taken up this profession of a knight-errant in such a horrible age as this in which we now live. For although no danger awakens fear in me, it still gives me a horror to think that perhaps powder and lead should rob me of the opportunity to make myself famous and well known in all parts of the world, discovered so far through the bravery of my arm and the sharpness of my sword. End of quote. Münkler also comes to this in one of the few places in which he is able to turn the concept of heroic society into a critical one. In the criticism of drones, the ethics of a pre-civil society with heroic nostalgic ideals is expressed, page 203. In the process, the traditional ethos of combativeness, which belonged to the world of aristocratic chivalry, was invoked. Gunpowder and firearms had actually already dissolved this ethos, page 202. Here too, he briefly came up with the idea that firearms and heroism, with one exception in my opinion, are irreconcilably opposed. I will still maintain that Western heroes represent the only semi-authentic extension of the hero into the age of firearms. All long-range weapons also seem to have a tendency to devalue heroism. Even the English longbow was considered unchivalrous by the French knights. However, this did not stop the English, who had already overcome this heroism, from slaughtering a clearly superior army and almost the entire nobility of France with their hail of arrows at Crécy, 1346, and Agincourt, 1415. The accusation of unchivalry points to ideological and moral barriers to the development of weapons. History, however, shows how quickly these are ultimately torn down by development when material innovations help a new class to rise and give it the impetus to do so. Historically, weapons have often been the hinge between productive forces and relations of production, be it the expansion of the land and the associated feudalism or firearms and the rise of the bourgeoisie. Long-range weapons, especially bows and crossbows rather than javelins, are only compatible with the heroic to a very limited extent. Even in the Iliad, Paris, the archer, is a rather unheroic character. The use of bows and crossbows among Christians was even outlawed by the high clergy at the Second Lateran Council in 1139. The last real knightly battle took place in 1322. It was not only firearms that ended the era of the knights, but also foot troops, which were equipped with a so-called Swiss longbow, for example, and the peasants were also able to achieve considerable success in the peasant wars using unchivalrous tactics. The knights' armor became thicker and thicker against longbows, but this increase was no longer possible against firearms such as arquebus and muskets, which emerged particularly in the early modern period. Other foot troops, such as the pikemen, were also or primarily affected by this. In the course of the 30 Years' War, the ratio of close combatants of various types shifted more and more in favor of musketmen. Around 1700, the last pikemen disappeared from the European armies. The bayonet meant that musketmen could continue to do the job of pikemen, which they cheerfully did. According to Munkler, p. 170 ff., there are no heroes without heroic epics, which is why a brief excursion into Hegel's aesthetics is permitted here. For Hegel, it was above all the Greek heroes who were characterized by individual independence. For their deeds, they are dependent on conditions, in which the validity of morality rests solely on the individual, i.e. on pre-state and pre-legal conditions. Knights, on the other hand, are their equivalent in the romantic art form and are guided in their deeds by subjective honor, love, and loyalty. However, they are already a shrunken form of their classical counterparts, since loyalty, for example, no longer occurs between more or less equals, in the form of the friendship of Achilles and Patroclus, but as a relationship of service and fealty, as vassal loyalty. In Hegel's work, of course, the homoerotic or pederastic component is finally removed. Generally speaking, they share bravery with the Greek heroes, but this is based on honor, chivalry, and is ultimately fantastic. However, Hegel also attributes to them and the feudal relationship the ability to offer a ground for free heroism and individualities based on themselves. Ultimately, Hegel admits the existence of a middle-aged heroic age. However, Hegel explicitly differentiated the duel from the latter. From what has just been said, however, it is clear that the duel must not be confused with a struggle for recognition that constitutes a necessary moment in the development of the human spirit. The latter, like the former, does not fall into the natural state of mankind, but into an already more or less developed form of civil society and the state. The duel has its actual place in world history in the feudal system, which was supposed to be a legal state, but was so only to a very small degree. There the knight, whatever he may have committed, wanted to be considered to have forgiven himself nothing, to be completely spotless. The duel was to prove this. Although the right of the fist was given a certain form, it had selfishness as its absolute basis. Its exercise was therefore not a proof of reasonable freedom and true civic honor, but rather a proof of crudeness and often of the impudence of a mind that, despite its wickedness, laid claim to external honor. There is no duel among the ancient peoples, for to them the formalism of empty subjectivity, the subject's will to be valid in its immediate individuality, was quite alien. They had their honor only in its solid unity with a moral relationship, which is the state. In our modern states, however, the duel can hardly be explained as anything other than a manufactured reversion to the crudeness of the Middle Ages. The problem here is that Hegel can only understand the duel of the knights as a tournament, and failed to recognize how much normal warfare had such an umpteen-fold duel character. The tournament itself, however, like later dueling and martial arts, was an extension of that archaic moment of dueling. This depiction is not intended to give the impression that for Hegel or in general, there was a heroic age from the ancient Greek heroes to the knight, but the Greek phalanx, the Roman legions etc. are themselves interruptions. No matter how ideologically they were concealed or postponed, think of the triumphal processions of the general in Rome, which already represented a personalization of victory. Rather, it is precisely the phases of rupture between somewhat socialized epochs that provided moments of heroism. Hegel also points out that Goethe's Götz and Shakespeare's dramas are set in such periods. However, Hegel clearly emphasized that the present prosaic conditions in no way held any serious potential for the realization of would-be heroes. Now, even if the modern personality in its mind and character is itself infinite as a subject, and in its action and suffering appears right, law, morality, etc., yet the existence of right in this individual is just as limited as the individual himself, and not as in the actual heroic state the existence of right, custom, legality in general. The individual is now no longer the bearer and the exclusive reality of these powers as in heroism. End of quote. It should be noted that Hegel somewhat omits the significance of the duel for the definition of the heroic, even though it imposes itself by considering the struggle for life and death from the phenomenology. The main carriers of heroic ideology in postmodernism are superheroes, i.e. individuals who have the destructive power of an entire army, including its means of war, but who are usually confronted with supervillains so that the duel, ideally a hand-to-hand fight, regains its time-honored character. It is not without reason that the soldiers of the Second World War, and in parts of the First World War, who were ideologically elevated to heroes were primarily snipers and pilots. The former shot at specific people and sometimes fought duels with enemy snipers over long distances, while the latter were able to imagine themselves as knights of the air due to the dual nature of their work. However, such ideological elevation of individuals was only possible through a focus on relatively marginal areas, which did not exactly meet with approval in many other parts of the armed forces. This gave rise to the saying in the Royal Air Force, "Fighter pilots make movies, bomber pilots make history." At the same time, during the First and Second World Wars, even animals such as the carrier pigeons Cher Ami and G.I. Joe or the dog Stubby and the bear Wojciech, who were elevated to the rank of sergeant, received hero awards, which was intended to point to the low degree of individual humanity. Compared to Kant, Hegel had a very positive attitude towards the standing army. The thing with Munkler is that large parts of his work explicitly contradict this simple and correct insight, which came to him briefly with regard to knights and drones. For Munkler, the transition from heroic to post-heroic society in most European countries took place at the same time, and much more frequently and dominantly, in the wake of the First World War. The heroic era, on the other hand, began in the 17th century and then again at the beginning of the 19th century. However, Munkler has not failed to notice that individual battles were no longer fought at that time, or in Munkler's words, since there has been an abstraction of the rule structure, bravery must also have taken part in this process of abstraction, and this abstraction must be passed off as actual bravery if it is to continue to be asserted as a concrete virtue. Munkler refers here to Hegel, specifically to the passage to which Joachim Brun referred many years ago under the title subject form is uniform, in order to emphasize that Marx had not included the negative mediation of bourgeois and citoyen in the soldier in his considerations. These are sections 321 through 329 of the Fundamentals of the Philosophy of Right, or Sovereignty Against the Outside. In this sense, the thesis put forward by Joachim Brun in his text subject form ist uniform, which is very apt over long stretches, according to which Marx's assertion that Hegel failed in the mediation of bourgeois and citoyen is not accurate, would itself be shown to be inadequate or at least a continental or Prussian view. Thus Brun rightly wrote that for Hegel the mediation between the two was given in the soldier. As much as it is true that Marx's critique is systematically below the level of Hegel's philosophy of law, Brun's critique also tended to fall short of materialism, which he reproached Marx himself for. The Hegelian state of valor refers to the professional soldier of the standing army, who does not possess his weapon himself, but only the virtue of valor, which, according to Hegel, is the highest abstraction of freedom from all particular ends, possessions, enjoyment, and life. In the War of Independence, the Americans compensated for the weakness of their rifles, slow reloading, with their strength, greater accuracy, by breaking precisely that rule. But Hegel already describes a soldier who is free from those particular purposes anyway, who has no life to be so-called deserved, nothing to enjoy, and he owns nothing. In other words, it is the negative mediation of proletarian or pauper and citoyen. But it would be fatal to think that such negative mediation would have left what it conveys untouched. Wojciech is the prototypical continuation of this. Such a character is free to sell his labor power to the state, thereby potentially, or rather tendentially, selling himself and his life in this rather special and therefore so ideologically exaggerated case. In the area of bravery too, Hegel proceeds from the presupposition of the pseudo-general, the illusory general state, the special permanent generality. Marx Hegel's idea of patriotism, on the other hand, really means bourgeois and citoyen, i.e. the class of citizens/capitalists, and the middle class. The solidarity of the hostile and warring classes of the upper classes with each other is still evident in the fact that the rules of war stipulated that the targeted shooting of officers was strictly frowned upon, which of course does not mean that this was regularly adhered to. The philosophy of history, on the other hand, states, with the invention of gunpowder, the individual fury of battle was lost. The romantic drive of random bravery moved on to other adventures, not hatred, self-vengeance, the so-called salvation of what was thought to be innocence and primal right, to more harmless adventures, acquaintance with the earth, discovery of the route to the East Indies. And further, another technical means was then found to counter the superiority of weaponry gunpowder. Mankind needed it, and it was there in an instant. It was a principal means of liberation from physical violence and of equalizing the classes. With the difference in weapons, the difference between masters and servants also disappeared. Gunpowder also broke the strength of castles, and castles and palaces now lost their importance. One may regret the decline or the diminution of the value of personal bravery. The bravest, the noblest can be shot down by a scoundrel from a distance, from a corner, but gunpowder has rather made sensible, prudent bravery, mental courage, the main thing. Only through this means could higher bravery emerge, bravery without personal passion, for in the use of gunpowder rifles one shoots into the general, against the abstract enemy and not against particular persons. The warrior calmly faces mortal danger by sacrificing himself for the general, and this is precisely the courage of educated nations, that he does not place his strength in the arm alone, but essentially in the mind, the leadership, the character of the leaders, and, as with the ancients, in the cohesion and consciousness of the whole. End of quote. This expresses much that is important for the definition and criticism of Hegel's fetish of bravery, and to a far greater extent, for the more stupid of his readers. It also reveals that Hegel attached more importance to the material moment than is apparent in the philosophy of law. But the positive evaluation of abstract bravery is also clearly emphasized here. Adorno's aphorism "far from the shot" is a decided critique of Hegel's philosophy of history and emphasizes the incredibly barbaric moment of a war without hatred, which is already present in Hegel in a specific form. If Hegel's philosophy of history had included this time, Hitler's robot bombs, alongside the early death of Alexander and similar images, would have found their place among the selected empirical facts in which the state of the world spirit expresses itself in an immediate, symbolic way. Like fascism itself, the robots are both launched and subjectless. Like the latter, they combine the utmost technical perfection with complete blindness. Like the latter, they arouse the deadliest horror and are completely futile. I have seen the world spirit, not on horseback, but on wings and without a head, and that also refutes Hegel's philosophy of history. According to Munkler, Hegel had regarded the progress of weapons technology as the motive for the progress of morality or ethics. Page 190. But this is complete humbug. For the intellectual fetishist Hegel, the firearm is not the material reason for what he describes, but is itself the product of abstraction and the sovereignty of the state, in which bravery simply comes into its own. That principle therefore invented the firearm, and it was not an accidental invention of this weapon that transformed the merely personal form of bravery into the abstract. Hegel wrote in the same passage, "Unfortunately, the dialectic of productive power and relations of production, in which the technology of weapons and war certainly represents a hinge, cannot be explained here." It is precisely here that Hegel should be put on his feet, which of course does not mean that the opposite is simply true, that it could therefore be monocausally attributed to gunpowder and firearms. After all, gunpowder had also been around for hundreds of years before it began its triumphal march across the world via Europe. Kant, on the other hand, described bravery as the ability and deliberate intention to resist a strong but unjust opponent. But he, too, declared loyalty to duty with disregard for one's own death to be the essential characteristic of bravery in another definition, although it should be noted that duty is due to the categorical imperative. One of Kant's objections to standing armies was precisely that to kill or to be killed seems to involve the use of men as mere machines and tools in the hands of another, the state, which cannot well be reconciled with the right of mankind in our own person. This also includes the fact that Kant linked courage and bravery to the desire to live, which is why for him suicide is an act of cowardice. To Munkler's delight, according to Hegel, firearms and gunpowder were not destroyers of bravery, as the noble knights had claimed when they first appeared. For Hegel, bravery was not lost through technological progress, but generalized and raised to a higher level. End of quote. Firearms acted as political equalizers, writes Munkler, without wasting a thought on the equalizer sans phrase, namely value. According to Hegel, abstract bravery consists of the highest opposites, complete obedience and renunciation of one's own opinions and reasoning, thus the absence of one's own spirit and the most intense and comprehensive instantaneous presence of spirit and determination, the most hostile and at the same time most personal action against individuals with a completely indifferent, even good attitude towards them as individuals. It could easily be shown that the soldiers were usually brought and kept in that state of bravery or higher bravery by force and certainly not only by mute compulsion, so that the main task of the officers and especially the non-commissioned officers in Hegel's time, in addition to commanding, was to shoot deserts, whose running away was made difficult by the crowded lines of the rifle companies anyway. Brune wrote, "The subject form is the uniform, the legal form is the order to kill," although he himself had pointed out the enormous importance of sacrifice, of surrendering personal reality to the absolute ultimate purpose, to the sovereignty of the state, section 328. A unconditional duty to kill and to sacrifice. Far more than, or at least to the same extent as, the order to kill, the legal form consisted of serving as cannon fodder. The warrior calmly faces the danger of death by sacrificing himself for the common good, says Hegel, and for Munkler, heroism itself is ultimately synonymous with sacrifice. Pages 127, 131 and 169. It is based above all on strong religious norms and a wealth of sons, pages 185 and 204, some of whom would have to be burned up. For Hegel, bravery is one or even the formal virtue that corresponds to the willingness for externalization. The purpose is unsurprisingly the state, i.e. the very entity that does not promote heroism. Die Gartenlaube issues 40 and 41, pages 628 to 631 and 640 to 643. This was the first breech-loading rifle, which was much inferior in range and accuracy to conventional muzzle loaders, but had a much higher rate of fire, which more than compensated for this. It was now possible to reload while lying down, which made even the bravery of standing still superfluous. This qualitative leap in the history of war even led Engels to remark in the Anti-Düring that the era of development on this side, i.e. the speed of reloading, was essentially complete, MEW 20. Page 158. Foucault can also be recognized here as a bad Hegelian. In Surveillance and Punishment P196F, for example, he aptly describes the disciplining of the soldier in relation to the handling of his rifle, but can only attribute this to power and not recognize it as violence materialized in the rifle or that this specific soldier is co-invented with the rifle. The concept of abstract bravery is unconscious and representative of the fact that the bravery of the soldier with a somewhat more developed firearms became dependent on the quality of the weapons on an unprecedented scale and thus dequalified, and by no means only since the First World War, as Munkler writes. At the same time, the First World War was the first war in which innovations in weapons technology, from the use of gas to the development of tanks and combat aircraft, gained decisive influence on the course of the fighting. It was no longer the more skillful and experienced use of weapons that decided the outcome of the battle, but the ability of engineers and industry to supply more and, above all, better weapons than were available to the opposing side. Page 160. It is remarkable how persistently Munkler refuses to view the First World War as the end of an illusion, as a caesura of ideologies, and instead presents it as the end of a real heroism. Through the de-heroization of the battle, the First World War became a profound caesura in the history of war. End quote. However, it was not the First World War, but the Crimean War, 1853-56, that was the first truly modern war, including trench and positional fighting, and in the U.S. Civil War it was above all the higher quality and quantity of weapons that allowed the North to triumph. Quote, Prussia's military Luther was the name given to Dreyse, the inventor of the percussion pin rifle, as early as the 1860s, the inventor of that deadly projectile which is destined to bring about a formal revolution in the world and especially in the armament of armies. End of quote. This does not mean that bravery did not continue to play a certain role, captured in the concept of the baptism of fire with its derivation from Christian martyrdom and the transfer of suffering Christian martyrdom to an earthly stage of passage, which included murder and manslaughter, but it became increasingly obvious that by the 1860s at the latest, the effective decision of the war was clearly shifting more and more towards the Canon King Krupp, or the two demigods of military production, Krupp and Dreyse. This already tended to apply to the ancient phalanx. Here, the individual soldier is a mere specimen, who even uses his shield to protect the man next to him rather than himself. Conspicuous individual behavior in these can only exist as a flaw, which Marx also illustrated with a commodity. A knife that does not cut, yarn that constantly tears, etc., are vividly reminiscent of Cutler A and Yarnwanker E. It is not without reason that Marx chose military function descriptions for the role descriptions in the despotism of the factory, such as industrial chief officer, industrial soldier, etc. pages. It is also no coincidence that heroes, such as Odysseus, were generally hobby craftsmen. Siegfried also forged his sword himself. Concrete work and concrete battle go hand in hand, but for the noble hero, concrete work is already an occupation of leisure. Just as the individual factory worker as a mere organ of the total worker does not produce the entire commodity, the individual soldier does not win the battle. But manual and mental labor were separated in war even in the earliest times. Abstract bravery is an ideological expression of the fact that the survival of the individual soldier, which previously tended to be linked to his own martial prowess, was almost entirely left to chance, however much his discipline and his drill with weapons may have been decisive for the outcome of the battle. Sigrid Bernfeld wrote the following about statistics in war. The Army Command estimates the losses to be expected in an attack. If it is satisfied with the level of losses, it will risk it and be satisfied if its estimate does not turn out to be too low. Whether Mayer is among the dead or the living, a question that his relatives and friends rightly consider to be the most important of the war, is completely indifferent to the command. End quote. All of this begins at the latest with a classic linear tactic, in which two multiple lines of riflemen faced each other very closely and, since it was almost impossible to hit each other with rifles, fired at each other in the quickest possible succession. The moment of bravery in this case consisted of standing still or crouching in the enemy's hail of bullets, as this was the only way to reload the rifles. This is what Hegel meant when he wrote that the soldier does not put his strength in the arm alone, but essentially in the mind. The most important skill was the speed of fire, because you were not firing at someone in particular, but at an enemy line, the faster the better, as this increased the probability of a hit. As much as disciplining the soldiers increased the probability that they would kill an enemy, they no longer had their own survival in their own hands. Unlike in the heroic duel, the outcome of the battle therefore no longer meant concrete and above all individual survival in this battle. The Grumbler, the only character in the last days of mankind who still takes language seriously and who always appears in a constellation with the instrumentally rational optimist, the prototype of a Munkler, beautifully expresses the connection between the deception of heroism and the development of destructive forces. Of course, for humanity that finds it essential to life to kill one another, it makes no difference how they go about it, and mass murder is more practical. But their romantic need is disappointed by technological development. It seeks its satisfaction only in the confrontation between men. The courage that grows in the man with the weapon may also be equal to the quantity. It degenerates into cowardice when the man is no longer visible to the quantity. And it becomes utterly pathetic when the quantity is no longer visible to the man either. End of quote. In his text on Dumas' Lady of the Camellias, Wolfgang Port dated this transformation to the period around 1848 or Napoleon's Russian campaign and described it as follows: the heroes died many deaths in those days, of which the one on the battlefield was only one. Even if they lacked nothing else, they were and were socially castrated. In the modern army, as in the factory, those in command had to practice submissiveness and humility, formerly feminine virtues. They were strictly forbidden to do daring business on their own account, even in enemy territory and even more so on the labor front. The proud man became cannon fodder, workhorse and sacrificial lamb, a metamorphosis that affected not individuals but everyone. For Munkler, on the other hand, the heroic era or the era of heroic societies lasted from 1648, the Peace of Westphalia, to 1919, the Peace of Versailles, and then he states again that the era of Europe's heroic societies began with the Revolution in France and the Levienne Mass. End of quote. Of course, he does not waste a thought on the fact that the Levienne Mass would not have been possible without mass production. Until the Revolution, the latter was opposed by the honor of a completely different group, the guilds. It was the French gunsmith and gunsmith Honoré Leblanc who tried to introduce the mass production of individual or exchange parts into musket production in 1785, but was defeated by the guilds in France. Jefferson brought the concept to America. He entrusted the realization of the application to Eli Whitney, who also introduced the assembly line to musket production. It was continued by Samuel Colt until it was taken up much later by Henry Ford. Munkler cannot even recognize the end of the illusion of heroism in the First World War, but only the end of heroic societies, whereby he simply adopts the ideology of military modernity and, even in retrospect, endorses it once again. In doing so, he himself constantly writes of heroic fantasies, the aura of the heroic, the phantasm of the heroic, and mental heroization of the actually unheroic citizen. He also recognizes in principle the jabbering of the horsemen in Schiller's Wallenstein as the remaining remnants of bravery, without, however, relating them to their reason, the retrogressiveness of the cavalry. The cavalry units continued to fight mainly with the saber for a while. His recourse to the term heroic community for Germany, Italy, Japan, and the Soviet Union falls flat, as he previously introduced the term as a description for warrior castes that live at the expense of unheroic communities or societies, whereby Munkler blithely ignores the violence in such violent relationships and rather praises it as a purely protective relationship desired by the subjugated. And he does not get to grips with the specific communalizing moment of fascism etc. at all. Instead of viewing the whole of modernity as such, for Munkler, it is only the Second World War on the part of the Soviet Union and Germany that is an ideological extension of the heroic. In Rome, this happened through triumph, while in Athens, for example, the Court of Broken Glass was more of an institution for banishing overly ambitious members of the polis, which was intended to secure the isonomy. This fate befell quite a few who had distinguished themselves as strategoi, such as Cimon or Themistocles. Victories were celebrated here far more than collective successes of the polis. Only here does he write of the repressive apparatus behind the ideologies, which enforced the desired willingness to follow among those who did not follow voluntarily, page 128. Instead of recognizing this as the decisive movans of modern warfare since its inception. What can be said definitively is that Hegel, even on his own somewhat confused basis, would never have concluded from an abstract bravery to a heroic society, since the hero is an aesthetic figure that would only come into its own in the time of concrete, i.e. for Hegel inferior bravery, and the hero is only such as an individual. Hegel tore apart the connection between hero and bravery in order to save bravery ideologically, whereby he was ultimately even prepared to bury the entire further development of art. At this point, Munkler no longer agrees with Hegel, and in his principally correct insistence on the necessary connection between the two moments, he drags both beyond their validity instead of rejecting both. And yet even Munkler, who registered the progressive de-individualization of struggle page 193 in modernity, falls prey to the necessity with which abstract bravery must also be personalized and thus ideologically concretized, insofar as it can be made tangible as a heroic virtue at all. For Hegel, Alexander's early death is even a necessity. Alexander's death, which took place in Babylon in the 33rd year of his life, gives us another beautiful spectacle of his greatness and proof of his relationship to the army, for he bids farewell to it with a perfect awareness of his dignity. Alexander had the good fortune to die at the right time. One can call it luck, but it is rather a necessity. In order for him to stand as a youth for posterity, he had to die prematurely. The unknown soldier simply does not suffice as a statue for a heroic society. This personalization is fully affirmed by Munkler, who writes, "The duel of heroic warriors was transformed into the dual war of sovereigns who recognized each other as legitimate," page 158, without, of course, recognizing the principle of equivalence that asserted itself, again and, on a new scale in absolutism. In another of his books, The New Wars, he comes to the conclusion that Napoleon Bonaparte on the French side and Helmuth von Moltke were masters of this kind of rapid warfare, which is why they are surrounded by the aura of the heroic. This means that ultimately the commanders/field commanders are the new heroes. This is also partly laid out by Hegel when he writes, "Achilles, the poetic youth, opened it, and Alexander the Great, the real youth, brought it to an end." But the passage about Alexander also says, "He was great as a general in battle, wise in his moves and orders, and the bravest soldier in the turmoil of battle." End of quote. Although Hegel praised the defense against the Persians, i.e., the defense against Oriental despotism, as a collective heroic deed. However, it was heroic above all because of the high cause that was saved. However, bravery is already a kind of abstract bravery. Never in history has the superiority of intellectual power over the masses, and indeed over a mass that is not contemptible, appeared in such splendor. For Athens, Hegel would rather attest to the intellectual heroism of the artists and philosophers, who were generally non-democratic to anti-democratic, as well as the lawmakers and tyrants, which was largely absent in Sparta. Thus the two states, Athens and Sparta, stand opposite each other. The morality of the one is a rigid direction towards the state, in the other such a moral relationship is to be found, but with a developed consciousness and with infinite activity in bringing forth the beautiful and then also the true. For Hegel, the greatest and common shortcoming of the Greek democracies is the great importance of the oracle, whose power was only broken by the Macedonian kings. At certain points, Hegel attempted to impute a certain military heroism to democracies. If, for example, the people decide on a war in democracies, a general must be placed at the head of the army. However, Hegel grossly overestimated the importance of those generals in the heroic image of the Athenians. In fact, the elected strategists were always surrounded by an aura of hostility to democracy, as only the drawing of lots was considered a truly democratic procedure. However, the heroization of outstanding deceased persons played a major role in certain polis, above all the kings in Sparta, and was an integral part of the religious cult. In Athens in particular, however, these were almost without exception mythical figures who were, however, attributed a real past existence. The great distance between supposed lifetime and cult time, especially in Athens, illustrates the reluctance there to honor the living individually. In Greece, heroism tended to be sublimated into sport. One became a hero in the Olympic, Nemean, and Pythian games. In his work Heroic Cults in Greece from the Geometric to the Classical Period, David Beringer has shown that the heroic cult has more parallels with the cult of the gods than with the cult of ancestors. And Egon Flagg pointed out in Ritualized Politics, Signs, Gestures and Rule in Ancient Rome that the veneration of generals, as in the Roman Republic, was unthinkable for the Greeks' idea of equality. For the Greeks, such a military performance, the Roman triumph, was unthinkable. In other words, personal bravery in battle was still a key factor in the assessment. For Hegel, the democracies of the polis lie between the Achilles of the myth and the Alexander of the Macedonian Hellenistic world empire, which were probably also rather unheroic for him. Hegel expressed a similar view of Socrates. Socrates is the hero who consciously recognized and expressed the higher principle of the spirit. This higher principle had absolute justification. By appearing now, it necessarily appears in relation to another form of spiritual consciousness, which constituted the substantiality of Athenian life, the world in which Socrates appeared. The principle of the Greek world could not yet bear the principle of subjective reflection, thus it appeared as hostile and destructive. The Athenian people were thus not only entitled but obliged to react against it according to the law. They thus regarded this principle as a crime. This is the position of the heroes in world history in general. Through them a new world opens up. This new principle is in contradiction with the previous one, appears as dissolving. The heroes thus appear as violent, violating the laws. They find their downfall individually, but this principle itself penetrates, albeit in a different form, and undermines the existing one. End quote. Since the old Spartan and Attic phalanx was not all that different from the new Macedonian one, and Alexander did not really massacre the Persians single-handedly either, Hegel resorted to the cunning of reason, which allowed him to turn to the historical men, the world historical individuals or those in whose purposes such a generality lies, be it Alexander, Caesar or the world spirit on horseback, Napoleon. These are the great men in history whose own particular purposes contain the substantial, which is the will of the world spirit. They are to be called heroes inasmuch as they have drawn their purposes and their profession not merely from the calm, orderly course of things, sanctified by the existing system, but from a source whose content is hidden and has not grown into a present existence, from the inner spirit, which is still subterranean, which throbs against the outer world as against the shell and bursts it, because it is a different kernel from the kernel of this shell, who thus seem to draw from themselves and whose deeds have produced a state and world conditions which seem to be only their cause and their work. Such individuals did not have the consciousness of the idea at all in these purposes of theirs, but were practical and political men. But at the same time they were thinkers who had the insight of what is necessary and what is of the time. End of quote. The formulation according to which they were insofar heroes already suggests a certain limitation of heroism. The heroism of those individuals now corresponds more to their decision, their command. The bravery consists in the fact that they are prepared to sacrifice thousands of their soldiers if the time is right. The abstract and corresponding bravery of the ordinary soldier, on the other hand, consists in putting his strength into the leadership, the character of the leaders. This final end of the world, i.e. the state, is what has been worked towards in world history, to which all sacrifices have been made on the vast altar of the earth and in the course of long time. But even as we regard history as this slaughter bench, on which the happiness of nations, the wisdom of states, and the virtue of individuals have been sacrificed, the question necessarily arises in the mind to whom, to what ultimate end, these most monstrous sacrifices have been made. End of quote. Richard Demel expressed this German spirit wonderfully apologetically as an extension in his prayer to the people. Thanks to fate, people in arms, Germany against all the world. Not to seize booty, God has created us for battle, purely to fight on the field of honor, heroic people. Neither the pursuit of profit nor the instinct for self-preservation can set a limit to the ideological German, since the fight is an end in itself, but only one's own death. In Hegel's case, this abstraction of bravery is of course also linked to his very laudable rejection of the archaic, of personal bravery linked to ideas of honor. However, he betrayed his abhorrence of these barbarisms through his radical partisanship for the general, in which the particular, in this case the soldier, is completely submerged by elevating him and his sacrifice. His sentence, "World history is not the ground of happiness," is the harshest criticism and considerable affirmation in one. In certain passages, Münkler completely falls for this personal history, this ideology of high men Adorno, which Brecht quite rightly ridiculed in the Questions of a Reading Worker, and at the same time presents heroism as a general and somehow legitimate principle. The idea of the heroic is a reflection of transcendence in the limited meaningfulness of world immanence. End quote. What is particularly interesting here, however, is Gallen's application of this. If the French are rightly proud of their emperor and the British of Nelson and Churchill, we have the right to be proud of the achievements of German soldiers in 2 world wars. End quote. Leaving aside all moral indignation and simply referring to logic, what he said is that neither the French nor the British are proud of their soldiers, but their commanders are, from which, however, the Germans can derive the right to be proud of the soldiers, or rather their achievements, who, in stoically persevering at whatever cost and for whatever purpose, had actually proved themselves to be truly brave in the abstract. The counterparts to Kaiser, Nelson, and Churchill would still be Bismarck, Kaiser, Ludendorff, Hindenburg, and Hitler. As already mentioned at the beginning, Münkler's portrayal is characterized by a certain ambivalence, which, however, has a certain twist. On the one hand, he describes the path from a post-heroic to a heroic society as a regression and points out that we have to come to terms with living in a post-heroic society. On the other hand, the whole undertone of the work is the unfolding of the contrast between the soldier and the huckster soul, which Münkler repeatedly presents as the contrast between land and sea, Spartans and Athenians, France/Prussia and England, ultimately knights and mercenaries. This is intrusively reminiscent of Werner Sombart's stammering about German heroes and English merchants and Carl Schmitt, who understood the contrast more in terms of domestic politics than that of soldiers and citizens, which has long meant that of Aryans and Jews. Münkler's definition of the post-heroic leads to strange blossoms. Admittedly, post-heroic societies do not want to be enlightened about the nature of their resilience. It is one of their characteristics that they do not want to know anything about themselves in this respect. They avoid self-reflection when it comes to such questions. End quote. Whereas shortly before he wrote, the question asked after the German invasion of Poland, especially in France, as to whether one should die for Danzig was that of a post-heroic, not a pacifist society. The question of whether one wants to die for something or what one is prepared to die for is therefore the avoidance of reflection rather than reflection. The fact that Glas raised this question with regard to Israel cannot make us forget his vacillation between, I don't know whether I personally think this is right, and we must indeed stand by Israel's side. But it is both significant and frightening that his question was not met with a resolute response from the German government, or at least from various parties in the Bundestag, that Israel would of course be defended militarily. Even an inquiry by Bild revealed that although Merkel defended Israel's right to exist, she preferred not to comment on the defense of Israel's existence. So as much as Glas hit the mark with his remark, talk of a heroic or post-heroic society is still false and falsified, as can be seen from his keyword provider. In an interview with Deutschlandfunk Radio, Munkler recognizes 4 heroic societies or communities for the Second World War. These are the Italians Mussolini, this is National Socialism, this is Imperial Japan, and this is Bolshevism. And if we now contrast these groupings with the Western states, we can say that the French are no longer fighting, are in principle surrendering relatively early, and the British are fighting via the air fleet. That's what the change was. End quote. Land and air thus form the same, only latently more topical contrast as previously land and sea. Apart from the fact that Munkler makes just as little mention of the previous German air war against England as he does of the war against Germany, which was fought by England on a massive scale on land, it becomes clear that only the land war is the war of the real ones, i.e. the actual heroic war. In fact, there are 2 elements in which Israel, and to a somewhat lesser extent certain other Western states, preserve moments of heroism and only really emphasize the humane approach contained in them. Munkler has correctly pointed out that heroism contains an immunization against the standard of efficiency, without, of course, saying what this efficiency refers to. Israel does indeed demand a certain amount of bravery from its soldiers, as it does not completely abandon itself to the efficiency of destruction, and generally does so in order to spare enemy civilians. The other moment is the value that the Israeli state places on each of its soldiers. A moment of the old heroic is repeatedly seen in the relatively low death toll of the knights or simply in their chivalry towards the enemy, as Munkler also does. What a hero analyst like Munkler simply cannot get his head around, however, is that the knights did not intend to kill their opponents per se, and that this was precisely due to their huckster spirit. The participants were all nobles of various ranks, and a considerable ransom was usually offered for an opponent who was defeated and captured. The infantry, on the other hand, were slaughtered without restraint and were simply not counted. Israel preserves this limited humane element and generalizes it by giving every simple soldier and even his corpse the rank of hero and nobleman, for which hundreds of Palestinian murderers, including their captured leaders, are released in exchange. Neither Glas nor Munkler could probably recognize the true remnants of long-gone heroism in this, especially since Munkler, after stating that in eastern Ukraine, a new type of heroic fighter has emerged, can only distinguish the barbarians of the Islamic State from the latter because the latter adhere to the laws of war somewhat less than the former, although he also has to admit that both are somehow similar in their heroic underdog status. As noted above, Odysseus can be seen as the prototype of the modern commander. This is based above all on the primacy of cunning, not entirely alien to the other heroes either, in comparison to physical strength and martial prowess. The Iliad and the Odyssey initially stand in contrast to each other, on the one hand the wrath of Achilles and on the other the lists of Odysseus, on the one hand a battle epic and on the other an adventure story on the high seas. Beyond this, however, both works represent an exciting course in which the Odyssey overcomes the Iliad. For Hegel, heroes are total individuals, who brilliantly summarize in themselves what otherwise lies scattered apart in the national character, and therein remain great, free, humanly beautiful characters. But he continued, the Achaeans cannot win if Achilles stays away from the battle. He alone defeats Troy by defeating Hector. As true as the first part of the sentence is, the second is just as false. Achilles' deeds and death are the necessary condition, but only Odysseus, with a Trojan horse, provides the sufficient one for the storming of the city. This can be seen from the fact that the Iliad, i.e. the epic about Achilles' wrath, no longer includes the conquest of the city, which Achilles also no longer experiences, in a sense related to Moses. The later adaptation of Achilles even suggests a Greek murder of Achilles or one by Odysseus. The true hero Achilles did not so much have to kill Hector as die himself. The hero has no homeland, a partial renormatization of the Greeks is even assumed for the so-called Dark Ages, and his personal pride, his individual honor is incompatible with the emerging polis order, but the completely neglected birth metaphor in the Iliad largely refers to this. It is not without reason that the Trojan War is a 10-year war. It is regarded as a 10-month or 10th-month pregnancy, considering that the Greeks reckoned in lunar months. This is expressed in the second canto of the Iliad. The 10-year Odyssey also follows the same motif, which was written again for Rome in Virgil's Aeneid, in which the journey to Italy is praised by the oracle as a return to the old mother. Aeneas is also no longer portrayed by Virgil as an archaic hero, but as an ideal of the fulfillment of duty, of pietas, and represents the complete externalization to reasons of state that will become so characteristic of Rome and its mos maiorum. Achilles, on the other hand, was not treated too well in Rome due to his defiant refusal in the war, his mutiny. The situation with Odysseus was somewhat different, insofar as it was possible to reinterpret his lists as pure lists for the general public. Odysseus had forged the alliance that set off for Troy in advance by recommending to Helen's father that all her suitors should swear an oath obliging them to stand by the daughter's eventual husband. The army that sets off for Troy consists mainly of Helena's former suitors and their respective entourages, of which Achilles was not one. His feigned madness in order not to become part of the Iliad, i.e. not to have to take part in the Trojan War, is truly not particularly heroic. In the last canto of the Odyssey, the already deceased Agamemnon addresses this unwillingness in the dialogue in Hades. Achilles is not part of the Pan-Hellenic horde of brothers because he was not a suitor and therefore did not swear an oath, which is why he threatens this constellation all the more. One could say, if the Iliad is the story of the last heroic refusal of obedience, which in parts can refer to relationships of rule and obedience that have not yet been properly established and can therefore be put in the right, the Odyssey is the story of the enforcement of obedience and command. The warfare within the Iliad would be characterized above all by the conspicuous absence of strategy and tactics. The heroes encourage the masses through speeches and deeds, charging ahead, as presences and champions. There hardly seems to be much more than a haphazard forwards and backwards. Odysseus and the Odyssey, on the other hand, urge the unfolding of something new. With Achilles you can say, this is a human being. The versatility of noble human nature develops all its richness in this one individual, proclaims Hegel, although he also admits that a trait of cruelty is the energy in heroic times, mind you alongside or above the desire for glory and ambition, but also love and compassion. Hegel goes on to say elsewhere that Odysseus' single journey home reflects the return of all Greeks from Troy, but the Greeks who set out as heroes return as citizens. Nor should it be forgotten that the Trojan War really describes the last heroic lineage. Heracles, for example, with his club and lion's cape as armor, has almost Neolithic features. While the old heroes, such as Heracles, Theseus and Perseus, kill or tame the monsters that represent the pre-human and external nature, the heroes around Troy only slay each other, i.e. the pre-civilization. Odysseus, on the other hand, has to go through prehistory once again in order to achieve the mastery over nature that the ancients had gained over the outer world through the inner world. The rejection of the old unreliable heroism is already present in Homer, only much more tense and subtle than in later times. He argued with heroism, but not with the sword, but with the pen, or rather not with the bow, but with the lyre. Homer, in contrast to Hesiod, condemns the deceased heroes to a desolate existence in Hades, whereas Hesiod let them wander into the paradisiacal, nectar-dripping Elysian. Who reacted to whom is still a difficult question to answer. Martin Litchfield West has drawn attention in a detailed and convincing way to numerous quotations of Hesiod by Homer, which is why a succession of Homer to Hesiod seems entirely appropriate. Homer knew Elysium, but he did not see it per se as the home of the heroes because of their deeds. It is more likely that Homer actively opposed the idea of war heroes entering those realms. In this sense, the reason because you have Helen could be interpreted to mean that Menelaus was the only one of the Greeks who had a personal reason to go to war against Troy. The Trojan War is the last heroic war and Odysseus is the last hero, but above all the first citizen. Anyone who does not go along with this change dies. With the change from hero to citizen, the change from companion to subordinate also takes place. Odysseus' companions in the Odyssey, those who are eaten one by the Cyclops or the oarsmen devoured by Scylla, whom he sacrifices in order to preserve himself, are already a preliminary stage of the hoplites. During the Odyssey, they become the fighters of the phalanx, who are individually condemned to death. Odysseus is almost merely a commander in the Odyssey. The Scylla episode is a final display of heroism, as he briefly tries to protect his men from Scylla by force of arms. Odysseus briefly tries once again to hold on to the hero's mission of protection, which Kirk had already remarked that he would have to give up. Nothing helps bravery there. Escape is the only salvation. In the Iliad, on the other hand, Odysseus was still the lone fighter who would not give way even in the face of superior strength, as this would contradict his heroic code. Here he is still a semi-classical hero, but one for whom bravery is already an object of reflection, while for the others it seems to be more of an essence. Unlike the other heroes, he can therefore consciously discard it. The blinding of the one-eyed Cyclops, on the other hand, points incidentally to the importance of the one commander. If he is slain, the army is blind. If this commander becomes too prominent, as Odysseus does when he finally calls out the Cyclops' name, the whole army is in trouble. At the same time, it is he who works on the spike with which the eye was gouged out, while his companions work on the shaft. Phalanx comes from tree trunk. It is questionable whether Odysseus is still the champion here or is simply leading the charge. The most important thing is that the club of the one Cyclops/barbarian is reworked and hardened into the spear of the phalanx of the many cooperators. If Odysseus' companions in the Odyssey do anything without the orders of their commander, it will almost certainly go wrong. In this respect, the epics have a considerable instructive character, because the threats of breaking away are clearly described. The necessity of the new power of command is already described in the 9th canto of the Odyssey and in the section on the Sicanes. The warning was not yet a real order. His men, half justifiably, disregarded it, thereby putting the entire small army in great distress. They had not yet given up their rather immediate need for booty, in the form of women, wine, and meat, which meant that they were not acting prudently in war and were therefore responsible for the deaths. However, the command already established from this experience is also Janus-faced, as another station proves. In the cave of the Cyclops Polyphemus, it is now the companions who try to warn and convince their commander, who is stubborn. Staying in the cave was a completely wrong decision that put everyone's life in danger. Even the commander must first emerge. He must partly renounce his hubris or learn that sacrificing his subordinates is part of his new position, if the line "but I did not hear, oh, I had better have heard," is not to prevail over the emerging lord's claims to power, which are expressed in "but I did not listen to the subordinates." In the section on the Lotophagi, the importance of violence, which also serves as an example, is described for the enforcement of obedience. The ranks of the oarsmen and the army have been successfully joined by force, but the episode about the wind god's bag tears them apart again. This is a tangible mutiny, especially as it is questionable why he can steer the ship faster than others, but of course it means that he can no longer relinquish the control he has gained. He has no deputy, but has made everyone the recipient of his orders. He alone is the consciousness, and that brings the next problem. If he sleeps, it goes out for everyone. No punishment from the master is needed here, because the men sighed in self-recognition of their supposed stupidity and material arrogance in wanting a piece of the pie, since they had really shared all the dangers. In the sigh, this very claim is extinguished. The de facto punishment was immediately handed down from the outside. Odysseus' ship is the only one to survive the station at the Laestrygons because it remains at the back, outside the harbor. All the other ships are destroyed and the men are killed and eaten. The remaining crew manage to force Odysseus to do something once more, namely to leave the island of Kirks after a year. The Sirens. The oarsmen have to obey the first order. The commander is not yet reliable, not steadfast enough. The wax in the ears of the crew is also an expression of the powerlessness of the bound Odysseus as the general on the commander's mound, but he can hardly influence the battle, since in wars in which the phalanx was used, the initial formation was often decisive in the battle. The phalanx was so cumbersome that it could hardly be changed. Later, a serious strategic innovation was the oblique order of battle, i.e. a special formation of the ranks. The cultural asset is in exact correlation to the commanded work. This also applies to a large extent to command and active fighting. The Argonauts, who pass the Sirens by Orpheus drowning out their song with his lyre, stand with this act precisely for the separation of command and obedience that has not yet taken place. They all still fight together in the turmoil, are more of an informal band with loose leadership, and represent the generation of heroes before the Trojan War. As a rule, they are the fathers of the heroes of the Iliad. And of course the Song of the Sirens is also a representative of the song of heroic deeds, the immortalization of one's own name, for which, however, individual heroic deeds are necessary. The friends and companions must increasingly become mere recipients of orders, and the commander himself must increasingly stay out of the fighting. In the 12th canto, the experience with the Cyclops already contains a first ideological twist, which outlines the Hegelian cunning of reason well, when Odysseus, faced with the imminent passage between Scylla and Charybdis, with regard to which Kirk has already ordered him to take a statistical approach, it is better, Odysseus, to miss 6 companions in the ship than all of them at once. Proclaimed. Friends, we are not unpracticed in danger so far, and no greater threatens us now than when the Cyclops locked us in the dark rock with inhuman strength. Nevertheless, we also escaped those through my virtue and wisdom, and I hope we will remember these two one day. Then, beloved, do as I command you now. End of quote. It no longer matters that it was his wrong decision that trapped the companions in the Cyclops cave in the first place. His virtue and wisdom, which got at least half of the men out of the situation for which he was responsible, becomes a further justification for his authority, which, strictly speaking, brought death to the other half. Odysseus even forbids his men to mourn, because they sobbed and lamented the others. But I would not allow it. I indicated to each of them with a look not to weep, then ordered them. And they entered the ship and sat down on the benches, sat in rows and beat the grey wave with oars. Strictly speaking, he put his entire crew in danger when he called out his name to the Cyclops. But it is precisely this underlying denial of his own guilt that contradicts Hegel's concept of the hero. According to Hegel's aesthetics, man today does not take upon himself the whole extent of what he has done, but rejects from himself that part of his deed which, through ignorance or misjudgment of the circumstances, has itself become other than it was in his will, and attributes to himself only that which he knew and, in relation to this knowledge, accomplished with intention and purpose. The heroic character, however, does not make this distinction, but vouches for the whole of his deed with all his individuality. The independent solidity and totality of the heroic character does not want to share the guilt and knows nothing of this opposition of subjective intentions and the objective deed and its consequences, while in the entanglement and ramification of today's actions, each recurs to all others and pushes the guilt away from himself as far as possible. End quote. But this is precisely what Odysseus does not do justice to. As the beginning of the Odyssey already notes, all blame is to be sought with the crew, but he did not save his friends, however eagerly he strove, for they themselves prepared their doom through misdeed, fools. The previous warnings, pleas and advice increasingly become commands and obedience, with the most beloved, to which the friends and companions are now elevated, suggesting that the supposedly necessary internalization of obedience and command is for the good of the subjugated. In both cases, Cyclops and Scylla, Odysseus has to sacrifice 6 companions, and in the Sicanies it says, each of the ships lost 6 well-armored men. The number 6 stands for a considerable but not decisive or devastating number of men. But the sacrifice loses its effect. Once he has blinded the Cyclops, he can only escape Scylla without touching her in any way. But obedience is still not total. The sacred oxen of Helios slaughter the companions out of hunger, no longer out of the previous demands for booty, be it that which can be drunk and raped or gold and silver, but out of the greatest need, but still against Odysseus' express command when he was once again absent and asleep. This concerns the basic problem of personal rule. It requires immediate presence. Penelope stands in contrast to this as a counterexample through her businesslike loyalty at a distance. Her very name is in all probability purely functionalist, for example, the one who cuts or tears away tissue. In the end, her dealings with the unfaithful maids reveal the violence that forced her to do so. For the companions, on the other hand, obedience has not become sufficiently second nature until the end, but is always bound to the proximity of the master. He must see what they do, call them to order. The actual model of obedience in the flesh seems to be the faithful dog Argos. He dies because his role is delegated to the humans, albeit still as an accusation. Obedience is the virtue inculcated and taught by the master to his servants, which even his wife or dog fulfill, but not the crew. The lack of obedience in the face of this command, which is directed against the most fundamental self-preservation, is cruelly punished. In Homer's work, fish are only eaten in dire need, although it contains many parables about fishing, but mostly in relation to the barbaric deeds of the monsters. However, in the passage, the fat hills and valleys are full of wheat and barley, the trees are full of fruit, the cattle often give birth, and the waters are teeming with fish. Fish are clearly listed as a resource. Homer's problem seems to have been that fish and birds could not be bred, but only hunted. Fishing with a fish trap is later seen by Plato as a sign of laziness and passivity, and therefore unsuitable for the young. The entire crew dies in a hurricane. Following the order without a commander directly and immediately present is the basic condition of fighting in the phalanx. He will convey the moral of the story to the Phaeax by telling them the story of his journey. The command is enthroned as a purpose, but for now it is only ideological. In his own country, Odysseus still faces the murder of the suitors and a civil war. When evaluating this episode, one should not forget that Odysseus advised his wife to remarry when their son had grown up and he had not returned. The suitors acted in accordance with his instructions, as they were courting Penelope when the boy grew a beard, which is why they do not defend themselves by saying that they did not know that he was not dead. Odysseus, on the other hand, even actively rejects the offered compensation. A comparison with the stubborn Achilles, as is often made in literature, is permissible, but should not lead to identification, because Achilles does not establish dominion, his anger fades, he ultimately falls into pity, in contrast to Odysseus, according to Homer, his name means the angry one. Odysseus' return has a level that makes him appear as a total individual in the Hegelian sense. Agamemnon is already dead, there will no longer be an all-Greek king, Anax. This refers to the decline of the Mycenaean central power, or a fantastic memory of it. However, even in the Iliad, this central power is certainly not depicted as absolute, but rather in the sense of primus inter pares. The basileis and their polis have survived, which are soon ruled by Aristoi, the best, or Eugeniis, the well-born, in the form of the oligarchy. Odysseus, however, becomes more of a local tyrannos as he murders the nobles of his realm. This refers to the older tyranny, which is based on a basic democratization, which is expressed in a scene in which Odysseus' son hopes for support from the demos against the suitors. It is obvious from this scene that such an assembly could only be convened by nobles or basileos. Apparently it is based on acclamation, and thus on a rudimentary popular assembly originating from the army assembly. Odysseus also proves once again in the murder of the suitors that he is prepared to murder allies without further ado, and without any real reason or necessity. He himself says that he has slain the pillars of the city, and by far the best. In other words, he has disempowered the local nobility, who have established an oligarchy in his absence. This is a fairly general process, as every polis in the Odyssey had several basileis. The suitor's affirmation, "We will henceforth willingly obey you," which accompanies the plea for mercy, is not enough for him, nor can it be, since they have not, strictly speaking, disobeyed him at all. He gave the order to his wife to remarry while he was still basileos, but he returns as a tyrant. His behavior makes the first order ineffective. Already in the assembly, the old mentor took the floor and announced the tyranny that would arise with Odysseus' return. "Hear me now, men of Ithaca, what I say to you. In future, let none of the sceptered rulers be gracious, mild and merciful and protect the right, but only rage constantly and commit atrocities with a cruel soul. No one remembers the godlike Odysseus of the peoples he ruled with fatherly love." End of quote. In this sense, the call to Penelope is the counterpart to the command in the face of the sirens. Agamemnon was also replaced by the tyrant Aegisthus and murdered on his return. This can be seen in Aeschylus and other playwrights, for example, in the fact that Aegisthus has a bodyguard, but this is more a description of the younger tyranny known to the tragedy writers. The accusations against that tyrant described in the Odyssey could be directed for long stretches against Odysseus himself. The wife always takes center stage. Odysseus legitimizes himself through her behavior, and it is also a woman in Aeschylus who slays the last of the old Mycenaean kings in the bath like a sacrificial animal. The very fact that Laertes, Odysseus' father, cedes the throne to him when he is still in his prime caused a stir among the ancients. The ancient Greeks described him in part as the illegitimate son of Laertes. Whenever the offspring of Sisyphus is mentioned, this is always meant, and it is always put forward by Odysseus' adversaries, never by Odysseus himself. Linked to this is the accusation that Odysseus has no dynastic claim, which is why his son, Telemachus, has considerable problems asserting himself, and Odysseus' search for identity and becoming a subject in the Odyssey is also given a further level under this aspect. Odysseus has rebuilt the house, the palace, and not just the marriage bed. The immovable marriage bed built around a tree refers to the entire bedchamber, which is supported by that very tree. Odysseus has therefore already created a new order, regardless of how he originally attained power, which he now brings to fruition. Paradoxically, tyranny is a central element of bourgeoisification. In this respect, it is quite similar to absolutism. What has been described is by no means a rejection of Adorno's interpretation of the Odyssey, on the contrary. Rather, it merely adds a further level, as Adorno omitted the intermediate stage of war in his interpretation of the rowers in the siren section. The path leads from the rowing bench via phalanx and line formation to the factory. The term phalanx first appears in Homer's Iliad, at least for the first time in recorded history. It is a term, phi alpha lambda alpha gamma xi, with which he differentiated fighting in battle lines or masses from the frequent duels and duels of the heroes, although it may not yet have meant the developed form of the classical phalanx, but rather a preliminary stage. The chariots serve more as a means of transportation for the heroes to their duels, which presumably took place somewhat outside the general turmoil of battle. The epic figure of the Aristia, which often describes the putting on of armor and the taking up of weapons, prepares and introduces the heroic deeds and duels and sets them apart from the ordinary events of war. The temptations that threaten in the Odyssey are always also those of the warrior who is tempted by the desire for glory to break out of formation. The battle against Asia, Troy, is also a battle against one's own heroism, which becomes the central theme in the second epic. The Odyssey asserts what Clausewitz would write about the modern martial virtue of the army, roughly 2,500 years later. It differs from mere valor and still more from enthusiasm for the cause of war. It must therefore have a different direction in the latter than in mere men. It must lose the impulse for unbridled activity and the expression of strength which is inherent in the individual, and subordinate itself to the demands of a higher kind, to obedience, order, rule, and method. End of quote. The citizen hero Odysseus is only a hero by giving up his dream of really confronting the powers alone. He only survives because he cheats himself of his heroism. In a way, the contrast between Achilles and Odysseus is already a splitting of Heracles. However, it is not Leopold Bloom who is post-heroic, but Odysseus himself. Outside of Ithaca, there is no known hero cult that refers to Odysseus. Many sources do not even mention this local cult. Odysseus was and is extremely important as a literary figure, but this was offset by his considerable absence from the cultic life of the ancient Greeks. In this, the figure of Odysseus proves his great difference to the dead heroes Achilles, Ajax, Diomedes et al., and precisely in this as the founder of abstract bravery. It is by no means easy to dismiss the validity of Carl Schmitt's question as to why people form a political association in addition to religious, cultural, economic, and other associations. Of course, anyone who wants to can reply with Hobbes that only political association and submission to a sovereign can end the war of all against all and thus protect the life and limb of citizens, at least within the state authority as an objective form that has become the instinct of self-preservation. In theory alone, Hobbes would have been uncomfortable with the question of how it can be justified that the sovereign must demand that at least some of its citizens are prepared to die as soldiers for the state. Nor is it at all clear a priori why an association of people other than a political or state association that is capable of protecting life and limb from violence should not be conceivable. But something else is important here. Carl Schmitt, the state thinker of the political right to this day, is an author of the interwar period. With the mass deaths on the battlefields of the First World War, Hobbes' doctrine became objectively absurd. Imagine for a moment the absurdity of a student of state philosophy being told that the purpose of the state is to protect the individual citizen from violence, who as a schoolboy was allowed to survive the slaughter for nation and fatherland in the mud of Langmark because he was lucky enough to have his leg shot off in time, while his classmates were torn to shreds by grenades and machine guns for hours on end. Because the German War of Annihilation in the Second World War dwarfed the horrors of the First World War, the epical monstrosity of the First World War is often forgotten. Yet the symbol of the First World War, the trench, was a military strategic invention that was only introduced late in the war. In the first months of the war, hundreds of thousands of young soldiers had to run through the barrage of machine guns in a hail of grenades, while the bodies of their classmates, fellow students, colleagues etc. were torn to shreds all around them. The awareness of such madness must accompany the reading of every line written in the interwar period. Then the full hideousness of the German intelligentsia becomes immediately visible, which in authors as diverse as Schiller, Junger or Heidegger, with explicit or implicit reference to the war experience, recommended the thought of one's own death as a remedy against the flattening of bourgeois life. This is the precise meaning of the decision that Horkheimer gave to a moved woman who said that Heidegger had at least put people back in front of death. Ludendorff had done a much better job of it. In November 1918, the late but only reasonable reaction of many soldiers and workers, whose instinct for self-preservation was stronger than the slogans for the fatherland, was to risk civil war against the sovereign, the elites and commanders of the Reich by refusing to obey orders and going on strike. It is one of the essential social preconditions of National Socialism that the disgrace of Versailles and the fear of a repeat of November 1918 was greater among almost all Weimar parties and politicians, from Scheidman to Hindenburg, from Eben to Hitler, than the horror of the cruelty of war. The state and the sovereign had undoubtedly become a threat to life and limb. Right down to its basic concepts, the thinking of the political right, and by no means only the right, in Germany from the Weimar period was characterized by the idea that it was not the mass slaughter but the triad of defeat in the war, the Versailles Peace Treaty and November 1918 that represented the catastrophe. This is the immediate political meaning of Heidegger's perfidious reinterpretation of Kierkegaard's distinction between actual fear and inauthentic fear. In 1927, not even a decade after an entire generation had been taught the terrible fear of being senselessly torn to shreds on the battlefields of Verdun, Heidegger claimed that this fear of pain of life and limb was in truth only cowardice before fear, a reversal of fear into cowardly fear, and preached to the Germans the passionate, factual freedom to die, detached from the illusions of man, certain of itself and fearful of itself. Since the pure instinct for self-preservation had become a danger to the continued existence of the state, Schmitt declared the willingness to negate self-preservation, the willingness to die and kill, to be a higher consecration. Not despite, but precisely because it demands a willingness to die and kill, political association is above every other form of human association. Through this power over physical life, the political community rises above every other kind of community and society. End quote. His anti-liberalism is essentially based on the idea that liberalism deprives the state of the basis on which it can demand willingness to kill and sacrifice from people. In an economically determined society, whose order, i.e. calculable functioning, takes place in the realm of economic categories, it cannot be demanded from any conceivable point of view that any member of society sacrifice his life in the interest of undisturbed functioning. End quote. It is true that both properly understood materialism, to which Schmitt attributes liberalism, and consequent Kantian criticism show it to be a lie to shift one's own subjectivity into a higher general for which it is worth sacrificing oneself. If the I think must be able to accompany all ideas, my I cannot live on or be suspended in any general concept after its death. The fact that Kant himself occasionally falls short of his own critical insight, namely in his treatment of the sublime in Judgment and in a curious footnote in the treatise on religion, on cruelty of all things, by no means coincidental places where he speaks of the soldier, would indeed be worthy of its own consideration. There has certainly always been a shortage of many things in liberal states, but there has never been a shortage of people who were and are prepared to die for the state. It is therefore reasonable to suspect that Schmitt's polemic against liberalism is not primarily fueled by the concern that there will actually be too few people for the state of bravery, but rather that it is aimed at extending this state to the whole of society, which would then no longer be a society, but a community of soldiers willing to sacrifice and kill. In this, too, Schmitt proves himself to be a disciple of the First World War, and his post-Nazi disciples, who will be discussed later, in particular as heirs of the National Socialist soldiery of labor. The insane fear that the economization of all areas of life in capitalism would destroy the very basis on which people are prepared to kill others and sacrifice themselves, for the state, is at the heart of Schmitt's concept of the political. Schmitt's only seemingly humane sentence is also aimed at this. There is no rational purpose, no norm, however correct, no program, however exemplary, no social ideal, however beautiful, no legitimacy or legality that could justify people killing each other for it. What remains as a justification for killing is his only ostensibly non-normative ontology of the people, namely the assertion of one's own form of existence in terms of being as opposed to an equally being-like negation of this form. On the one hand, Schmitt ontologically presupposes this being-like form of existence, which is at least possibly, i.e. according to the real possibility, a struggling totality of people confronting such a totality. One could read this definition as a people in itself, which can only become a people in and for itself through the friend-foe distinction. On the other hand, tautologically, justified by that peoples are still really grouped according to friend and foe. However, the concept of the people only acquires its meaning through the characteristic of the political, through the friend-enemy distinction. From a logical point of view, Schmitt's definition of the enemy is an arbitrary positing, which in turn tautologically presupposes the people as a being-like form of existence, but on the other hand only through the criterion of the political, namely that a real distinction is made between friend and enemy, does the people in itself become a united people in and for itself. Enemy is only an at least possibly, i.e. according to the real possibility, fighting unity of people, which stands opposite such a unity. The enemy is only the public enemy, because everything that relates to such a group of people, in particular to an entire nation, thereby becomes public. End quote. It was only against the backdrop of November 1918 that these arbitrary statements took on any kind of meaning at all, namely that the mere refusal to continue the senseless mass slaughter, even if it was purely out of an individual instinct for self-preservation, destroyed political unity and thus potentially the state itself. The state as an essentially political unit includes the real possibility of determining and fighting the enemy in a given case by its own decision. The technical means by which the struggle is waged are irrelevant here, as long as the politically united people is prepared to fight for its existence and independence, whereby it determines by its own decision what its independence and freedom consist of. End quote. In other words, if relevant parts of the people no longer want to die on the battlefields, there goes the politically united people, consequently there goes political unity, consequently there goes the state altogether. From the perspective of a state thinker, a justification of the state based on individual self-preservation, as with Hobbes, was no longer possible after 1918. While Hobbes' anthropology was always a glorification of the competition between the owners of goods, and in the English Civil War, which he had in mind, above all the tax-paying citizens for power in the state, Schmitt's anthropology is replaced by folkish ontology as a glorification of the state as a form of existence of the people that is no longer contaminated by purposes, such as the self-preservation of the individual and normative ideals. But it only becomes the actual people when the being-like existence, the people as such, is really ready to distinguish between friend and enemy. For Schmitt, enemy means firstly, that it is something different and alien in a particularly intense existential folkish sense, and secondly that the terms friend and enemy receive their real meaning by the fact that they have and retain in particular reference to the real possibility of physical killing. Schmidt openly blurted it out: Volk is nothing other than an organized murder collective. But the negative truth about the state is also that no state can be created without a willingness to kill and sacrifice. But because this can neither be derived from the mere contractual form nor the mere economic function of the state, a substance must be attributed to it that can be libidinally occupied by the citizens of the state to the point of willingness to self-destruction. This is, of course, a pseudo-ontology. What can already be seen as a pure function in Schmidt is transfigured into an ineluctable substance, being toward death existence, of a potentially fighting totality of people, to save the willingness to die and kill as a prerequisite for all state order. Caroline Sommerfeld's reflections on the concept of the people also prove to be functionally oriented towards the willingness to make sacrifices. She distinguishes between three ways of being German: descent Germans, passport Germans, and ethnic Germans. To define the first group, she draws on Max Weber and quotes, "We want to call such groups of people ethnic groups who, due to similarities in external habitus or customs or both or memories of colonization and migration, have a subjective belief in a community of descent, regardless of whether a blood community exists objectively or not." Sommerfeld concludes. The phenotype of the German resulting from physical inheritance and, in the Weberian sense, ethnic commonality is obvious. Weber's subordinate clause, which she omitted, is remarkable, namely that the belief in the community of descent is such that it becomes important for the propagation of communalizations. Weber then continues, "Ethnic commonality differs from clan community in that it is in itself only believed commonality, but not community, like the clan. Ethnic commonality, in the sense meant here, on the other hand, is not itself a community, but only a moment that facilitates communitization." End quote. Sommerfeld claims to be able to refer to Weber's definition, but omits precisely its functional point in order to be able to speak of the ethnic substance or physical substance of people and state. In the second version of the same text, she then adds what this pseudo-substantial communitization is supposed to serve. Quote, "This lack of spiritual identity is ultimately the greatest weakness we are currently suffering from, and it also has an effect on the physical substance. The self-abnegation of its former spiritual principle, Oswald Spengler, also has an effect on fertility and defense." End of quote. Schmidt's folkish ontology, which is intended to provide a reason that allows people to be asked to sacrifice their lives, explicitly distances itself, as quoted, from giving normative meaning to political categories such as friend and enemy, war, and also state, sovereignty, etc. The terms friend and enemy are to be taken in their concrete, existential sense. They are not normative opposites. And further, we are not dealing here with fictions and normativities, but with the existential reality and the real possibility of this distinction between friend and foe. You cannot justify war with ethical and legal norms either. A war has its meaning not in the fact that it is waged for ideals or legal norms, but in the fact that it is waged against a real enemy. End quote. If wars are no longer justified solely by the political, i.e., according to Schmidt, by folkish enmity, but morally, then Schmidt claims, they are necessarily particularly intense and inhuman wars, because going beyond the political, they must simultaneously degrade the enemy in moral and other categories and turn him into an inhuman monster that must not only be repelled, but definitely destroyed. End quote. In particular, Schmidt accuses the appeal to humanity in equal measure that war is thereby to be driven to the utmost inhumanity, and that it is a universal ideal construction. In this universal society there will then no longer be any peoples as political units, but also no fighting classes and no hostile groups. End quote. It goes without saying that he hates nothing more than such a universal state and classless world society. Alain de Benoist, who is probably rightly regarded as a pioneer of the French Nouvelle Droite, New Right, took up Schmidt's argument in his collection of essays Carl Schmitt and War, published by Junge Freiheit Verlag. War in the name of morality is therefore the most inhumane of all types of war. Abstract universalism turns opponents into absolute enemies and humanitarian wars into wars of annihilation. End of quote. By war of annihilation, we do not mean that of the Germans. There is no doubt that Carl Schmitt's critique of the modern just war primarily applies to the USA. End of quote. One may agree with Benoist to the extent that Schmitt himself has always accused liberalism, pacifism, and anarchism of leading to the barbarization of war, and not his idea of an existential people's war. Neither Schmitt nor his student Benoist wanted to know anything about the war of extermination that his comrades actually waged. The fact that the war on terror, which is Benoist's main focus, was certainly not a war of annihilation against the Afghan or Iraqi population, does not, of course, bother him in his argumentation. What does reality prove against Schmitt's logic? But Benoist would not be an intellectual if he were content with the simple exercise of adapting Schmidt's teachings to contemporary anti-Americanism. Immediately after proving from his reading of Schmidt that the USA is waging wars of extermination, he first quotes an evergreen that no collection of Schmidt quotes should be without: all concise terms of modern state doctrine are secularized theological terms, and immediately follows this with Herman Melville: we Americans are the chosen people, the Israel of our time. End quote. In U.S. political theology, Benoist continues, imperialism and divine chosenness are fused together. This worldview, which goes back to the Pilgrim Fathers and the myth of the city on the hill, the New Jerusalem, still permeates the thinking of American politicians today. End quote. It is difficult to overlook the fact that what is explicitly formulated against Puritanism and Calvinism refers above all to their reference to Judaism. He had already previously stated, in contrast to cherished war, total war knows no limitation. Biblical monotheism ennobles such a war against the enemies of God as a holy duty, Milhelmet Mitzvah. End quote. To finally write about the wars of the USA, more than the wars of the Middle Ages, this strongly ideologically and morally underpinned form of war is reminiscent of the wars of extermination described in the Bible. End quote. The political theology that Benoist claims to have identified behind the American wars of extermination is that of the Old Testament. Unsurprisingly, in a second essay in the same volume, in which he turns to a critique of the concept of terrorism, Benoist turns to the state of Israel. Quote, the boundary between resistance and terrorism appears all the more permeable as some states owe their emergence or their independence to the use of terrorist violence. Menachem Begin and Yitzhak Shamir, who distinguished themselves through attacks on Arab civilians before the State of Israel was founded, later rose to the highest offices of the state. End quote. Although most states owe their emergence to wars, rather than to the unconstrained compulsion of the better argument, Benoist also refers compulsively to the example of Israel. Benoist is certainly not wrong to criticize the fact that the concept of terrorism ignores the fact that terrorists pursue political goals. However, this criticism does not lead him to differentiate between the political goals of the Zionist bombings before the founding of the State of Israel, for example, and Hamas' goal of annihilating the Jews of the Middle East. It is not because Israel is fully aware of Hamas' political agenda that Israel refuses to negotiate. On the contrary, Benoist claims, accordingly, the refusal of the Israeli authorities to recognize the political specifics of terrorism, and based on this, their refusal to negotiate, has its origins in the denial of the truth of the robbery of the Palestinians. End quote. As a student of Schmidt, Benoist is unlikely to be bothered by the violence that accompanied the founding of this state, like almost every other. However, while for a Schmittian the true and inescapable violence of political unity must result from the existential determination of the enemy of a being-like existence, the motives behind the founding of the Jewish state were disdainfully materialistic: the robbery of the Palestinians. Alexander Golan also used the same figure in 2001 in a guest commentary on September 11 for the social democratic magazine Berliner Republik. After all, it was just over 50 years ago that the King David Hotel with British officers was blown up in Jerusalem, a terrorist attack, just like those that the Israeli army is fighting today. The memory of the Haganah should also make it possible for the Israelis to make peace with Hamas. End quote. Golan also uses the Old Testament, this time in relation to Israel, to explain current politics. It is the dream of Judea and Samaria, the land of the Bible, that dominates Israeli politics. Although it is anything but coincidental that Golan, like Benoist, refers to Israel in his words, to the foreign body of the State of Israel, the reason for his article is the attacks of September 11, 2001, which he feels provoked into a polemic against Western universalism and Americanization. Even though he takes this opportunity to demand that, if we want to dry up terror and not give up our freedom, we must respect the intrinsic value of the Islamic world, he is by no means concerned with Islam when he asks, is hatred really so incomprehensible? Is it really so incomprehensible that wounded pride breeds hatred and gives birth to terror? The Americanization of our world has also marginalized the metaphysical core of our Western civilization. End quote. The descendants of Occidental civilization should therefore find it understandable to kill 3,000 people in New York and Washington out of wounded pride, because Americanization has ultimately also marginalized our metaphysical core. As an indication of what this metaphysical core might consist of, Golan calls on a witness. In 1993, Botho Strauss wrote that someone in Tajikistan sees it as a political mission to preserve their language, like we do our waters, is something we no longer understand. That a people wants to assert its moral law against others and is prepared to make blood sacrifices to do so is something we no longer understand and, in our liberal libertarian self-centeredness, consider wrong and reprehensible. End quote. Golan used the same motive in 2014 in a speech on the Russian annexation of Crimea, which Golan concedes was against international law, but relativizes it in a remarkable way for a conservative. As Volker Weiss rightly pointed out, a breach of the law always has a history, and the legitimacy of an action can be judged differently than its legality. End quote. For Golan, however, legitimacy is fed by national myths. The Russian president has returned to an old Russian, Tsarist tradition, the collection of Russian soil. Kiev, the core of the Russian Empire, can never be indifferent to Russia, and neither can Sevastopol, where Russians have bled to death twice. It may well be that we no longer understand this in our post-heroic world, but for Russia it is still lived reality. End quote. The fact that we, robbed of the metaphysical core of the Occident by Americanization, in our liberal libertarian self-centeredness no longer understand how to bleed to death for the German earth, is something Golan envies the Russians and Islamists, and recently, in a rather crazy way, also the Israelis. It is the same nonsense that we already encountered in Schmidt. Political unity must, if necessary, demand the sacrifice of life. For the individualism of liberal thought, this demand cannot be achieved or justified in any way. End quote. And of course Benoist also agrees, also against the backdrop of 9/11. Quote, an immense gulf separates people for whom many things are worse than death from a disenchanted Western world that regards the purely immanent life of the individual as the highest good of all. The latter attitude has historically been the exception rather than the rule. The rationality of the secularized Western world makes it impossible to understand motives that spring from a logic that was, of course, by no means alien to the West itself in the past, namely that there are purposes, good and bad, for which it is worth giving one's life. End quote. It is the Islamist suicide attacks that have reminded the masterminds and representatives of the contemporary right of the willingness to sacrifice oneself as the actual substance of the state, which has now been formalized and desubstantialized through rationality, liberalism, and Americanization. This logic is so fundamental to the contemporary right's understanding of the state that it can be found in all of its more or less intellectual representatives, from Sloterdijk's crude theory of thymotic undersupply, for which he fantasizes a happy bellicism in Homer's courage in order to position the virtues of ancient soldiering against a present supposedly shaped by economic rationality and eros, to the Sparta and Thermopylae projections of the identitarian movement. Their German chief propagandist Martin Lichtmess sums up the fact that national sovereignty and willingness to die are actually the same thing. Muslims are not to blame for the fact that Germany no longer has national sovereignty and has become a pay slave to the financial markets, says Lichtmess. The fundamental problem is rather that Germany has forgotten that a basic law alone is not solid ground, that nobody fights and dies for purely functional, abstract values, freedom, tolerance, democracy. End quote. And he too immediately thinks of Jewish figures. Nothing else is desired by those who today control the governments of the world and drive them before them, whereby the last part of the sentence is linked to a YouTube video with the title, Goldman Sachs Rules the World. The sovereignty that the new right is trying to establish in the first place means the attempt to dissolve the internal contradictions of sovereignty in the state of capital into the realization of the will of the people, and to transform the citizen's internal contradiction of jumping back and forth between particular and general interest into the general soldier's willingness to die and kill. While the antinomies actually reside at the very heart of sovereignty and citizenship, their political manifestations are seen by the right as a pure expression of the will of globalists, nomads and traitors to the people. Describing right-wing populists as the new Nazis is one of the most popular exercises in the anti-racist qualified middle-class milieu, whose members are currently contributing to the advancement of the German European government project as useful idiots, Lenin. The popular front against right-wing populist nest-soiling that is coming together here consists of particularly brutalized people who display routine nonchalance when people are injured, tortured and executed by Islamists, but the next day act the indignant crybaby or the raging warrior nature on an anti-fascist world savior mission, when some equally unknown and insignificant AfD candidate tweets a snoring slogan into the world. When warnings are issued about a new Nazi danger, you would think that those labeled as Nazis would have a problem with Jews, unless you believe that the final solution to the Jewish question played a rather subordinate role in National Socialism. However, the Handbuch Rechtsextremismus, 2016, a particularly thick tome from the expanding nonfiction section Aufstehen für Anständigkeit, comes to the opposite conclusion, namely that anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism are probably not part of contemporary right-wing populism, which has recently also been courting Jews in order to win them over to the anti-Islamic crusade. Karen Priester, the author of this expert opinion, may not be on the crusade. After all, those she writes about must come across as quite dangerous, but at least she is still able to see that there is a fundamental difference between National Socialism and right-wing populism, which can be determined by their respective relationship to the Jews. The fact that there are still anti-Semites among the many nutcases who are drawn to the AfD is not least due to the widespread fetish of one's own opinion, which is cultivated by Wutberger of all stripes and ultimately tends towards political paranoia. When Germans mobilize against encrusted structures, the coldness of civilization and greedy traitors to the people, it is not far to the projection of the misfortune-causing Jew. Nevertheless, the AfD is not a programmatically anti-Semitic party. There is little reason not to prove to people like Wolfgang Gedeon, who would probably not have been exposed in the Left Party, how broken they are, but everyone knows that by now anyway. The well-founded campaign against anti-Semites from the right-wing camp degenerates into political impudence when at the same time there is silence about the anti-Zionism being fanned by the left, Muslims, and professional Palestinians. The threat situation for Jews in Europe has worsened because more and more militant Muslims are living out their hatred of Jews more and more openly and violently with the support of their left-wing accomplices. If you don't believe it, you can ask the 40,000 French Jews who have emigrated to Israel in the last 10 years. However, no one seems to be interested in them, which is also shown by the fact that all channels are in a continuous loop against the populist specter, while channels such as Arte and WDR have the audacity not to broadcast the film chosen and excluded, Hatred of Jews in Europe, because they have a problem with the topic of Islamic anti-Semitism. It seems that in these great times, in which Germany finally wants to really take fate back into its own hands, Merkel, against the USA, the mission to get at the Israeli Jews with the eternal German question of fate should not be missing. Take Frank-Walter Steinmeier, for example, who toured Ramallah during his recent inaugural visit to Israel to lay a wreath on the grave of Jew-hater and terrorist Yasser Arafat. Fortunately, Adolf Eichmann, another victim of the Jewish state, does not have one. Shortly before that, during his visit to Israel, Foreign Minister Gabriel could not refrain from meeting with anti-Zionist propaganda apparatuses disguised as NGOs. The spat he caused with the government of the host country was probably intended to appeal to the worst, i.e. anti-Semitic, instincts of the electorate. While the Chancellor and the civil society wing of Jew hatred gave their backing on radio and television, Frau Petry, of all people, raised her voice of reason. Sigmar Gabriel's intention to meet with these organizations is an absolute no-go. It is right that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has acted on his announcement to disinvite him. I expressly welcome this. End quote. But because Frau Petry is in the wrong party, her statement is seen as mendacious instrumentalization even among friends of Israel. Regardless of how the AfD, which is also divided on this issue, feels about Israel, institutionalized solidarity with Israel in Germany is now a pretty messed up affair. Instead of exonerating Israel by exposing its opponents, not least those who hide behind professional political jargon, the pro-Israeli festival speakers of democracy are writing a new chapter of German projections onto the Jews and their state, following in the footsteps of the philo-Semitism of the early Federal Republic. The much-vaunted German-Israeli friendship is little more than a cheerful self-deception that conceals the fact that hatred of Israel is widespread among German Democrats and that the German government, despite all the kitsch of understanding, is also causing Israel distress by courting Jew haters. Even in the extra-parliamentary pro-Israel scene, solidarity with a Jewish state, which is in itself gratifying, is often accompanied by an enthusiasm that is difficult to separate from mere kitsch. While anti-German Israel fans train in Krav Maga or Hebrew courses to become wannabe Zionists and regularly make pilgrimages to Tel Aviv to experience a touch of real utopia between hummus shops, sandy beaches and dance floors, those interested in economics discover Israel as a land of economic adventure for startup entrepreneurs. The image of the military-trained Israeli who also boosts the economy intelligently and creatively, the idealistic exaggeration of the extremely difficult struggle for economic survival in Israel, in turn serves the German liberal fantasy of a collectively plowing population only too well in this country. In Israel, the general misery of startup capitalism, in which companies are founded non-stop because they are constantly failing, is compounded by the compulsion to be better than one's enemies, both economically and militarily. However, the obsessive need of some friends of Israel to glorify the simple and discover all kinds of advantages whose conditions are anything but reassuring also seems to be a rejection of the memory of the conditions under which the state was founded and blindness to the scandal that Jews, because they are Jews, still have to fight for their survival. When the German Bundestag decides that it urgently needs to discuss Israel once again, this is cause for concern, despite all the pretended friendliness. 70 years of the founding of the State of Israel, consolidating our future-oriented friendship and historical responsibility, this was the fifth item on the agenda of the 29th session of the 19th electoral term of the Federal Republic of Germany's parliament, which once again allowed some representatives of the people to cool their heels on the Jewish state at the end of April 2018. Even if it is actually quite obvious that it cannot mean anything good for the present when Germans emphasize how future-oriented their friendship with Israel is, the headlines of national media summed up the intention of the debate somewhat more vividly than the parliamentary documentation. Bundestag congratulates and warns was the apt summary of the Tagesschau, while the Wehr reported. Bundestag discusses Jewish state. End quote. Now the discussion about the Jewish state in Germany is much older than the Jewish state itself. However, celebrating 100 years of criticism of Israel would be more obvious in and of itself, but it is not conceivable in the Federal Republic of Germany. After all, arguments in the Bundestag are differentiated when it comes to the Jews and their state, and as will be shown, affirmation and criticism of solidarity with Israel in the Bundestag are completely at odds with these supposed differentiations. The left-liberal opposition in particular can be celebrated as masters of differentiation. Catherine Göring-Eckardt of the Greens, for example, is fascinated by Israel's contradictions. We see the largest Bauhaus settlement in the world, and we see the Temple Mount. We see the terrorism of the jihadists against everyday life. We see a great tradition of liberal thinking as well as strong conservative forces. We see the hedonists on the beach in Tel Aviv and the Orthodox in Jerusalem. We see the brutality of the occupation, and we see a people that is older than the Bible, but which only founded its state 70 years ago. Congratulations, Israel. End quote. In Göring-Eckardt's projections, it is almost impossible to distinguish between praise and resentment, and so the question of whether there is any difference between the two must remain open. Of course, it makes no sense at all to include attacks on the country and perceived foreign policy failures in the congratulatory speech, along the lines of, "Congratulations, Israel, on the terrorism against your civilian population." The purpose of these mentions only becomes clear from the rest of the speech, when it says, "The deep friendship between Israel and Germany as equals makes it natural. That is the good thing, that is the progress, that we also talk about difficulties and tensions in these relations now and today, that we express them when we look at the different assessments of the nuclear agreement with Iran, the settlement policy and the settlement of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict." End quote. In other words, the purpose of the friendship is that the Germans can now confidently support those who openly threaten to destroy Israel, Iran, and the Palestinian proto-states. As long as the Palestinians have no home, the Israelis won't have one either. Göring-Eckardt has to put this barely veiled threat into the mouth of an Israeli, even if she leaves no doubt about her own attitude. David Grossman is right. Göring-Eckardt is also in complete agreement with her colleague Dietmar Bartsch from the Left Party. He, too, is primarily concerned with the Palestinian state and Israel's transgressions in his congratulations to Israel. As a German citizen and left-wing politician, he knows, Israel must also accept international law. There can and must be a two-state solution based on international law. Anything else would be fatal. Because one thing is clear, Israel can only live securely in a secure environment. End of quote. What the Israeli author is to Göring-Eckardt, international law is to Bartsch, legitimization for threats against Israel. As long as it is not safe in Syria, Lebanon, and the Palestinian territories, Israel has no claim to security either. The delusional projection that Israel is responsible for the Arab states sinking into civil and gang war when the autocracies that usually rule there lose power is expressed without shame. When it comes to Israel, the differentiations made by German politicians quickly turn out to be contradictions which, the less they can be reconciled with each other, the more they are blamed. On the Jewish state, in any case, it is impossible to logically reconcile congratulating Israel and emphasizing its legitimate security interests in the same breath as making common cause with the anti-Semitic enemies in Iran and at the UN. An Israel Solidara left does not even notice this anymore, because the necessary buzzwords Shoah, anti-Semitism, right to exist, are mentioned throughout, and the advocacy against anti-Semitism and for Israel is even underpinned by arguments. Only the AfD's speeches caused some confusion, even in anti-German circles, and seemed worthy of criticism or affirmation. After all, Alexander Gauland, unlike at a press conference after the Bundestag elections a few months earlier, had clearly declared the existence of Israel as part of our reason of state during the Bundestag debate in April 2018. According to Gauland, Israel emerged from a unique breach of civilization that will forever be associated with the German name, the Shoah, while his parliamentary group had attracted attention in the weeks before, especially with shouts of guilt cult. And Gauland himself did not want to be deprived of the opportunity to be proud of the achievements of the Wehrmacht soldiers and to describe Hitler and the Nazis, and thus tacitly their deeds, the murder of 6 million Jews, as a bird's-eye view of history. While the AfD had previously been unable to come up with any kind of position on Israel, Gauland now emphasized that it was probably a unique occurrence that the birth of a foreign state is remembered and yes, celebrated in this House through a debate. This fact alone is proof of the unique and difficult relationship between our two states and peoples. However, Gauland's explanations that making Israel's existence part of the German raison d'être was and is morally right, but contains an obligation that goes beyond mere commitment, to fight and die alongside Israel in the event of an existential threat to its existence. I am not sure whether the extent of this commitment has been recognized and understood everywhere in Germany. But that alone would make it more than mere lip service and ritual symbolism. After 2 world wars, Germany is a post-heroic country living within secure borders. Israel, however, has to fight every day anew for its existence and recognition in a hostile environment. End of quote. Securing Israel's existence, Glas continued, begins at the Brandenburg Gate in order to conclude that anti-Semites have forfeited their right of hospitality in Germany. Since May 2018, 2 further debates relevant to the issue under discussion have taken place in the Bundestag, which confirm the picture just outlined, both in terms of the contradictory nature of the contributions and the role of the AfD. For example, during the debate on Germany's voting behavior at the UN, an AfD backbencher, Anton Friesen, was allowed to say something similar to what Glas had previously said, but chose a remarkable image. In the hour of probation, no cock needs to crow 3 times until Germany betrays its own reason of state. This is remarkable because Friesen expresses what Glas thinks. Germany's de facto anti-Israeli voting behavior at the UN is not a betrayal of the UN, but a betrayal of Germany, a betrayal that Friesen associates with the handing over of Jesus to the Romans by Judas, a primal scene of Christian anti-Judaism, so to speak. And another debate in May 2019, the BDS movement was condemned as anti-Semitic, not without unanimously defending the human right to criticize Israel. As a corresponding clause did not make it into the inter-party motion, several MPs followed up the factual plenary debate with corresponding press statements and objected to the alleged restriction of freedom of expression in the service of Netanyahu. When right-wingers speak out in favor of Israel, this quickly brings the left-wing Israel solidarity onto the scene. After all, you don't want to make common cause with them, and so, come what may, it must be proven that the Israel solidarity of others is not real. In view of Glas's speech, Gaston Valvidia took on this somewhat thankless task in Jungle World 19/2018. Valdivia began by criticizing Glas for describing Israel as a foreign state. He deliberately used the term foreigner, which is central to xenophobic and racist contexts, to express the idea that people from another state are fundamentally foreign to the German Volksgemeinschaft. The concept of the foreigner is certainly much more ambivalent than Valvidia would like it to be. In this context, however, Glas is not concerned with explicitly acknowledging the special significance of German-Israeli relations. There are no racist stereotypes towards Israel in the entire speech. But Valvidia has more to say. By using the figure of speech of the singularity of the Holocaust, Glas is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. On the one hand, he let it slip that purely logically, a singularity cannot repeat itself and that for this reason alone, no danger can emanate from the AfD. Secondly, he suggested that the Holocaust was merely a brief moment in German history, a slip-up that had no specifically German historical precedent and was not part of a specifically German anti-Semitic context. There is no evidence for this interpretation in the speech, apart from the fact that Glas actually speaks of a unique breach of civilization, the Shoah, and is thus able to grasp what is meant much more precisely than Valvidia in his defense of the supposedly anti-nationalist and anti-fascist phrase. He projects the author's apparent discomfort with the statement that the murder of 6 million Jews was a singular event, an unprecedented breach of civilization, onto the AfD, which he accuses of planning a new genocide. Of course, he is not alone in a debate in the Federal Republic of Germany that either makes the NSDAP the most successful right-wing populist party in Germany to date or refugees the Jews of today. However, the actual danger posed by mobilized and increasingly direct violent actors, such as the AfD, cannot be meaningfully described in this way. Valdivia ultimately comes to the following conclusion regarding the AfD. What is certain is that, apart from power, money and racism, populists have a purely instrumental relationship to everything and everyone, which is why you have to expect changes of position at any time. In this way, anti-Semitism becomes something merely derivative, which one can choose to use or not in order to be racist, earn money and amass power without being disturbed. In the sad depths of anti-German Facebook discussions, however, Glas's speech provided an opportunity to describe the AfD as an objective phenomenon of residual reason and the parliamentary arm of materialist ideological criticism. During a lecture, however, Thomas Moll then failed to give substance to this description. According to the published text of the lecture, Glas's speech was no longer discussed at all. Moll only referred to a contribution by Beatrix von Storch. The assertion that reason now appears objective in that speech by the parliamentary group leader, and indeed in the AfD as a whole, therefore remains at best a failed polemic, at worst jargon that feigns a concept of dialectics when it is actually about identifying with that parliamentary arm, about replacing criticism with politics. In both of the outlined positions of solidarity with Israel, it has gone unnoticed that what is remarkable about Glas's speech is not its content, but with one exception, the fact that it was given by an AfD politician. The singularity of the Shoah, the commitment to Israel's security as part of Germany's reason of state, the emphasis on the threat to the only democracy in the Middle East, such positions have long since become part of the standard repertoire of solidarity with Israel in the Bundestag, however implausible and contradictory it may be. Only from the AfD are such empty phrases rarely heard, while anti-Semitic resentment against the memory of the Shoah, support for Russia and Assad through to the National Socialist Party of Syria, and the spreading of anti-Semitic conspiracy theories in line with the party program have long been part of their everyday tools of the trade. Conversely, even the demand to deport anti-Semitic refugees is not a position that would not also be expressed by other parties in the Bundestag. With the exception of the Left Party, all parties represented in the Bundestag approved a motion in January 2018 calling for precisely this. This may well have been a reaction to the AfD's ludicrously delayed and vociferous confrontation with anti-Semitism among Muslims, and above all refugees, but the parties probably also found it so easy to agree to this point because it is completely obvious that it will never have any legal effect beyond the law that is already in force. However, if we do not narrow our focus to the AfD's appearance at the debate on Israel's 70th anniversary, the significance of the speech itself for the party and its internal debates is immediately put into perspective. Although there is not complete agreement within the party as to whether the years of National Socialism are now the bird's-eye view of German history or rather AfD supporters are the Jews of today, the insight that the Shoah was a breach of civilization that must have consequences was in any case, if at all, temporary. Members of the party continue to make common cause with Israel's enemies, also in the hope that they will take back a few refugees. The existential threat to Israel posed by these actors is sometimes overlooked. Just 3 weeks after Golan's speech in the Bundestag, he announced that a unilateral withdrawal from the nuclear agreement with Iran would endanger German interests and should be avoided. AfD MPs who consider the Protocols of the Elders of Zion to be a document worthy of discussion are still parliamentary group leaders, so they seem to have been quickly released from their duty to take a close look when criticism of this state Israel serves the historical reflexes of hostility towards Jews, Golan in the Bundestag. The recognition of Israel's sovereignty cannot be that far off either if, in line with the German foreign minister and the majority of EU states, the state is not allowed to have its own domestic or foreign policy, or even to act sovereignly. Golan accused Trump of not having coordinated the recognition of Jerusalem with Iran, Saudi Arabia, and Russia. Even if the criticism is not aimed directly at Israel, the AfD believes that the choice of the Israeli capital should be at the mercy of the anti-Semitic enemies of the Jewish state. An AfD member of parliament who called for the Federal Republic to recognize Jerusalem as the Israeli capital in a motion was consequently unable to get his proposal through the party's parliamentary group meeting. So why bother with the speech at all? The statement that distinguishes Golan's speech from the statements of other parties is his appeal to fight and die for Israel if one takes talk of Israel as part of the German reason of state seriously. What is remarkable, however, is that Golan does not justify this need to fight and die with the threat to Israel, but with the fact that Israel's existence is part of Germany's reason of state. He is not concerned with the millions of Israelis whose lives are threatened by rocket fire, car attacks and knife attacks by anti-Semitic states, Islamist rascals and lone wolves. He is not interested in discussing what role the Bundeswehr and foreign trade could play in stopping this threat. According to Golan, it is the German raison d'etat that should be fought and died for, a deadly battle that fascinates Golan in its fictionality and that would be proof of German people's sovereignty, but which he delusionally sees as denounced by the memory of National Socialism. In his speech, the AfD parliamentary group leader only mentions one reason why the commitment to Israel's right to exist as part of the German raison d'etre is merely lip service and ritual symbolism. And Golan is absolutely right in this statement, without really integrating this reason into his argumentation. After 2 world wars, Germany is a post-heroic country living within secure borders. That the Germans should no longer be heroes after the murder of 6 million Jews, that they only ever have to stand up for peace and democracy internationally, but never for their own interests, that they never actually just pursue foreign policy, but are always also concerned with moral responsibility. This is an idea that could justifiably be described as German ideology, and which Golan then shares with the other parties, minus his mythical worship of battle and death. It is not without reason that he speaks of post-heroism, a term coined by Herfried Mundelder, the Federal Republic's political scientist. Golan's solidarity with Israel, shaped by the desire to be allowed to die for the German raison d'etat, points to a motif that is also able to explain the inconsistency of the other speeches without blurring the differences between the left-wing statist opposition, the mobilized sovereignists of the AfD and the state-supporting government parties, some of which are on hold. For it would certainly fall short if the simultaneous assurance of protection and affirmation of the threat were to be interpreted solely as a mere tactical maneuver, as instrumentalization or detour communication. Offering the Jews protection and at the same time blatantly threatening them with annihilation points to an ambivalence that can be explained not least by the contradictory nature of state power and the genesis of modern antisemitism. David Nierenberg finds a figure of thought similar to the speeches in the Bundestag in Augustine. According to Augustine, secular states are actually more successful gangs of robbers, as he illustrates with an anecdote about Thucydides. Therefore the answer was fine and true, which a caught pirate gave to that great Alexander. The king asked how he came to make the sea unsafe. The man said in his outspoken pride, "Do you do it differently with the earth? I, of course, with my tiny ship am called a robber, but you with your great fleet are called the victorious general." Augustine aptly describes gangs of robbers as small empires and empires as gangs of robbers who go unpunished. Augustine distinguishes the civitas Dei, the divine state, from this negative image of the secular state as a successful gang. The band of robbers as a kingdom is earthly, while a select circle within the church is to be counted as part of the purely inner divine state, namely the circle that was called by God. However, the Augustinian demarcation between these two states is subject to historical change. Towards the end of the 4th century, Christianity becomes the state religion of the Roman Empire, and so Augustine suddenly no longer criticizes the successful robber gangs and pirates as purely secular constitutions. Rather, entire states can suddenly be Christian, not merely a small, appointed circle of individuals. This position in turn became in need of explanation when Rome was plundered by the pagan Alaric in 410, and the blame for this was promptly placed on Christianity and the Christian God. Augustine reacted by distancing himself from politics, which he again saw merely as a means, separate from the latter, for the divine state. The state should be thought of as the secular arm of the church, but otherwise recognized as it was secular and sinful. Augustine did not strive for papal world domination. He ultimately assumed an invisible state of God, which can make the secular state its servant without the latter ever becoming truly Christian. It remains a potential danger should the balance of power change. And this is where the Christian's relationship to rule becomes an ambivalent one. For despite all the recognition of secular rule that Augustine also demanded, he now has the option of inner distance from the sinful state, an option that he did not have in relation to the Christian empire. Such an ambivalent and distanced conception of the relationship between Christianity and the state does not remain without consequences for the relationship with the Jews. While in Augustine's early conception they could still have been called to Christianity by God, they were later an important testimony to the superiority of Christians for his idea of a truly Christian empire. In his study of Augustine, Kurt Flasch describes the underlying idea as follows: the Jews, although they worshipped the true God, were subjugated by the Romans because they rejected Christ, but God subdued the Roman Empire and converted it so that the idolatries would be destroyed. The Jews became for the Christians, and David Nierenberg now shows this with a wealth of examples, the best guarantors of the truth of the law. Defeated long ago, they only survived for two reasons. Firstly, their existence bore witness against all those who thought that the ancient scriptures were false or falsified. Secondly, the misery of this existence bore witness to all those who, like the Jews or the Gentiles, thought that Jesus was not the Messiah. Like fossils for the natural scientist, the presence of the Jews on earth was proof of an earlier stage in the evolution of redemption that has since been overcome. If, with Augustine, Christianity distances itself from the secular state in the course of the crisis of the empire, the rulership is particularly dependent on legitimizing itself as the political arm of a Christian state. Even if the distancing of Christians can remain an internal one, the state is only really worthy of recognition as a kingdom if it corresponds to God's will as a servant of God. While the juxtaposition of the secular state and the Christian state was still unambiguous as long as the Christian state either consisted only of a small circle of those called by God or the entire empire could be called Christian, the relationship between the Christian and secular state is now much more ambivalent and more dependent on the judgment of the individual. The pressure to legitimize rule grew. And so the Jews must now be kept in misery all the more. The Christian ruler of a secular, sinful state must fight the enemies of Jesus and at the same time preserve their meager existence in order to legitimize his own power and at the same time remind Christians of how they might fare should they turn away from God and rule. Nierenberg describes how the image of the Jews as protected exiles, coined by Augustine and frequently used in the Middle Ages, was an expression of the tendency to identify the Jews with the power of the sovereign and to associate the power of the sovereign, especially fiscal power, with Judaism. Power belonged to those who could rule over the Jews as their property. What cannot be separated from this power over the protected expellees in times of state crisis is the possibility of and the willingness for pogroms. If Luther's doctrine of the two kingdoms and regimes is based on Augustine's ideas, among others, the German reformer can logically be made to annihilate the Jews at any time. For the anti-Semites, even today in the secular modern state, those who can dispose of the Jews have power, on the one hand by protecting them, on the other hand, by repeatedly demonstrating that they can revoke this protection and destroy the Jews. The differentiations in the Bundestag speeches not only prove to be contradictory messages to Jews and Israel, as shown, they are an expression of a dilemma of the ruler Nuremberg, and thus linked to the attempts to legitimize state power and sovereignty. However, this first raises the question of the extent to which it is at all appropriate to explain current anti-Semitism with anti-Judaic and theological, as well as state-theoretical considerations from the 5th century and their medieval popularization. In his discussion with Kenneth Marcus and David Nierenberg, Nicholas Machunsky describes a problem of continuity and discontinuity with regard to anti-Semitism. Changing historical situations are confronted with relatively constant anti-Semitic patterns. Anti-Semitism can therefore be described as a repetitive pattern with Marcus. This is accompanied by the problem that anti-Semitism must always be explained to some extent from within itself, without it being possible to define it in this way. The image of Israeli child murderers is anti-Semitic because child-murdering Jews were a widespread anti-Jewish image. Continuity and breaks in anti-Semitism and anti-Semitic/anti-Judaic society can be explained by the persistence of domination. As Machunsky writes, the semantic structure of the image of Judaism does not belong to the epoch of a particular social formation. With its change, the basis of validity to which this structure is related does change. However, since human civilization is still based on domination today, this domination forms the common ground of all previous social formations, and thus also of Jew hatred. The image of Jews as protected displaced persons, as an available mass of power, can therefore also be found in various historical situations and refers to the constantly renewed association of domination with Jews. For example, Peter Longerich shows in his study, De van Haben were nichts Jewist. Die Deutschen und die Judenverfolgung 1933–1945 foot. Peter Longerich shows that attempts by the NSDAP and the compliant German press to describe the bombing raids as the work of Jews were met with an ambivalent reaction at best among the population, according to public opinion reports by the party's own security service, as if, according to the Vox Populi in the public opinion reports, the Jews were so powerful, why did they have to be made the enemy without fail? The SD Halle reported, the Jewish revenge that is now coming is terrible and one has only the government to blame. If the Jews had not been attacked by the Germans, peace would already have been achieved. It was said from Würzburg, the expulsion of the Jews should not have happened, then they would not be working against us like this today. Others asked, wouldn't it have been better to keep the Jews as hostages in the Reich instead of expelling them? The argument is similar to that of Konrad Adenauer, who in a famous television interview with Günter Gauss, when asked why he considered reconciliation between the German and Jewish peoples to be an important task, replied, and as far as the Jewish question is concerned, the power of the Jews even today, especially in America, should not be underestimated. And that is why I have very deliberately and very consciously, and this has always been my opinion, put all my energy into bringing about reconciliation between the Jewish people and the German people as best I could. Answering the Jewish question is the key to power. The first Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany agreed with his comrades from the Third Reich on this. This ambivalence of protection and annihilation of the Jews, which is typical of the perspective of domination, can also be found in current anti-Semitic stereotypes. In May 2016, a tweet by Zakia Belkiri made headlines. Belkiri had previously become famous for taking a selfie wearing a headscarf in front of an anti-Islam demonstration by Vlaams Belang. She wrote on Twitter, Hitler didn't kill all the Jews, he left some. So we know why he killed them. The sovereign disposes of the Jew. The common denominator of the Bundestag speeches by Bartsch, Göring-Eckardt and Galland is the attempt to demonstrate their own power by disposing of the Jews. The description of this power of disposal is characterized by the ambivalence of protection and annihilation, an ambivalence that, in the relationship between the sovereign and the citizens, turns out to be an antinomy of citizenship as a whole, as Marshall affirmatively states in his 1950 lecture Citizenship Rights and Social Masses, which is canonical for sociology of citizenship. The construction of citizenship rights has always been about the creation of a formal status of equality, in favor of a legitimation of real social inequality. Sociologists are rarely that honest. But even the historian Goswinkel cannot avoid making it clear that citizenship as a legal title has historically been demanded above all when individual rights have been denied and much less often when they have been granted. In the anti-Semitic imagination, the possibility of rule to decide between protection and freedom, inclusion and exclusion becomes, on the one hand, proof of true sovereignty. On the other hand, however, it is split off from one's own understanding of the state and reduced to the relationship between the state and the Jewish anti-citizens. It is not without reason that Bartsch emphasizes before his threats to Israel that he is not just speaking as a leftist, but also as a German citizen. The supposed differentiation of the Bundestag speeches on Israel, which on closer inspection turns out to be a mere contradiction, is neither an expression of balanced thinking nor a mere cognitive inadequacy. The ambivalence in the anti-Semitic idea of domination, of having to be able to protect and destroy Jews at the same time in order to demonstrate one's own power, this Augustinian contradiction can hardly be expressed more clearly than in congratulating the Jewish state on Islamist suicide attacks in Tel Aviv. As an expression of its own sovereignty, anti-Semites are to be deported from Germany to the Middle East, to Israel's neighboring states, and at the same time Israel is admonished in terms of foreign policy, i.e. power politics, that it can only live safely in a secure environment. Every statement that could promise Jews something like protection and support is linked to solidarity with their declared enemies. The AfD and Gauland's relationship to the Jews in Israel is also characterized by the delusional idea of actually gaining general power with the power of disposal over them. The fact that the party rejects the memory of the Shoah as a cult of guilt, that Gauland is now uniquely committed to Germany's raison d'etre of defending Israel by force, but that Jews should not be granted dual citizenship, are not contradictions or an expression of the instrumentalization of anti-Semitism for the AfD's supposedly actual brand essence racism. The common denominator of these positions is the idea that the Jews have the power while the legitimate sovereign, the people, are completely powerless. If the AfD wants to conquer power for the people, it must, according to the idea from Gauland to the now dissolved patriotic platform, place itself in a relationship with the Jews. The memory of Auschwitz must be so fiercely defended as a cult of guilt because it is used in the AfD mob's delusion to curtail the power of the German people. However, Israel's security as part of the reason of state can be acknowledged for the same reasons, because by fighting and dying for Israel, the people, each individual in turn, can prove their own sovereignty. This idea virtually requires that the relationship to the Jew among the states, the secret world sovereign in the eyes of the anti-Semites, is seen as decisive for one's own power and sovereignty. The fact that this is not about the security of the Jews is also shown by the fact that their right to dual citizenship is rejected at the same time. This would remove the Jews from the immediate grasp of a state of anti-Semites, and thus remove the possibility of rule to protect and threaten Jews at the same time. And so the party's supporters understand Gauland's speech in the Bundestag exactly right. In numerous Facebook comments after the speech, the parliamentary group leader is not praised for having finally emphasized the threat to Israel and criticized the hypocrisy of German foreign policy. Instead, it is enthusiastically received that one can no longer be described as right-wing extremist. The path to power in the post-Nazi Federal Republic is clear. However, to claim that the relationship between German politicians and the Jews in Israel is purely instrumental misses the point in this reduction. The instrumentalization of Jews and anti-Semitism is only promising if you already think and feel anti-Semitic. Only those who believe that the Jews are actually powerful can assume that they have to be on good terms with them in all ambivalence in order to attain power or demonstrate their own power. Only anti-Semites can instrumentalize anti-Semitism in an anti-Semitic society. However, what distinguishes the Bundestag speeches and the political stance behind them is the understanding of power, sovereignty, and one's own position. Even the Greens and the left know themselves to be part of a parliamentary oligarchy, as Johannes Agnoli defined it in his worthwhile 1967 critique of parliamentarism, the transformation of democracy. Irrespective of their oppositional position to the governing parties, information, competence, and authority are nevertheless concentrated within Parliament. They argue on behalf of the state, as representatives of the people's sovereignty. They speak in the style of diplomacy because they know that sooner or later they will also have to assume government functions, and they do not want to disqualify themselves for this. Everyone knows that the opposition leader of today is the foreign minister of tomorrow. Israel is praised and threatened, but on an equal footing, as Göring-Eckardt emphasizes. However, unlike the other parties, the AfD is a far-right movement party and therefore does not want to be part of the parliamentary oligarchy. Its modus operandi is not self-confident and therefore always somewhat sluggish representation, but the permanent mobilization of the people as sovereigns. Against the old parties, a people is brought into position, or rather, into motion by mobilized sovereignists. Demos and violence, people and state, law and sovereign. All of this is one to them, and this unity must be permanently established in the daily escalation of the debate by those who are either downplayed as national conservatives or right-wing populists. Because the people, the state, and power are supposed to merge into one another, the homogeneity and harmony of the people themselves must be proven all the more urgently and, where there is a crunch, projectively fabricated. Migrants and those whom the AfD considers to be migrants should go, whether they are Muslims has long been of secondary importance. On the one hand, these concepts of politics as a movement and sovereignty as a people are actually just the right-wing culmination of the post-Nazi consensus, but this culmination influences the party's anti-Semitism and ultimately distinguishes it from other actors. The AfD cannot ignore the memory of the Shoah because any uncritical confrontation with the crimes of the Nazi Volksgemeinschaft could delegitimize its own mobilization, the people as sovereign. As mendacious and abbreviated as the lessons of history are that the Federal Republic proudly presents to itself, as much as they could be criticized as post-Nazi, the AfD must nevertheless see every objection to direct democracy, for example, as an attack on its own power base, on its own political concept, on itself. The AfD must welcome any reason of state as long as it can be fought and died for, because this is the only way to mobilize the people for the state. A mobilized people that, as an ethnos, cannot allow any deviation, ambivalence, ambiguity, and certainly no Israeli gesture for the Jews. Because the AfD wants to be allowed to decide on their safety in the name of the mobilized people's sovereignty. The AfD is thus divulging what the reflexive, the ironic state, as the monopolist of violence is defined in modern political theory, does not want to know about itself. In this sense, Israel not only ensures the survival of the Jews in the face of future pogroms. The Jewish sovereign itself grants its citizens the ambivalent relationship between protection and freedom of citizenship and denies the other potentates access to the Jews. The megalomaniac labels "we are more" and "indivisible," which were used to advertise the two recent major anti-fascist events in Chemnitz and Berlin, already indicate what these spectacles were about: the revival of the German fetishes of mass, power and community under the banner of multiculturalism and Islamophilia. However, the feeling of triumph that the successful rallies have awakened among ordinary left-wing authoritarians cannot hide the fact that the ostensibly noble cause is based on a shameless policy of alliances that does not shy away from joining forces with Islamists and anti-Semites. Because of its obvious mendacity, the colorful religious community reacts ever more hysterically to dissenters, despite its numerical superiority. The recalcitrance of those who do not join the "We Are More" faction is experienced as a mortifying refusal to submit to the indivisible will of the majority. An almost unheard-of deviation from the conciliatory consensus was reported by the FAZ on September 25, 2018. On the first Sunday in October, the Nationwide Association of Jews in the AfD, the JFD, will be founded in Offenbach. The intention of Dimitri Schulz, an AfD city councillor from Wiesbaden, to found an association within the AfD on October 7, 2018, together with a couple of dubious members, quickly caused sheer horror in the run-up to the founding meeting, but this was not to remain the case. Probably because the fear of rootlessness and decomposition is acute, the immediate issue was how Jews should behave politically in Germany. The impertinence of the Jewish nest soilers to become involved in a right-wing populist party instead of bowing in deep gratitude for the protection generously granted by the state apparently affected the Germans, who had been severely disappointed in their selfless good nature, to such an extent that an overdose of Jewish consolation had to be administered. Whether Michel Friedman, Charlotte Knobloch, or the Offenbach rabbi, they all tried to de-escalate by asserting that German Jews normally knew what they had to represent, that the AfD Jews were black sheep, as they unfortunately exist everywhere. These people are indulging in a cause that is indefensible for Jews. Under the modest motto "Jewish resistance," the editorial team of the magazine Jalta around Mika Brumlik also spoke out against the AfD group with the utmost determination, and called for safe limits to freedom of opinion within the Jewish communities, which apparently pose a particularly great danger to the free democratic basic order. For the contentious pluralism of political convictions within the Jewish community has reached its limit here. We therefore call on all Jews to actively support a democratic society and to oppose folkish, racist, and misanthropic positions within the Jewish community. End quote. The AfD's rivals did not want to remain unheard on the subject. Hermann Grohe, CDU, until recently Minister of Health, no longer understood the world. How could anyone become a member of a party that tolerates the trivialization of National Socialist injustice and anti-Semitic tones in its ranks? He asked sadly to the group, adding somewhat more angrily that he found this particularly incomprehensible when it came to Jews. Christine Buchholz, spokesperson for religious policy for the Left Party and known for her criticism of the demonization of Hezbollah, announced that she would continue to work together with Jewish and Muslim fellow citizens against the inhumane policies of the AfD in line with her concept of peace policy. Finally, the Central Council of Jews, together with 16 other organizations, announced on October 4, 2017 that the AfD was no alternative for Jews. The party is a case for the Office for the Protection of the Constitution, but by no means for Jews in Germany. End of quote. The rational core of such invective is that the Central Council is dependent on the goodwill of the Democratic majority and, for its part, has an interest in a stable state order, which is being attacked by parts of the AfD. The fact that the AfD has not yet succeeded in excluding open anti-Semites further strengthens the rejection of the party by Jewish organizations. However, it is anything but self-evident that the Central Council is also working disproportionately hard on the AfD, while more than a blind eye is turned to Islam, and that anti-Semitism in the far larger and older other parties is forgotten in the face of the excitement caused by anti-Semites in the AfD. Both the acclamatory tone of the Central Council statement, whose number of exclamation marks basically reflects its content, as well as the reinforcement obtained from co-signatory organizations in order to lend weight to its voice, indicate that the truth is that sheer panic prevails. A panic that cannot be explained by the fact that just over 20 people are founding an association whose political influence is not worth mentioning. Apparently, there are also more and more people in the Jewish communities who are fed up with the appeasement in refugee policy and would like the danger of everyday Islam to finally be clearly named. However, there are no forums for such criticism in Germany. The Jüdische Rundschau, which is critical of Islam and migration and takes no account of the official representatives' need for harmony, is an exception. The Central Council, on the other hand, which acts like an educational authority towards its own community, represses the fact that it can no longer reach the apostates with incantations alone. What if they have long been aware of the facts collected by the Central Council about the AfD Wolfgang Gedion's anti-Semitic statements, Björn Höck's historical revisionism, or the demands for a ban on slaughter, and still vote for the AfD or get involved in it because they have other priorities in view of the current threat situation? Not even asking such questions, but persistently pedagogizing them, leads to the Central Council becoming just as alienated from its base as the left-liberal milieu that sets the tone in the country. In order to discipline the JFD, the focus was not only on insistent paternalism. In line with the motto, the perpetrators have names, origins, and biographies, the initiators of the group aroused open hostility. The FAZ wanted to know who Dmitry Schultz, the ominous man behind the Jews in the AfD, was and received information from the Israel Solidarity Spectrum, Sasha Stosky from Frankfurt, who reports on hostility towards Jews all over the world on the internet platform Honestly Concerned, observed early on that immigrant Jews from Russia in particular have sympathies for the AfD. End quote. It is possible that denigrating immigrants has the positive side effect that Stosky will be allowed to report on hostility towards Israel around the world in the FAZ in future. The idea that Jews from Russia see the German government's refugee policy differently because of their specific experiences with anti-Semitism, whether in the Soviet Union or on the part of Islamic rascals in Putin's new Russia, will not occur to him. The Wiesbadener Courier did not content itself with assessing the country-specific characteristics of Jews, but examined whether they were real at all. Is AfD man Schultz really Jewish? Doubts are justified, as the frantic reporters from the Hessian state capital found out during their snooping that the target Schultz is only seen very irregularly in the Jewish community. And anyway, Schultz? Does that sound Jewish? To fuel doubts about this, another lead is laid. He was born in the USSR in 1987. In Kyrgyzstan, there was a time when many Jews suddenly wanted to be there, because there were Jewish quota refugees who were allowed to move to Germany in fixed numbers. In fact, not all of them were Jews, even if their Soviet papers showed that they were. You can't be too careful with the costume Jews who fled to Germany in droves. Dalia Grinfeld, president of the Jewish Student Union Germany JSUD, did not rummage through the past of the right-wing Russian problem cases, but made a diagnosis of the present. These are confused Jews who are members. The party is using Jews to present itself in a positive light. End of quote. The Taz followed up with the hypothesis that the AfD's own anti-Semitism is damaging to competition in the conservative milieu. Getting rid of the stigma with a Jewish association promises a cleansing absolution. Thus, the Jews in the AfD are to be categorized as useful idiots who are supposed to make anti-Semitic statements acceptable, which in turn serve the radical right-wing fringe of the party. End quote. Aside from the fact that, thanks to the claimed priority of combating right-wing populism, it seems to be possible even among left-wingers to make fun of useful idiots from the Jewish Association with the best of intentions, the inability to take note of political reality is surprising. This includes the fact that for decades, all good Germans have been downright horny for Jews who say what Germans want to hear. Whether it's commemorative folklore on Remembrance Days, Jewish critics of Israel, or a Holocaust survivor praising Germany's refugee policy in the Bundestag, Jews play a role in the German public sphere primarily when they repeat German opinions or support German interests, as mouthpieces of that German-Jewish dialogue, whose mere possibility was categorically denied by a Jew as lacking in solidarity as Gershom Scholem as recently as the 1960s. When everyone from anti-German critics to concerned journalists unanimously state that the AfD's opposition to Islamic anti-Semitism and its support for Israel is purely a deceptive maneuver to win votes, the question arises as to where the voters who are so essentially and seriously concerned with criticizing anti-Semitism are all supposed to come from. With a little realism, one could conclude that there is absolutely no politically relevant population group in this country outside of the Jewish communities for whom the concerns of Jews and the interests of Israel are decisive for elections. Apparently, it is the critics of instrumentalization who overestimate the influence of Jewish and pro-Israeli forces in Germany. A flyer for a demonstration against the JFD co-initiated by Grinfeld clearly showed how little the critics of the Jewish Association know their own limits. It featured a picture of a pig emblazoned with the stamp "Nicht kosher, not kosher," thus labeling the Jews in the AFD as both pigs and traitors to their own culture, as unkosher Jews of civilization, so to speak in the familiar German tradition. The organizers were also expecting further manifest aggression at the JFD founding meeting and, after consulting with the police, decided to move the meeting from Offenbach to Wiesbaden because the risk of Jewish enemies of the people is significantly higher in the multiculti immigrant city than in the tranquil state capital. When the media starts arguing about what Jews are and are not allowed to do, when a small group of Jewish dissenters harassed by informer journalists becomes the target of popular anger and in the end the harmless event in question has to be relocated for security reasons, then the experts responsible for anti-Semitism should actually be keeping an eye not only on the AFD, but especially on its activist critics. However, the German government's anti-Semitism commissioner, Felix Klein, only recognized a few question marks, not on the part of the anti-JAFD activists, of course, but among the Jews in the AFD. One of the business objectives of German Jewish understanding is normalization. If this vocabulary, invented solely for the purpose of German rehabilitation, were taken even a little seriously, the engagement of Jews in all political milieus in the country, including right-wing or radical right-wing milieus, would not be a reason to go crazy, but a matter of course to be accepted. However, the German need to reduce Jewish citizens to the function of recognized victims, who are responsible for the department of admonition and warning, as well as for the conciliatory message that the new Germans can be trusted. Jews should not behave as autonomous political subjects, but as moral pause clowns for the pleasantly creepy Ike Geisel. The outrage at Jews who are involved in a right-wing party that clearly defines them as the enemy resonates with the expectation that Jews must have learned from their history and know what it means to be a victim. They are criticized and insulted not as political misfits, but as traitors to German good humanity. The contradiction of declaring the founding of a working group in a legal opposition party illegitimate and at the same time invoking the ideals of an open society was not even up for discussion. The unshakable sense of superiority of the moralizing head teachers may be one of the reasons why the courting by the AFD is more appealing to some than the picture-book Democrats, who appear with the gesture of the pedagogizing social worker. While there was still widespread grumbling, Beatrix von Storch made her party's position clear. The AFD is the representative of conservative, Eurosceptic and Islam-critical Jews in Germany, and there are many more of them in the Jewish communities than our political opponents would like to admit. They are our friends and allies, and with them we stand side by side for the traditional family, for a Europe of fatherlands and against the Islamization of Germany. End of quote. Storch therefore did not claim to speak for all Jews, but brought herself into play as a representative of those Jews who hold a certain political position. Because this always involves thinking about the Muslims, who remain at the top of the victim ranking when it comes to Jews, Weltam Sontag wanted to know from her whether a Muslim working group in the AFD was also possible, which she answered in the affirmative without hesitation. The AFD is open to anyone who is committed to the party program. After all, there are liberal Muslims who are under police protection precisely because they represent a liberal Islam. Instead of taking note of such answers with relief, as it is otherwise unanimous that the right-wing populists hate all Muslims without exception, the FR joked, "So, the attitude must be right, they must be persecuted and of course against Islamization." The SZ added, "We now have alibi Jews. Alibi Muslims would be the icing on the cake." End of quote. Apart from the fact that it is not true that von Storch named political persecution as a prerequisite for AFD engagement, someone who puts the word Islamization in quotation marks, as if it were an invention, and is surprised that a political party expects potential members to have a mindset that matches its program, does not seem to have understood too much about the customs of a parliamentary democracy. Dmitry Schulz has also been pathologized in order to avoid having to deal with what he has to say. Which is quite understandable, because his statement, "The AFD is the only party in Germany that addresses Muslim hatred of Jews without trivializing it," simply has nothing to counter. In fact, it is the AFD that has brought criticism of Islam into parliament in the first place, while in the media every argument against Islam is attacked with holy zeal as xenophobia and westernization. This discursive misery does nothing to change the fact that Muslims are now seen by more and more Jews as a greater threat than autochthonous right-wing radicals. Even if it is unimaginable for a model German, for some Jews, Golan's birdshit speeches seem to be nothing more than, to use a metaphor pipifax compared to the Islamic threat. There is a reason why the connection between Islam and anti-Semitism is not discussed. The anti-Semitic brutalization testifies to the complete failure of German European integration policy. Its strategy of relying on the support of Islamic communities and family associations in terms of integration and regulatory policy has enabled them to expand their sphere of influence and wage an increasingly blatant battle against infidels, emancipated women, homosexuals, and Jews. The fact that the political and media courting of the Islamic rackets, who are supposed to take over what the state is no longer able to provide, is at the expense of European Jews is the real taboo that no one who does not want to be excluded from the cosmopolitan Volksgemeinschaft is allowed to touch. In the midst of the outrage campaign, it was Michael Wolfson's duty to point out that Dimitri Schulz isn't spinning when he sees a connection between Germany's refugee policy and growing anti-Semitism. Anyone who, like Germany, has allowed over 1 million Muslims into the country largely unchecked since 2015, disregarding all security aspects and competent warnings from the security authorities, should not be surprised that enemies of the Jews are also arriving. End quote. Seen in this light, the decision of Jewish voters to vote for the AfD should be interpreted as an act of desperation. Nevertheless, it is morally and politically wrong to join the AfD, as this ultimately provides the anti-Semites with the cues. Left-wing salon anti-Semites like Jacob Augstein are jubilant. The mini-group of Jews in the AfD provides him and his ilk with a welcome alibi to denigrate the Jews as right-wing or far-right. End of quote. Wolfson himself was vilified as anti-Muslim because of his text, which only proves against his argument that with hardcore anti-Semites it doesn't matter what you actually say. The open anti-Zionism that Augstein, cited by Wolfson, stands for has, however, and this contradicts Wolfson's thesis, now given way to a more overt variant, the well-intentioned criticism of Israel by friends of Israel who only criticize the Jewish state because they are more concerned about it than its own citizens. Today, those who act successfully against Israel are above all those who, as those responsible in radio, television, and politics, no longer rant about child murderers and well poisoners, but instead insist on balance, differentiation, and facts in the face of the militant anti-Semitism of Islamic clans, where in the sense of a truly anti-fascist practice it should only be a matter of how to quickly and effectively counter the anti-Semites, also among the refugees. German politicians, meanwhile, have taken to jovially claiming responsibility for the behavior of Israelis and Jews by invoking anti-fascism. In the megalomania of the purified, they imagine they have a duty of care towards Jews, whom they believe they must protect from a relapse into barbarism, as if Adorno and Horkheimer had written the dialectic of enlightenment to warn a future Jewish state against too much hubris. Such pseudo-anti-fascist teachings jump to the moralizing support of the murderers of Jews in the Palestinian territories, in Iran and in the West. Against this backdrop, it is ludicrous that sectarian freaks like Wolfgang Gedeon have been talked about for years, while it is quickly forgotten that the Gabriels and Steinmeiers, as representatives of the German state, have always reached out to anti-Semitic killers with a Quranic background. While Israel's foreign policy would dictate the renunciation of Zionism, the extensive renunciation of state self-defense, the recognition of the European Union as a higher form of political reason, and ideally, the opening of the country's borders, with reference to the priority of defending against nationalism and right-wing populism, Jews in Germany have to defend the blessings of democracy and express their gratitude for the cosmopolitanism that constantly brings them new enemies. Even on the radical left, it has become clear that flat anti-Zionism is no longer state-of-the-art. After Bremen Senator of the Interior and SPD anti-Semite Ulrich Maurer gave free rein to his feelings in the face of the attempts by militant Palestinians to break through the Israeli border, which were stopped by the Israeli army, and stated during a parliamentary debate on September 27, 2017 that he had no sympathy for the Israeli army simply executing dozens of Palestinians at the border fence, he was so heavily criticized that he was forced to retract his unfortunate formulation. He then got away with it. Like Augstein or Blum, who also regularly blow a fuse when it comes to Jews, Maurer has long since become an old hand with such outbursts. If he has learned anything from this unfavorable affair, he will next time empathize with the living conditions of the Palestinians or formulate his criticism of Israel as a warning against the global rise of right-wing populism. Most of his party colleagues will probably know how this works. He can take inspiration from Jutta Dittfurth, who manages to incorporate what is really at stake en passant into her well-honed criticism of BDS. BDS benefits the Israeli right around Prime Minister Netanyahu. The more the threat from Hamas and BDS increases, the more Israelis are driven to the right-wing camp. The Israeli left can only lose from BDS too. End quote. Anyone who is so narrow-mindedly fixated on the distinction between right and left, which has always been undermined when it comes to anti-Semitism in Germany, testifies to the fact that Israel is only a means to an end in the political battle of opinion. At the center of the delicate criticism of Israel, which increasingly refrains from open hatred of Jews or anti-Zionism, is the politics of remembrance, or what can be justified and achieved with it. Today, learning from history is the prerequisite for moral superiority in all matters. It goes without saying that the reified memorial ritual of spontaneous remembrance based on present-day experience is incommensurable and has nothing to do with loyalty to those murdered in Auschwitz and elsewhere. It is no surprise that the Secretary-General of the CDU, Annegret Kramp-Karrenbauer, who turns the murder of millions into a diligence contest, has not gained her political views from reading Adorno and Jankelevich. What is surprising, however, is that these repeated instrumentalizations of the murdered no longer upset anyone. Where we want to learn from the horrors of the past, their representatives speak of a monument of shame. End of quote. Best in class in the Auschwitz for Good Germans course is Heiko Maas, who, according to his own advertising, went into politics because of Auschwitz and not coincidentally looks as if he has stepped out of the movie Die Führersangenbowle. In fact, Maas embodies more purely than any other member of the Merkel team the German pride of sin of a people of refractory primates who are spreading themselves as head teachers and for whom lecturing, criticizing and admonishing the civilized rest of humanity serves as an alibi to live out their own fantasies of destruction. While the flight of French Jews to Israel continues, and it has long been known in Germany that the majority of anti-Semitically motivated attacks on Jews are committed by Muslims, Islamic scholars, sociologists and educators declare Islamic anti-Semitism to be an anti-Muslim resentment. At the same time, anti-Semitism experts focus on so-called secondary anti-Semitism, which is about a pathological defense against guilt, in which Jews are disturbing because they are reminiscent of Auschwitz. Even if it cannot be ruled out that the various anti-Semitic factions, depending on the social constellation, could agree on a common enemy and provide each other with cues, it is evident that the secondary anti-Semitism of better-educated old-school Germans differs from the uninhibited hatred of Jews, which is currently most widespread among Muslims. In Germany, militant hatred of Jews is now only, and always justified and downplayed when it comes from Muslims. If Islamic anti-Semitism is not immediately trivialized as a lie by anti-Muslim racists, manifestations of Islamic hatred of Jews are regarded as isolated cases that have nothing to do with Islamic socialization. This is how anti-fascist greatism sounds. The AfD regularly warns of the threat to Jewish life in Germany, and the perpetrators are clearly Muslim refugees. They are said to have brought hatred of Jews to Germany. Perhaps the AfD members themselves should go back to school and educate themselves about the crimes of National Socialism. Maybe then they will realize that the greatest hatred of Jews comes from the Germans. End quote. Because this readjustment of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism in the new borderless Germany is not recognized or underestimated, AfD criticism also fails in books published by people who have little in common with the left-wing mainstream. In the anthology published by Stefan Grigget, AfD and FB, Anti-Semitism, Folkish Nationalism and Gender Images, edited by Stefan Grigget, Samuel Salzborn describes the AfD in all seriousness as a party that is not recognized as the right-wing extremist danger it really is, not least due to the velvet soft handling of the media. A statement that, even with the best will in the world, can only be qualified as a hallucination. No other party is subjected to comparable criticism, malice and agitation in the German public as the AfD. Anyone who nevertheless criticizes the media's velvety soft treatment of it against all evidence can either not mean the media in this country, or wishes for even more state anti-fascism in speech and writing. According to Salzborn, the AfD contributes to the spread of anti-Semitism with its cult of German innocence and the suppression of National Socialism, as the example of Alexander Golan shows. Golan attempts to stylize Germans as victims of history and denies and extraterritorializes German guilt. The basis of his view of history is the positive identification with the German nation. There is no doubt that Golan does not adhere to Adorno's categorical imperative, has a tendency to whine and has no serious problems with Germany. But that is not enough for Salzborn. Rather, he claims that the desired identification with the German nation, because it is clouded by the memory of the extermination of the Jews, leads in Golan's case to a victim's envy of the Jews, and therefore to secondary anti-Semitism. The fact that the executors of primary anti-Semitism wanted to aggressively expand the borders of the German nation and did not consider themselves threatened by external enemies, but by the Jews as the supposed embodiment of the internal enemy lurking everywhere, while no one in the AfD has yet called for a campaign against Poland or demanded the introduction of Aryan certificates. This contradiction is anathema to him. If, for all his fondness for theory, one does not renounce empiricism, it would first have to be proven that Golan feels disturbed by Jews in the first place. Secondary anti-Semitism presupposes that the person who shares it hallucinates Jews as morally instructive, accuses them of making a business out of Auschwitz, or discovers Nazi violence in Israel of all places. But this is not the case with Golan, at least not in the statements cited by Salzborn. Instead, in Salzborn's version, Gallen's glorification of German history for the purpose of national self-aggrandizement is already identified as a symptom of anti-Semitism. The fact that nationalism is not identical to anti-Semitism, that National Socialism gained its specificity precisely because it was a nationalist and anti-nationalist event at the same time Salzborn also seems to have forgotten such former basic banalities of anti-German criticism. In fact, Gallen's attempt to construct a positive national myth and his trivialization of National Socialism as bird shit, at a time of anti-national and pro-Islamic mass mobilization, appear to be relics from the time of the Federal Republic under Helmut Kohl, when far-right politicians such as Alfred Dreger were still able to proclaim their narrow-minded revisionism largely unchallenged. While left-wingers, including self-declared left-wing anti-Germans, do not want their no-border no-nation bliss to be clouded by the acute threat to Jews as a result of Islamic migration. For Gallen, at least one of the lessons to be learned from Auschwitz seems to be to combat anti-Semitism among migrants. The left, including its anti-German offshoots, on the other hand, derives the right to criticize Israel from Auschwitz and trivializes migrant anti-Semitism out of consideration for the special obligation towards alleged minorities. In order to avoid having to talk about such differences, Salzborn speaks of secondary anti-Semitism in a dehistoricizing way. When this is joined by structural anti-Semitism, it finally becomes objectively trivializing. On the one hand, it is about the defense of perceived inferiority and guilt one's own badness is projected onto the Jews, as is envy of supposed or real abilities and successes, in the case of the AfD less directly and openly onto Jews than via the communicative detour onto migrants. End of quote. It is certainly possible to substitute one hate object for another in the sense of ticket thinking. But this only works if the objects make similarly good projection surfaces. But then what are the real or supposed abilities and successes of Muslim migrants that Gallen and his supporters are supposed to be jealous of? The persistence in clan structures, the infantile unrestrained hatred of the West, the open hatred of women? In truth, Salzborn's argument simply serves to defame the rationally understandable and absolutely welcome rejection of Islamic customs by large sections of the German population, which thus proves to be the product of a reasonably successful re-education, as an expression of resentment. The only thing that the Germans may actually envy about the Islamic migrants, their open-hearted hatred of Jews, remains unmentioned, because the subjects of this envy are the welcoming politicians of all stripes. Unlike the Islam appeasers, Salzborn at least speaks of Islamist anti-Semitism elsewhere. With his templates from the anti-Semitism seminar and the discovery of communicative detours that amount to what Udo Lindenberg normally delirious at the microphone, namely that foreigners are the new Jews, he must nevertheless be accused of acting as a cue for people who only speak of anti-Semitism in order to see it structurally at work in anti-Muslim racism. Among anti-Semitism experts and in the expanding anti-racist educational work, trivializations of anti-Semitism such as this one by Wolfgang Benz, which was clearly criticized years ago, have long been the theoretical basis. The anger of the new Muslim enemies is like the old anger of the anti-Semites against the Jews. The whole thing serves the purpose of declaring hatred of Jews to be an ahistorical form of thought that can in principle come from anyone and affect anyone. The less conceptual the term anti-Semitism becomes, the more frequently and arbitrarily it can be used. In this vagueness, anti-Semitism becomes comparable to everything that Germans have learned to subsume under the term group-focused misanthropy. Or as it says in the call for the Unteilbar demo, together we resolutely oppose anti-Muslim racism, anti-Semitism, anti-Ziganism, anti-feminism and Politik hostility. End quote. Meanwhile, the accusation of anti-Semitism has become part of the repertoire of anti-racist denunciators who search texts for signal words such as elite, globalism, or international class and, if successful, shout anti-Semitism, and even end up seeing themselves as the ones being attacked. Hitler's followers understood him and shouted Jews in between his slogans against the international elites, even where he did not mention them directly. This is exactly what Gallen's text is now trying to achieve again. Except that it is not the Jews who are meant, but us, the Democrats of this country. In other words, anyone who criticizes the elites is an anti-Semite. How advanced the decline of political judgment must be in a country in which such conclusions by former Foreign Minister Gabriel do not cause a scandal, but a few Jews are trampled on, who, not least thanks to such nonsense, have ended up with a party for which there are not many arguments other than the stupidity of others. As a rather restrained objection to the JFD, the Offenbach rabbi Alfred Jacobi noted at the beginning of the outrage campaign that Jews in Germany are a minority that cannot afford to follow extreme opinions. The rabbis fear that political misconduct could provoke the Jew haters of all factions to strike back reflects the real power of the anti-Semites. Breaking this power is still the most urgent task. The problem begins with social conditions in which Jews who hold politically inopportune opinions are subject to narrower boundaries than other citizens precisely because of their Jewishness. The uproar surrounding the Jews in the AfD has shown that Jews who are critical of Islam and sympathize with the AfD can expect attacks from all sides. When it still existed, punk was celebrated as provocative outsiderism by people who upset the conformist rest with their aggressively defended minority positions. Measured against this, the Jews in the AfD are closer to punk than musical embarrassments like Fiend Son Fishfillet, whose pathetically charged feel-good anti-fascism appeals to an audience that learns from school to clap in the right places against the right. Jews in the AfD share the experience of being mocked and insulted as useful idiots with Arabs who criticize Islam or migrants who speak out against the government's refugee policy. As long as they appear as members of their respective collectives, they can hope to be idealized as enriching foreigners. But anyone who refuses to join in and acts in an anti-Islamic manner should not even exist if the forces on the left of center FR have their way. Those among the anti-migration Jews who do not shy away from mobbing majorities should be open enough to experience to determine, without the help of German senior teachers, whether the AfD is credibly countering the increasingly militant Islamic antisemitism. If they come to the conclusion that this is not the case, they can safely do at any time what members of coercive Islamic organizations can only risk under threat of death: break away and try something new. Even if they have recently declared the Jews to be their friends and, like Golan's personal advisor Michael Klonovsky, rave about the Israelis as patriotic, lively Israelis who are downright folkish in their insistence on borders, statehood and ethnic cohesion, their understanding of the state is anti-Semitic at its core. If they were to come to power, they would find someone to persecute, although there is little reason to be reassured by the fact that it is not yet certain that, for once, it will not be the Jews who suffer. How realistic such an option could become cannot be judged solely on the basis of current support and rejection. For the new right-wing mobilization to resolve contradictions is nothing other than a crisis management program. And this is precisely what makes the phenomenon of the strengthened right so uncanny, that they have succeeded in putting a crisis management program on the agenda without there currently being a manifest economic crisis that, like that of 1929, immediately called into question the continued existence of the social order. Federal Minister of Justice Heiko Maas, who was named the best-dressed man in Germany in 2016 by lifestyle magazine GQ for his invariably perfect suits, not only stands for a better Germany in terms of style. His speech also addresses those compatriots who are in demand as advertisers for a relaxed Germany, using perfectly fitting new German jargon. Will we remain a modern and cosmopolitan country, or will we become a nation of stubborn Philistines seeking salvation in the past? The question of national destiny, which Maas addressed to the people via Spiegel Online, has long since been answered in Jena, Thuringia. The class leader of the East is considered a stronghold of the United Front of Movement and State Antifa. According to the local fighters against right-wing extremism, Jena is not only as staunchly defended as the Red Madrid once sung about by Ernst Busch, but also radiates quasi-therapeutically to the whole country, namely as a place from which encouragement emanates, because it has often succeeded in keeping Nazi marches out of our city. Jena's experience in the fight against right-wing extremism is in demand and appreciated in many parts of Germany. Inspired by the pride of action expressed in such letters of application for their own town and the certainty of being able to override the right to demonstrate at any time, thousands of people and colorful protest actions succeeded in encircling a registered AfD demonstration and making it unmistakably clear that the attribution colorful, tolerant, and cosmopolitan is more than just an image campaign for our city, namely bracketing the community spirit of the committed people in academic Jena against the formerly proletarian surrounding area, which has been declared an enemy and which, according to the common interpretation not only by Heiko Maas, the AfD and its voters, the pinched Philistines, stand for. No intellectual feats are required to recognize that the AfD is not being attacked because of its ideological orientation or simply because it aims to elicit the worst instincts from notorious feeders. The establishment of the Berlin Republic, in alliance with the Antifa, is fighting the AfD as a party of the diehards and the out-of-touch, who are a potential hindrance to the permanent flotation in the service of capital. The backwardness of the Krethis and Plethis from depopulated districts is taken as an opportunity to get the whole of Germany moving. If you don't make an effort physically, economically and zeitgeist-wise, you'll end up like the losers from the AfD, is the blatant message. With a few exceptions, Wilhelm Reich's speech to the little man or Hans Magnus Enzensberger's poem Against the Man in the Streetcar come to mind. The so-called little man has always been a hotly courted flywheel for all political factions in this country, and for the left in particular, a potential ally whose ugliness they didn't want to know about. That seems to be changing. The little man and the little woman are no longer just being cajoled, but are increasingly attracting the impatience and anger of modern and cosmopolitan Germans. The opposition to the narrow-minded aggressiveness of the little men and women on the rage trip is sometimes as authoritarian as their gestures of common sense. Against the AfD, which triumphs as the party of the little men and women, the better part of the countrymen have joined forces to form the Anti-Fascist Action Germany and have been acting for months as if there was a danger that tomorrow they would have to take up arms against the rising fascism. What falls by the wayside amidst all the Nazi pomp, however, is a reasonably realistic assessment of the new problem party. Its success is based on the fact that it encourages the type of argumentative and increasingly uninhibited narcissist that is spreading in infantilized society with the right slogans, in the belief that they are among the deceived and transparent. The AfD continues to have its largest fan base in the East, where the need to conformistically rebel is particularly high and where apparently more people live who are not even ashamed to attend public events at which a quirky grammar school teacher like Bjorn Hawk indulges in abstruse biologisms and embarrassingly comical masculinity kitsch. In the East, the AfD competes with the Left Party for the most popular Homeland Security program and has the advantage over its party political rivals of being able to flatter the xenophobic Aussie with foreigners out slogans without provoking contradiction within the party. However, the AfD has become the favorite enemy of modern Germans because it does not view Islam as a happy enrichment without exception, but instead points out the atrocities that Islamist propagandists and politicizing Muslims are causing in their spheres of influence. Meanwhile, if the parties represented in the Bundestag did not constantly gloss over Islam in an advanced, reality-denying manner, the AfD would not be as strong as it currently is, because then the party would not be able to boast that it is the only one that sometimes delivers more than just the usual dose of cynical cultural relativism on Islam. No sooner had the successful Berlin Against Islamism event held on December 19, 2017, at which the Islamist murderers and their supporters were finally demonstrated against with a necessary clarity, come to an end than the organizers were criticized for not differentiating themselves enough from the AfD, according to the tenor of the culturally sensitive anti-Germans and the Red-Green Taz newspaper. The conformist riot squad AfD, driven by opinion fetishism, provides the cheapest excuse for the Islam trivializers of all camps, hopelessly disturbed in their prioritization, not to have to talk about Islamism. Their emphasized humanity proves to be a great farce, if only because their larmoyant and self-indulgent bellowing against the AfD, which is routinely heard whenever political Islam is at issue, demonstrates one thing above all, namely that they don't give a damn about those murdered and harassed by Islamists. What the anti-fascist tolerance preachers in the service of the state and capital fail to mention, however, is the simple fact that the topics of the agitator are, in the words of Leo Lowenthal, distorted versions of real social problems that should no longer be talked about. In the ARD show Maischberger on March 8, 2017, the presenter wanted to know exactly, on a scale of 1 to 10, how are people in Germany doing? After it was clarified that the scale value 10 stands for the best possible mood, Oscar Lafontaine, who is responsible for the appropriate amount of popular anger in such rounds, opened with an emphatically grumpy 3. Whereupon Hannelore Kraft from the SPD tended much more optimistically towards 7, and CDU Representative Brinkman finally indicated with 8 to 9 that his frugal social utopia has already been largely realized. Parties embody moods. The one that stands for the worst was not represented that evening. However, you don't need to see party leaders ranking the mood on camera to know that AfD supporters agree with Oscar Lafontaine that the country and its people are in such a miserable state that alternatives are urgently needed. Preferably ones that correspond to the gut feeling of the little people. What unites the AfD's addressees, apart from their bad luck, their limited influence and the meager pay for their endless toil, is above all the awareness that the world is hostile to them and that it is others who are denying them great happiness. Systematically serving the very German need for self-infantilization and conformist rebellion is a decisive success factor for the AfD, which also benefits from the fact that paranoia is by no means the only reason not to freak out with joy in the face of the prevailing conditions. For a long time, the whining Krethus and Plethus were seen as untouchable and as down-to-earth counterparts to the depravity of the world. With the electoral success of the AfD at the latest, everything has changed in the heartland of the little man. In the course of the permanent campaign for a Germany to be completely renewed, for which refugees in particular have been instrumentalized since the year before last, an appeal is being made to everyone: join in or you're out. The ubiquitous accusation of populism is the preferred tool of those modernization ideologues who denounce anyone who doesn't want to join in the permanent mobilization as a backward troublemaker with the worst of intention. A government and its media that suddenly imposes impoverishment on its citizens out of solidarity with Ukraine without being able to explain what this emergency sacrifice could bring to the oppressed in the time after the war, whether economically or socially, is not believed. A government, together with its predecessor, that has nothing to offer apart from renouncing prosperity and freedom, but instead praises the prescribed impoverishment as a pledge for more human warmth in cold homes, and, long before Russia invaded Ukraine, drove the economy to the wall in a disastrous emergency exercise and suspended civil liberties to a considerable extent, should be refused allegiance across the board. However, the government's opponents are not declaring war on German conditions before and after the Zeitenwende, but on Ukraine, while at the same time reaching out to Russia, calling for an end to sanctions and seriously recommending peace negotiations in the summer of 2022, as if Günter Grass had ghostwritten for Alice Weidel or Sarah Wagenknecht. All protests against the renunciation ideology emanating largely from the Green Party and the programs to implement it are being formed under nostalgic auspices. The Enragists want back what led to the disaster in the first place, a German special path that gave the former world export champion decades of relative prosperity, even for low earners and transfer benefit recipients, thanks to cheap energy and outsourced production to low-wage countries, and in return, systematically promoted Russian and, worse still, Chinese megalomania. Just how Putinist Germany has already become can be seen on the coronavirus front, where opponents of the measures are reaching out to Russia for peace or want to fight Ukrainian fascism, while supporters of the measures stare at China in shame but admiration. Instead of forcing this government and its loyal opposition to operate nuclear power plants and denying the one global South, in reality the plundering of the still wage-earning academic middle class, which presents itself as the ruling class, its alimentación from tax revenues, the social protest of 2022 is shifting to handing over the Eastern European neighboring states to Putin's Russia. If those responsible have simply dismissed the deeply German Nord Stream 2 project as a regrettable mistake since February 24, 2022, and are not prepared to qualify it, in the words of Polish President Andrzej Duda, as a hostile act towards our part of Europe, it should come as no surprise that they are not confronted on the streets with demands for an immediate halt to the energy transition. Instead, there are calls for Russian gas, which was only in such high demand as a cheap bridging technology after the nuclear phase-out following the accident at the Fukushima nuclear power plant, and which can be seen as an unmistakable sign of how dominant the green ideology had long since become. So we are currently faced with the paradox that avowed enemies of the green ideology of renunciation are defending an ugly product of this ideology with their protests. This turns such protests into a pseudo-protest, which stands for the fact that they are more firmly aligned with Chancellor Scholz to save the German economic model than the Wagenknechts or Weidels might even be aware of. Marx sees foreign trade as an inner necessity of the capitalist mode of production. But what use is it to dismiss the closed trading state, as Fichte recommended to the Germans at the beginning of industrialization, as a contradictio in ejecto, when National Socialism and socialism in one country, with the primacy of Grossraum politics and a monopoly on foreign trade have put it to the test? The attempt to force autarky, be it in the name of industrial capital or in the name of some kind of subsistence economy, against the world market, this is precisely what the fighting term neoliberalism is used for today, does not only mean regression, as Marx already hints at in the Grundrisse, as if he wanted to replicate Fichte's writing, in a threatening only local context based on bloodshed, nature and relations of domination and servitude. At the same time, he promoted barbarism on a scale and with an intensity that even the most barbaric past had never known. German policy took this completely to heart, understanding the external collapse of the world market as an internal order to wage a war of annihilation against the international financial jury. For today's situation, it should therefore be seen as an indicator of whether the right-wing populists, as the left-wing populists call them, must follow the imperatives of the world market contrary to their more or less pronounced longing for self-sufficiency inherited from German ideology. As long as they pursue an economic policy that paints left-wing agitation as a neoliberal devil on the wall and everything else, apart from propagandistically effective restrictions on migration issues, is obstructed by the world market, which is expressed immediately in the much-vaunted power of the international financial markets, the danger of a return of that catastrophic policy is still averted. The situation is quite different for the oil-exporting countries. Their special position on the continuing world market enables a kind of surrogate for self-sufficiency policy, and this surrogate shows its devastating effect in the jihad financed by it, which Islam is waging worldwide in the House of War. Leo Elser's essay is an outstanding text in many respects. First and foremost, it is able to work out the contradictions of sovereignty and the relationship between the nation-state and the world market in general historically and abstractly logically with rare conciseness. Problems arise where this presentation makes an immediate transition to an assessment of the new right, and they point to the fundamental difficulties of a dialectical critique of the state. The resolution states, for example, that the current right-wing mobilization for the resolution of contradictions is nothing other than a crisis management program, and this is precisely what makes the phenomenon of the strengthened right so scary, that they have succeeded in putting a crisis management program on the agenda without there currently being a manifest economic crisis that, like that of 1929, immediately calls into question the continued existence of the social order. The strengthening of jihad, however, it should be added, is not only sinister in this sense. Unlike the new right, which insofar as it can be seen as an offensive force of catastrophe politics, is on a lost cause as long as the EU does not collapse or the world market breaks apart. It corresponds very closely to the latent economic crisis and is taking place on a global scale. Conversely, the degree of latency can be roughly measured by the extent to which a global movement such as that against climate change may still be able to stimulate the accumulation of capital, or whether climate protection ideology has long since taken on a life of its own in relation to economic rationality. Leo Elser therefore uses it as a kind of mnemonic device for the new right. It is the Islamist suicide bombers who have reminded the masterminds and representatives of the current right of the willingness to sacrifice themselves as the very substance of the state. It is strange that the author himself is not taken aback here, as it is precisely these assassins who always remind us of the disintegration of the state, albeit a disintegration that takes the form of a new behemoth or counter-sovereign Manfred Dahlmann, and for a specific repeatedly repressed, in this sense also Marxist or otherwise rationalized reason, such an unstate Franz Neumann, is the best prerequisite for waging a war of extermination against the Jews. Nor is it about a general soldier, in whose willingness to kill and sacrifice his life the new right would first have to transfer the internal contradiction of the state, as Elser believes. There is no general soldier. Claiming the opposite has roughly the same explanatory value as Tucholsky's soldiers are murderers, but only the concrete soldiers of certain states, whose contradiction does not need to be transferred anywhere, since every state with all its contradictions already has violence, i.e. ultimately the willingness to die and kill, as a condition from the outset. It is simply only a question of who it is used against, and with what and to what consequences. In Hobbes' argument, it remains an insoluble riddle, and here we can only agree with Leo Elser, how the sovereign, if its purpose is to be determined by the self-preservation of individuals, must be able to demand that at least some of its citizens die as soldiers for the state. As in the master-servant chapter of his Phenomenology of the Spirit, the willingness to die is the unity that is always presupposed by the separation, be it that of master and servant or that of the citizens of the state. Franz Neumann had already pointed out the ambiguous formulations in Leviathan, in which the relationship between the purpose of the state to be set in individual self-preservation and its condition, the willingness to sacrifice oneself, remains as unclear as it must de facto remain if the state, as Hobbes attributes it, is to be a mortal god, and not an immortal one. Conversely, it characterizes the German ideology in Hegel's philosophy of law to make the substance of the state out of this condition. Elser quotes section 325 from it. As a refutation of Hobbes, so to speak, Hegel sees the sacrifice for the individuality of the state as the substantial relationship of all citizens, to which in turn a separate estate, that of the soldier, is dedicated. In truth, however, as we have known since the ironic nominalist Hobbes, the sovereign is determined by the fact that it has no substance, or rather, as we have known since the ironic universalist realist Marx, its substance is only borrowed from the capital relation. But if we can speak of a substance of National Socialism, it is not the willingness to die and kill, but the extermination of the Jews, just as here the friend-enemy distinction inherent in every state functions only as a means of putting the pathic projection of this absolute, or total enemy into practice. Of course, this does not change the fact that in every state or community, at least since the decline of the polis, together with the always precarious unity of self-preservation created by the friend-enemy distinction, there is a tendency to project such an absolute enemy and to envisage its destruction. The difference lies merely in the fact that this goal has not yet become the conditio sine qua non of their unity in the consciousness of the projectors, whatever the unity may be called, ethnic or religious community, nation-state or popular sovereignty. That rather the willingness to die and kill ultimately demanded by the sovereign is one of the conditions, which is precisely why, paradoxically, unity itself can still be understood as one of individual self-preservation, whereas in German ideology and in National Socialism or in Jihad and in the Islamic Republic, self-sacrifice and self-preservation, weighted differently depending on the situation and similar to the relationship between authoritarian and anti-authoritarian consciousness, are only ever-changing means to the one fixed end, the condition of a unity that is itself only unity for the sake of the condition. Leo Elser, meanwhile, writes that with the mass deaths of the First World War, Hobbes' doctrine became objectively absurd. From the perspective of a state thinker, after 1918 a justification of the state based on individual self-preservation, as was still the case with Hobbes, was no longer possible. Only one word is missing here, namely German. If Elser had predicted that we are dealing here, specifically with Carl Schmitt, with a German state thinker or better, with the German's unstate thinker, the sentence would be true. Conversely, Rosa Luxemburg referred to traditions and methods that Leviathan had opened the door to when she spoke out against the world domination of German imperialism. Nothing had happened yet. We still owe the beginnings of the reorganization to Wilson and the English tanks. For the future prospects of socialism, everything depends on the methods by which peace is achieved, which tendency of imperialism gains the upper hand first. It would be a slap in the face to all historical discernment to ignore the realization that the imperialism of the Central Powers and that of the Entente express two different tendencies. End quote. Although she still calls both tendencies imperialism, Rosa Luxemburg defines the imperialism of the Central Powers by the Eastern Albanian methods and the complete absence of public opinion, thus distinguishing it from the democratic traditions and naturally more liberal methods of English world imperialism. Rosa Luxemburg, handwritten fragments on the history of the international, German social democracy, war, revolution and post-war perspectives. However little Rosa Luxemburg's idea of socialism may have to do with the practice of Zionism, both are based on this ability to differentiate. Just as anyone who thinks about Hobbes would also have to reflect on the fact that, from the perspective of a Zionist state thinker, specifically Vladimir Jabotinsky for example, the state can only be made at all with a justification of the state that refers to individual self-preservation. The criticism that Leo Strauss made of Carl Schmitt in a personal letter to him about his recently published work The Concept of the Political also brings this to mind. It was also his view that man is evil by nature, and therefore man needs domination. But domination can only be established, i.e. people can only be united in a unity against other people. The tendency towards isolation, and thus the friend-foe grouping of humanity, is inherent in human nature. In this sense, it is destiny. However, Strauss insisted on a distinction that he would like to see determined as a relationship of rank, as if he still wanted to prevent his teacher from becoming a National Socialist. But the political, understood in this way, is not the constitutive principle of the state, of order, but only the condition of the state. Quote, end. Strauss was then able to read that this hierarchical relationship between the political and the state was completely reversed in the new edition of Schmitt's Concept of the Political in 1933. The specifically political distinction, the distinction between friend and enemy, which Strauss adopted from Schmitt, is for Schmitt only the transition to the persecution and extermination of the Jews. However, one could also say, varying Kant's famous formulation about synthetic judgments, that Leo Strauss is asking here, how is a Zionist sovereign possible? Nota bene, Strauss had been active as a political Zionist in his youth and had also come into contact with Jabotinsky at the time. However, any serious criticism of anti-Zionism must be able to answer this question. Israel is a state and not a ghetto equipped with weapons, but this would have to be included in all conceptual definitions of state criticism itself if it does not want to pay tribute to anti-Zionism. If the condition of the state is declared to be the substance of the state, then it follows either that the Jewish state is not a state, or that it is a state like any other. Leo Elser rejects this false alternative with good reason. For in the latter case, it seems almost inevitable in the course of argumentation of radical state criticism that Israel should be understood as another example of sovereignty, the purest form of which was expressed by National Socialism and conceptualized by Carl Schmitt. The sovereign would therefore always already be the unstate, a distinction between the two hardly necessary or even possible, just as National Socialism would not have abolished sovereignty, but would have realized it in the rackets as well as in the leader figure of the Volksgemeinschaft, thus either communism or the state including National Socialism tertium non datur. From this dilemma, which only ever allowed left-wing criticism of the state to lead to left-wing anti-Semitism, Joachim Brun, to whom Leo Elser refers in connection with section 325 of Hegel's philosophy of right, at some point drew the conclusion that Zionism should finally be recognized as the tertium datur of criticism of the state, an indispensable means for Jews to survive anti-Semitism, and he devoted himself to the solitude of Theodor Herzl. In the introduction to the new edition of Furchtbar Antisemiten, Ehrbar Antizionisten, the Initiative Sozialistisches Forum wrote, "The essence of national identity is death, which must be carried out on others, so that the self gains substance in robbery murder." This definition of the essence raises the question of why it should not also apply to Jewish nationalism. For, as the main text states, have there ever been states that act as mere technical apparatuses to guarantee rights? Would such a state even be conceivable? Of course such a state is not conceivable. But to agree with Jacob Taut, who claimed that Jewish nationalism had to create the largest Jewish ghetto in history, the ISF does not leave it at that and responds by splitting it into existence and function. Quote, viewed in terms of its history and existence, Israel is the civil society of the Jews, whose peculiarities are easily explained by the specific character of national liberation movements. In terms of its function, Israel is, if not a bulwark, at least the only means of self-defense against the worldwide rampant anti-Semitism, which the Jews can organize of their own accord and therefore quite inadequately. End quote. So there must be something in the concept of the state that does not exclude fulfilling this function, otherwise Israel would really only be the largest Jewish ghetto in history. It may be named as an attribute of a substance, but according to Marx this only makes sense if the substance, which can only be claimed for the state of capital, is understood to be the substance of value, abstract labor. Conversely, the formulation that the self gains substance in robbery murder also proves to be Hegelian in the good, i.e. negative sense. It denotes a political power that, with Hobbes and Newman, could be understood as behemoth, insofar as it can still be understood at all, i.e. only in contrast to Leviathan, from which, however, it originated. Although he refused to speak of National Socialism in the sense of Franz Newman as an unstate, and did not want to make a distinction between Leviathan and behemoth, sovereign and counter-sovereign, his depiction of Zionism, which did not refer to Hobbes but to Machiavelli, points in this direction. Israel is a state in precisely the sense in which National Socialism could not have been. Or to put it in Joachim Brun's own words, Israel is only understood as a state if National Socialism is understood as something that has already sprung from the state, sprung in both senses of the word. And tertium datur then means that a transition to the unstate is not possible here, while at the same time, although this was not emphasized by Joachim Brun, it provokes its differentia specifica. The distinction between sovereign and counter-sovereign arises from the relationship to Israel. It is precisely this that shows the caesura that was set by the founding of Israel. Before that, the non-state was immediately identical with the extermination of the European Jews. At the end, Leo Elser quotes Michael Klonovsky, Alexander Golin's personal advisor, who described the Israelis as patriotic, lively Israelis, almost folkish in their insistence on borders, statehood and ethical cohesion, and concludes quite correctly from this attribution. Even if they have recently declared the Jews to be their friends, their understanding of the state is anti-Semitic at its core. End quote. From the perspective of the Jewish sovereign, however, it can be assumed that every understanding of the state in every other country is essentially or potentially anti-Semitic. That is why Zionism exists. And as little as Hobbes' doctrine has become objectively absurd, it stands to reason that wherever it should be valid, on the left or the right, in the east or the west, as soon as the crisis threatens and the world market disintegrates, it will abdicate in favor of a substantialization of the state. This is precisely why it is not entirely irrelevant for Israel what positions these new right-wingers in Europe take on the Jews and their state. In fact, however, the newly discovered love for Israel that these so-called sovereignists or right-wing populists display appears to be nothing more than a domestic parody of the geopolitical constellation into which Jew hatred has shifted. Israel is seen by them as a kind of role model for sovereignty, but for the purpose of hiding something specific. That sovereignty, as Leo Elser in particular can make clear, is and can only be the other side of the world market. The disintegration of this unity, like the anti-Semitic mania for annihilation, lies in the nature of the matter, i.e. of capital, because this unity drives the crisis out of itself again and again. Declaring the Jewish state, created so that the delusion no longer achieves its goal, to be the model state is the icing on the cake, so to speak, of the ideological maneuver to deny the lawfulness of the crisis in order to fantasize sovereignty as a concrete alternative to the world market and globalists, as something like the counter-sovereign. Without the world market, sovereignty is just another term for unbroken racket rule. It therefore characterizes the love of Israel as a projection of an ideal sovereign, which must ignore the world market relations of the real Jewish sovereign, so that it can be used in domestic politics, where it is directed above all against the left, while in foreign policy it commits to nothing, as is shown by its agreement with the appeasement of the EU towards the Islamic Racket Republic of Iran. And so, as with the white supremacists in the USA, anti-Semitism regularly comes to the fore in certain disappointments with the Trump administration's foreign policy. In secession, for example, the assassination attempt on Soleimani is explained in line with the mainstream on the one hand by the fact that Trump wanted to distract from the impeachment, but on the other hand blatantly with the Jewish Zionists with whom Trump surrounds himself, from his son-in-law Jared Kushner, whose family is close to Netanyahu, or from his biggest campaign donor in 2016, the casino mogul Sheldon Adelson, who once publicly called for Iran to be threatened with nuclear annihilation. As for all the questionable figures, they were already there in 2017, 2018 and 2019. Quote, end. But Trump now has his back to the wall domestically, and the murder of Qasem Soleimani was the deep state's greatest success to date. In contrast, the reactions of some journalists who are now cheering Soleimani's death and expressing their transatlantic alliance loyalty without being asked are completely incomprehensible. Especially those who warn of Iranian attacks in Germany. But we have enough Islamic terrorists in the country, almost exclusively Sunnis by the way, who can blow themselves up at any time without orders from Tehran. The attempt to manipulate public opinion into seeing the mullah strings behind every exploding turban is the height of irresponsibility. If these people want to go to war for America, Israel and Saudi Arabia, I suggest they enlist in the U.S. Army. They'll even get American citizenship. All Germany and Europe have to gain from this war is new hordes of refugees. Quote, end. It is precisely here where the question of Western hegemony arises, that the profound lack of state of the new right is revealed, just as this question has always decided. Jabotinsky knew this as well as Herzl did in his day, how the existence of Jewish sovereignty is empirically possible, so to speak. In contrast to the self-proclaimed sovereignists with whom he has made common cause for some time now, Geert Wilders still seems at times to ground his political demands in the tradition of Western sovereignty. Affinity with such a concept of Western politics may also have prompted Geert Wilders, for example, not to accept the invitation to a pan-European meeting of right-wing populist parties organized by the FB in Vienna and not to sign the Jerusalem Declaration of the FB, Vlaamsbelang, Sweden Democrats, Danish People's Party, Italian Lega Nord, Slovakian SNS and German Civil Rights Party. In an interview with the Swiss weekly Weltwoche, August 2017, shortly before the elections in the Netherlands, he argued in favor of banning the Quran by equating the book with Hitler's Mein Kampf. He could even have invoked Churchill here. And when he calls for mosques to be closed, he does so on the grounds that Islam is not a religion, but an ideology. At the same time, however, he avoids the problem that this ideology is also regarded as a religion according to state law. This is why the Quran differs from Hitler's book in terms of how the danger it poses is organized, and therein lies a danger that Mein Kampf can hardly achieve today, except as one of the many components of jihadist propaganda. Just as this propaganda presupposes National Socialism, the essentially asymmetrical Holy War already begins with the dissolution of state unity, into which the striving for economic self-sufficiency in National Socialist Germany had turned politically in order to bring its war of extermination against the Jews to an end. Wilders, on the other hand, sees salvation, if not in economic self-sufficiency, then in political isolation. Referring to a study by Amsterdam University, according to which 10% of Muslims in the Netherlands are prepared to resort to violence for their religion, he calculates that this figure of around 100,000 people is twice as high as the number of Dutch soldiers. But he only uses this to justify isolationism. Africa's population is exploding. By the end of this century, that billion will have quadrupled. 4 billion people. According to a UN study, a third of them want to emigrate to Europe. Anyone who takes the lives of our children and grandchildren seriously must therefore guard the borders. The entire detailed discussion in Weltwoche acts as if foreign policy no longer exists. The conjured-up lives of our children and grandchildren are merely the emotional expression of the fact that from now on we should remain completely silent about the options of a hegemonic foreign policy in the interests of the West. Wilders and his European partners such as the AfD, FN and FB believe they are in line with a new US president, from whose electoral success they also want to benefit. And the media that turn against them cannot assert this transatlantic identity of the right-wing populists often enough. However, the isolationist card that Trump played during the election campaign and continues to play, despite the missile strike against Assad's regime in Syria, is a different game to the one we know from Europe, at least from a historical point of view, as are the alleged efforts to achieve self-sufficiency. While the propagation of such aspirations can in principle serve the USA to reposition itself as a hegemon or even just to exert pressure on allies, at least in the heart of Europe it only ever points to an inner kinship with jihad, which outwardly takes appeasement into account, either as an active one, as in the anti-Zionist expressions of solidarity of the left, or as a passive one, which, apart from unacknowledged sympathy, automatically results from the general withdrawal of the right from foreign policy. However, as the isolationists of the 1930s such as Lindbergh showed and as some developments among Democrats on the one hand and Republicans on the other today reveal, the USA is not necessarily immune to this either. The condition that they are is simply that they do not want a closed trading state ficta, no matter how big it is. That is why the "again" in the slogan, "Make America Great Again," still inspires a certain amount of confidence.